The terror of the word goodbye lies in this. It means both reunion and farewell. Su Tingsheng saw Xiang Ning again when he was 31, sitting in his small shop at the alley entrance. The shop had been open for over a year, serving as Su Tingsheng's meager lifeline. A string of failed ventures had worn down every ounce of ambition he once possessed. Having surrendered to fate, Su Tingsheng no longer cared much for his business. Most of the time, he just stared blankly at his computer screen. "Boss, how much is this?" a voice asked. Perhaps because he'd been numb for too long, Su Tingsheng had even forgotten this voice, though once he'd loved its owner deeply. But he remembered the hairband. The style was slightly outdated, yet he still stocked it in his shop because of her. She always liked wearing one, exposing her supposedly precious forehead with the fushi bone, and this was her favorite style. Su Tingsheng usually avoided eye contact with customers, as if afraid they'd see through his desperation. But he always looked up when a girl came to buy this particular hairband knot, because he expected her to appear, but, well, he was hoping. Just a little. Just to see her again, that was all. When Su Tingsheng looked up, he saw that familiar face and that same familiar smile. She had changed very little, perhaps not at all. The ancients described emotions so well, like a pang in the heart. A sour ache rose in his chest, and tears streamed down uncontrollably in an instant. "Why are you back here?" Su Tingsheng asked. This was her university city, the place where they had met and fallen in love. "I'm here for a training program," Xiang Ning replied. "Where are you teaching now?" "I checked you passed the written exam third, the interview third, and the medical exam too, but I couldn't find out which school you're at." "Wenyan Primary School." As she spoke, Xiang Ning paid. The process left Su Tingsheng flustered. He tried to give her extra change, but she politely returned some, making him even more awkward and discomposed. Xiang Ning turned toward the door. "Are you married?" Su Tingsheng blurted out. She turned back, smiling gently, and shook her head. "Can you stay for a moment?" Su Tingsheng stood up, his hand lifting, then dropping, unsure where to put it. "No, I just wanted to see you again, and to tell you I always thought you'd come find me." She glanced away. Su Tingsheng didn't catch her expression before she opened her umbrella and stepped into the night and the rain. Su Tingsheng's mind went blank for about a minute. Then he pulled out his phone and called Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng. "She appeared," he said into the phone. "Just now, 1 minute ago, in my shop." They understood immediately. As his closest friends for over a decade, they knew everything about Su Tingsheng's life, especially his love life. "Go after her," they both said, one after the other. "Go after her." Su Tingsheng echoed. "Of course. If she came back to see you, it means she can't let go either." "Okay." The same conversation happened twice. Su Tingsheng stood up, knocking over the stool behind the cash register in his haste. Bang. A few customers still browsing in the shop turned to look at him. "Boss, you're not watching the shop?" A customer joked. The words jolted Su Tingsheng. His current life, his current situation suddenly, a voice in his head asked, "What then if you catch her? What would you say? What could you offer her? Keep her, then drag her down with you? What then if you catch her? What then if you catch her? What then if you catch her?" Su Tingsheng sat back down, as if the last shred of strength had finally been drained from his body. Su Tingsheng came from a rural family on the outskirts of a small county town. At 19, he lost his father in an accident, and since then, the family had struggled. Later, he entered a teacher's college and graduated to become a history teacher at a high school in Jianan City. He held that job for 4 years. During that time, his younger sister graduated and successfully passed the exam to join the city's state taxation bureau. His mother remained healthy and cheerful. Su Tingsheng paid off the family's old debts, though he still couldn't afford a down payment on an apartment. In 2011, Su Tingsheng was 27. A college friend invited him to co-found a small building materials company. To completely change his fate, Su Tingsheng chose to go Allen, quitting his job to dive into business. 3 days after Su Tingsheng quit, he met the woman who would become his lifelong fate, Xiang Ning, a junior soon-to-be senior at Jianan University. A year later, the company ran into trouble. One of the 3 partners fled with the funds. Su Tingsheng's venture failed, leaving him with a million-yuan debt. Soon after, Xiang Ning graduated, passed her exams, and became a primary school Chinese teacher, but she could no longer find Su Tingsheng. Su Tingsheng vanished from Xiang Ning's life. During this period, Su Tingsheng still clung to hope, still dreamed of one day succeeding and returning to find Xiang Ning. Every day, he missed her, yearned for her, until he failed 2 more ventures in succession. In 2015, Su Tingsheng saw Xiang Ning again at age 31. By then, though just past 30, he seemed aged, lifeless, and utterly broken. That night, Su Tingsheng closed his shop early and wandered aimlessly through the streets. So many places in this city held traces of their past together: sweetness, laughter, happiness, sorrow. Su Tingsheng could almost see that couple from long ago, familiar yet strange, hand in hand, standing far away, smiling and waving at him. At one intersection, Xiang Ning had once cried. Back then, Su Tingsheng had broken up with her. Xiang Ning sat there crying, walking away in tears. He hadn't followed. That night, she called him, saying she'd lost her wallet while crying on the way home, and asked him to come help her look. They'd break up after they found it. Su Tingsheng knew it was a lie. But when a girl, once pursued by many boys, proud by nature, was willing to lie and plead for you, how could you not give in? How could your heart not soften? That night, they searched for a long, long time, pretending to look carefully and seriously, until they met each other's gaze and couldn't help but burst out laughing. At another intersection, Su Tingsheng had once sat there and cried. Uncle Su Tingsheng hated taking selfies. The first few times Xiang Ning wanted to take one together, he refused, and she didn't insist. Once, when Xiang Ning went to the restroom, Su Tingsheng watched her bag and idly flipped through her phone. He found a folder named Sweet, filled with photos of her and Su Tingsheng together. But in most pictures, Su Tingsheng was asleep, looking elsewhere, or doing something else. Only Xiang Ning faced the camera, leaning her face close, smiling radiantly. She had secretly taken these photos, secretly capturing moments with her boyfriend. That day, Su Tingsheng cried bitterly. When Xiang Ning returned from the restroom, she was startled. Then, with tears and snot all over his face, Su Tingsheng stubbornly pulled Xiang Ning into a selfie. It was hideously ugly. Su Tingsheng walked toward that couple. An Audi roared toward him. The headlights were blinding, he forgot to dodge. Tires screeched sharply against the pavement. The beautiful woman in the passenger seat screamed in panic. Su Tingsheng felt himself flying, his body airborne, weightless. There was pain, but it lasted only a moment. Then, endless darkness. Chapter 2. A new beginning in life. 19-year-old Su Tingsheng sat on a long-distance bus heading towards Yenzhou City. In 2011, the journey from Jiangnan City to Yenzhou took 3 hours. But now, in 2003, he had just inquired with the driver and learned that it would require 5 hours. Su Tingsheng had spent an entire day and night coming to terms with his newfound reality. This year was 2003, and it was early March. After the initial trepidation, perhaps due to the myriad regrets of his past life, he felt a hint of excitement and exhilaration. 3 matters lay before him. First, the unexpected demise of his father, which would occur in just over a month on April 15th. Second, Xiang Ning, who at this moment was merely 14 years old and in her first year of junior high. From Su Tingsheng's current perspective, the flutter of a butterfly's wings had not altered the course of events. Yet, he was eager to confirm her existence. Or perhaps he simply wished to catch a glimpse of her. Third, the impending college entrance examination, which was nearly 3 months away. Su Tingsheng had previously visited Xiang Ning's high school, Yenzhou's second high school, reminiscing about youth alongside her during her senior year. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the junior high school she attended. The long-distance bus of 2003 was not particularly comfortable, and the road conditions were poor. Beside him sat a middle-aged woman wearing silver-rimmed glasses, who was frequently succumbing to nausea due to the bus's bumps. Su Tingsheng offered her plastic bags and tissues, assisting her in opening a bottle of mineral water. "Thank you. I'm sorry," the woman gasped, tilting her head slightly and awkwardly expressing her gratitude. "It's no trouble at all. My mother and sister also dislike traveling by bus," Su Tingsheng replied with a gentle smile, his psychological maturity at 31 making him appear more composed than his peers. "Are you going to Yenzhou for leisure? You must still be a student," the woman remarked, covering her mouth. "Yes, I'm in my final year of high school. Heading there for some family matters," he responded, concealing a vague sense of guilt. "Oh, the final year is quite demanding. I am a teacher, though I teach junior high," she said. "At the junior high in Yenzhou? Or in Jiangnan City?" Su Tingsheng asked, momentarily distracted. "Yes, Yenzhou. I was here a few days ago for a training session. Would you like some preserved plums?" the teacher offered. "Sure, thank you. I have always loved sour snacks," he replied. "Me too." She smiled as Su Tingsheng popped a plum into his mouth, seemingly drawing them closer. After a moment of hesitation, Su Tingsheng contemplated asking, "Do you know a first-year student named Xiang Ning?" However, he was almost certain it would raise her suspicions. Instead, he feigned nonchalance, saying, "My cousin is in her first year at a junior high in Yenzhou. She might be one of your students, haha. If that's true, how serendipitous. Which school does your cousin attend?" The teacher laughed, perhaps distracted from her discomfort by the conversation. "I'm not entirely sure. She doesn't move around much. Her name is Xiang Ning, Su Tingsheng replied, feeling slightly awkward. The teacher looked at him with her mouth slightly agape. Su Tingsheng raised an eyebrow in confusion. Could it be? I have a girl in my class named Xiang Ning. I'm not certain if it's the same person, the teacher said. Su Tingsheng found himself at a loss, caught between excitement and anxiety. Which school do you teach at? I will return to consult my family. Perhaps I shall need to request the teacher's assistance to take extra care. Xian Yin Middle School. If it is indeed such a coincidence, it would be my duty to assist. My surname is Lu Shueli. Please note my phone number. I hope it will be of use. Su Tingsheng recorded teacher Lu's phone number. Su Tingsheng resides in an inexpensive guest house, a mere 5-minute walk from Xian Yin Middle School. He dared not reach out to Xiang Ning through teacher Lu, fearing that if teacher Lu were to inform Xiang Ning that her cousin was seeking her, the 14-year-old girl might be frightened by the sight of a complete stranger like Su Tingsheng. He attempted to gain entry through the gatekeeper, but the school operates under a semi-closed management system. Without sufficient justification or proof, he was unable to enter. Su Tingsheng was too apprehensive to mention Xiang Ning's name, let alone provide any proof or register. He tried climbing the hillside behind the school, sitting there for an entire day, where he could observe the schoolyard, hoping to catch a glimpse of students attending physical education classes. However, he did not spot Xiang Ning. During the evening dismissal, some students from the open school would return home. After 2 days of watching, Su Tingsheng still did not see Xiang Ning. Perhaps she was residing on campus. He dismissed the possibility that Xiang Ning might have been present without him recognizing her, despite her being only 14 years old at this moment. Su Tingsheng began to suspect that this school might merely have a girl of the same age and name. On Friday evening, all students would be dismissed. Su Tingsheng purchased a bottle of mineral water from a small shop at the school gate, leaning against the counter as he observed each student passing by. A scenario unfolded where a young boy was chased by several slightly older boys. Instances of early romance were evident, with young boys and girls walking together in secrecy, hesitant to hold hands, even too shy to speak. Yet, the ambiguous atmosphere was unmistakable. Had Xiang Ning ever experienced early affection in the first year? Su Tingsheng thought with a tinge of bitterness. In high school, she had a relationship, and it was said that her boyfriend resembled Wang Lihong and was a wealthy second-generation heir. Such a reality was unbearable. Should he intervene? As the weekend approached, most students seemed eager to leave the school, and the bustling crowd at the gate swiftly dwindled to a sparse few. Xiang Ning still did not appear. Su Tingsheng anxiously glanced at his watch. Notes had been left at both the school and home, although his parents and teachers were inevitably worried. It was unlikely that anything was amiss. However, having been out for 4 days, the 200 yuan he had surreptitiously taken from his mother was nearly depleted. If he had to wait another week, he would be forced to sleep on the streets. He might even need to search for several more schools, which would undoubtedly take longer than a week. Nevertheless, he had to see Xiang Ning. Otherwise, he would be unable to do anything. The gatekeeper was closing the school gates. At this moment, the gates were not the automatic sliding type, but rather 2 large iron doors. The gates creaked slowly shut, producing a squeaking sound as they moved. As the gap between the doors diminished, the figures of 2 young girls appeared in his line of sight, rushing towards the entrance. "Uncle, wait a moment." The 2 girls, hand in hand, dashed out, their faces alight with excitement, as if they had just staged a victorious escape. The girl with long hair was not Xiang Ning. Another, with a bob cut, had her hair gathered into a cluster of skyward braids atop her head. Her brows, eyes, lips, and nose, along with her smile, though now tinged with youthful innocence rather than the refined beauty of memory, remained strikingly familiar. The moment Su Tingsheng laid eyes upon her, tears cascaded down his cheeks. Yet, an urge to smile surged within him. Her wild appearance starkly contrasted with the refined style she would later adopt. Moreover, her complexion, unmarred by acne, was undeniably more radiant than it would become. And to emerge so late, one could only wonder if she had been detained by a teacher. What to do? Su Tingsheng inhaled sharply, hastily wiping away his tears, grappling with the scenario he had envisioned, yet unprepared for the reactions it demanded of him. Should he approach her and declare, "You are Xiang Ning, and I am Su Tingsheng. 8 years hence, you will fall in love with me, and we shall be together?" This was the sentiment he longed to express, yet it was also the first option to be discarded. Feigning admiration as a young suitor, should he strike up a conversation? Yet, the age difference was stark. She was too young, and he too old. Surely, she would report him to a teacher. While a 27-year-old man flirting with a 22-year-old girl might not raise eyebrows, the chasm between 19 and 14 years was dauntingly vast. The most prudent choice seemed to be to simply gaze at her from afar and depart quietly. Tingsheng fought to suppress his impulses. Your presence is sufficient. Everything else is inconsequential and can unfold in due time. He clenched his fists, his palms slick with perspiration. Two young girls turned a corner, skipping playfully towards the small shop. They approached Tingsheng's side. "Boss, I'd like a bottle of orange juice," one said. The voice of the girl, in the throes of voice change, sounded markedly different from what it would later become, raspy yet melodious to Tingsheng's ears, akin to celestial music. The little braids atop Xiang Ning's head bobbed as she rummaged through her backpack for money, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing delicate, rosy arms. Tingsheng held his breath, but having just cried, he found himself unable to suppress the sobs that shook his frame. When Xiang Ning glanced up, puzzled by the sight of the strange young man weeping in the shop, her eyes sparkled with the same clarity he had often admired in their countless shared glances, revealing the beauty of the world within them. Tingsheng felt a tightening in his chest, yearning to smile, to charm her with his laughter, yet found himself incapable. Xiang Ning cast a fleeting look his way, her brow furrowed as she bit her lip, striving to twist open the bottle of juice. "I can't get it open." She pouted. "I'll help you," Tingsheng blurted out, instinctively restraining himself as memories of countless times he had assisted her flooded back. "Allow me," said a girl with long hair, taking the bottle and effortlessly twisting the cap off with a satisfying click. Xiang Ning tilted her head back, gulping down the juice, her slender neck and delicate, charming ears quivering slightly as she drank. Tingsheng recalled telling her once, "Every time I see you drink, it's as if you're on the brink of dying of thirst." In a mere 10 seconds, she downed half the bottle in a single breath, and Tingsheng dared not look for long. The two girls, hand in hand, departed. Tingsheng hesitated to follow, watching their retreating figures until they faded into the distance. Lost to his sight. "Dear, I shall prepare everything and then wait for you to grow up." Chapter 3. A reunion in youth. Tingsheng advanced his first encounter with Xiang Ning by 8 years. Nothing had transpired, yet this was the most natural and reasonable state. Indeed, the best state. "You cast a glance my way, remaining silent, for I was but a stranger. You were surely unaware of the tears that flowed inexplicably from this person who traversed life and death for you. Once, you beheld him for the last time, and he had already departed from this world. Now, as you glance upon him once more, he returns to life. Revived, he gazes at you again. A glance that encompasses a lifetime." She looked at him. A previous life. This life. Because of that glance, Tingsheng was truly reborn. He spent an entire night without sleep. Perhaps it is best not to intervene too early in her life. She will grow into the Xiang Ning I cherish, in her own time. Yet, it seems that high school romances commence around the 2nd year. What to do? In this regard, all men are rather petty. If in the past Tingsheng could not alter their fate, how about this time? To witness her in a relationship with Wang Lihong for 2 years? This is intolerable. In this life, Tingsheng's destiny is almost certainly destined to change. What of the bond between Xiang Ning and me? Will she still fall in love with me as expected? After all, even if she remains unchanged, I am no longer the same. To what extent should I partake in her growth? In a previous life, due to their age difference, Xiang Ning had once jested, "When I was still braiding my hair into pigtails and jumping rope, you must have already been in a relationship, right? When I was bullied and sobbing in a corner, you were nowhere to protect me. When I ran away from home in a fit of anger, why didn't you tell me where you were? When I fell ill, clutching my stomach in pain, you were surely out with another girl, watching movies. When I hesitated over whether to embark on a romance, why didn't you jump in to stop me, declaring yourself my boyfriend? When I was anxious about the entrance exams, why didn't you appear to help me study?" Tingsheng, teacher Su, always concerned about other little girls. Humph. Most couples in love have pasts in which they were not involved with each other. In her moments of deepest sorrow, perhaps you were thriving, and in her times of helplessness, you were absent. Yet now, her sorrow is your sorrow. Her joy is your happiness, shared in both grief and delight. And this time, I have the opportunity to partake in all of this, yet I am uncertain whether I should. The day after meeting Xiang Ning, Tingsheng traversed every place within Yanzhou that she had once shown him. Some restaurants where they had dined were yet to open. Parks they had strolled through had yet to be constructed, and the sycamore trees, with leaves scattered across the streets, had only recently been planted. The person he once held hands with was still in detention for her hair styled in pigtails. Su Tingsheng visited the old-fashioned noodle shop that Xiang Ning had taken him to during their passionate affair, seated in the same spot, ordering the same dish. Had events unfolded along their original trajectory, 8 years hence, Xiang Ning would have brought him to this seafood-flavored noodle shop, enthusiastically extolling the variety and exquisite taste of the seafood noodles. So, when that time comes, should I say, "Oh, I've had this before"? On the third day, Su Tingsheng embarked on his journey back home. After 5 hours, he returned to Jinan City, hurriedly having lunch before transferring to another bus, which took an additional 3 hours, finally bringing him to his hometown of Libei County. As he arrived quite late, he utilized a public telephone booth to inform his family of his safe return, and then proceeded directly to the school, stepping into the classroom just as the evening study bell rang. The last time he had left was on a weekend, when he had slipped a note under the teacher's office door to request leave. Thus, this marked his first return to the classroom he once knew. Su Tingsheng found himself momentarily disoriented. The youthful faces in the classroom, some of whom he had not seen since graduation, evoked a sense of nostalgia. The reunion with his peers rekindled memories of their shared youth. Regardless of past grievances or amicable relationships, during his previous life's turbulent times following his father's unexpected passing, these classmates had offered him warmth and kindness. Now, seeing them again, Su Tingsheng felt a profound sense of gratitude. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng led the applause, teasingly exclaiming, "In such a vast world, I wish to explore the true heroes just set forth." These two were his closest friends from high school, their friendship unwavering until the end. The laughter that ensued from their classmates was pure and innocent. Su Tingsheng then recalled that in his haste to visit Xiang Ning, he had left without a proper excuse, hastily writing in the leave request the widely known phrase, "The world is so vast, I wish to see it." His departure had lasted a week, and during that time, the phrase had spread throughout the school, becoming a topic of much discussion. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Xuan, appeared at the classroom door, beckoning Su Tingsheng to his office. Even in his previous life, Su Tingsheng had been called to the office only a handful of times, being the type of student who blended in, easily overlooked. However, being summoned by old Zhou this time filled him not with trepidation, but with excitement. Old Zhou was a calm and composed individual. The last time Su Tingsheng had seen him was at Huang Yaming's wedding, where he was nearing retirement, his hair gray and his steps slow. Now, however, he stood before Su Tingsheng as a handsome middle-aged man with a dignified posture. Zhou Xuan possessed a robust physique reminiscent of Lu Zhishan, yet his demeanor was remarkably gentle. Su Tingsheng's most vivid memory of him was during the evening study sessions in their final year, where old Zhou would quietly refill each student's cup with water from his electric kettle, clad in his cloth shoes with layered soles. Often, students would suddenly look up, only to find their cups filled unbeknownst to them. In an era devoid of water dispensers in that classroom, old Zhou's water was akin to the nurturing spring rain. Su Tingsheng had wished to witness old Zhou in a moment of anger, as he had never seen him lose his temper in his previous life. Alas, that wish remained unfulfilled. Firstly, the phrase "the world is so vast, I wish to see it" is quite profound. As your homeroom teacher and language instructor, I find great solace in it, old Zhou remarked. Furthermore, I shall first fetch some water for my classmates. You may ponder how to provide me with an explanation. After all, I have taken the brunt of the repercussions at school, claiming that I consented to your departure. I refrained from contacting your family. So it is up to you to handle the situation, all in the name of camaraderie. Old Zhou returned after approximately a quarter of an hour, carrying an empty water bottle and looking at Su Tingsheng with a beaming smile. For the next monthly exam, I shall ensure you rank within the top 20. Su Tingsheng replied with a gentle smile, his voice soft yet managing to draw the attention of the entire office. His tone was peculiar, evoking a sense of uncertainty. At first glance, it seemed like an offhand jest, yet upon reflection, one might sense that he genuinely harbored such aspirations, his nonchalance stemming from a firm belief, rendering emphasis unnecessary. The figure of 20 was striking, possibly the loftiest boast heard by the assembled educators. At this juncture, Su Tingsheng's standing in the ordinary class of his senior year hovered around the 20th to 30th position, while in the entire cohort, which comprised 4 liberal arts classes, including a key class, his rank was undoubtedly beyond the 140th mark. In a previous life, old Zhou Xuan, often regaled his later students with a legend. That of a student who, in the final month leading up to the college entrance examination, ascended from the 140th position to 37th. That student was Su Tingsheng. Now, the legend returns, seemingly with even greater promise. Su Tingsheng had ranked second in the county during his transition to junior high. However, a rebellious phase coupled with a fervent passion for football led to a decline in his academic performance. He possessed an excellent memory in his past life. Following his father's demise, he became resolute and diligent, elevating his scores in the 3 subjects of liberal arts to a commendable level in less than a month. Subsequently, his results in both mock exams and the actual college entrance examination ranked among the best in the city. As for Chinese, it had always been his forte. He had been publishing articles in periodicals such as the Jinghai Youth Daily since his freshman year and maintained a consistent reading habit. In his previous life, his mathematics skills were average, with English being his sole limitation. Presently, Su Tingsheng faces no issues with Chinese, requiring merely a review of memorization-based exam questions. Regarding the 3 liberal arts subjects, he had served as a high school history teacher for 4 years and earned his living in college by tutoring, employing a comprehensive teaching model for the 3 subjects. Even after embarking on his teaching career, he continued to assist his students in political science and geography, indicating a solid foundation and talent in these areas. His prior constraints with English were alleviated when, in his sophomore year, he began dating a girl from the English department. He was compelled to accompany her to English corners and practice speaking, leading him to pass the CET 4 in his sophomore year and the CET 6 in his junior year. Later, while working in the import building materials sector, his spoken English received further enhancement. Now, he need only consolidate his understanding of grammar and basic vocabulary, and his proficiency in English should surpass that of nearly all his peers. In these subjects, Su Tingsheng possesses ample confidence to recover within a month. The sole impediment remains mathematics, which he currently estimates at a middle school level. Remediation in this area appears implausible, due to his perceived inadequacies in mathematics. He set the ambitious goal of ranking within the top 20 of his class. The academic standards at Libai Middle School are not particularly high, with only a handful of students gaining admission to prestigious institutions each year. Thus, despite his struggles in mathematics, Su Tingsheng remained confident in his ability to secure a place among the top 20. If it were the college entrance examination, Su would certainly express even grander aspirations. Although many years have passed, the Gaokao remains one of life's pivotal events, and Su still recalls numerous questions from that examination. Old Zhou raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, 50 will suffice, 50, and I shall brew you some tea. Su Tingsheng returned a knowing smile to Old Zhou, fully aware that he was being discreetly rescued from an awkward situation in front of the other homeroom teachers. Upon returning from the office, Su immersed himself in an intense study session, poring over his textbooks for 3 consecutive periods. He diligently recorded notes in a blank notebook, covering topics such as Chinese essay writing, classical Chinese fill-in-the-blanks, English compositions, a reading comprehension piece on Maradona, a major political question, a comprehensive question across 3 subjects, a geography question, and several multiple-choice queries. Additionally, he revisited the entire history paper, which he had analyzed countless times in his previous life as a high school history teacher. This preparation was more than sufficient to secure his success in the Gaokao. As for mathematics, however, Su recalled nothing. In his previous life during the Gaokao, he had sat in front of a girl from his class, reputed to be the math princess, because she harbored a secret crush on the then legendary Su Tingsheng. He had not solved a single problem, opting instead to borrow her answers. Unfortunately, that year, she performed poorly, scoring only 84, while Su managed a 73, ultimately gaining admission to an ordinary second-tier university. In this new life, buoyed by his strengths in other subjects, Su believed that a score of 73 would be entirely sufficient, and he resolved not to invest any further energy into mathematics. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng watched Su Tingsheng, who appeared frenzied, and assumed that he had suffered some significant injustice in the office, so they refrained from interrupting him. During a break, they approached, patting him on the shoulder and offering him a sympathetic glance. What's the matter? Focus on studying. The Gaokao is just around the corner. You've been reading and taking exams for over a decade. If you don't achieve something substantial, how can you hold your head high? Su Tingsheng remarked, echoing a phrase he often used to admonish his students after becoming a teacher. The two stared in astonishment at the usually lackadaisical Su Tingsheng, now seemingly transformed by his brief absence. Chapter 4. Old memories and bold claims. Su Tingsheng's home is in a rural suburb. And like most of the rural students at Libei Middle School, he is a boarder. Nostalgic whispers filled the dormitory as Su lay with his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling in the dark, listening to snippets of conversation about himself. For instance, Huang Yaming remarked, "That junior is now hanging out with a group of delinquents." Su pondered, "Who?" Huang Yaming jumped up, "Oh, come on, that is so heartless. On the very first day of our sophomore year, we ran into that freshman on the road. What was her name again? I've forgotten, but I'm asking if you remember her." His voice grew louder, prompting the dormitory supervisor, Old Yao, to knock on the door and yell that if they continued to make noise, he would burn the place down. Then came the sound of a lighter's flint wheel, a series of sharp clicks that sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the dormitory. Lao Yao resembled the malevolent deity from Kung Fu, though at that time the film had yet to be released, and the others were oblivious to this resemblance. He took pleasure in parading around with a large dental basin filled to the brim with high-proof liquor, inspecting the sleeping arrangements while sipping from it. As the liquor diminished, his voice grew louder. When intoxicated, Lao Yao would patrol the premises all night, speaking freely and engaging in reckless behavior. The school administration contemplated dismissing him, but he hung a noose outside the principal's office, thereby securing his position. Su Tingsheng recalled the night he and Huang Yaming graduated from high school, when they tossed a string of firecrackers into his duty room. As silence enveloped the area, Huang Yaming, regaining his vivacity, tossed Su Tingsheng a cigarette from across the room, saying, "Li Kun, I bought 2 of those at the small shop today. Remember? Do you want one?" Su Tingsheng recalled that the school shop indeed sold loose cigarettes, supposedly run by a relative of the principal, while the teachers were rigorously enforcing smoking bans, oblivious to the blatant sales occurring nearby. In his previous life, Su Tingsheng's addiction had escalated to a pack a day, but upon his rebirth, he seemed to have shed the craving for nicotine. Having not thought of smoking for several days, he took the lighter and lit his first cigarette since his rebirth. When Huang Yaming tossed the lighter to him, he asked, "Isn't this yours?" Su Tingsheng replied, "I can't find mine." In truth, he genuinely could not locate it. "Could you find the lighter you hid over a decade ago?" At that moment, a rumor circulated that smoking adversely affects male potency, causing considerable alarm among the boys. Su Tingsheng privately discussed it with Huang Yaming, who nonchalantly declared, "No worries, I'm just too strong." Time would prove him right. Su Tingsheng had witnessed his friend marry and have children in his past life, fulfilling his destiny as a husband and father. Observing a man at 30, embodying familial responsibilities, and then recalling his carefree 19-year-old self was indeed a marvel. Huang Yaming pressed, "Have you remembered yet?" Su Tingsheng began to reflect on the girl from his past, and the memories resurfaced. In middle school, he had nearly embarked on a romance with a girl who was a pure and innocent rural child, capable of making the most mundane school uniform appear beautiful, a testament to her striking appearance. She was 1 grade below him, and they had agreed to officially start dating in high school, believing that their middle school selves were too young and that they would mature by then. Su Tingsheng entered high school a year earlier, and initially, they exchanged letters. But he soon became infatuated with a tomboyish girl and ceased to respond. The girl wrote several letters, but when she received no reply, she stopped writing altogether. Eventually, she also attended Libei High School, and on the first day of school, she stopped Su Tingsheng on the road, tears in her eyes, biting her lip as she asked, "Su Tingsheng, do you remember me?" At that moment, his current crush, the short-haired girl Yao Jing, was by his side, prompting him to say, "I'm sorry, I don't remember." Su Tingsheng pondered her current situation and said to Huang Yaming, "No need to worry. She ranked first in her middle school class, beating the second by 60 points. And she will surely attend Jianhai University." In a previous life, Su Tingsheng encountered her once more, many years later, in an unexpected meeting at the wedding of a distant cousin. She had just graduated from Jianhai University with a master's degree, and she was the bride at that wedding. Jianhai University ranks among the top 5 in the nation. The couple getting married were both affluent and attractive, possessing talents and beauty in abundance. Everything seemed perfect, indeed. There was no cause for concern. Su Tingsheng also recalled her name. She was Wu Yuewei. Huang Yaming remarked, "Damn, you are truly cold-blooded. It seems you are utterly devoted to Yao Jing. I reckon things are similar on her side. Have you decided to wait until after the college entrance examination to start anew, or will you begin now?" Thus, Su Tingsheng remembered Yao Jing, a tomboyish girl who had attracted many boys during a peculiar phase in their lives. In a past life, Su Tingsheng had been with Yao Jing for a month after the college entrance examination, only to realize that they were fundamentally incompatible, leading to a peaceful breakup. The present Su Tingsheng, now 31 years old, found himself no longer drawn to that type. He expressed, "She's essentially one of us, I mean, a complete tomboy. Lacking in femininity. I have no interest." Huang Yaming seemed momentarily stunned, as if caught off guard, then replied, "Are you serious? Isn't it rather cruel to leave her in such uncertainty? Never mind. I've just noticed how strange you've become after stepping out." Su Tingsheng felt a chill run down his spine and silently admonished himself to exercise caution in his words and actions, fearing the butterfly effect, though uncertain of its existence. The notion was indeed terrifying. Human nature, he believed, was even more daunting. While Su Tingsheng did not suspect Huang Yaming or Fu Cheng would wish him harm. Much like he was certain his parents and sister would never harm him, he held firm to the belief, if you truly love your family and friends, refrain from entrusting them with perilous matters. It was akin to possessing a firearm for the protection of loved ones, yet there was no necessity to brandish it before them, let alone surrender it to them. The consequences could be detrimental, harming both parties. Su Tingsheng possessed more than just a mere firearm. What he held was far more fearsome than an atomic bomb. After morning study, Huang Yaming left with his girlfriend, Tingsheng. They were newly together, filled with affection. Su Tingsheng was well aware that their relationship would not endure. After Tingsheng went north for university, she would soon end things with Huang Yaming, who would remain haunted by the past and wallow in despair for a considerable time. Even many years later, in moments of inebriation, Huang Yaming would call out Tingsheng's name, lamenting, "Tingsheng, you are my greatest love. Oh, how I miss you." However, Su Tingsheng had no intention of disrupting or advising them. Even if events unfolded as they did in the previous life, so what? Wasn't it merely the essence of youthful love, heartbreak, and subsequent despondency? Such experiences were beautiful. Years later, when one's heart becomes numb and no longer quickens, one would realize that even pain carries a certain nostalgia. Fu Cheng was a student from a neighboring school and had arrived only after eating. Thus, Su Tingsheng ventured to the dining hall alone. The new campus of Libei High School was still under construction. The path from the teaching building to the cafeteria had not yet been paved, covered instead with sand and gravel, making a rustling sound as he walked upon it. As he proceeded, an increasing number of gazes began to focus on him. The homeroom teacher of Class 7 had spoken of him during the morning study session. What was said? He boldly proclaimed in the teacher's office that he would rank among the top 20 in the upcoming monthly exam. Consequently, today during the morning reading session, the head teacher of Class 7 entered the classroom and remarked that some individuals were not taking our elite class seriously and urged everyone to demonstrate their capabilities, lest they be underestimated. How impressive! Who is he, anyway? From Class 10, Su Tingsheng, typically ranking around the 20s or 30s, yet suddenly boasting such grand aspirations. He is a student of the humanities, someone I do not recognize. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. So it is him. What an amusing character. Su Tingsheng could hardly anticipate that his first bold declaration in this new life would be so casual. In truth, he was moved by old Zhou, a sentiment that had accumulated over many years, only to be fully understood once he became a teacher. In his previous life, when Su Tingsheng served as a homeroom teacher, he often spoke of old Zhou's layered cloth shoes and electric kettle to his students. He realized he could not reach that level of dedication. Old Zhou had stated that everything relied on loyalty. Thus, Su Tingsheng desired to offer old Zhou some solace and vindication. As for Zhang Shuyun, the head teacher of Class 7, Su Tingsheng recognized her as a formidable figure, one who often struggled to maintain amicable relationships with many teachers, though she was not inherently malicious. In his previous life, when Su Tingsheng's academic prowess suddenly emerged, she had once stood at the classroom door waiting for him, inviting him to Class 7 to share methods of studying the liberal arts. She was a person who, despite her strong intentions, did not harbor ill will, wholly devoted to her students. The reason she publicly shared Su Tingsheng's words in Class 7 during morning reading was likely to inspire her students to exert greater effort. Nevertheless, this action inadvertently thrust Su Tingsheng into the limelight. He assessed the situation and found that this new platform was neither daunting nor perilous. Since he had been pushed into the fray, there was no need to retreat. In the familiar yet somewhat alien cafeteria, Su Tingsheng ordered a bowl of rice noodles. employing his youthful charm to persuade the cafeteria lady to generously serve him a substantial portion of sauce before finding an empty seat. A familiar, or seemingly familiar. Though there were some he no longer remembered, classmate approached him, greeting, "Tingsheng, did you really say you aim to be in the top 20? Indeed," he replied. "Wow, you're quite foolish. It's better to keep such ambitions to yourself. What if you fail to achieve them? I shall succeed." As more inquiries arose, Tingsheng brought Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng into the conversation, claiming they also declared intentions to rank at least within the top 50. This truly was a predicament, as their current standings were even lower than his. Yao Jing approached, carrying 2 bowls of lean meat porridge, and sat down across from Tingsheng. Dressed in a red and black checkered shirt and fitted jeans, with her cuffs casually rolled up, revealing her fair ankles, and her short hair occasionally flicking aside her bangs. She exuded an air of confidence. Tingsheng gazed at the girl he had cherished for over 2 years in his past life, with whom he had shared a brief romantic interlude of merely 1 month. Yao Jing was undeniably striking, with a delicate appearance. Had she been more aligned with contemporary trends, she would undoubtedly be quite sought after. However, such trends had yet to gain popularity. In this life, they were destined to have no such intersection. Tingsheng observed Yao Jing with a peculiar feeling, awkwardly managing a smile. He had forgotten that, for the past 2 years, he had conveyed his feelings with utmost clarity. Yao Jing was already on the verge of nodding in agreement. Little did she know that he had suddenly changed his mind. "Have some porridge." Yao Jing pushed a bowl of lean meat porridge towards him. Though she possessed a boyish demeanor, her figure remained quite slender. This bowl of porridge was originally meant for Tingsheng. "I'm full," Tingsheng replied, shaking his head. "Then let us discard it," Yao Jing said decisively, tossing her hand before playfully patting Tingsheng on the shoulder and whispering, "I understand why you said that. You want to push yourself to excel, right?" "Huh," Tingsheng responded, bewildered. "The last time I mentioned your laziness being ingrained, it was said without malice. However, I hadn't anticipated that you would deliberately put yourself in a position with no retreat, compelling yourself to strive harder. I admire that." After this exchange, Tingsheng fell silent. Yao Jing, too, refrained from further conversation, lowering her head to sip her porridge, her cheeks tinged with a rare blush, revealing a shy demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. She occasionally glanced at Tingsheng, only to hastily avert her gaze. A sense of foreboding washed over Tingsheng. After finishing her porridge, Yao Jing stood up and, after a moment of hesitation, stamped her foot in playful reproach. "I promise you this. Once the college entrance examination is over, we will be together. The world is so vast, and I will accompany you to explore it." Tingsheng felt as if he might topple into his bowl. In his previous life, it had been during the graduation party after the exams, fueled by intoxication and desperation, that Yao Jing had finally agreed. Why was this happening prematurely? Shouldn't she have waited until after graduation to agree? "You said that by agreeing now, you could concentrate better on your studies and have more motivation," Yao Jing retorted, biting her lip and casting an indignant glance at Tingsheng before walking away. Her cheeks still flushed. Tingsheng felt a wave of disgust at his past self. What to do now? Chapter 5. Fighting for the girl. On his way back to the classroom after breakfast, Tingsheng was intercepted by Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, who guided him towards the bleachers, as there was still some time before the first class. "Did you really say we should make a statement?" "Top 50. Fu Cheng inquired. "Indeed, I did. If I placed 20, do you think it would be a disgrace for you to be in the 50? Tingsheng chuckled. Many people cherish friendships from high school, yet time and distance often dilute those bonds. However, the camaraderie among Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Cheng had endured for over a decade, with mutual support throughout. This time, Tingsheng was determined to involve both of them. In his previous life, Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng had repeated a year of high school, and their results had not been satisfactory. Tingsheng was resolute in preventing a recurrence of such a scenario. "It would be fine if you failed alone. Why drag us down with you?" The two jumped up, playfully pinning Tingsheng down. "Brothers, let us tackle this together." Tingsheng chuckled before adopting a serious demeanor and sincerely declared, "Let us put in the effort together starting today. I can assist you with the humanities. You can help me with mathematics, and let us tackle English together." "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. I believe if we don't give it our all, we will regret it later." The two fell silent for a moment. "All right then, let us give it a shot." After they finished speaking, the two continued to drag Tingsheng towards the stands below. "No, we agreed on this. So why are we going there?" Back to the classroom, Su Tingsheng protested, the three of them creating a commotion. Let's have a smoke first. Su Tingsheng never anticipated that he would encounter Wu Yuwei so soon. Huang Yaming had mentioned the night before that she was frequently associating with a group of delinquents. But Su Tingsheng dismissed it, knowing that Wu Yuwei had been doing well. Eventually, their paths would cross in the same campus. He was indifferent to it, expecting at most to receive a few melancholic glances. However, he never imagined it would happen so soon, nor did he foresee the circumstances under which they would meet. When a girl chooses to associate with a group of ruffians, unless she possesses a formidable strength, she must be prepared for certain realities, at the very least. She must learn to play along. This is the intent of those who lead her into such situations. Yet, it was evident that Wu Yuwei was not that kind of girl. She was neither strong nor aware of such dynamics. She had originally been an innocent and academically outstanding rural girl, surrounded by 7 or 8 boys who resembled delinquents, their hands constantly reaching for her while they uttered lewd remarks. One of them even pretended to pounce on her for an embrace. She was crying, terrified, and hysterically pleading. "What do you want? I will tell the teacher." Then she began to curse, bite, and push against the crowd in an attempt to escape. The boys chuckled, repeatedly shoving her back. They idolized characters like Chun Haonan and Shan Ji from the film Young and Dangerous, but in mingling with one another, they inadvertently adopted the villain's demeanor, insidious laughter, arrogant tones, and lewd gestures. Wu Yuwei fell to the ground, clutching her head and wailing in despair. Su Tingsheng was uncertain if this incident had occurred in his previous life. He had not witnessed it then, and thus had no reaction to it. But now, it unfolded right before his eyes, and even if the girl in distress were a complete stranger, he could not remain indifferent. In this era, many delinquents had become what they were after watching a few triad films and video halls, mimicking what they saw, believing themselves to be something they were not. In many respects, they were far more frightening than those who truly navigated the complexities of society, for they were unpredictable, lacked restraint, and acted without discernment. They were capable of violence. Now, the person in peril was Wu Yuwei, the innocent girl who had once promised Su Tingsheng they would start dating in high school. The girl who had bravely stopped him on the street to ask if he remembered her, the pitiful little girl, the one who, at their wedding, raised a glass of pure white liquor to toast him, only to spill it in one go. Su Tingsheng could not evade this situation by recalling how well she had fared later in life. At 31, his heart overflowed with compassion. At 31, he was filled with guilt. At 31, he was enraged. And at 31, he resolved to fight for this little girl. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng gazed at him with steadfast eyes. It is the gang led by Bao Ming. They may be armed with knives, so be cautious. If we eliminate 2 of them and make a run for it, we can lure them away, and the personnel from the political education office will arrive. Huang Yaming whispered. Su Tingsheng and Fu Cheng nodded gently. This was indeed the prudent course of action, far wiser than recklessly confronting them with bravado. The 3 approached cautiously. A small-time thug, resembling a minor leader, was the first to react. He turned, cocking his head to look at them, and boasted, "What are you staring at? Looking for trouble?" Su Tingsheng had already surpassed the stage of shouting out challenges before a fight. With a powerful thrust of his left leg and a firm push off the ground with his right, he surged forward at breakneck speed. He leapt slightly, not too high, and wrapped his hands around the thug's neck, pulling him toward himself, while simultaneously raising his knee to collide with the thug's throat, a move colloquially known as a knee strike. At that moment, Su Tingsheng had nearly reached his full height of 178 meters. Though his physique appeared somewhat lean and lacked explosive muscles, his long-standing experience in soccer endowed him with commendable endurance and explosive power, particularly in his back and legs. His speed brought with it considerable impact, and his knee was solid. With a thud, the small-time thug doubled over, clutching his abdomen as he crumpled to the ground. Su Tingsheng refrained from jumping too high to strike the thug's jaw, fearing it might lead to serious injury or interfere with his next move, especially with 7 more adversaries still present. As he landed, he propelled himself forward toward the nearest thug who had just turned around, delivering a straight punch to the thug's face. The thug stumbled backward, and Su Tingsheng stepped forward with his left foot, retracting his punching right hand to deliver an elbow strike to the thug's chest. The second thug fell, yet he managed to grasp Su Tingsheng's waist, causing them both to tumble to the ground. This was unfortunate. Su Tingsheng hastily rose, but another thug seized the opportunity to pounce on him. Bang! Bang! Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng arrived just in time, each delivering a kick that sent the thug flying, and they quickly pulled Su Tingsheng up to flee. Within mere seconds, they had taken down 3 adversaries, leaving the remaining thugs momentarily stunned. As they regained their composure, 2 of them drew knives and charged after Su Tingsheng and his companions, while the 3 on the ground struggled to get back on their feet. Just as their momentary daze faded, Su Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Cheng had already sprinted out from underneath the bleachers, positioning themselves between the teaching buildings and the playground. Screams erupted. Individuals on various floors of the 3 teaching buildings witnessed the scene, as did passers-by. Their route toward the political education office was obstructed, and the administration building was closer to the playground. The trio awaited the arrival of the political education personnel, hesitant to scatter. For those from the political education office were quite stout. If they ran too far, the thugs could easily catch up to them. The 3 ran in circles within the space between the teaching buildings and the playground. Outnumbered 3 to 8, they had gained no advantage from their earlier ambush. Several of the thugs, being athletes, possessed superior physical prowess. Thus, the trio resorted primarily to evasion. Su Tingsheng shouted, with so many witnesses, "If you don't want to end up in prison, put away the knives." The thugs hesitated for a moment before sheathing their blades. They abruptly halted, lowered their legs, and resumed their flight. Su Tingsheng continuously repeated a series of movements, for this was the sole method of retaliation available to him. In a brawl, unless one held absolute dominance, executing high kicks was tantamount to courting death. Su Tingsheng's strategy was to suddenly halt, pivot, and sweep the opponent's shins with a low kick. Then, regardless of whether the adversary fell or not, he would swiftly turn and flee. His leg strength was considerable, and most who were struck by his sweep found it quite unpleasant. Of course, Su Tingsheng himself endured his share of blows. Occasionally, when Huang Yaming or Fu Cheng were cornered, he had to maneuver around to rescue them, thus incurring several more hits, resulting in a punch that split his lip and caused it to bleed profusely. Chapter 6. Obey and walk with your head down. What are you doing? Everyone, cease this immediately. Stand up and lean against the wall. The officials from the political education office, the saviors, finally arrived. 1 director, 2 deputy directors, and 4 staff members, all with their rotund bellies on full display. Su Tingsheng inwardly cursed their tardiness. He wondered why the political education office needed to summon people to manage students. He halted to brush the dust off his clothes and approached Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, who were standing together obediently, awaiting their fate. Su Tingsheng glanced at them. Both offered him reassuring glances, suggesting they had not sustained significant injuries. Wu Weiwei was profoundly shaken. She had never anticipated that circumstances would unfold in such a manner. She had merely heeded her roommate's advice, wishing to test whether Su Tingsheng would care if she fell from grace, to ascertain if he had truly forgotten her, and whether he still held any concern for her. The innocent girl experienced her first fluttering heartbeat, having spent her entire transition from the 2nd to the 3rd year contemplating him, eagerly anticipating their promise. How could she possibly let go? How could she yield? She had not expected the so-called loyal friends introduced by her roommate to turn against her so suddenly. She felt utterly lost. Then, in her moment of greatest fear and despair, Su Tingsheng appeared, not amidst a rainbow, but as her savior, fierce and furious. 1, 2, 3. He felled 3 of them, while the remaining ruffians fled in disarray, leaving Wu Weiwei unharmed. For a while, Wu Weiwei stood in a daze before regaining her senses, overwhelmed with fear and regret. Loathing herself, yet a tinge of sweetness and joy blossomed within her, for he had come to her aid, charging in like an enraged lion. Her heart was a tumultuous mass, leaving her bewildered. As she emerged, she noticed that Su Tingsheng's lip was already bleeding. Just as she contemplated taking action, the officials from the political education office reappeared. A few thugs, clutching their faces, attempted to flee, but the officials intercepted them. "Bao Ming, I know you. Are you trying to run?" Zhang Shanfeng. Wu Weiwei positioned herself behind Su Tingsheng, her head lowered, unsure of how to speak. She tugged at the hem of his shirt. "What are you doing here? Quickly leave. Go around the playground from behind. No one will see you," Su Tingsheng whispered sharply. "It's not because of me." Wu Weiwei hesitated, meeting his gaze. "First, you are just a young girl. If word of this incident spreads, do you know how you will be discussed? Your life would be ruined. You must not speak of it, understand? Second, we may receive some disciplinary action, but the school will revoke it before graduation for the sake of their reputation and enrollment rates. Let us leave quickly." There's nothing to fear, so don't worry. From now on, you must behave yourself, study diligently, and ensure that the three of us do not suffer this beating in vain. Be obedient, keep your head down, and walk swiftly, Su Tingsheng instructed, adhering to the examination guidelines for liberal arts. Indeed, hurry along, Huang Yaming and Fu Qing urged. Return by circumventing the playground. Wipe away your tears and conceal your distress, Su Tingsheng added. Wu Yuwei felt an overwhelming urge to stay. She believed she should share the burden and reveal the truth, so that Su Tingsheng and his companions would not be penalized. In fact, they had acted heroically. She wished to express her gratitude to Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, or perhaps brush off the dust that clung to Su Tingsheng's clothes. However, his insistence on her compliance silenced her resistance. She had to obey him. Tears cascaded down Wu Yuewei's cheeks as she bit her lip. Casting a grateful glance at Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, before looking deeply at Su Tingsheng, her voice choked with emotion as she silently bowed her head and walked away. Su Tingsheng exchanged a glance with Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, a wave of relief washing over them, though an unsettling depth lingered in Huang Yaming's eyes. The group of bullies was also rounded up, standing together with Su Tingsheng and his friends, now infamous. They could not hide their faces, nor escape the consequences. What are you staring at? Return to your classrooms, commanded a member of the political education office, dispersing the onlookers. Su Tingsheng approached the gang and whispered to the leader. Bao Ming, if what transpired inside is disclosed, it will be classified as attempted rape, and you will all face imprisonment for a minimum of 10 years. Bao Ming froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and with a facade of bravado, he threatened, "Then I will kill your entire family before I go in." Su Tingsheng found this childish bravado amusing but maintained a composed demeanor, replying, "We will not speak of what happened inside. You must remain silent as well." Confusion flickered across Bao Ming's face, struggling to comprehend Su Tingsheng's motives, as he assumed they should be the ones fearing the revelation. Su Tingsheng continued, "Ensure your knives are well hidden to avoid discovery. Otherwise, the implications will be vastly different. I will take the blame for the fight, claiming it was merely a quarrel that I initiated, absolving you of any involvement. You must be facing disciplinary action, nearing expulsion, correct? Moreover, do not involve my two friends." Bao Ming was utterly bewildered, hesitantly asking, "What do you mean? Are you scared?" Su Tingsheng smiled wryly. "I have conditions. First, this matter ends here, and there shall be no further disturbances. Second, do not approach Wu Yuewei again. No words shall be exchanged." "Why should I comply?" Bao Ming retorted. "Because my friend is affluent. His phone, worth several thousand, can capture images, and those photos could easily land you in jail." Su Tingsheng signaled to Fu Cheng, who promptly brandished his remarkably stylish Nokia 7650, although it harbored no incriminating evidence against Bao Ming and his gang. Fu Cheng's father was the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, making him one of the wealthiest students in school, and Bao Ming dared not dismiss this threat. Bao Ming exchanged glances with a few of his associates. Apart from the initial blows they endured, they had not suffered much. Su Tingsheng and his companions had also taken their share of hits, and many witnesses observed the ensuing scuffle, so they did not lose face and might even enhance their reputation. After calming down, however, they felt a chill at the thought of Su Tingsheng's threat of a decade behind bars. Moreover, while Wu Yuewei was undeniably beautiful, she was not the type to engage in such antics. At most, she would accompany them to the cafeteria or the playground and return, maintaining a careful distance. Any advances made would yield little to no reward compared to her roommate, who was always ready for more. Reflecting on this, they found Su Tingsheng's proposal rather agreeable. Seeing his subordinates in agreement, Bao Ming nodded and addressed Su Tingsheng. "Are you serious? You mean what you say?" "Absolutely," Su Tingsheng replied. "Very well, we consent. You'd best not play tricks, or you won't know how you'll meet your end." "Deal." Su Tingsheng even shook Bao Ming's hand, a bloodied smile breaking across his face. While he felt no fear of these petty thugs, he was determined to protect Wu Yuewei's reputation. Her life here could not be ruined, and constant harassment would spell disaster for her studies. It was absurd for a man in his 30s to be embroiled with a gang of delinquents, and it was time for him and his friends to focus on their studies, leaving chaos behind. Thus, this was the outcome Su Tingsheng desired most. Bao Ming jerked his hand away as if electrified, staring at Su Tingsheng, who seemed to smirk. At least that is how he perceived it. Clutching his still painful abdomen, he cursed inwardly. "What a lunatic. What are you doing? The officials from the political education office drove away the onlookers, incensed to find the culprits whispering among themselves. Line up, one after another, to the political education office. Chapter 7. The initial experience on stage. Bao Ming and his crew were seasoned offenders. Tingsheng could not fathom how they managed it. The officials searched one person and found 2 knives concealed on him. When they searched another, the knives reappeared on the first. After searching for a long while, the officials still found nothing. As for the brawl, everyone spoke in unison, firmly denying Tingsheng's earlier account. During this time, Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng attempted to share the burden with Tingsheng, but were met with a fierce glare that deterred their efforts. Adding casualties would serve no purpose. After isolating and interrogating them, the old hands in the political education office exhausted all methods, yet everyone maintained the same story. Consequently, the incident was reduced to a simple altercation triggered by a verbal dispute, with Tingsheng being the first to strike, taking down 3 opponents before dragging his friends into the fray. By mid-morning, all but Tingsheng were released. Disciplinary action is inevitable. Bao Ming and his group are likely to be placed under observation for retention at school, with the worst-case scenario leading to expulsion. According to Tingsheng's experience as a homeroom teacher, the maximum penalty should be a warning, while the minimum would be a reprimand. You, Tingsheng? Several leaders from the political and educational office surrounded Tingsheng, the last one remaining. Observation for retention at school. What? Is Li Bei High School really cracking down? Tingsheng inwardly cursed. By his estimation, such altercations would typically warrant no more than a serious demerit. Just as he was about to inquire, the director of the political education office spoke first. You are not merely in trouble for this. Prepare to take the stage shortly. Tingsheng furrowed his brows in deep thought. Had he done something else? He couldn't recall. During the break after the second period on Monday, the flag-raising ceremony was conducted as usual, followed by an inspiring speech from a teacher or an outstanding student representative under the national flag. Finally, a leader would address the assembly, either providing a weekly summary or announcing certain matters. Occasionally, students who had committed serious infractions would also take the stage as cautionary examples, offering reflections on their misdeeds. Tingsheng had never stood on the platform of Li Bei High School in such contexts, neither as a positive nor negative representative. On the platform, the director of the political education office cleared his throat, grasping the microphone. Last week, the majority of students performed well. Aside from a few individuals who insisted on being the proverbial rotten apple, I will refrain from discussing the positives and instead introduce you to Tingsheng from Class 10 of the senior year. Tingsheng lowered his head as he stepped onto the platform, standing obediently. What commendable deeds have you accomplished, Tingsheng? Would you care to share with your classmates? The director teased. Tingsheng remained silent. Too embarrassed to speak? Allow me to elaborate. The first incident occurred last week when someone was drinking alcohol on the roof of the boys' dormitory in the middle of the night, singing drunkenly and nearly throwing a bottle into the girls' dormitory across the way. What behavior is this? It is lewd and disruptive. Who was responsible? It was none other than the individual standing before you. Tingsheng, do you have anything to say? The director's tone was dramatic, almost revealing the word disruption, prompting laughter from the audience. Tingsheng's face turned as sour as a bitter melon, now flushed with embarrassment. Did I really do that? How humiliating. Surely, I can't have been wronged. He found it hard to believe he had no recollection of such an event in his previous life. Regardless of whether he was innocent or guilty, he felt powerless to defend himself. If he truly was responsible, while it might not constitute lewdness or disruption, it was undeniably excessive. Tingsheng reflected, feeling a pang of shame. The director, noticing Tingsheng's expression of regret, chose not to dwell on the matter any further and continued. The second issue at hand is the school's strict leave policy, which students must adhere to, and teachers should not shield offenders. Our dear Tingsheng here thought that leaving a note in the teacher's office over the weekend sufficed for a leave of absence, and he has been absent for an entire week. Do you know what his reason for absence was? Come, Tingsheng, share it with everyone. Regarding this matter, a significant portion of those present had already heard about it, while others were inquiring with their classmates. As the microphone was brought to his lips, Tingsheng pursed his mouth in silence, reflecting on the absurdity of his situation at over 30 years of age. I expect you to speak. The director of political education insisted firmly. Reluctantly, Tingsheng mumbled, "The world is vast. I wish to see it." Louder, and with clarity, came the directive. He repeated, "The world is vast. I wish to see it." In truth, he intended to express, "The world is vast. I have returned to see it." After uttering those words, he longed to disappear into the ground, yet to his surprise, applause erupted from the audience, predominantly from female voices. He nearly forgot that this was a somewhat artistic era. What a splendid sentiment. The world is indeed vast. Upon graduation, one should strive for admission to a prestigious university before embarking on such adventures. How can one dream of exploring the world without diligent study? Go home, face the earth, and toil away in the fields, Sue classmate. 5 days of truancy noted. The director summarized regarding the first issue. The final matter arose that very morning. A brawl, a melee witnessed by many students, with Su Tingsheng being the initial instigator. How brave of you, Su. Charging towards 8 others alone. How many do you intend to fight? Do you think this is a school or a boxing ring? Once again, the microphone was thrust towards him. An inappropriate thought surfaced. Donnie Yen said, "I will fight 10. Naturally, he refrained from uttering such a line, as his embarrassment was overwhelming. Each additional second on stage felt like an eternity. Fearing further inquiry from the director, he instinctively began his self-critique. I was wrong. I have been reckless. Mistaking rebellion for individuality, naive and laughable. I have let down the school, my parents, my classmates, and have disappointed my teachers' expectations. I vow to amend my ways, to study diligently, and strive for commendable results in the next monthly examination, and for even better outcomes in the college entrance examination. To repay the school and all the teachers, especially Teacher Zhou." Having encountered numerous student self-critiques in his past life, Su Tingsheng was adept at crafting one. He intentionally mentioned Teacher Zhou, recalling the director's earlier remark about teachers not shielding students, which he felt was a pointed reference. Time passed, and Su Tingsheng's reflection was sincere. The director had little more to say, promptly announcing the verdict. The school would administer multiple penalties to Su Tingsheng, placing him under probation, while also disclosing the repercussions for other students involved in the altercation. Let this serve as a warning to others. Huang Yaming and Fu Qing each received a warning as well. Finally, the gathering dispersed. Su Tingsheng, head bowed, returned to the classroom amidst countless gazes and murmurs, his face a mask of distress. As he passed the teacher's office, Teacher Zhou patted his shoulder, saying, "Focus on your studies. I will handle the disciplinary matter." Su Tingsheng felt compelled to apologize to those few lively individuals he had once unceremoniously tossed onto the podium. It was utterly embarrassing, truly humiliating, especially regarding the first incident, which he had executed so poorly. Su Tingsheng rested his head on his desk, too ashamed to lift it. In matters such as these, his psychological age of 31 offered no solace, only deepening his sense of mortification. The reactions of others differed somewhat from Su Tingsheng's own expectations. After the third period, a few boys even approached him and patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "Tingsheng, you're so cool." The term cool had long been extinguished in Su Tingsheng's mind. In his view, being cool was pretentious, an endeavor for fools. He believed that maintaining a low profile was the true path to sophistication. However, times had changed, and to be called cool in this era carried no malice. To outsiders, Su Tingsheng appeared exceptionally cool, particularly in the eyes of the girls. In this era, girls could be divided into 2 groups, one romantic and whimsical, drawn to boys who sang, played football, or fought. Singing, a timeless charm, was a surefire way to win affection. Whether Su Tingsheng could sing well was still unknown to the girls, but they certainly knew of his late-night rooftop revelries, where he sang with abandon. Rumor had it that he could also play the guitar, as the school had discovered him through a guitar left on the rooftop. "Oh, I want to hear him play the guitar and sing on the rooftop, just for me." These whispers were unbeknownst to Su Tingsheng. Had he known the school had identified him through a mere guitar, he would have vehemently protested, for he was certain he could not play the guitar, let alone sing while doing so. As for football, the 2002 FIFA World Cup in South Korea and Japan marked China's first entry into the tournament, igniting a wave of football enthusiasm around that time. Although the Chinese team failed to score in all 3 matches, football remained more popular than basketball on campus. Su Tingsheng was the core midfielder of the school football team, donning the number 10 jersey. Many girls had witnessed him play, and with their limited understanding of the sport, the number 10 was synonymous with greatness. Fighting emerged in the cultural consciousness during the peak of the Hong Kong triad films in mainland small-town cinemas, aided by the burgeoning internet. In the fantasies of girls, a man should ride the tides of the underworld, seeking vengeance with flair. He ought to embody the suave yet fierce persona of Chun Haonan, or emulate Andy Lau smashing a bridal shop window to adorn Wu Qianlian in the most exquisite wedding gown, while speeding away with blood streaming from his nose. Thus, the notion of a bad boy became charming to them. Boys could fight, but they had to be the good ones among the rogues, not crows or thugs. But the Chun Haonan archetype, a positive kind of rogue, was Su Tingsheng such a figure? Certainly. As the villainous image of Bao Ming and his gang had become deeply ingrained in people's minds, Su Tingsheng, as their foil, had to embody the positive. Even the typically well-behaved Tan Qingling remarked to Huang Yaming, "He fought well." The incident where Su Tingsheng was pinned down and beaten was conveniently overlooked. What had the director of political education said? He charged at 8 individuals alone. According to whispers, he had swiftly taken down 3 of them. There was a rumor that a girl had stood behind him, tugging at his shirt. Though her identity remained unclear, she was undoubtedly beautiful. This fight must have been for her, a romantic gesture of valor inspired by a fair maiden. How delightful, yet it should have been me as the lead character. There exists another group of diligent young women, who are earnest in their studies and are drawn to scholarly gentlemen. If one cannot excel in conventional ways, a touch of artistry will suffice. If not that, then the ability to compose a few words would certainly be admirable. Su Tingsheng had already published articles in the Jianhai Youth newspaper during his first year of high school. I still believe that the world is vast, and I yearn to explore it with a sense of romanticism. A spontaneous journey, perhaps? I wonder if he is in need of a travel companion. Oh, the stirrings of youthful affection. I have heard that he declared in the teacher's office his ambition to rank within the top 20 in the upcoming monthly examination. I genuinely hope he achieves this, for it would be splendid. Perhaps it was merely a boast to impress the teacher. As many have remarked on his shaky foundation in academics, eagerly awaiting to see him falter. Now that he is in the spotlight, it is inevitable that some may harbor skepticism. Yet, what does it matter if he does not meet their expectations? Progress is what truly counts. I place my bets on his success, envisioning the dismay it would bring to those who doubt him. Chapter 8. Memory is a seed during lunch. Su Tingsheng, alongside Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, walked back to the dormitory from the classroom. Along the way, a few audacious young ladies hid behind their classmates, calling out, "Su Tingsheng, remember to invite me next time you go to the rooftop for drinks and singing." Su Tingsheng, the world is so vast. I will accompany you to explore it. Su Tingsheng, keep up the good work. The charismatic Su Tingsheng found himself in distress. The events of the day weighed heavily upon him, and his charisma became a source of pain, particularly as he approached 2 individuals who were walking towards him. Wu Weiwei had been unable to concentrate on her lessons all morning. The teacher had called on her several times to answer questions, but only her deskmate's reminders brought her back to reality, and when she stood, she could only speak in a daze. In such instances, a diligent student is often met with concern from the teacher, who might say, "Are you feeling unwell? Please take a seat and rest." Wu Weiwei complied, but her thoughts remained scattered. She pondered the blood at his lips, recalled his public confession, and remembered his words, "The world is so vast. I want to see it." He need not have suffered in such a manner. He bore unjust accusations and grievances to shield her from harm. In recent times, a roommate who had grown close to Wu Weiwei began to distance herself, seemingly fearful of approaching her. Wu Weiwei surmised that this change was linked to Bao Ming and his associates, and thus, to Su Tingsheng. She could not fathom what Su Tingsheng had done. Yet she was certain he had acted to protect her, liberating her from the clutches of Bao Ming's group. Had it not been for Su Tingsheng's warning to keep her involvement concealed, she would have been unable to remain in the classroom. She longed to see him, to speak with him. During lunch, the girls around her were discussing him, and as Wu Weiwei listened, her deskmate suddenly turned to her and said, "That person. He is the senior you stopped on the road back in your first year, isn't he?" Wu Weiwei was momentarily taken aback and then embraced her deskmate, bursting with joy. Her deskmate looked utterly bewildered. With a radiant smile, Wu Weiwei exclaimed, "Thank you. I'm going to find him." Wu Weiwei realized that she could boldly seek him out, as many were already aware of her previous encounter with him and her admiration for the senior. The classmate shook her head and said, "Don't go. You'll be ridiculed for shamelessly pursuing him. Haven't you been laughed at enough in your first year?" Wu Weiwei raised her small fist defiantly, declaring, "I am determined to chase after him, no matter how shameless it seems." Her classmate, unable to persuade her further, resignedly took a seat. Since the beginning of their first year, they had been desk mates and the best of friends, yet she felt she still did not know Wu Weiwei well enough. To everyone, Wu Yuwei was the epitome of a good girl, innocent and quiet, often appearing somewhat timid. Yet, paradoxically, she possessed a brave, reckless, or perhaps foolish side. For instance, on the very first day of school, she boldly confronted a senior in front of a crowd. She accepted the dubious advice of a roommate to undertake a questionable experiment. And now, at this moment, Wu Yuwei had gone to the infirmary to buy a box of medicine and was now waiting by the roadside for Su Tingsheng. Su Tingsheng, along with Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, approached. Wu Yuwei stepped forward and quietly thanked Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng. They, rather disloyally, abandoned Su Tingsheng and walked away. I realize my mistake, and I promise I won't act that way again. I'll listen to you and study hard, Wu Yuwei said, her head bowed. Su Tingsheng smiled and replied, that's good. You must aim for at least Jianhai University in your future exams. Thus, Wu Yuwei's goal shifted from Tsinghua and Peking University to Jianhai University. She asked, does it still hurt? I bought some medicine. She raised her hand, intending to touch the scabbed corner of Su Tingsheng's mouth. He took a step back to evade her hand, accepted the medicine, and said, thank you. You should go eat now. I've already eaten, she replied. So soon? The class just ended. During music class, the teacher had not shown up last week and was absent again today, prompting her classmate to pull her away to skip out early, along with many other students. Oh, how wonderful it is not to queue. I'll go eat first, she said. I still like you. I have always liked you, Wu Yuwei suddenly declared. But I no longer like you. I was young and foolish back in middle school, Su Tingsheng said lightly. Wu Yuwei pondered for a moment and replied, you're lying. Su Tingsheng forced a smile and countered, no, I truly don't like you. You study well and are beautiful. If you keep working hard, many will surely like you in the future. Wu Yuwei considered this, then lifted her gaze to meet Su Tingsheng's eyes and asserted, it won't affect my studies. I promise. Su Tingsheng felt as though he were on the verge of a breakdown. At that moment, Yao Jing walked over and slapped a box of medicine into Su Tingsheng's arms, saying, Fu Cheng told me everything. Well done. She brushed past Wu Yuwei. Yao Jing, feeling somewhat unsettled that morning, especially after hearing rumors that Su Tingsheng had fought for a girl, found her usual carefree demeanor slightly frayed. Fortunately, Fu Cheng helped her untangle her thoughts. He did not stay at school and had not heard Su Tingsheng's words to Huang Yaming the previous night, meaning he was unaware that Su Tingsheng's affections had shifted from her to Wu Yuwei. Thus, he eagerly explained the situation to Su Tingsheng, albeit carefully, as he aimed to protect Wu Yuwei. Nevertheless, the astute Yao Jing still grasped the underlying message. To act with valor and willingly endure false accusations to protect a girl's reputation? In that instant, Su Tingsheng's image in Yao Jing's mind soared to great heights. She believed he was thoughtful and acted admirably. Hearing others discuss Su Tingsheng, Yao Jing felt an inclination to do something as his future girlfriend. Thus, after class, she first visited the infirmary to purchase a box of medicine, and upon seeing Su Tingsheng, she handed it to him. Given her personality, this gesture represented a clear expression of concern and tenderness. She noticed Wu Yuwei conversing with Su Tingsheng, but could not eavesdrop on their discussion. So she refrained from overthinking the situation, as was her nature. From Su Tingsheng's perspective, Yao Jing posed a greater dilemma compared to Wu Yuwei. For instance, he could directly tell Wu Yuwei that he did not harbor feelings for her, yet he could not do the same with Yao Jing. Considering he was the one who had previously entangled her emotions, and she had just expressed her feelings, would such words affect her performance in the impending college entrance examination? Especially with only 2 months remaining? The college entrance examination. Su Tingsheng suddenly felt a sense of relief. Some matters were best left to time for resolution. After the examination, he could simply walk away, resolving everything. There was ample time ahead. His thoughts drifted to Xiang Ning, conjuring 2 images of her, one as the spirited girl with her hair in a topknot, and the other as the gentle and sweet Xiang Ning he had loved. Waiting for her to grow up was indeed a torment. With 2 boxes of medicine in hand, Su Tingsheng found Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng in the cafeteria, where they had already prepared their meals and were looking at him with sly grins. Su Tingsheng pretended not to notice and focused on his meal. Bao Ming and his group entered and sat at a nearby table, casting unfriendly glances towards the trio while whispering amongst themselves. It seemed inevitable that they would confront them again, Huang Yaming remarked. Fu Cheng shook his head, suggesting they were likely making plans concerning his phone. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Yaming pondered whether to inform them that the photos had already been saved, hoping to dissuade them. Su Tingsheng lifted his head and quietly advised, "Let us not speak of it. Some matters are better left for them to contemplate themselves. They will come to their conclusions. When they look our way, we shall meet their gaze with composure and a smile." Bao Ming felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He glared fiercely at them. Yet the three lunatics across from him merely exchanged smiles. Turning away, he noticed they were happily eating and chatting. What was the meaning of this? Initially, he had intended to confront them and demand they delete the photos or even snatch Fu Cheng's phone. But their brazen demeanor now led him to believe they must have backed up the photos. Thus, was it worth continuing this conflict? The sensation of having one's vulnerabilities exposed was unpleasant, and cornering the opponent seemed unwise. Su Tingsheng smiled and nodded to Bao Ming, using lip movements to convey, "A true friend, am I not?" Bao Ming felt he was on the brink of madness, muttering to himself, "Insane, utterly insane." After lunch, the three of them wandered to the playground for a smoke, seated at the sun-drenched edge of the field, amidst the mottled shadows of trees. Su Tingsheng was genuinely inclined to inquire of Fu Cheng and Huang Yaming about a particular matter, how much they knew of the singing atop the dormitory roof, and whether they had participated. Logically, if such an event had indeed transpired, it would undoubtedly be a significant occurrence in Su Tingsheng's otherwise rather mundane student life, one he could not possibly forget. Yet now, as he rummaged through his memories, he found no trace of it, not even the slightest hint. Su Tingsheng felt wronged, suspecting that the school had mistaken him for someone else, but he could not voice this suspicion. If he had indeed been responsible for the incident, which had occurred not long ago, his inquiry would seem exceedingly peculiar, arousing doubt in Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng. A mere disciplinary action did not concern Su Tingsheng. What truly troubled him was the possibility that if he had indeed committed the act yet retained no memory of it, this might indicate a deviation in his recollection of his past life. Such a realization was genuinely terrifying, rendering the future unpredictable. Just as Su Tingsheng contemplated surrendering to uncertainty, Fu Cheng lit a cigarette and remarked, "Who was playing the guitar that night? The guitarist? Was that truly my doing?" Su Tingsheng paused, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "That would be me." "Nonsense," Fu Cheng retorted. "You only bought that guitar a few days ago. It's a miracle if you can even strum it. The few who played guitar in our senior year told me that the level of playing that night was quite advanced, certainly beyond your capability." In truth, Su Tingsheng did not know how to play the guitar, yet he was aware that Fu Cheng could, and quite proficiently at that. He had even participated in competitions during college. Hence, if he claimed it was not him, it was undoubtedly not. Su Tingsheng chuckled lightly. "So you see, I am indeed wronged." Huang Yaming interjected, "Don't put on an act with us. That night, I saw you sneak out with a guitar, and when I asked where you were going, you wouldn't say a word. I heard you singing. It was definitely your voice. Later, you returned around too. But you didn't bring the guitar back. Then who was the one playing the guitar? Can you introduce me to him?" Fu Cheng inquired. Su Tingsheng extinguished his cigarette, striving to maintain composure. "Hey, I want to tell you. I'm off to the classroom to enter study mode." "A girl? Why would a girl need to be kept secret?" Fu Cheng pursued, catching up from behind. Su Tingsheng remained silent. Was it truly me? There was another guitarist, he or she. Who were they? Why did I possess no related impression in my memory? A chill ran down Su Tingsheng's spine. His body trembled slightly, as if being drawn into a whirlpool deep beneath the sea, struggling to breathe amidst the engulfing darkness. The unknown could signify peril, and he had lost the sense of control he once held, replaced by a sense of panic and helplessness. From that afternoon onward, Su Tingsheng dedicated 2 days meticulously comparing everything he observed and heard with his memories. The appearances and personalities of classmates and teachers, significant events, surrounding trinkets, trending songs, everything was consistent, without deviation. Everything he was certain of in his memory aligned perfectly with what he witnessed. Except for that one incident, time has passed, so it should not pose a significant issue. Su Tingsheng reassured himself that human memory is inherently unreliable. It is often swayed by subjective will, drifting away from its true essence. If one were to liken a person's memory to the vastness of the ocean, not everything floats upon its surface. The treasures lying in the depths may remain concealed forever, or surface due to a particular catalyst. Sometimes, a mere phrase or a fleeting scene can evoke memories of events long forgotten. Conversely, there are matters that may never resurface, despite having once occurred and lingering in the recesses of the mind. For instance, when one struggles to recall a passage in class, a nudge from a classmate can trigger recollection. Such memories are not lost. They merely lie hidden, gathering dust in the depths or corners of the mind. Thus, it is said, to learn and to practice regularly. Su Tingsheng reminded himself that memories of past lives are similarly vast and intricate. While some fragments remain submerged in the depths, what truly matters is the portion that he can grasp. Chapter 9. The arrival of SARS. The discussions surrounding Su Tingsheng, whether benevolent or malicious, persisted. Yet as the protagonists, Su Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Cheng had entered a frenzied state of study within their makeshift learning group. They were oblivious to the world outside. Old Zhou observed this with satisfaction, tirelessly visiting the principal's office to advocate for the trio's reinstatement. Classmates noticed the urgency. If these seemingly carefree students were putting in the effort, they could not afford to fall behind. The entire atmosphere of Class 10 in their final year was invigorated, while Su Tingsheng paid little heed to the conditions of Class 7 or other classes. Su Tingsheng's own studies were quite straightforward. He briefly reviewed the differences between the old and new history textbooks, then set it aside. In geography, the amount of knowledge to be memorized was minimal compared to the other subjects, requiring little time. The subject that demanded the most attention among the three was political science, which Su Tingsheng diligently memorized, fortunate that his memory served him well. For English, he practiced a mock exam daily to sharpen his skills, swiftly translating his foundational knowledge into practical application. In Chinese, the syllabus outlined specific content for recitation, and a brief daily review sufficed, allowing him to contemplate his essays. Mathematics was a subject Su Tingsheng had initially intended to abandon entirely, but out of consideration for Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng's feelings, he had asked them to assist him with it, making it difficult for him to disregard the matter. Naturally, he did not plan to undertake a systematic study, which was simply impractical. His strategy involved focusing on a particular area, such as geometry, which the teacher had indicated would be pivotal in the exams. Su Tingsheng organized the foundational concepts of both plane and solid geometry by himself, subsequently assigning Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng to tackle plane and solid geometry, respectively. Most of Su Tingsheng's energy was devoted to Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng. Both were relatively proficient in mathematics, and in their efforts to tutor Su Tingsheng, they inevitably delved deeper into the subject. When a student approaches knowledge from a teacher's perspective, seeking patterns and techniques, they find themselves progressing as well. In the realm of integrated humanities, Su Tingsheng intricately wove the vital points of the college entrance examination among other significant knowledge, concealing one among 5 or one among 10, imparting this wisdom equally to Huang and Fu, compelling them to memorize it. Both students possessed a rather inadequate foundation in English after several attempts at collaborative exercises. Su discerned that this approach was proving ineffective, thus he ceased to insist. Instead, he mandated that they each commit a handful of words to memory daily, not in terms of spelling, but merely the ability to grasp their approximate meanings in Chinese. Furthermore, during casual conversations, Su would deliberately introduce certain topics, such as discussing Beckham and Batistuta, and casually mentioning Maradona, stating that he nearly clinched the World Cup in 1982 but truly secured it in 1986. A question derived from a reading comprehension passage concerning Maradona in the college entrance examination. Consequently, the external chatter surrounding the trio of Su Tingsheng, Huang, and Fu burgeoned with speculation. They were indeed exerting themselves, resorting to last-minute cramming. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng found themselves utterly exhausted. Their sentiment echoed, "Tingsheng, why do you seem so much like a teacher?" Deep within, Su Tingsheng silently mused, "I am indeed, not only that, but also the super ace of Jian'an Second High School." On Friday, the specter of SARS loomed. In truth, while Su Tingsheng, upon his rebirth, had not recalled this matter and had not focused on it, others had, through various channels, heard whispers of this term, SARS. Yet, residents of small counties often exhibit such indifference. For instance, when news broke regarding mad cow disease, the locals would dismiss it with the thought that American beef would never reach their markets. SARS was no different. When first heard of, it was in Guangdong, in Hong Kong, affecting one person, then 3. The people in the small county expressed sympathy, yet felt no connection to the incident. However, this time, it truly arrived. Jianhai Province reported 11 cases, with numbers steadily escalating. Jinan City confirmed 3 cases, with that figure on the rise, while Libei County had not yet reported any cases. The panicked return of countless locals who had been working or doing business elsewhere ignited a widespread sense of dread. What had once been merely a news story had now encroached upon their lives. The school instituted a policy requiring each class to measure students' temperatures daily and record the results. At the moment this announcement was made, a girl in the class was running a fever. After sitting in stunned silence for a moment, she began to weep, lamenting. "It's over, I might die." Her boyfriend swiftly enveloped her in an embrace, kissing her tenderly. "I will be with you." Much like Dong Tsunrui, who sacrificed himself to detonate a bunker, igniting the fervor of his comrades, this incident instilled courage in many. Huang Yaming brazenly inquired of Tan Qingling whether she had a fever, and Yao Jing involuntarily glanced at Su Tingsheng, her expression becoming markedly uneasy. Su sat in his seat, reflecting on the months of March and April in 2003, marveling at his own forgetfulness regarding SARS. In his memory of the period leading up to the examination, each day commenced with temperature checks, forms filled and reported, and anyone returning from other regions required to be quarantined, while those exhibiting fever symptoms faced isolation. Even during the examination days, should anyone's temperature be elevated, they would be assigned to a separate examination room, monitored by 2 proctors for that solitary individual. Su Tingsheng was aware that there had ultimately been no cases of SARS in Libei County. However, his thoughts drifted to another matter: Fucheng's college entrance examination. Fucheng's original seating arrangement had him positioned directly beside Su Tingsheng, yet due to a slight elevation in his temperature on the examination day, he was relegated to an isolated testing room. Alone in a room devoid of any reference, subjected to the scrutinizing gaze of 2 invigilators, and plagued by the fear of possibly contracting SARS, Fucheng's emotional state nearly collapsed, resulting in a dismal performance that fell short of the undergraduate admission threshold, necessitating a year of retaking the examination. In tandem, Su Tingsheng recalled Huang Yaming's unfortunate mishap during the exam. In the Chinese language section, he had answered the first question correctly, but faltered in the subsequent ones, misordering his responses and ultimately missing the cutoff for undergraduate admission by mere points, thus facing the same fate of retaking the year. In truth, during the final month leading up to the examination in their previous lives, both had, much like now, dedicated themselves fervently to their studies, experiencing significant improvements in their academic performance. Had it not been for such unforeseen circumstances, their outcomes would likely have been far more favorable, potentially altering the course of their destinies. In this lifetime, the time dedicated to their efforts had been advanced, and with the assistance of confidential information unbeknownst to them at present, their results were bound to reflect their hard work. Yet, would misfortune strike again? Regardless, it was prudent to devise a response strategy in advance. After contemplating for a moment, Su Tingsheng arrived at a resolution. Given his foresight, this was no formidable task. He redirected his attention back to SARS itself. The terms SARS, Banlangen, and white vinegar coalesced in his mind, igniting a moment of clarity. During the SARS outbreak of 2003, Su Tingsheng had witnessed the frenzied purchasing spree firsthand. The miraculous remedy, Banlangen, commenced its legendary status as pharmacies across the nation quickly found themselves unable to meet the soaring demand, with prices escalating 5 to 10-fold. In the black market, a box of Banlangen could be exchanged for a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. Even more lucratively, white vinegar, which typically sold for around 1 yuan per bottle, soared to prices between 50 and 100 yuan during the outbreak. Although such panic buying has since been met with criticism and ridicule whenever a significant epidemic arises, similar buying frenzies inevitably resurface. The populace either genuinely believed in the myth of Banlangen or sought mere psychological solace. Regardless, they could not remain indifferent. In truth, when faced with the terrifying specter of an epidemic, even psychological reassurance holds immense significance for individuals. Su Tingsheng pondered for a while, feeling a twinge of regret. This had been an opportune moment to seize his first fortune after rebirth, yet it was too late. In his previous life, he had perused several analytical reports post-event and gleaned a rough understanding of the backdrop to that buying frenzy. Around the time of the Spring Festival, purchasing surges had already begun in regions like Guangdong, and by late March, edging toward April, the supply channels for both Banlangen and white vinegar had been firmly monopolized by those with ulterior motives, who were constricting the supply and waiting for the epidemic to escalate. To say nothing of Su Tingsheng lacking capital, even if he possessed it, securing a sufficient supply would be an impossibility. Regrettably, at noon when school dismissed, Su Tingsheng managed to coax Huang Yaming and Fucheng out. The 3 of them climbed over the wall, and pulled together 3,000 yuan, primarily contributed by the official second-generation Fucheng. They raided a pharmacy and a grain and oil store in Libei County, purchasing several boxes of banlingen and white vinegar at slightly above market prices, which they concealed in the firewood room of Fucheng's ancestral home. They did not exhaust the 3,000 yuan, as many shopkeepers had already received word and were stockpiling goods, thus were unwilling to sell to Su Tingsheng and his companions. Stacks of large boxes filled more than half of the firewood room, and these provisions were mainly prepared by Su Tingsheng for himself, Huang Yaming, Fu Cheng, their families, relatives, and friends, to spare them from being exploited. Naturally, if there were any surplus, he would not mind making a little profit. Chapter 10. Called to the principal's office as the lunch break neared its end, the three of them climbed back in from the hillside beside the playground. They rushed into the classroom, and just as they sat down, the class monitor approached and said, "Su Tingsheng, your dad is at school, in the political education office. The director wants you to come over." Su Tingsheng nearly collapsed in shock. Had he been summoned to face his parents? In his previous life, he had served as a homeroom teacher for 4 years and had spoken to parents on more than 20 occasions. At this moment, the word retribution crossed his mind. When Su Tingsheng arrived at the entrance of the political education office, his father, Su Jianliang, was standing in front of the desk, facing the director, with a deputy director seated beside them. Su Jianliang was slightly bent over, his expression somewhat awkward. The director exaggeratedly recounted Su Tingsheng's transgressions, ultimately staring at his own palm, and with a hint of menace stated, "We are considering whether to expel Su Tingsheng." Although the decision had already been made, the director still presented it this way in front of Su Jianliang. Su Tingsheng was well aware of the underlying dynamics, knowing that the school often exaggerated matters to parents to better control the situation. After a moment of silence, Su Jianliang spoke in a low voice, tinged with a plea. "Sir, considering the upcoming college entrance examination, expelling him at this time would be such a pity for the child, and for us as parents." Su Jianliang was a man who valued his reputation, yet at this moment, he humbled himself for his child. Many parents are like this. They may refuse to bow down in public, but they are willing to compromise and plead for their children. Su Tingsheng suddenly felt a pang of heartache. However, pity was not the right term. The deputy director squinted and interjected, "I also teach the senior class, and I have seen Su Tingsheng's grades. At this rate, he might not even qualify for a junior college. Only you parents hold him in such high regard despite his current condition." Su Tingsheng knocked on the door, interrupting the deputy director. "Dad." He entered, standing beside his father and tugging at the hem of his father's clothing. Su Jianliang turned around and slapped Su Tingsheng across the face. Su Tingsheng was taken aback. He was not upset. Rather, he felt an overwhelming joy that brought him to the verge of tears. After his father's passing in his previous life, there were two things Su Tingsheng longed for most. One was to fall ill once more beside Su Jianliang. In his childhood, Su Tingsheng frequently suffered from abdominal pains. Each time, his father would sit by his bedside, enveloping Su's hand with his warm, rough, yet strong palm, gently pressing on his palms and between his fingers. This sensation was profoundly comforting, secure, and grounding. Countless times, in the stillness of the night, Su Tingsheng yearned for his father to once more grasp his hand. He also longed to receive another beating. In his youth, his father had a fiery temper, and Su endured his fair share of reprimands. However, in his past life, from the age of 16 onwards, his father had refrained from laying a hand on him. After his father's passing, as Su reflected on his rebellious and reckless days, he often wished for his father to chastise him once more. Now, one of his wishes had been fulfilled. With his head bowed, he felt an urge to both cry and laugh. His transgressions, drinking, skipping classes, and fighting, had indeed increased, especially as the college entrance examinations approached. It was understandable for his father to be angry. Su was aware of his father's strength, and this time he had not struck with full force. Yet, the wound at the corner of Su's mouth had not yet healed, and the slap had caused it to reopen, blood trickling down. His father glanced at the blood seeping from Su's mouth and then at his own palm, momentarily at a loss, his eyes filled with guilt and concern. The two directors exchanged glances, and one spoke up. "There's no need for you to discipline your child in front of us. Frankly, we have seen this all before. Regardless of his performance, we will still allow him to take the exam." However, given his current grades and attitude, Su's father interjected, "Even if he ends up in a vocational school, we will support him." The political education director scoffed slightly, That is your prerogative. We cannot guarantee that every child will enter a prestigious institution, can we? Since the parents are unwilling to hear the truth, we need not speak it. However, Tingsheng lifted his gaze, meeting the political education director's eyes with a calm and polite smile. Are you suggesting that I should aim for a prestigious school? If by some stroke of luck I do gain admission, I hope both of you can apologize to my father for your earlier remarks. Upon finishing, Su offered a shy smile. The director was momentarily taken aback and replied teasingly, "Very well, we shall wait and see." Naturally, from the school's perspective, as educators, we too hope for your success, the vice principal added. Su accompanied his father to the school gate. His father initially intended to take him to the hospital, but since Su's wound had stopped bleeding, he repeatedly declined, and his father did not insist further. With a sigh, his father awkwardly remarked, "Tingsheng, I had promised myself that after your 16th birthday, I would no longer lay a hand on you." Amidst tears and laughter, Su replied, "It is only right for a father to discipline his son, especially when I was in the wrong. Please do not take it to heart." His father gazed at him in astonishment. Based on his knowledge of his son's stubborn and rebellious nature, he expected at least half a month of sulking. "Dad, if you feel you were too harsh, let me give you a hug," Tingsheng said with a mischievous grin. Tingsheng awoke to find himself at home, having spent a full day and night in this newfound reality. The exhilaration he felt upon seeing his father again was indescribable. This man, a towering figure who had devoted everything to him, represented the greatest regret and pain of his previous life. Therefore, when this formidable presence reappeared before him, Tingsheng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the speeding Audi that had inadvertently granted him this second chance. He was elated, yearning to embrace his father, who had just returned from the fields, only to be gently pushed away. His father regarded his son with a mixture of confusion and amusement, remarking, "What are you acting crazy for?" It seemed that once again, his son was behaving oddly. Tingsheng's father chuckled lightly, adding, "Don't indulge in such nonsense with me. I'm just a farmer, not accustomed to this." Tingsheng, feeling slightly embarrassed, managed a sheepish smile. "Dad, I've grown up. I didn't understand things before, but I will from now on. I promise to work hard and get into a prestigious school to make you proud." His father nodded appreciatively. "I want to pry into where you've been. You're not a child anymore. Whatever you choose to do, you must consider it carefully. We don't demand much in terms of prestige. I just hope you won't let yourself down. I've always known you to be smart." After a brief conversation, his father inquired, "It's Friday today. Will you be coming home tonight?" Tingsheng replied affirmatively, "Yes." His father then asked, "Should I wait for you?" Tingsheng responded, "You still have 3 or 4 hours. Dad, you should head home first." "All right, we'll talk more when you return tonight," his father said, mounting his bicycle. Tingsheng watched his father's figure recede into the distance. His father, Su Jianliang, belonged to the pioneering group of entrepreneurs who emerged during the early years of China's reform and opening up. At the age of 18, he had ventured out with friends to establish a small brick factory. Although modest in size, at the height of its success, over half the villagers had worked there. Had the factory continued to thrive, it would have soon capitalized on a construction boom, leading his father down a vastly different path in life. However, due to an illness that befell him, the factory was left in the hands of a partner who was unwise and soon lost everything to gambling. Disheartened and without capital, Su Jianliang returned to farming, living a life of quiet despair until his untimely death. The factory was no more, and his father had been farming for over a decade. While the past was immutable, Tingsheng resolved to alter the course of his own destiny. Determined to prevent misfortune from striking again and to spare his father from further suffering, he aspired to see his father reclaim the ambitions and vigor of his youth, thus allowing himself to become a true scion of wealth. Chapter 11. Some things are irreversible. After school, Tingsheng trudged home on bus route 11. Initially, he thought he had misremembered what his bicycle looked like, spending considerable time searching the bike rack before recalling that he had gone to Yenzhou the previous weekend and had not ridden his bike to school at all. It was no wonder his father had asked if he wanted to return home together. Upon arriving home, he found that his mother had prepared dinner and was busy whipping eggs into rice wine, while his father sat at the dining table, sipping tea and engaging in conversation with a guest. The visitor was not a stranger, but rather Wang Fong, the child from the neighboring family. The name Wang Fong was bestowed by the only teacher at Daluo Village Primary School, Teacher Wu. In the local dialect, Fong signifies 10,000, a considerable sum in those days. Upholding the principle that boys were more valued than girls, his sister was named Wang Jiaqin. These names were well received by the villagers at the time, yet they were not the favorites of teacher Wu, who believed that while the meanings were auspicious, the cultural connotations were insufficient. His pride was reflected in the names he gave to a pair of brothers in the village. The elder was named Li Tsongjia, a name previously used by the last ruler of the southern Tang dynasty, while the younger was named Li Tsongliang. At that time, no one in the village understood the meaning of Tsongliang until a girl returned from working in a city in Guangdong and revealed it to Li Tsongliang, saying, "We are alike." Su Tingsheng felt grateful that his father had not sought teacher Wu for his own name, despite his own name appearing rather lackluster. "Mom, I'm back. Fong, are you here? Stay for dinner," he called out. "What about Xiao?" Su Tingsheng endeavored to appear casual as he greeted everyone one by one. "Your sister is doing her homework. Go call her," his mother said. Su Tingsheng knocked on his sister Su Qiui's door, but received no response. She must have fallen asleep while doing her homework, he thought, and upon opening the door, he discovered her indeed slumped over the desk, soundly asleep with a smile on her face, revealing 2 deep dimples. His sister was a remarkable individual, prone to excessive sleep and indulgence in food. Yet she maintained a splendid figure and excelled academically. Had it not been for the unfortunate turn of events in their family, she would likely have remained a perpetually carefree and cheerful little girl. The family's hardships forced her to mature early, learning to be sensible, frugal, and resilient. Sometimes, when one loves someone dearly, there is a longing for them not to be so understanding, provided one possesses the means to care for them. "Xiao, in this lifetime, I will do my utmost to ensure you never have to be overly sensible, and that you remain a charmingly clueless little girl," Su Tingsheng whispered. What did you say, brother?" His sister, groggily waking, yawned and inquired. "Oh, nothing. Mom asked me to call you for dinner. Hurry up, or you'll get scolded again," he replied, startled, and hurried out to join his father and Wang Jinfeng in conversation. Wang Jinfeng was of similar age to Su Tingsheng and had been his playmate in childhood. In simpler terms, he was the one with whom Su Tingsheng had shared numerous mischiefs. In Su Tingsheng's past memories, Wang Jinfeng had graduated from middle school but did not continue his studies, instead managing a pig farm for 2 years before abruptly selling it to enlist in the military. Unfortunately, by that stage, military service was no longer a promising path, and upon his discharge, Wang Jinfeng did not return home but sought employment as a security guard in the city. When they next met in Su Tingsheng's previous life, Wang Jinfeng had married and had a 2-year-old child. His return was motivated by a desire to escape debt. After marrying locally during his service, he returned home with his wife, whose entire family, including grandparents, parents, and a younger brother, depended solely on his modest salary for their livelihood. Wang Jinfeng found himself in a predicament, resorting to obtaining numerous credit cards to sustain his daily life, perpetuating a cycle of debt that ultimately spiraled out of control, accumulating over 400,000 yuan across more than 20 cards. Su Tingsheng, having recently graduated, lent him a meager sum of 2,000 yuan to alleviate his immediate crisis, after which he lost all contact with him. It was only by chance that he overheard from his mother that Wang had been cast out by his parents, leaving his whereabouts unknown. Reflecting on the passage of time, Su realized that Wang Jinfeng was likely on the verge of enlisting in the military. Wang had approached Su's father to discuss his intention to join the armed forces, seeking his counsel. As dinner approached, Su's mother set the table with wine glasses and dishes, prompting him to join them without further hesitation. Su's father poured drinks for himself and Wang, glancing at Su Tingsheng, reminding him to wait until after his examinations to indulge. Regarding Wang's military aspirations, Su's father, adhering to the values of his generation, wholeheartedly supported the decision, infusing the meal with a sense of farewell for Wang's impending journey. After clinking glasses with Su's father and sipping his drink, Wang hesitated before articulating, "Concerning the military, I inquired a few days ago, and the personnel informed me that the slots are limited. If I genuinely wish to enlist, I would need to present 20,000 yuan up front. I wanted to ask Uncle Su for your perspective on this matter." Su's father pondered momentarily, asking, "Is it a financial issue?" Wang quickly shook his head. No, it's not that. I have managed to save a bit over the past 2 years. And for the remaining amount, I plan to sell my pig farm, which should suffice." Thus unfolded Wang Jinfeng's plan to sell his pig farm in pursuit of military service. Su Tingsheng wondered why he had not been privy to this conversation in his previous life. Had he not returned home that week? Contemplating further, Su interjected. Why not continue with pig farming? Our teacher mentioned that enlisting in the military isn't considered a promising path anymore. If Fong didn't have the farm and wasn't burdened by that sum, I believe gaining some experience would be beneficial. However, under the current circumstances, it seems more prudent to persist with pig farming. Fong shook his head. On one hand, I still aspire to serve. It represents a viable path forward. On the other hand, the pig farm is no longer sustainable. Ever since the outbreak of SARS, pork prices have plummeted. Just last month, someone offered me 30,000 yuan. But now it has dropped to 16,000. Su Tingsheng rummaged through his memories, recalling how during the SARS crisis in 2003, pork prices indeed plummeted to unprecedented lows. Many farmers could not withstand the pressure and either sold at a loss or resorted to culling and burying their livestock, leading to a sharp decline in the population of pigs. However, this downturn was fleeting. Once the most severe months of SARS passed, the fear dissipated swiftly in remote counties like Libei, and pork prices began to surge back, nearly doubling pre-SARS levels. By the end of that year, the emergence of avian influenza caused chicken and duck meat to temporarily vanish from the public diet, inadvertently driving pork prices even higher. Reflecting on this, Su Tingsheng remarked, I've heard that the SARS outbreak may soon subside. If we consider that fewer people are raising pigs, doesn't it follow that once SARS is over, pork prices will inevitably rise? Fong and Su's father exchanged surprised glances, with Su's father curiously inquiring, Are you suggesting? Su Tingsheng pondered for a moment before expressing his thoughts. What I mean is that not only should we continue with the breeding, but it would be ideal to seize this opportunity of price reduction to acquire more at a lower cost, thereby expanding our farming scale. Once the epidemic subsides, we might just find ourselves in a fortunate position. Suba hesitated for a moment and turned to Fong, asking, Fong, what do you think of Tingsheng's suggestion? Fong scratched his head and chuckled. I'm not quite sure. I just see everyone selling, so I followed suit. Feeling a pang of urgency, Su Tingsheng quickly urged, Make sure to think it over when you get home. Don't rush into a decision. I believe the likelihood of my proposal is quite substantial. Fong nodded in agreement, but said nothing further. Suba also refrained from elaborating. After Fong left, Su's mother and sister, having finished their meals, went to watch television, leaving just the father and son at the dining table. After a moment of hesitation, Suba poured a small cup of rice wine for Su Tingsheng. Raising his glass to clink with his father's, Su Tingsheng inquired, Dad, what do you think Fong will decide? Suba smiled softly, saying, Fong is quite different from you. His mindset aligns more closely with ours. After having taken a risk once, it's challenging to muster the courage for another. Serving in the military is, after all, a more prudent path than what you propose. Su Tingsheng discerned the underlying message in his father's words. While he appeared to be referring to Fong, he was, in fact, reflecting on his own situation. Dad, I believe you are still quite young, in a sense, and have much potential yet to realize, Su Tingsheng remarked with a smile. Such grand potential. Suba's laughter was robust, a remnant of his spirited youth. In that moment, he said with a smile, All I wish for now is your and your sister's good health and dedication to your studies. This family will rely on you in the future. I have no further ambitions. As he spoke the latter part of his statement, the radiant smile on Suba's face was replaced by a look of helpless disappointment. Su Tingsheng observed this change and suddenly spoke with seriousness, But you are not truly content. I cannot believe that a man who dared to start a factory at 18 would resign himself to a life like this. Suba fell silent. Su Tingsheng continued, Dad, I too am not satisfied. I prefer the old you, the one who drank heartily and laughed boisterously. Mom often reminisces about how charming you were in your youth, inviting all the female workers from nearby factories to watch a movie, slyly handing the tickets to Mom. How romantic you were back then. What do you call it? I was just being strategic. If it weren't for wanting to pursue your mother and not wanting to be too direct, do you really think I would invite so many to the cinema? Suba playfully swatted Su Tingsheng on the head, though it was a gentle tap. All right, strategy aside. I've been contemplating this for the past 2 years. You cannot remain confined to the fields. Given one opportunity and some capital, you could start anew. Suba appeared somewhat swayed, pausing in thought before slowly stating, It's not that simple. Our family has a limited amount of money, which I intend to use for your and your sister's education. Even if there were enough for me to start a factory, I cannot take that risk. Su Tingsheng pressed on. Dad, Could you tell me how much money we currently have? Su Ba looked at his son with curiosity before admitting. Just a little over 30,000. What do you think that could accomplish? In 2003, the sum of 30,000 yuan was neither insignificant nor abundant. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tingsheng spoke. Father, do not confine your thoughts solely to the idea of starting a factory. 30,000 yuan may not suffice for that. Yet it can serve as capital for numerous other ventures. As for what exactly to pursue and how to proceed, let us discuss it further after my college entrance examinations. For now, I hope you can regain your confidence and the vigor you once had. Su's father pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. We shall wait until your graduation. Encouraged by his father's response, Su Tingsheng lifted his glass to toast, downing the drink in one go. This toast is a salute to you, Father, wishing you a triumphant return to the fray. Su's father laughed heartily, raising his glass in return and consuming it in a single gulp. Su Tingsheng was unaware of the profound impact this conversation had on his father, nor did he know if his father had truly resolved to make a comeback. His thoughts were simple. If his father still possessed that fighting spirit and chose to rise again, he would gladly offer suggestions, content to play the role of a behind-the-scenes supporter and affluent heir. The saying "no one knows a son better than his father" holds true, yet a son can also deeply understand his father. Su Tingsheng was aware of his father's capabilities, which were, at the very least, superior to his own in a past life, albeit lacking in ambition. But what if his father ultimately faltered? This thought had crossed Su Tingsheng's mind as well. In that case, he would strive to ensure his father could enjoy a peaceful and comfortable life in his later years. The following day, Su Tingsheng did not encounter Wang Jinfang. On the third day, Sunday, Su Tingsheng slept until noon, and when he finally arose, Wang Jinfang had arrived at his home. Su Tingsheng hastily got up, his attire disheveled. Wang Jinfang was there to bid farewell. Having decided to sell the pig farm and enlist in the military. Have you reconsidered? I assure you, the SARS outbreak will pass swiftly, Su Tingsheng implored, using the word assure in a moment of desperation. Wang Jinfang smiled gently. I have already received the proceeds from the sale of the pig farm and have utilized the funds. My decision to enlist is nearly finalized. Su Shu, Tingsheng, I must take my leave. We shall meet again after I complete my service. With that, Wang Jinfang departed, leaving Su Tingsheng waving in a state of confusion. He could not alter Wang Jinfang's choice to sell the farm for military service, nor was he certain if Wang's future would mirror that of his past life. Despite his fortunate rebirth and foreknowledge of the future, some individuals and events remained irrevocable. Chapter 12. Various matters pertaining to Banlon root the teachers of Class 10 in the third year gradually sensed a transformation within the class. Once notorious for their mischief and consistently ranking at the bottom in competitions, the atmosphere was quietly shifting. Under the dual pressure of SARS and the impending college entrance examinations, the students were diligently striving in silence. Like a leopard poised to pounce, its claws scraping the ground in search of leverage, they were silent, focused, with determined and unwavering gazes, brimming with thirst for success. The teachers began to take pleasure in discussing Class 10 in the office, rather than only expressing their exasperation to the homeroom teacher, Old Zhou, when pushed to their limits. The three musketeers of the group frequently emerged in conversations, akin to a tale of a wayward son returning home, as Su Tingsheng's past boasts inevitably led to his name being mentioned multiple times. There was an indescribable sentiment shared among the teachers. Su Tingsheng, regardless of the subject matter, remains disengaged in class. However, one cannot accuse him of lacking diligence. He immerses himself in books and exercises, adhering to his own rhythm and methods. Were it not for the final stages of his senior year, teachers would undoubtedly find such behavior intolerable. Yet, in the present circumstance, what can they do? Naturally, there are instances when teachers, unable to contain their frustration, spring a surprise question on him. He stands up politely, a shy smile adorning his face, and asks, "Teacher, could you kindly repeat that?" The teachers, recognizing his demeanor, reluctantly oblige. In mathematics, he might admit, "I'm afraid I don't grasp this section." In other subjects, he nods with a smile and elaborates comprehensively on the question, leaving the teachers, who had intended to provide additional analysis, at a loss for words. This represents a rather teacherly manner of expression, a professional habit inadvertently left by Su Tingsheng. Perhaps he will indeed make significant progress, though the teachers lament that such realization has come rather late. As for the jest regarding the top 20, most teachers choose to sidestep it, For what purpose is there in imposing undue pressure? On April 10, 2003, the National Administration of Traditional Chinese Medicine convened experts to formulate and issue the technical guidelines for the prevention and treatment of atypical pneumonia using traditional Chinese medicine, which included a preventive recipe featuring banlangen. The miraculous herb banlangen entered a state of frenzied demand, with all pharmacies in Libei County selling out within 3 hours. As early as 2 weeks prior, the price for a package, containing 20 sachets, had risen from its original 6 yuan to a staggering 60 yuan on this day, leading opportunistic merchants to lament their premature and undervalued sales. On the same day, the price of vinegar surged from 1 yuan per bottle to 50, continuing its ascent. Masks and vitamins also saw a surge in demand. That day, the entire Libei County, particularly Libei High School, was infused with the pungent aroma of vinegar. Huang Yaming, Fu Cheng, and Su Tingsheng received lavish praise from their families, soon joined by relatives and friends. That day, the trio entered Class 10 of their senior year with a large box of banlangen and vinegar, ascending to the status of deities, and shortly thereafter, they became the beloved and esteemed students known to the teachers. That afternoon, after the entire Libei County had run out of supplies, a small pharmacy, still under renovation, began to sell limited quantities of banlangen and vinegar. After reimbursing Fu Cheng for his initial investment, Su, Huang, and Fu each profited over 3,000 yuan. Concurrently, in Yinzhou city of Jianhai province, where cases of atypical pneumonia had already emerged, a student from Class 4 of the first year at Xinyan Middle School, Xiang Ning, received a large package without a sender. Inside was merely a note: a moderate amount is sufficient. Do not consume too much. If it's hot, sip slowly. Don't act as if you're dying of thirst. Also, refrain from wandering about. On the podium, Teacher Lu Shuili emphasized the precautions regarding atypical pneumonia and read aloud the traditional Chinese medicine prevention and treatment technical plan for atypical pneumonia. She insisted that each student must inform their parents to procure a packet of banlangen, regardless of the difficulty or cost, to bring to school for their child. Additionally, she requested that the parents of each dormitory student communicate among themselves to find a way to obtain a bottle of white vinegar. Student Xiang Ning raised her hand and said, "Teacher, I have plenty." Teacher Lu opened the box, momentarily lost in thought, and hesitated before suggesting, "Perhaps you could ask your parents to take some home. If possible, you might sell the remainder to teachers and classmates." In truth, Teacher Lu longed to request a few packets for herself. Her husband had queued for an entire morning and managed to acquire only 1 packet for their family of 8, which was hardly sufficient. However, her respect for the teacher-student relationship held her back from directly stating her need. She thought that Xiang Ning, being a child, might not understand, but hoped that her parents would grasp the hint when they arrived. After class, Teacher Lu returned to her office and discovered her own package, which contained several packets of banlangen and 2 bottles of white vinegar. On the same day, in Class 10 of the senior year at Libei High School, Tan Qingling unexpectedly kissed Huang Yaming on the cheek, for he had prepared supplies for both her and her in-laws. Fu Cheng stood at the podium and announced, "We have plenty in class. Anyone wanting to take some home, come kiss me." Male classmates rushed forward eagerly. Under the desk, Yao Jing discovered 5 packets of banlangen, 2 bottles of white vinegar, and a stack of masks, along with a note that read, "Actually, there shouldn't be much to worry about here, but psychological comfort is essential. Don't consume excessively, and take home what you don't use." Yao Jing felt compelled to express her gratitude, even though their relationship hardly warranted such formalities. However, he rarely spoke to her, and she was hesitant to always initiate conversation. Seizing the opportunity to thank him seemed a good idea. She startled herself with this thought, wondering when she had become so sentimental. Yet, she couldn't help but admit a twinge of regret. She could have simply agreed without adding the condition of being together after graduation. Turning her head to look for Su Tingsheng, she found him absent from the classroom. She dashed into the hallway and spotted him at the corner of the second-floor building, handing a bag of banlangen, white vinegar, and masks to a beautiful sophomore girl. Today at Libei High School, the scent of vinegar was pervasive. Wu Weiwei, disappointed at not being able to procure banlangen and white vinegar, had intended to buy some for Su Tingsheng. Staying at school should be safe, she reassured herself. At the entrance of the classroom, a classmate called out, "Wu Weiwei, someone is looking for you." Stepping outside, she was greeted by Su Tingsheng. Every Monday, she would eat lunch early and wait by the roadside for him, who would always take a moment to chat, and encourage her to study hard, though he had never sought her out first. Today, his initiative brought her joy. Su Tingsheng handed her the bag with a smile, saying, "Actually, there shouldn't be much to worry about here, but psychological comfort is quite important. Focus on your studies and don't fret too much. Also, remember that medicine can be harmful in excess. If you can't finish it, feel free to share with your classmates." He felt a bit awkward and flustered by the last remark. Wu Weiwei adored the expression and reaction he exhibited, believing she had discerned the affection concealed behind Su Tingsheng's deliberate facade. Wu Weiwei remarked, "Hee, I know." Su Tingsheng responded, "No? Know what?" With a mischievous smile. Wu Weiwei replied, "I know you didn't come to the second floor just to deliver this to me, and I know you no longer harbor feelings for me." Su Tingsheng simply said, "Oh." She continued, "But I still like you." At that moment, Yao Jing approached, her tone laced with surprise. "Su Tingsheng, what are you doing here? Class is about to start." Su Tingsheng followed Yao Jing away. Wu Weiwei stamped her foot, feeling inadequate, wondering how he could just walk away with someone else. Next time, I must be more formidable, she thought. As they neared the classroom, Yao Jing remarked to Su Tingsheng, "I heard that Junior likes you. Do you like her?" Su Tingsheng replied, "No." Yao Jing casually responded, I believe you." Su Tingsheng mused, "She truly resembles a close friend, a big sister." Chapter 13. Approaching problems as if performing surgery on April 11th, amidst the backdrop of the SARS epidemic and the pervasive atmosphere of jealousy throughout the campus. The march towards the college entrance examination persisted relentlessly. The monthly examination at Libei High School coincided with the first mock college entrance exam in Jianan City, compelling the monthly test to yield to the mock exam. The seating arrangement for the mock exam was determined by the results of the previous month's test, placing Su Tingsheng in the 6th examination room, while Huang Yaming and Fu Chang were assigned to a more distant location. A torrential downpour blanketed the day, casting a somber hue over the sky. The classroom lights flickered on, illuminating the masked faces of the students, each gripping their pens in quiet concentration, as if engaged in a surgical procedure. The first subject was Chinese. Prior to the exam, a boy seated behind Su Tingsheng asked, "Could you let me peek at the multiple-choice questions later?" Su Tingsheng could not recall his name, but vaguely remembered he was a classmate from the first year. "Oh, sure," he replied. In the afternoon, during the math exam, the boy made a similar request. Su Tingsheng cautioned, "Don't. If you copy, you're done for." The boy, annoyed, retorted, "You don't have to be so stingy, do you?" Su Tingsheng replied, "You'll see soon enough." Once the exam commenced, Su Tingsheng diligently worked through several geometry problems. He then took out an eraser and meticulously shaped it into a perfect cube, carving intricate designs on each of its 6 faces. "Let us do it again, just like the previous question," he thought, and began rolling dice. The boy behind him paused momentarily before decisively erasing the answers he had previously copied for the 2 geometry questions. After completing the multiple-choice section, Su Tingsheng submitted his paper. The following morning featured the comprehensive liberal arts exam. Su Tingsheng turned around and said, "This time, you can truly peek at my answers." The boy sighed, "Come on. Don't mess around." The last subject was English, and before the exam began, Su Tingsheng advised Huang Yaming and Fu Chang, "Trust your first instincts." "But I have no instincts," one replied. "Select the longest among 3 short ones, and the shortest among 3 long ones." After finishing, the 2 were exhilarated, revealing that for the first time, they felt they had comprehended the reading comprehension passages. Su Tingsheng desired precisely this outcome. Previously, he instructed the 2 individuals to recognize words without requiring them to spell, as time was of the essence. If they could identify certain words, they could generally infer the main content of the reading comprehension, allowing them to connect with the context or purely speculate. With a framework and clues at their disposal, they would inevitably gravitate closer to the correct answer. The remainder relied on fortune. In truth, this may well be one of the most extraordinary college entrance examinations in history. The SARS outbreak instilled fear and despair in many, and the examination was no exception. This cohort of candidates found themselves under the dual pressure of the epidemic and the impending examination, with many teetering on the brink of mental exhaustion. The mock examinations elucidated the proximity of the actual test, amplifying the pressure. During this mock period, rumors began to circulate in the school regarding suspected cases in Libei County. Su Tingsheng, in his past life, had also heard this gossip. He knew that 6 days later, the suspected SARS patient would leap from a window of the isolation room in a fit of desperation and fear. In his escape, He injured 2 young and courageous nurses. His flight triggered widespread panic throughout the city, transforming Libei County into a veritable ghost town, with shops shuttered and schools locked down. No one dared venture outside, nor approach any strangers. He was apprehended 3 days after his escape, only to be confirmed as suffering from ordinary influenza. He evaded SARS, yet did not escape the consequences of his actions. Tingsheng lacked the means to prevent this incident, nor did he harbor such intentions. Ultimately, the event did not yield any grave repercussions. The injured nurses received significant accolades, resolving their employment issues and shedding their temporary worker status. The armed police officers who apprehended the fugitive were also commended. As for the school and the class, starting from the days of the mock examination, some could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. A typically obedient female student argued with a teacher during evening study hours, and the teacher forgave her. She exclaimed that the college entrance examination was nonsense, and that the teachers were equally nonsensical, before collapsing into the teacher's embrace, weeping. A usually optimistic male classmate abruptly stood up during evening study and exited the classroom without regard for others. In the restroom, he buried his head in the sink, dousing himself with water for half an hour before returning to apologize to the teacher and classmates, and sitting down to resume studying. High school romances began to blossom in this twilight phase. Love indeed has the power to bestow courage or provide release. In this context, Song and I, a girl who shared a close bond with Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Cheng, embarked on her first love. Song and I was unremarkable in appearance, background, and academic performance. Yet she possessed a delightful personality, characterized by her innocent kindness and gentleness. The boy was from class 7, hailing from a humble background yet excelling academically. With a sunny disposition and handsome looks, Song and I had been in the same class as him in middle school and had harbored feelings for him for 6 years, transforming her secret admiration into an open affection. 2 days prior, she had borrowed a few packets of Banlangen from their trio to give to the boy. Upon her return, she shared that he was deeply touched, then, with a blend of happiness and shyness, announced to the trio that she was in love. He had finally reciprocated her feelings, having taken the initiative to confess. On the evening of the first day of the mock exam, Song and I escaped from her evening study session. When Tingsheng and the others found her after the second study period, it was evident that she had been crying. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were stained with mud and grass. When Fu Cheng inquired about her distress, she refused to speak and quietly returned to her dormitory after tidying herself up. That night, the boys arranged to meet Song and I in the small grove behind the dormitory, marking their first date. Song and I deliberately donned a beautiful pale yellow shirt and a long skirt. The moonlight bathed the scene, and with everyone else engaged in their evening studies, the secluded grove provided an ideal setting for their rendezvous. They conversed for a while, during which he expressed his feelings of oppression and then embraced her. Immersed in happiness, Song and I reciprocated the embrace, holding him tightly with one arm while gently stroking his head with the other, as if comforting a helpless child. She had never seen him so vulnerable before. The boy began to kiss her passionately, fervently. This was Song Mi's first kiss, from a clenched response to a tentative reciprocation. Although they had only been together for 2 days, she felt it was happening too quickly but could not bring herself to refuse him. As his hands grew more daring, Song and I felt frightened. When his hand ventured under her clothing, she pressed it down. He pleaded, "Please." Looking into his eyes, she saw a blazing fire within, and she released her grip, biting her lip, her face burning with embarrassment. His hand slipped beneath her skirt, prompting Song and I to leap back like a startled rabbit. Shaking her head, "No?" he implored, "Please." After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, after graduation, all right?" With tears streaming down his face, he begged, "Please. I'm feeling overwhelmed. I truly need this. I will take responsibility for you. After graduation, I will meet your parents, and I will take you to meet mine. We can attend the same university, and after we graduate, we can marry." Song and I hesitated, but ultimately shook her head. He knelt down, pleading, "Please, I'm going crazy. I truly need you." Song and I understood the implication behind his words. He sought release and relief. Yet, her love for him was profound, and through tears, she nodded. He expressed his gratitude and love, disregarding the tears and the painful expression on her face, and impatiently lifted her skirt. Just then, a beam of flashlight pierced the darkness. Chapter 14. Significant events of a past life. The following day during the lunch break, The vice principal addressed the students over the intercom, stating, "I am aware that students have been feeling particularly repressed lately, especially those in their final year, facing immense pressure. The school understands your plight and strives to be accommodating. However, there are matters that we hope you comprehend and acknowledge. As an institution, we cannot tolerate certain behaviors. Last night, during the evening study period, I was patrolling the school and encountered a pair of students who were behaving inappropriately. Upon my arrival, the boy began to flee, which is quite normal. Yet he forgot to take the girl with him. He ran ahead while she trailed behind, and then she fell. I stopped. You must understand that I hail from a background as a physical education teacher. Even though I may be somewhat advanced in age, apprehending that boy would pose no challenge. However, when a female student fell amidst a tangle of weeds and stones, I felt compelled to halt my pursuit. My conscience, sense of responsibility, and moral obligation demanded that I attend to her. Yet what of that boy? He heard her cries, glanced back briefly, and then continued running. I assisted the girl to her feet, but she shrugged off my hand and resumed her frantic dash, only to stumble once more. This time, the boy did not even look back as he fled the scene. What could I do? I released the girl. Why? Because I believed that no punishment could inflict upon her a greater anguish and awakening than the scene she had just endured. I wish to convey a message to that girl. I do not know your name. I did not inquire yesterday, and I shall not seek to discover it afterwards. But I urge you to reflect on whether it was truly worth it. Look at what you've entangled yourself with, such folly. Lastly, I must address that boy. Do you consider yourself a man?" Tingsheng and Huang Yaming privately approached Song and I. Huang Yaming declared, "If he seeks you out again, we shall teach him a lesson, one beating for each pursuit." Song and I replied, "There is no need for you to interfere. I will handle him myself." Tingsheng reiterated, "If you pursue him again, we will still confront him, one beating for each time." Fuqing added, "We shall break his legs." The following evening, the boy stealthily sought out Song and I, saying, "I am sorry, I cannot afford to be caught. If I am caught, my future is ruined. And my family relies on me for our hopes. I cannot destroy myself. You understand, do you not? I beg of you, forgive me." Song and I responded, "And what of me?" The boy replied, "My prospects are somewhat brighter than yours." Song and I remarked, "So this is your perspective." The boy suggested, "Shall we meet at my house on Saturday? My parents will be away." Upon returning, Song and I informed Tingsheng. He approached me just now. The three then took the boy to the rooftop and administered a beating. Upon their return, Song and I lifted her head from the table, tears glistening in her eyes as she bitterly smiled. "I hope we did not injure our hands. He still needs to take the college entrance examination." Fuqing responded, "I will return and break his hands." Song and I chuckled, "Rest assured, I will not be so foolish again." Tingsheng patted her on the head, saying, "Focus on your studies and prepare for the examination. In China, there will soon be 20 million bachelors awaiting your choice, so select wisely." After the evening study session, Song and I approached Tingsheng, stating, "The vice principal clearly noted my class and name." Tingsheng smiled. "That only proves he is a good principal. Do not worry. No one will discover this." The following day, before taking leave to return home, Tingsheng seized an opportunity when the vicinity was deserted to sneak into the vice principal's office. He said, "All the students are praising you, principal, for your tolerance and humane management. I hope you will keep this secret." The vice principal smiled. "Do not fret. I am on the verge of forgetting this matter. Also, are you not curious as to why I accepted your suggestion and chose such a course of action?" In Tingsheng's recollection, this charming yet exasperating vice principal seemed somewhat lacking or perhaps overly straightforward, and he nodded in compliance. The vice principal continued, "Because the consequences you described were far too severe. Upon reflection, I find myself compelled to express my gratitude towards you. I am a rather coarse individual, and had you not intervened at that critical moment, the situation might have escalated into the dire scenario you described." Tingsheng remarked, "That is solely due to your inherent refinement and virtue, principal, which afforded me the opportunity to persuade you." "Thank you." The vice principal then expressed his curiosity, inquiring how Tingsheng was privy to the circumstances of that moment. "Did you perhaps skip class as well?" Tingsheng swiftly exited the office. In truth, the grave consequences he had described to the vice principal mirrored the actual outcome from his previous life. In that prior existence, due to the severity of the incident, the vice principal convened a meeting with the relevant personnel from the political education department that very night, disclosing all that he had witnessed. Subsequently, he publicly addressed the matter. naming individuals involved. Everything he had observed, including the incident with Xiang Ning, was gradually disseminated by well-meaning and malicious individuals alike. As a result, Xiang Ning attempted suicide, sustaining severe injuries, ultimately leading to her withdrawal from school, after which she vanished from public view. The vice principal faced disciplinary action and was stripped of his position. Following the incident, the director of the political education department, who had privately advised the vice principal on the necessity of stringent measures, soon found himself promoted to fill the vacancy, eventually ascending to the role of vice principal and later principal, and even serving as the vice chairman of the political consultative conference. He held this position for nearly a decade until a desperate parent of a pregnant student brought him to court, revealing the extent of the harm he had inflicted upon countless female students and young teachers, among other transgressions. In this lifetime, Tingsheng severed his initial steps. He hoped that the man would not rise again. As Tingsheng contemplated this, he recalled the moment Xiang Ning announced her relationship with a boy, stirring vague memories of the ensuing events. However, his recollection was not precise. In his previous life, he had not been directly involved, learning the specifics only in hindsight, unaware of the exact timeline of the incident. Thus, while he pondered a resolution, the events unfolded. On that evening study session, upon discovering that Xiang Ning was absent from the classroom, Tingsheng sensed something amiss. Later, upon finding her covered in mud and grime, his memories crystallized. After Xiang Ning returned to her dormitory that night, Tingsheng hurried to the vice principal's office for a final attempt at remedy. Upon knocking on the door, he found the vice principal, responsible for political education, already on the phone, preparing to summon relevant personnel for a meeting. Tingsheng sought to persuade him to treat the matter as if it had never occurred. Ultimately, the vice principal agreed to a softened approach, prioritizing student protection, yet firmly refused to disregard the incident entirely. This stance led to his subsequent announcement over the airwaves. Tingsheng could accept that such a resolution would lead to speculation regarding the identities of the individuals involved, with the public only knowing that Xiang Ning had been on a date with a scoundrel, while remaining oblivious to the specifics that transpired within the bushes. The act of being caught while dating was, in itself, rather commonplace. Tingsheng recalled that Huang Yaming and Tan Qingling would also be caught shortly thereafter. But that occurred just days before the college entrance examinations, and the authorities chose not to pursue the matter further. I certainly would not remind him. Tingsheng, with a sense of morbid delight, thought to himself. Chapter 15. A change to preserve your years. From April 14th to April 16th, Tingsheng took a 3-day leave. During this peculiar period, obtaining leave was relatively easy. One merely needed to visit the infirmary, clutching one's forehead and feigning dizziness, and the school doctor would promptly retreat several meters, instructing you to measure your temperature on your own. Of course, one could not genuinely have a fever, otherwise, rather than being granted leave, one would first be confined. I do not have a fever, Tingsheng stated. The school doctor sighed in relief. However, I feel as though I might, he added. Consequently, the doctor acquiesced, granting him as many days off as he requested, indifferent to whether he was truly ill, as long as he did not exhibit any symptoms at school. April 15th was a date Tingsheng could not possibly forget. Yet, could the world shift slightly due to the mere flutter of his butterfly wings? Uncertain, he resolved to remain vigilant for a few more days. On April 14th, he shadowed his father throughout the day, accompanying him wherever he went, though the mountains were strictly off-limits. For it was atop those very heights that his father had met with misfortune in a previous life. Tingsheng's constant presence unnerved his father. Thus, he fabricated a tale of a nightmare, claiming he dreamt of his father encountering danger, which left him deeply worried. Unfortunately, his father did not buy into this excuse. On April 15th, Tingsheng feigned illness, trembling with anxiety as he maintained the ruse throughout the day, not daring to even blink. His father remained by his side, holding Tingsheng's hand, massaging the webbing between his thumb and palm. Perhaps everyone possesses a memory. A pair of coarse yet warm and strong hands that support you as you take your first steps, nurture your growth, and uplift you to soar. Tingsheng had once lost such hands, and this time, he vowed not to let his nightmare recur. From dawn until midnight, Tingsheng watched the hands of the wall clock traverse the final segment. April 15th passed without incident, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. This day, which had once brought him immense sorrow, ultimately turned out to be quite ordinary. On April 16th, Su Tingsheng resolved that this would be the final day of his vigilant watch. Initially, he had no intention of continuing the pretense of illness. However, he genuinely fell ill. Drenched in cold sweat, his skin tingling as if traversing static, and suffering from unbearable abdominal pain, coupled with the previous day of feigned sickness. This marked his second day of illness in bed. His father, now thoroughly alarmed, repeatedly insisted on taking him to the hospital, yet Su Tingsheng stubbornly refused to rise, even struggling to lie back down if his father attempted to lift him. Endure through this day. Just get through this day, Su Tingsheng thought. At lunch, he found himself unable to eat, yet his mother prepared steamed noodles specifically for him, and he managed to consume a small portion. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion and the strain of these past few days, he unexpectedly fell asleep after lunch. Upon awakening, he discovered his father was no longer by his side. Instead, his mother stood vigil. "Mom, where's Dad?" Su Tingsheng inquired, his voice laced with urgency. His mother, taken aback by her son's intense reaction, hesitated before responding. "Your father went to gather some herbs for you. After all, the Su family has a hereditary history of stones. He feared you might have the same affliction, so he went to the mountains to collect some money grass." The mountains. The two words resonated like a thunderclap in his mind, sending a chill from his tailbone to the crown of his head, leaving Su Tingsheng feeling utterly cold. In a state of panic, he scrambled out of bed. "Which mountain? Which mountain did Dad go to?" "Over there," Su Ma pointed in a direction. "Tingsheng, what's wrong with you?" Ignoring her question, Su Tingsheng dashed towards the door with desperation, for it was indeed that mountain. "Alas, what is happening?" "It's raining outside," Su Ma called after him. The sky was dim, rain pouring down in torrents, and the small hill, once a flourishing orange grove, was now a muddy mess. Su Tingsheng ran frantically through the rain, shouting and weeping. "Dad, it's me, Tingsheng. Where are you? Dad, Su Jianliang, where are you? Come out." Driven by fear and urgency, he unleashed the last vestiges of his energy. Yet, a sense of weakness began to assault his nerves, and his vision darkened intermittently. He persisted, running and shouting, covered in mud. Finally, on a distant slope, he spotted his father's figure rising, waving his hand. "Tingsheng, why did you come out?" Su Tingsheng rushed towards his father's direction, cupping his hands around his mouth, exerting all his strength to shout, "Dad, please come back." Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. His legs buckled, and after stumbling a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, his body rolling down the slope. In his unconscious state, memories from a painful past surged like waves. In a previous life, a cold war had been waged between father and son during the period leading up to the incident, the reason for which had faded from memory, yet Su Tingsheng recalled that it had lasted quite a while. On the weekend before the tragedy, he had been struck by an impulse to prepare a cup of tea for his father, who was laboring in the fields, and had asked Su Ma to take it to him. Later, Su Ma said that his father had been very happy that day, drinking the tea with the satisfaction of a fine spirit, beaming with joy. Regrettably, that was the last cup of tea Su Tingsheng made for his father. On the day of the incident, while he was attending evening study, a cousin from the county unexpectedly appeared at the classroom door and then took him away in her car. It was not until they were almost home that she revealed the news of his father's accident. Su Tingsheng never even got to see his father one last time. That day, instead of crying hysterically, he sat quietly throughout the night. He recalled the time his father taught him to swim, the sunlight glistening on the water's surface, their laughter echoing in the air. He remembered playing in the mud at his father's brick factory, the big tank his father had made for him. He thought of the times when his grades were excellent, and his parents would vie to attend parent-teacher meetings, their proud smiles shining bright. As he began to falter academically, his father continued to attend, steadfast in his belief in his child, facing the teacher's reproaches with unwavering support. Su Tingsheng awoke in a warmth, the warmth of his father. His father was carrying him on his back, running through the rain. Su Tingsheng raised his hand to pat his cheek, terrified that this might be a dream. Ever since his rebirth, he had harbored such fears, afraid that it was merely an illusion. But the pain confirmed it was not a dream. His father was safe. Destiny had finally been rewritten. "Dad," Su Tingsheng whispered gently. Su's father's eyes were red, seemingly on the verge of anger, yet upon seeing the frail Su Tingsheng, he ultimately could not bring himself to express it. "You're awake? How could you have come out here?" Su's father reproached him gently. Su Tingsheng wiped away his tears. "I told you about the nightmare I had. Why won't you listen?" Su's father, somewhat exasperated, replied, "It's just a dream. This dream made me realize how wonderful a father I have, how much I cherish you, and it helped me begin to understand. Dad, I would trade everything for you to remain timeless. The phrase remain timeless is not a colloquial expression. Su Tingsheng's last sentence actually draws from a lyric in the song Father by the Chopstick Brothers, which would not be released until 2012. This song had once left Su Tingsheng in tears countless times. How I long to hold your warm hand as we once did, yet you are not by my side. A father who has always been strong. Thank you for everything you have done, tirelessly supporting our family and giving me your best. Am I your pride? Do you still worry about me? I would trade everything for you to remain timeless. Su's father was not accustomed to such expressions. The mindset of his generation, coupled with their peasant status, led them to conceal their emotions, expressing love through silent care. However, this time, Su's father truly absorbed his son's words. He raised a hand and patted Su Tingsheng's back, saying, Dad understands, don't worry. Su Tingsheng smiled. Dad, please put me down. I can walk on my own now. I'm not even sore from a fall. Su's father turned his head and chuckled. I'm not old yet. I can still carry you. The two encountered Su's mother along the way, who held an umbrella and scolded them soundly. After returning home and taking a warm bath, Su Tingsheng felt considerably better. Aside from the lingering weakness, after thorough inquiries from his parents, they finally felt reassured. Su Tingsheng's intense reaction to a nightmare surprised them, yet more than anything, they felt touched, realizing that their son seemed to have suddenly matured and become more understanding. Thus, when Su Tingsheng requested his father to promise not to ascend that mountain again, Su's father earnestly agreed. Su's mother, being somewhat superstitious, naturally supported this decision. Chapter 16. When bravado becomes a joke the next day, despite his parents' disapproval, Su Tingsheng insisted on returning to school, knowing that if he delayed until the 17th, his parents would be even less willing to let him go back. On the 18th, a suspected SARS patient would leap from a building in the early hours, plunging the entire Libei County into panic. Su's father rode his bicycle to escort Su Tingsheng to school. The back seat of his father's bicycle held countless childhood memories. It had been a long time since Su Tingsheng had last sat there, swaying his legs leisurely as he glanced around. A building under construction came into view. The Tingsheng building, though hardly deserving of the term building, stands as the first structure in Libei County to exceed 10 stories. It is here that the county will witness the emergence of its inaugural star-rated hotel, alongside the first large self-service supermarket. The management of the hotel encompasses numerous factors, including networking, liaising with various entities, and the indulgences of public funds, all of which are significant revenue sources during this period. Yet, Su Tingsheng does not possess such resources. However, the supermarket, in Su Tingsheng's recollection, was one of only 2 large supermarkets in Libei County until 2015, thriving with business. In a small county like Libei, along with the other 8 counties under the jurisdiction of Jiannan City, the absence of large chain supermarkets such as Walmart and RT-Mart persisted until 2015. Likely due to the limited market size, this indicates that it is a golden goose, one that lays eggs continuously without decline, and it possesses the potential for expansion and monopolization into neighboring counties and cities. This notion briefly exhilarated Su Tingsheng, but he soon recalled his father's earlier mention of their total funds being just over 30,000 yuan, which dampened his spirits. Dad, what kind of business would be suitable for the ground floor of such a large building? Su Tingsheng casually inquired. His father pondered for a moment before responding. How could I possibly know? I can't just build a kiln to make bricks here. Su Tingsheng chuckled. I believe establishing a large supermarket would be excellent. During my days out, I noticed a self-service supermarket that sold everything, where customers pushed shopping carts and checked out at the entrance. The business was thriving, with several cash registers overwhelmed. Our county lacks such a large supermarket. If we could open one, it would surely succeed. His father glanced at the imposing building before him, mentally calculating, and shook his head. But how much capital would that require? We cannot afford such a venture. Su Tingsheng reflected on this, but chose not to pursue the topic further. It is no wonder that everyone says the first pot of gold is the most challenging to attain. Su Tingsheng felt a pang of regret for his indifference towards the lottery in his previous life. Remembering a few sets of double colorball numbers would have been advantageous. Su Tingsheng's father dropped him off at the school gate. As he walked from the entrance to the classroom of Senior Year 3, Class 10, he felt perplexed by the excessive attention and whispers directed at him, reminiscent of the day he stood on the podium to deliver a self-critique. Some gazes were filled with sympathy or confusion, while others bore mockery and sarcasm. Along the way, a few acquaintances approached him with comforting words. Don't be disheartened. There's still time for improvement next time. Others, with a resigned tone, added, I told you to keep your goals in mind. Just focus on yourself and take your time. Don't worry about what others say. Given these remarks, Tingsheng began to wonder if he had indeed performed poorly on the exam. According to his own estimations, securing a place within the top 20 should not have been a problem. As Tingsheng entered the classroom, he was met with a chorus of gazes as he took his seat. Huang Yaming and Fu Qing approached him, looking remorseful, holding a test paper. We're sorry. We didn't mean to lead you astray, Huang Yaming lamented with a furrowed brow. What is going on? Stop dragging this out. It's making me anxious. Tingsheng replied. Fu Qing placed the examination paper on Tingsheng's desk. Mathematics, 62 points. Tingsheng felt an urge to kiss the eraser shaped like a die that lay on his desk. The sheer luck was simply extraordinary. He was quite pleased with himself. Yet Huang Yaming and Fu Qing held a different perspective. In their view, while Tingsheng's mathematical skills were not exceptional, he typically scored around 90 points. However, after their tutoring, his score had plummeted to 60, leaving them both with a sense of guilt. How did you do? Tingsheng eagerly inquired. 128, 134. You both performed so well. Indeed, the two tutors felt even more remorseful for having inadvertently lowered their student's score. What about the other subjects? Tingsheng pressed on. They aren't out yet, they explained, and Tingsheng finally grasped the situation. Due to the SARS outbreak, the first mock exam papers had not been sent to the city for centralized grading. Instead, the school had organized the teachers from the first and second year to assist in grading. Tingsheng had participated in numerous grading sessions and understood that the time required for grading various subjects varied greatly. For instance, history, which he taught, took considerable time, whereas the humanities classes, particularly mathematics and geography, were graded much more swiftly. This time was no exception. The mathematics and geography teams completed their grading first. However, since geography was part of the comprehensive exam, they had to wait for the political science and history teams to finish before announcing the results. Thus, only the mathematics scores were released the previous evening. Consequently, Tingsheng's much-discussed mathematics score of 62 points, especially after he had boasted of aiming for the top 20 in his cohort, spread like wildfire, from class 10 of the third year to 4 liberal arts classes. Then throughout the entire third year, and eventually to a significant portion of the school. Out of a total of 150 points, 62 points. What did he say? He wanted to be in the top 20. Discussions, mockery, and sympathy ensued. Aren't you both ashamed? Tingsheng addressed Huang Yaming and Fu Qing. They did not respond verbally, but conveyed their affirmation through their expressions. Treat me to lunch. I want the stir-fried dish from the third floor. All right. As Tingsheng beamed with excitement over the prospect of this meal, Yao Jing approached. Although she possessed a somewhat tomboyish demeanor and generally appeared carefree, she was still a girl, one who was on the cusp of her first romantic experience. After agreeing to Tingsheng's invitation, she felt quite awkward. In class, she no longer dared to interact with Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Qing as freely as before, and her words became scarce. Amidst the curious gazes of her classmates, Yao Jing sat beside Tingsheng. As the class bell rang, Tingsheng's deskmate returned, leaving Yao Jing momentarily stunned. During the next study session, may I switch seats with you? I want to sit over here. Phew. The classmates began to stir with excitement. Before his rebirth, Tingsheng harbored feelings for Yao Jing for nearly 2 years. Though Yao Jing never formally accepted his affections, she also refrained from outright rejection. Thus, in the eyes of their classmates, their relationship existed in a state of half-publicity, akin to a romance that had yet to blossom fully. This moment bore a semblance of a formal announcement. His deskmate exchanged knowing glances and gathered a few books before approaching. A few brazen classmates even came over to offer their congratulations. What are you all staring at? Focus on your studies, Yao Jing finally exclaimed, showcasing her bold spirit. After a round of laughter, the students turned away, burying themselves in their work. Once the commotion subsided, Yao Jing glanced at Tingsheng, a bit flustered. Don't be disheartened. One mistake does not define you. I can see your effort. Tingsheng nodded with a smile, feeling a warmth and sense of gratitude. Yao Jing was not typically one to express tenderness and care, so her gesture was undoubtedly a significant effort, with meaning that spoke volumes. Tingsheng understood that this was a challenge for her. I took a look at your exam paper. Shall I explain it to you? Although the teacher will cover it too, you can ask me questions at any time, Yao Jing offered. All right, thank you, Su Tingsheng replied. Given the current situation, he felt compelled to accept, even if mathematics was not his preferred subject. Yao Jing patiently and meticulously taught for an entire class period. To honor her effort, Su Tingsheng listened attentively, asking questions intermittently. He discovered that he grasped some of the material. To their classmates, the sight of the young couple striving together was undeniably heartwarming. Shall we have lunch together? Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng are treating. Let's go to the third floor, Su Tingsheng suggested after class, wishing to express his gratitude. Yao Jing hesitated. She was quite familiar with Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, but joining them for lunch felt somewhat like meeting his friends as Su Tingsheng's girlfriend. To go or not to go? Together, Fu Cheng chimed in. Ah, fine, Yao Jing replied, somewhat confused. Lunchtime was when the path from the classroom to the cafeteria was most crowded. Those who had eaten breakfast at home or skipped it, along with the extracurricular activities before dinner, caused a dispersal of students. However, at lunchtime, all students would surge out, prompted by the final bell of the last morning class. The hallways teemed with people. Su Tingsheng felt like a circus monkey navigating through the throng. Thanks to the promotion by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, Su Tingsheng's earlier boasts had already circulated widely. Coincidentally, he had recently performed on stage, singing atop the building and making bold declarations about exploring the world and fighting for girls. As these stories spread and were discussed, his claim of ranking in the top 20 of his grade garnered increasing attention. Many eagerly anticipated the outcome. Judging by the recently disclosed mathematics scores, however, those bold claims appeared poised to transform into mere jest. As Su Tingsheng walked through the crowd, while he could remain unnoticed, the sounds around him were inescapable. Make way. The Great One is coming. Is this the Su Tingsheng? The one who wants to explore the world? Looks like he is going back home to eat sweet potatoes. Why do you say that? Don't you know? He scored 62 in math. What? Some individuals, in their quest for attention, seem to disregard all semblance of dignity. Is it not excessive to express such sentiments in front of others? Lao San, I recall your last wager on his victory. What shall we do about that? When shall you treat us to a meal? I shall extend an invitation once I am financially buoyant next week, but could you refrain from discussing this here? It would be quite awkward should he overhear. Oh dear, you lost, yet you still express concern for him? Chapter 17, The Extent of a Man's Pride. I aspire to rank within the top 20 of our year. What are your thoughts on this? Do you fancy yourself a deity among the students of Class 10? Let us not forget that we in Class May 7th not even register on the radar of such esteemed figures. I suspect we may have misinterpreted the message. Surely, Sudashi must have meant the bottom 20. Haha, I wager he can manage it. As these words circulated, Su Tingsheng, a rather perplexed figure, felt no anger. In his recollections from a previous life, the students of Class 7 possessed a quality far superior to this. Could it be that my allure has become a burden? Su Tingsheng forced a wry smile and shook his head. Yao Jing, concerned for Su Tingsheng's feelings, gently tugged at his sleeve, offering him a comforting glance. It's all right. Su Tingsheng reassured her with a smile and a shake of his head. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng stood resolutely in front of Su Tingsheng. Are you seeking your own demise? Huang Yaming stated in a low voice. What? After a scuffle with Bao Ming and his crew, do you now consider yourselves the kings of the hill? Go ahead, take a swing at me. Let us see how the school handles this. Do not forget that you are all under disciplinary scrutiny, and some are even on probation. A defiant individual stepped forward, undeterred. This has nothing to do with Su Tingsheng. I merely wish to test my mettle. Just as Huang Yaming was about to pounce, Su Tingsheng intervened, grasping his arm. With a sweeping gaze, Su Tingsheng noticed a boy from Class 7 who averted his eyes, instinctively retreating a step to hide behind his peers. Upon recognizing him, Su Tingsheng understood the underlying tensions. There was indeed an instigator among them. This individual was none other than Xiang Ning's despicable ex-boyfriend, the fool who had been publicly ridiculed by the vice principal for questioning his manhood. Su Tingsheng pondered, struggling to recall his name. Lu Qing, your behavior is utterly disgraceful. The speaker was none other than Yao Jing, confronting Lu Qing, her former classmate from the first year. Huh, relying on a woman to defend you, Lu Qing scoffed. Evading her inquiry, Yao Jing's spirit flared, and she stepped forward defiantly. Do not act as though we are unaware of how you secured your place in the advanced class. Your father's position as the head of the department certainly reflects your meritocracy. Fu Cheng's father, the deputy director of the county's industrial and commercial bureau, may not have facilitated his entrance into the advanced class, Or perhaps Fu Cheng declined such assistance. Lu Qing's academic performance was inadequate for admission, yet his father, serving as the head of the current cohort, had manipulated the numbers, increasing Class 7's roster from the intended 50 to 51. He had no grounds to mock others with such arrogance. Noticing Lu Qing's growing embarrassment, compounded by his inability to accept a girl standing up for herself, Su Tingsheng stepped forward amicably. Enough already. You have had your laughter, but we must be on our way to dine. With that, Su Tingsheng turned, clasping Yao Jing with one hand and Huang Yaming with the other, and made his way toward the dining hall. As soon as he had taken a few steps, a melodious voice resonated behind him. If you wish to compare academic achievements, I am more than willing to engage, even though I am a year below you and a science student. Nevertheless, I excel in Chinese, mathematics, and English and can certainly hold my own. Su Tingsheng turned around to find Wu Yuwei standing there. Initially, her expression was one of indignation, but upon meeting Su Tingsheng's gaze, her demeanor shifted. She awkwardly stuck out her tongue, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she anxiously regarded Su Tingsheng, seemingly fearful of his disapproval regarding her earlier actions. Wasn't she supposed to be a gentle and unassuming girl? Why was she exhibiting such boldness? Su Tingsheng felt a throbbing headache. He was aware that Wu Yuwei had topped her middle school exams by a staggering 60 points and later graduated from Jinghai University with a master's degree. Yet he was oblivious to her current academic standing. Having previously snooped around, he learned that she still maintained a 60-point lead over the second-place student, reigning as the top science student in her sophomore year, and was considered the brightest hope for the prestigious Qingbei University in the past decade at Libei High School. Huang Yaming leaned closer and whispered, "If she were to quarrel with the 7th grade class, I bet the school would take action against them." Su Tingsheng found himself twice overshadowed by women in a short span, and his self-esteem was on the brink of collapse. "My apologies," he said, gesturing to the bewildered group from the 7th grade class to express his regret before turning to Wu Yuwei. "Shall we go for a meal together?" He could not bring himself to voice any reproach. The discussions surrounding Su Tingsheng began to shift from his unimpressive mathematics score of 62 to the legendary tales of the two women who had come to his defense. "Men have fallen to such depths, what more is there to say?" remarked some of the more benevolent boys. "To be a man and sink to this level is truly disgraceful," muttered others with malice. The girls were far more intrigued, their innate talent for gossip, coupled with an extraordinary imagination, giving rise to a narrative rivaling that of a palace intrigue. The top female scholar of the sophomore year was competing for the affections of a senior, yet this man, who boasted grandly, had only achieved a mere 62 in mathematics, transforming him into a complete laughingstock. What warranted his standing? This question was equally pressing for the head of the sophomore year and Wu Yuewei's homeroom teacher, who eagerly awaited Su Tingsheng to finish his college entrance examinations and depart. The vice principal in charge of educational affairs, after receiving a report from the department, feigned a mysterious smile and remarked, "Ah, it is that young man. Quite normal. I have interacted with him, and he is no ordinary boy. It is only natural for girls to take a liking to him. What grounds would there be to discipline him? What wrong had he committed?" With the college entrance examinations approaching, he urged them to maintain decorum. "Let me be clear, as long as he does not cause trouble, no one is permitted to lay a finger on him. Otherwise, you will have to provide me with a satisfactory explanation." In the eyes of this earnest vice principal, Su Tingsheng was deserving of gratitude. Had he not intervened at that moment, Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, who were engrossed in their meals, would have been inclined to question Su Tingsheng. On what basis? This is unfair. The dining hall at Libei High School comprises 3 levels. The first 2 floors bear little distinction, merely operated by different vendors competing to enhance food quality. The 3rd floor, however, is somewhat unique, resembling a mid-range restaurant, offering indulgent options like stir-fries and hot pots. Most of the time, this place is frequented solely by teachers and the children of affluent families. At a small round table meant for 6, 5 individuals were seated. 2 girls sat closely together, with Su Tingsheng positioned in the middle, followed by Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng. The atmosphere during this meal was peculiar. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng initially intended to lighten the mood, but soon abandoned the effort. The 2 girls at the table, one senior and one junior, exchanged polite greetings and engaged in friendly conversation, yet beneath the surface, tension brewed. Su Tingsheng maintained a calm demeanor while dining, appearing collected despite the cautious and anxious glances cast upon him by the 4 others at the table. They had overheard the murmurs along the way, and Su Tingsheng was not typically perceived as an open and composed individual. Consequently, the more serene he appeared, the greater their concern grew. Sensing the palpable tension, Su Tingsheng remarked, "The vegetables are delightful, and the water bamboo is quite good as well. Please, help yourselves." In response to his suggestion, the four complied, serving themselves generous portions of vegetables and water bamboo, while Su Tingsheng took the opportunity to indulge in meat. "Look at your audacity." Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng finally realized the situation and began to compete with Su Tingsheng for several platters of meat dishes. The atmosphere at the table lightened, transformed by the banter of the three boys and the melodic laughter of the two girls. "Wait, stop," Fu Cheng interjected. "What are you fighting over? You've had your fill. What about the girls? Is there no sense of chivalry?" He tidied his plate and placed a serving of newly presented prawns before the two girls. "This dish is for you." Then, Yao Jing did something Su Tingsheng certainly did not anticipate, for in his mind, she was not the type. Even during the month they had spent together in a previous life, she had retained a boyish demeanor, their interactions resembling those of brothers far more than those of lovers. Unexpectedly, Yao Jing picked up a prawn and placed it into Su Tingsheng's bowl, silent as everyone at the table observed her. Shortly thereafter, Wu Yuwei also selected a prawn, peeled it, and placed it into Su Tingsheng's bowl, equally quiet. "I want some prawns too," Huang Yaming said. Yao Jing replied, "Whose fault is it that you didn't bring Tan Qingling along?" Upon uttering this, Yao Jing's face flushed, and the remaining four wore various expressions. For the implications of her words were rich with meaning. Tan Qingling was Huang Yaming's girlfriend, and Yao Jing implied that if he wanted prawns, he should have brought his girlfriend to serve him, yet here she was, having just offered one to Su Tingsheng, and Wu Yuwei had done the same. This meal continued in such an atmosphere until Fu Chang could no longer contain his laughter, inadvertently spraying a mouthful of rice across the table. Chapter 18. New faces on the honor roll. The first class of the afternoon was Old Zhou's Chinese literature course, a rarity for the afternoon, especially as the first class. In the past, many had used this time to catch up on sleep, and the accommodating Old Zhou had never minded. However, as graduation approached, students began to reflect fondly on Old Zhou, their sentiments evolving into a poignant sense of nostalgia. With these thoughts in mind, the students naturally approached the lesson with an unprecedented seriousness, often settling into their seats with perfect alignment before the bell even rang. As Mr. Zhou entered the classroom, he set down his lesson plan, but instead of commencing the lecture, he approached Su Tingsheng's desk, took his cup, and stepped outside. A few moments later, Mr. Zhou returned with a meticulously brewed cup of tea, which he gently placed on Su Tingsheng's desk, the steam rising gracefully, enveloping the air with its fragrant aroma. "This is a treasured tea I have long hesitated to savor," Mr. Zhou remarked with a twinkle in his eye. "Thank you, Teacher Zhou," Su Tingsheng replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Not surprised at all?" Mr. Zhou inquired. "Quite surprised," Su Tingsheng responded with a smile. "I didn't see it coming." Mr. Zhou chuckled softly. Their cryptic exchange left the students in the classroom bewildered. What was this rhythm? Could it be an expression of Mr. Zhou's affection and solace? It seemed Su Tingsheng maintained a rather positive disposition. Yet, Mr. Zhou refrained from elaborating, returning to the podium to conduct a steady review of two classical Chinese texts. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Mr. Zhou gathered his lesson materials and paused at the classroom door, casually leaning against the frame with an air of satisfaction as he announced, "The class monitor will come to my office shortly to collect the overall score sheet. Also, the red list has been posted downstairs. Do take a look." Everyone discerned that there was something afoot, and it was likely good news. The last time Mr. Zhou had mentioned the red list, 3 students from the class had made the cut. After his departure, some rushed downstairs, others anxiously glanced at the class monitor, while a few, wishing to escape the impending results, buried their heads in their desks. Among them were Huang Yaming, Fu Cheng, and Yao Jing, who exchanged worried glances with Su Tingsheng, who had already faltered in one subject. Was Mr. Zhou offering him comfort, or perhaps expressing support? Others attempted to think positively, speculating that Su Tingsheng might have achieved a remarkable turnaround. Yet his disheartening score of 62 in mathematics brutally dismantled their hopes. If his performance in the remaining subjects faltered as well, they feared he might not withstand the pressure, given his recent efforts that had not gone unnoticed. It seemed Mr. Zhou harbored similar concerns, his generosity well understood by all. At Li Bei High School, it is customary for each month, following the mock examinations in senior year, to post 2 red lists, one for the top 50 students in the latest exam, known as the Big Red List, and another for the 30 students who have made the most significant progress, known as the Small Red List. In Class 10 of the senior year, while occasionally someone would make it onto the Small Red List, only 3 students had ever graced the Big Red List, and these 3 consistently occupied the top 3 positions. The best instance saw all 3 listed together, with the highest rank reaching 32nd place. "Let us go check the lists," Su Tingsheng urged Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng. They hesitated, for they had never shown much interest in either red list before. "Come on, I'm not the only one making bold claims," Su Tingsheng teased with a smile. "You might just make the small red list," Huang Yaming suggested to Fu Cheng. As they descended the stairs, they found the 2 lists already surrounded by a throng of students, forcing the trio to remain on the periphery. "This is insane. What scores must he have received in his other subjects?" one exclaimed. "Class 10 has gone wild. 6 of them made it." The Big Red List featured 5 newcomers, 3 of whom were from Class 10. The small ranking board is far more intriguing. Observe the top 3. It is indeed just the 3 of them. The crowd gathered before the leaderboard buzzed with chatter, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony. Eventually, someone noticed the true protagonists standing at the periphery of the crowd, Su Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Cheng. The murmuring crowd turned to face them, and a sudden silence enveloped the atmosphere. This quietude lingered for a moment before someone exclaimed, "Wow, you 3, come on in and take a look." The crowd instinctively parted, allowing the trio to squeeze through with expressions of gratitude. The grand leaderboard displayed 50 names, with 6 from Class 10, and it turned out that all 3 familiar faces had made the cut once again. The other 3 newcomers were Xiang Ning, ranking 49th, Huang Yaming at 48th, and Su Tingsheng, astonishingly at 11th, having scored 62 in mathematics. Just as someone had earlier queried, one couldn't help but wonder about his scores in other subjects. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng exchanged glances with Su Tingsheng, a wave of relief washing over them, as the guilt and concern stemming from his 62 in math dissipated in that moment. What followed was sheer astonishment. It was akin to witnessing someone traverse a tightrope hundreds of meters above ground on the evening news. Impressive, yet merely a fleeting thought. However, if one day while walking down the street, you suddenly glance up to find your closest, most ordinary friend performing that very act, disbelief would take hold. Fu Cheng composed himself and muttered, "You 2 are unbelievable." With both Su Tingsheng and Huang Yaming in the top 50, Fu Cheng was the only one whose earlier bravado had not materialized. Yet, he had no reason to feel ashamed, for on the lesser leaderboard, the top 3 were Su Tingsheng, Fu Cheng, and Huang Yaming, the trio dominating the rankings. Although Fu Cheng did not break into the top 50, his improvement surpassed even that of Huang Yaming. While his previous scores had indeed been lacking, it was reasonable to assume his rank would still be commendable. No one felt entitled to mock Fu Cheng. The 2 leaderboards had always captured the students' attention, but never had they garnered such fervor as today, with many from the first and second year rushing over to confirm the news. While everyone found the developments utterly astonishing, Su Tingsheng remained unfazed. He was well aware of Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng's potential, as evidenced by their mathematics scores. The liberal arts generally present greater variability compared to the sciences, as they involve extensive memorization. Those with strong memories can achieve remarkable advancements in a short span, provided they do not falter in both mathematics and English. And both Fu Cheng and Huang Yaming had shown prowess in math. Their previous shortcomings were primarily due to their performance in comprehensive and English subjects. It is challenging to expect diligent study from those who tend to be lackadaisical. Significant progress, indeed, but just enough to be beneath my feet. This statement was directed at Su Tingsheng, yet it seemed more intended for the surrounding onlookers. Su Tingsheng glanced at the speaker, the former boyfriend of Song and I, who had been evasive at noon but now stood with an air of arrogance, even daring to provoke. Perhaps it was Su Tingsheng's moment of vulnerability at noon that emboldened him. Or perhaps it was the pride stemming from his position on the prestigious ranking list that led him to lose his composure, even after having faced a beating just days prior. Yet, here he stood, ranked first in his cohort, marking his inaugural triumph in achieving such a distinction. Given the events that transpired earlier, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for Su Tingsheng and his companions. At this moment, the spotlight of his first-place achievement was stifled, with scarcely anyone acknowledging its significance. How could he possibly endure such an affront? Overcome with indignation, he resolved to remind Su Tingsheng and everyone else that the object of their admiration was merely the 11th-ranked student, while he stood proudly at the first. The grand ranking list displayed a row of 10 names, with Su Tingsheng positioned at 11th, thereby placing him directly beneath the premier rank. Su Tingsheng glanced at the list and noted the name, Chen Yuluan. What? Are you planning to head to the rooftop again? Huang Yaming inquired, tilting his head slightly. In that moment, Chen Yuluan seemed to realize that being first in the cohort did not confer immunity from retribution. He retreated a step, feigning bravado. I didn't say anything wrong. He is indeed below me. Su Tingsheng chuckled. Watch your back. The phrase was unfamiliar at the time, leaving many puzzled by Su Tingsheng's insinuation. However, his lewd smirk suggested that it was not a benign matter. As the class bell rang, the trio returned to the classroom, which was already in disarray. The class monitor was surrounded by a throng of classmates, clutching the overall score sheet. The secret of old Zhou's tea was finally unveiled. The miraculous ascent of Class 10 in their final year, the extraordinary trio, the remarkable Su Tingsheng. U3. Someone was on the verge of expressing their incredulity with a few choice expletives when the history teacher, Fong Yunyao, clad in a black dress, appeared at the door and knocked. Ms. Fong bore a resemblance to the celebrity Su Qing, albeit taller, with an elegant demeanor and a serene, beautiful smile. Even her furrowed brows when displeased were captivating. She was among the most beloved teachers in Class 10. Upon her arrival, the students encircling the class monitor promptly returned to their seats, and those who were about to curse themselves quickly restrained their words. As the boys were particularly concerned about their image in Ms. Fong's presence, she brought the comprehensive examination papers, which the class representative assisted in distributing. However, Su Tingsheng did not receive his paper. It remained in Ms. Fong's possession. With a flourish, she shook the paper in her hand and smiled. There are many students deserving of praise, but at the behest of the politics and geography teachers, we will first commend this individual across the 3 subjects. Her gaze, warm and inviting, fell upon Su Tingsheng. Su Tingsheng, you scored full marks on the comprehensive selection questions, achieving a total score of 268, ranking first in the class, first in the school, and first in the city. A wave of gasps erupted, with each of Ms. Fong's declarations met with collective astonishment. The subject of comprehensive studies is one that can be described as simple yet, upon deeper reflection, quite challenging. With numerous extensive questions, it is nearly inevitable that one will lose points on each. Even a teacher might struggle to address every scoring criterion with precision. Therefore, achieving full marks on multiple choice questions becomes paramount. Yet the total score of 268 is even more astonishing, securing the top position in the city for comprehensive studies. Additionally, I have heard that Su Tingsheng, despite scoring only 62 in mathematics, ranked 11th in his cohort. Congratulations, you have fulfilled your promise. Teacher Fong smiled subtly, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. In Chapter 19, The Secret of Fu Cheng, Teacher Fong then praised several students, among them Fu Cheng, who demonstrated significant improvement in his history scores. Fu Cheng, your overall performance has greatly improved. Keep up the good work, Teacher Fong encouraged, raising his tightly clenched fist with a smile. Fu Cheng smiled with pressed lips and nodded vigorously. On the surface, Fu Cheng's demeanor seemed indistinguishable from that of his peers who had also received accolades. He feigned calmness while masking his joy with an air of indifference. Only Su Tingsheng understood the profound significance and beauty of this recognition for Fu Cheng. At that moment, Fu Cheng's heart was likely racing beyond the confines of the classroom. Su Tingsheng mischievously thought that Fu Cheng had feelings for teacher Fong Yunyao. In truth, many boys during their school years have harbored secret affections for a particular female teacher. In this class alone, no fewer than 12 boys have admired teacher Fong. With a total of 12 boys in Class 10, it suggests that Su Tingsheng, to some extent, also shares a fondness for her. His eventual choice to become a history teacher, rather than pursuing another subject, was significantly influenced by this sentiment. Fong Yunyao possesses a charm that the surrounding high school girls lack. The surging hormones of adolescence make it nearly impossible for the boys to resist such a woman. She is beautiful and elegant, gentle and approachable. More importantly, she embodies a blend of youthfulness and maturity that surpasses that of the girls around her. This maturity is akin to a cherry atop a cake, vibrant and inviting, capturing attention and inciting desire. This infatuation is often more illusory than real. manifesting primarily in the boy's fantasies and dreams. At times, Fong Yunyao presents herself more like a girl than a teacher, sharing her grievances and displaying a playful demeanor with her students. Each instance of this kind drives the boys into a collective frenzy, leaving them restless in their dormitories. However, Fu Cheng's feelings differ from those of his peers. They have been concealed for an extended period, enduring longer and feeling more genuine. While Huang Yaming and Su Tingsheng began to explore romantic relationships, Fu Cheng did not exhibit the typical behaviors of an adolescent boy. He maintained amicable relationships with several girls, but appeared entirely disinterested in romantic pursuits, regardless of how attractive or appealing they might be. In a previous life, Huang Yaming and Su Tingsheng once suggested that he undergo a physical examination to ascertain whether he had developed normally. It was only much later that they discovered how deeply this young man had concealed his true self and how insatiable his desires were. Had Su Tingsheng not exposed the truth, following the trajectory of their past lives, they would not have uncovered Fu Cheng's secret until 2 years after graduating from high school. On the day of teacher Fong's wedding, Fu Cheng, Huang Yaming, and Su Tingsheng reunited in a city far removed from Libei County. They indulged in drinking, and initially, Fu Cheng appeared perfectly fine, seemingly more spirited than usual due to the alcohol. However, as he succumbed to inebriation, he began to weep and uttered a breathtaking revelation. Today, the woman I have loved most in my life is marrying another. It is worth noting that he was the only boy from class 10 during high school who never confessed his feelings for teacher Fong, and he had never participated in the boys' discussions about her. It was then that Huang Yaming and Su Tingsheng realized Fu Cheng had always harbored profound feelings for teacher Fong, feelings imbued with dreams. Many boys develop crushes on their female teachers out of admiration or youthful fantasies, and such infatuations do not hinder them from pursuing relationships with girls their own age. Yet Fu Cheng was different. He had consistently envisioned that if teacher Fong remained unmarried upon his university graduation, he would confess his love. Alas, that day never came, for she wed at the age of 28. 28, after all, is considered rather late, is it not? Another tale of unfulfilled love. Why did you never tell us? Huang Yaming once inquired. It's different. I am not like you all. My feelings are such that to speak them would be a desecration, Fu Cheng replied. Did any of you ever seriously consider marrying teacher Fong? No. I did. I thought about it day after day. But I cannot. As Fu Cheng sank deeper into intoxication, he murmured while resting his head on the table. In the previous life, this story did not reach a conclusion. For teacher Fong's marriage was not the end. For years later, she divorced due to domestic abuse, taking her 2-year-old daughter and leaving for a distant place. Renewed hope ignited within Fu Cheng, prompting him to resign from his job and travel to the city where teacher Fong resided, feigning a chance encounter while quietly caring for her. Yet, his ultimate confession was met with rejection. Teacher Fong declared that she could never accept him. Despite this, Fu Cheng stubbornly persisted, doing everything within his power for teacher Fong, who never remarried. During this time, Fu Cheng's parents confronted him, accusing teacher Fong of shamelessly seducing their son, which strained his relationship with them and further alienated teacher Fong. In the previous life, this matter remained unresolved until Su Tingsheng's unfortunate incident. What if he had encouraged Fu Cheng to confess earlier? Su Tingsheng pondered this question, but it was evident that such a course of action was not a viable solution, lacking any meaningful purpose. Thus, was there any way to prevent teacher Fong from marrying that abusive man, who outwardly appeared refined and elegant, yet harbored a dark and terrifying nature? This remained another question that left Su Tingsheng feeling utterly powerless. With a score of 126 in Chinese and 138 in English, both placing first in his class and among the top 3 in his grade, Su Tingsheng has left the students of class 10 in a state of near numbness. When extraordinary events occur repeatedly, it becomes akin to encountering the 100th alien on the street. One might simply think, ah, yet another extraterrestrial, and proceed on their way. Yet, there exists another perspective, the possibility that Su Tingsheng may have resorted to dishonest means. His English score defies logic, especially considering he scored only 57 in the previous monthly examination. Clearly, many harbor such suspicions, from fellow students to certain teachers, though thus far, no one has voiced their concerns. During extracurricular activities, the majority of senior students engage in self-study, and Su Tingsheng is no exception. His spoken English and practical problem-solving abilities still exhibit a gap, and the vocabulary and comprehension sections in Chinese cannot be resolved solely through accumulated reading as he initially believed. Borrowing a notebook of commonly mistaken words from a classmate, Su meticulously reviews each entry, noting any pronunciations and meanings that contradict his established habits for future revision. The teachers remain steadfast, ever ready to provide guidance to students preparing for the impending college entrance examination. In the expansive office of the senior liberal arts teachers, old Zhou sits near the window, the warm afternoon sun casting a gentle glow upon his face. With his eyes slightly squinted, he sips his tea while softly humming a Peking opera tune. I stand atop the city tower, observing the scenic mountains, while listening to the chaos beyond the walls. Banners fluttering in the breeze. It turns out to be soldiers sent by Sima. Clearly, old Zhou is in high spirits. Zhang, the deputy director of political education and also a teacher in the senior year, approaches old Zhou and inquires. Old Zhou lifts his eyelids and smiles. Is there something on your mind, director? Zhang, finding a stool to sit upon, replies, nothing much, just that class 10 performed exceptionally well this time. Particularly those students who previously seemed less promising. Old Zhou remains silent. Zhang continues, you, as their homeroom teacher, know these students best. What are your thoughts on their recent achievements? Old Zhou, in a state of serene contemplation, does not respond, having already anticipated Zhang's intentions. After a brief pause, Zhang, somewhat vexed, remarks, as a history teacher myself, I took a close look at Su Tingsheng's history exam. Not only did he ace the multiple choice questions, but his precision in addressing the major points was astonishing. I doubt I could have performed to such a level. Old Zhou exhales softly. So, what does the director imply? Do you believe Su Tingsheng might have cheated? Zhang inquires. Oh, and whom could he possibly have copied? Old Zhou's retort bears significant weight, effectively dismantling any doubts. Su Tingsheng's comprehensive score in liberal arts is the highest in all of Jiannan City, nearly 30 points above the second-place student from Libei High School. As you just mentioned, even you might not have achieved such a score, so if that is the case, whom exactly did he copy? Deputy Director Zhang struggled with his expression for a moment, then hesitantly said, I wonder if it is possible that these 3 students obtained the exam papers in advance. Lao Zhou stood up and replied, if the director thinks so, I shall call Su Tingsheng and the others over for you to inquire directly. However, I hope that the director can provide relevant evidence, as undermining students' progress and efforts right before the impending college entrance examination seems rather inappropriate. Lao Zhou, you see, I was merely asking you. Deputy Director Zhang was about to explain when Lao Zhou, Zhu Xuyin, hurriedly exited the office. Since the release of the comprehensive examination results, discussions and doubts had not ceased. The usually good-natured Lao Zhou was now visibly agitated. Yet, there was something else that incensed him further. The classroom of Class 10 was situated right next to the teacher's office. As Lao Zhou turned to enter the classroom, he discovered someone already standing at the podium. Zhang Xiaoyun, the homeroom teacher of Class 7, was not a teacher for Class 10, yet she had unexpectedly appeared at the podium, addressing the full class of students below. Class 10, how enjoyable was your copying? Chapter 20, a dialogue. Class 10, how enjoyable was your copying? Although Zhang Xiaoyun's words were clearly pointed, her audience was the students of Class 10, provoking their indignation. Some huffed through their noses, others pounded on their desks, and some began to jeer. Out of a habitual respect for their teachers, none dared to directly retort. Teacher Zhang, what do you mean by that? Lao Zhou asked, suppressing his anger from the doorway. What do you mean? You should ask some students from your class. Zhang Xiaoyun replied bluntly, turning her head. As Su Tingsheng had recalled from a previous life, Teacher Zhang Xiaoyun was a formidable woman who did not maintain cordial relations with many teachers, and she seemed indifferent to this fact. However, reality diverged from memory. When Zhang Xiaoyun first appeared at the door of Class 10, Su Tingsheng initially thought she had come to invite him to discuss study methods with Class 7 students. But he had misinterpreted her intentions, as she proceeded straight to the podium and made her remark, her gaze fixed upon Su Tingsheng. Just then, Deputy Director Zhang, who had followed Lao Zhou out of the office, restrained the increasingly agitated Lao Zhou. Fortunately, the 2 teachers did not erupt into a confrontation in front of the students. But the commotion had grown significant enough that shortly thereafter, the teachers from the humanities office all emerged. With the homeroom teacher of Class 7 standing at the podium and the homeroom teacher of Class 10 at the door, the air was thick with tension. What is this situation? The teachers inquired of one another, discussing the unfolding events. Amidst the clamor, Su Tingsheng stood up. Teacher Zhang, Su Tingsheng called out clearly. All eyes turned towards him, and the room fell silent. With a smile, he calmly stated, Teacher Zhang, I presume I am the most suspicious one in your earlier remarks. Am I not? Upon reflection, I realized that it would be rather cumbersome for the teachers to devise an entirely new set of questions for my assessment. Instead, I propose that the esteemed educators serve as witnesses while I engage in a dialogue with the students of Class 7 regarding effective study methods. Although Su Tingsheng merely suggested a discussion, to the ears of everyone present, particularly the teachers, it sounded as if he intended to attend Class 7's lesson, ready to eloquently defend his integrity against all odds. Su Tingsheng, eager to prevent interruptions, had already determined the subject of his discourse. History, for what else could it be? Since I excelled in the recent comprehensive exam, it would only be fitting to exchange insights on the historical discipline with the students of Class 7, especially with Director Zhang and the other teachers present to lend their support. Throughout this discourse, Su Tingsheng maintained a smile and a calm demeanor, yet to any listener, he appeared to be issuing a blatant provocation. Consequently, neither Zhang Shiyun nor Director Zhang could refuse his request. The exchange ultimately took place in the multimedia lecture hall, as Su Tingsheng had initially suggested visiting Class 7. However, the guardians from Class 10 were apprehensive and insisted on accompanying him, alongside a multitude of observing teachers, rendering Class 7's classroom inadequate for the gathering. Typically reserved for large public lectures or presentations by external experts, the multimedia hall seemed an extravagant concession to Su Tingsheng. Yet, upon further reflection, Director Zhang considered that exposing him to a larger audience might serve a beneficial purpose, allowing the vice principal to distance himself from any potential backlash later. Moreover, the discontented students from Class 7, as well as the agitated students from Class 10, were in desperate need of resolution. Consequently, as the students from both classes entered the multimedia hall en masse, they were soon followed by students from other grades, including many from the first and second years. Given that this was during extracurricular time, the news had spread quickly, and who would not wish to witness such a spectacle? When the multimedia hall finally closed its doors due to the overwhelming number of attendees, Su Tingsheng spotted Wu Yuwei standing at the back, along with the vice principal responsible for political education. Director Zhang, with an overly cordial expression, offered Su Tingsheng a seat. Old Zhou, seated in a corner, exchanged an encouraging glance with Su Tingsheng as he prepared to ascend the stage. The atmosphere was so charged that even young teachers felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, Su Tingsheng was merely a student, and Old Zhou harbored genuine concern. In response, Su Tingsheng returned a reassuring smile and stepped onto the stage. From the moment his foot touched the platform, Su Tingsheng found himself momentarily frozen, caught in a surreal blend of past and present, where countless memories danced before his eyes. In a former life, he had stood at the lectern countless times. This small space felt both familiar and alien, evoking a bittersweet mixture of nostalgia and exhilaration. For 4 years in his previous existence, he had served as a teacher, not ascending to leadership, nor amassing great wealth, but it had been a period of stability, joy, and profound satisfaction. Yesterday, once more, in a fleeting moment, Su Tingsheng found himself in a daze, almost convinced that everything he had previously experienced was but a dream. Resignation, Xiang Ning, failures, anguish, and rebirth, all mere figments of his imagination. As dawn broke and he awakened from this reverie, reality beckoned him back to the mundane routine of work and class. Laughter erupted from the audience, jolting Su Tingsheng back to the present. Was he truly rendered speechless? Some murmured, a sentiment echoed by many. Su Tingsheng offered an apologetic smile. This spectacle hardly intimidated him. With 4 years of teaching experience, he had once been the youngest teacher ever to represent Jiannan City in a provincial classroom teaching evaluation, facing an auditorium filled with thousands of educators and experts without a trace of anxiety. In a previous life, Su Tingsheng had secured a provincial first prize for his lesson on the foreign relations of New China, a topic he had lectured on numerous occasions, rendering it nearly impossible to forget. This was the very subject he had chosen to present today, and since he had ventured this far, he decided to delve even deeper. For Su Tingsheng, any issue that could be resolved within a single lesson was never truly a challenge. Su Tingsheng, may I inquire about the national leaders who participated in the Potsdam Conference? Which nations issued the Potsdam Declaration? Just as he was about to respond, a student from Class 7 posed the question, a girl he did not recognize. Perhaps her intentions were not malicious. Rather, she felt indignant that a mere student would dare to teach them, despite Su Tingsheng's original phrasing being one of exchange. Thus, her inquiry was indeed quite astute. With a smile, Su Tingsheng replied, "The nations that participated in the Potsdam Conference were the Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom." Notably, the leader of the Soviet Union was Stalin. As for the United States, it is crucial for you all to note that President Roosevelt, who represented the U.S. in earlier significant meetings, had passed away. The new President Truman represented America at this conference. Be wary of traps in the examination. As this lovely classmate has cleverly pointed out, laughter rippled through the audience, and some began jotting down notes. Once the laughter subsided, Su Tingsheng continued. The British representation is a bit more complex. Initially, it was the well-known Churchill who attended, the charming rotund figure famous for his V for victory gesture. However, during the course of the conference, a new election took place in Britain, resulting in Churchill's defeat. Therefore, please note that a newly appointed leader, Attlee, also attended the Potsdam Conference. This piece of information was not mentioned in textbooks and was unlikely to appear on any examination. Nonetheless, its impact was magnified, as many in Class 7 were already familiar with the standard points from the textbook. Su Tingsheng was now showcasing knowledge beyond the curriculum, wielding his extensive understanding to captivate his audience effectively. When he mimicked the sign, laughter erupted once more, but upon mentioning Attlee, a hush fell over the room. In an era when computers were not yet widespread, the students' knowledge was relatively limited, and thus few were aware of this detail. Su Tingsheng glanced at the few history teachers from Libe Middle School who were whispering among themselves, likely unaware of this point. Ultimately, the question posed by a student highlighted a significant aspect that I believe is worth noting. While we may not seek understanding, we strive for remembrance. It is essential to recall that the nations participating in the Potsdam Conference were the Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom. However, the Potsdam Declaration was issued in the names of China, the United States, and the United Kingdom. The rationale? I mentioned we do not seek understanding, after all. The laughter that previously filled the room had now dissipated, and any chuckles that remained were hushed, with the sound of pens gliding across paper becoming more pronounced as many diligently took notes. Su Tingsheng paused for a moment, waiting for the heads buried in desks to lift before continuing. This is the answer to that question. I wonder if our lovely female classmate is satisfied. The girl from Class 7, blushing under the collective gaze of Su Tingsheng and her peers, nodded softly and murmured, "Yes, thank you." Su Tingsheng then turned his attention to the entire assembly. Are there any other questions from fellow classmates? Subsequently, Su Tingsheng adeptly addressed 7 or 8 more inquiries, most of which were genuine, though some were deliberately challenging, such as inquiries about obscure historical dates. Su Tingsheng responded to each in turn. The questioning continued, with some students from Class 7 increasingly pressing for difficult queries, seemingly intent on embarrassing Su Tingsheng. May I ask, how many officers and soldiers perished alongside the Ziyuan during the naval battle in the Yellow Sea? A melodic voice broke through, and Su Tingsheng turned to see the source. It was Xiang Ning, the girl who had consistently ranked first in her grade. He remembered her name, not solely for her academic prowess, but also for her beauty, an uncommon combination of a brilliant mind and striking appearance. The question posed by Xiang bordered on the absurd. Her inquiry, unlike the previous challenging yet reasonable questions from Class 7, seemed to be a deliberate provocation. Some students from Class 10 expressed their indignation, murmuring their disapproval. Yet Su Tingsheng offered Xiang a grateful glance. If those challenging but earnest questions were seen as tests, then this seemingly unreasonable question served to alleviate tension, as no one would scrutinize whether Su Tingsheng's answer was correct or incorrect. Rather, they would focus on Xiang's apparent disruption. Following this question, it was likely that no one would dare to present any more tricky queries, for they might be deemed repetitive and unjustifiable, inciting public outrage. The young lady displayed a commendable sense of justice. Su Tingsheng silently commended her and smiled as he said, "Thank you, Xiang, for rescuing me from a tight spot. However, I can indeed answer this question. There were 246 officers and soldiers who perished alongside the Ziyuan during the naval battle in the Yellow Sea." Su Tingsheng not only alleviated Xiang's predicament, but also provided a decisive answer, his response brimming with confidence. No one dared to question him. All present, from students to teachers, were left in astonishment. How could he possibly know this? What remarkable breadth of reading and memory must he possess? Chapter 21. Student or Teacher. Upon Su Tingsheng uttering the number 246, a profound silence enveloped the room. Ying was the first to regain her composure, standing to say, "Su, you were merely jesting." I myself have no inkling of the answer. Su Tingsheng flashed a grin, responding nonchalantly. In truth, I too was merely speculating. I knew you were unaware. A collective sigh of relief resonated among the audience. Some were perplexed, others on the verge of laughter, while a few felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Yet, in that moment, nearly everyone's thoughts converged. So it was mere conjecture. Thank goodness, for I had feared that someone had indeed reached such extraordinary heights of knowledge, which would have been utterly unbearable. The classmates who had been utterly astounded by Su Tingsheng's decisive and self-assured response, along with the teachers whose confidence had been significantly shaken, now found themselves regaining their composure, nearly bowing in humility. The shattered fragments of their self-esteem began to mend. The number 246 might be erroneous. It was a conjecture based on the composition of the Beiyang fleet and the tonnage and firepower configuration of the Ziyuan ship. Thus, I reasoned that my estimate should not deviate too wildly from reality, with the discrepancy being within 3 individuals. Su Tingsheng delivered another blow, shattering the newly reconstructed self-esteem across the room once more. How is it not mere speculation to infer based on composition, the tonnage of warships, and firepower configuration? This is far more remarkable than mere happenstance. A discrepancy of merely 3 individuals? This is incomprehensible. No one dared to pose further questions. Su Tingsheng inquired twice more, yet the silence persisted. To ask a question now would be folly, since there are no further inquiries from the students. Let us proceed with our discussion. I wish to share with you a method of self-directed learning, which I have aptly named autonomous learning. At this juncture, the concept of autonomous learning, which would gain immense popularity years later, had yet to be formally introduced and promoted. Many students appeared somewhat bewildered upon hearing the term, while teachers had only vaguely heard of similar notions. Frankly speaking, this terminology left many educators feeling quite irked. Autonomous learning? What does that mean? Are we teachers superfluous? The skepticism and dissatisfaction were evident on many teachers' faces. Su Tingsheng continued, "What is autonomous learning? Firstly, let us clarify that it is not self-study. The paramount principle of autonomous learning is that it must occur under the guidance of a teacher. Otherwise, we risk straying into the depths of the Mariana Trench." Laughter erupted among the students, and the teacher's expressions brightened once more. What I mean is that when we review independently, we must learn to draw inferences under the guidance of the material presented by the teacher, engaging in self-directed organization. In simpler terms, we should strive to view and process knowledge points from the teacher's perspective. Why do teachers possess a superior grasp of knowledge points compared to us? The foundation is one aspect, but the methods and approaches are equally vital. When preparing lessons, teachers must organize knowledge points and seek appropriate logical sequences and expressions for instruction. In my view, this process represents the most exquisite form of learning. Both from the perspective of retention and comprehension, it is the most effective and refined method of study. Therefore, the models we should emulate are our teachers. As the astonished students were removed from the scene, certain teachers began to unconsciously take notes. Realizing that Su Tingsheng's perspectives could indeed be shaped into a scholarly article, one that might wield significant influence in the realm of pedagogy. Su Tingsheng continued, "For instance, over the past month, my 2 closest friends assisted me in my mathematics studies. The results have been quite evident. They not only helped me, but also improved themselves in the process. Why, you may ask? Because they are quite the characters." Amidst a wave of laughter, Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng tossed 2 pen caps onto the podium, exclaiming, "Nonsense! Utterly shameless!" And yet, they feigned pity to coax us into treating them. Su Tingsheng pocketed the pen caps and remarked, "I'm merely jesting. I believe many of you have grasped my point. Their advancement stems precisely from their earnest guidance of me, which inadvertently placed them in the role of educators. They meticulously organized and synthesized the knowledge, seeking patterns and techniques to elucidate concepts for me, and in doing so, they garnered substantial benefits themselves, immensely so." He gestured with open arms, and Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging the truth in Su Tingsheng's words. Since we are discussing the discipline of history today, I shall illustrate my method through a complete and autonomous process of synthesis, focusing on the foreign relations of New China. Su Tingsheng turned to the blackboard. inscribing the title with fluid grace, his movements reminiscent of flowing water. The teachers in attendance were momentarily entranced, observing Su Tingsheng as if he were a peer, one who exuded a remarkable prowess in teaching. From the outset to this moment, he had flawlessly maintained the rhythm of the class, modulated the atmosphere, and articulated his thoughts with an impressive presence. It is noteworthy that he commenced this discourse under the shadow of suspicion regarding academic dishonesty. However, the situation was now firmly under his command, a feat far more challenging than if he were to speak from the position of a teacher. Yet, Su Tingsheng had achieved it. It would be a pity if this student did not pursue a teaching career, but even more so if he did. I believe he could become a remarkable orator. Such a student's progress is hardly surprising. Anyone who doubts him must truly be lacking in judgment. Two teachers seated beside Lao Zhou whispered to him, who, in turn, felt a swell of pride and joy, laughing heartily. The students present experienced a more complex array of emotions. Some were utterly bewildered. A teacher raised a hand, prompting Su Tingsheng to pause, his heart a whirlwind of feelings. I am not a teacher. Do you have a question? The student, slightly flustered, scratched his head and replied, could you wait a moment before continuing? I need to return to the classroom to fetch my notebook. I need to go too. So do I. Us as well. Please wait. There was no more persuasive sound than these voices. Many present had initially come to witness a spectacle, either to support or to challenge Su Tingsheng, empty-handed, and now they all regretted their choices. Fortunately, Su Tingsheng was aware of his identity. He refrained from acting impulsively and cast a questioning glance towards the group of teachers present. Vice Principal Liu decisively announced a 5-minute break, urging the students to be prompt. The door to the multimedia classroom swung open, revealing a throng of people outside. The students, hurriedly preparing to return, hesitated, pondering whether their seats would be claimed if they left and returned. Hey, I'll bring your notebook. You stay here and save my spot. All right. At last, someone devised a solution that accommodated both needs. Chapter 22. We are all good students. 5 minutes later, the multimedia classroom had grown even more crowded. There was no standing for class, no greeting from the teacher or students. Su Tingsheng, chalk in hand, commenced his lecture. For a precise 40 minutes, neither a second more nor less, he exhibited mastery over the essential skill of time management required for classroom teaching competitions. Within this span, a history lesson titled The Diplomacy of the New China was delivered seamlessly to all present. Su Tingsheng tossed the remaining half of the chalk into the box and dusted off the chalk residue from his hands. Thank you, dear classmates and teachers. This concludes our class discussion for today. I would like to emphasize one last point regarding this exchange. You may hear various rumors before and after, but I can sincerely assure you that no teacher is a villain, and my progress is indeed open to scrutiny. Su Tingsheng offered an awkward smile. In truth, my leap in progress was not sudden. The past month of effort, the right methodology, and a bit of luck were all crucial. However, another reason is that I previously did not take exams seriously, often dozing off in the examination hall. What does this mean? It signifies that I was not as poor as you might think. Many of you may find my progress astonishing. Yet if you are willing to risk a poor performance once, your advancement could be equally remarkable. Laughter resonated from the audience, as Su Tingsheng's explanation stemmed largely from a sense of insecurity, an attempt to rationalize his sudden outburst of progress. Judging by the atmosphere, the impact appeared quite favorable. In conclusion, the fact that several teachers and leaders permitted an ordinary student like myself to stand on this platform and allowed me to prove my integrity through this exchange indicates that their character is far grander than one might assume. On the contrary, their generosity is substantial, genuinely prioritizing the welfare of students. Thank you. I have finished my remarks. A moment of silence enveloped the audience. Then, applause erupted, with one person rising to their feet, surprising everyone. It was teacher Zhang Xiuyun. Su Tingsheng, I sincerely apologize, she stated. Su Tingsheng's response was drowned out by the ensuing applause, as everyone, including Vice Principal Liu, stood in appreciation. In a previous life, Su Tingsheng had experienced applause during competitions and external presentations, yet at this moment, as the clapping resounded, regardless of whether it stemmed from politeness, conformity, or perhaps reluctance, he found himself unable to ponder deeply. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions, overwhelmed by the significance of the moment. Another individual brimming with tumultuous thoughts is the newly crowned top student, Chen Yuluan. For him, the extracurricular activities of today have been nothing short of a torturous ordeal. Initially, he was elated at the prospect of finally exposing Su Tingsheng's cheating. And from the classroom of Class 7 to the multimedia room, he charged ahead with unbridled enthusiasm. During the process of interrogating Su Tingsheng with pointed questions, many of the most challenging inquiries originated from him, even though he did not directly participate. However, the unfolding of events ultimately defied Chen Yuluan's expectations. Not only did Su Tingsheng prove his innocence, but he also once again stole the spotlight. Chen Yuluan's animosity towards Su Tingsheng stemmed not only from the earlier incident on the rooftop, but also from the fact that Su had overshadowed him. Despite being the top student, Chen Yuluan felt a sense of pride in achieving this milestone for the first time. Yet, the reality was that hardly anyone acknowledged his accomplishment. All the attention was diverted to Su Tingsheng. Chen Yuluan was indeed first, while Su was merely 11th, and he believed his looks were not inferior to Su's. He longed to ask why. On what grounds? The logic behind this sentiment is quite simple. An already commendable student achieving first place for the first time is a cause for celebration. Yet Su Tingsheng's recent exploits were nothing less than legendary. From playing the guitar atop the dormitory at midnight and throwing bottles at the girls' dormitory to expressing a desire to explore the vast world beyond, he had made quite a spectacle of himself. His audacity led him to declare his intent to rank in the top 20, igniting considerable discussion. He even bravely confronted the notorious gang, led by Bao Ming, single-handedly taking down 3 individuals. Moreover, he found himself criticized as a negative example during a public address. Yet he turned the tide by delivering an exceptionally engaging presentation, prompting teacher Zhang to apologize. This was indeed a saga of legend. Chen Yuluan felt both unwilling and helpless. His inner pride allowed him to forego taking notes and feign disinterest in the entire class. Yet, when everyone else rose to applaud, he could only comply, offering a perfunctory clap. Shouldn't the applause be reserved for the top student? Shouldn't a student who excels academically and possesses charm be deserving of admiration from the girls? Why was it that not only did he fail to attract the girls he coveted, but even Song and I, who had liked him for 6 years, no longer acknowledged him? No one seemed to notice Chen Yuluan's discontent. As for the other subjects, someone called out for further discussion, and many responded eagerly. However, for Su Tingsheng, delving into other subjects would reveal his weaknesses, and he understood the wisdom of knowing when to stop while ahead. Su Tingsheng offered a sheepish smile, expressing his reluctance. The mealtime has long passed, and I have already delayed everyone's precious time significantly. I truly cannot continue speaking. Oh, playing hard to get? Huang Yaming jeered mischievously, prompting a sharp glare from Su Tingsheng, who reiterated, "Students, feel free to approach me after class for further discussions. I cannot afford to take up any more of your time today. After-class discussions are a privilege for the female students. I doubt we'll have a chance." Huang Yaming continued to taunt in a mocking tone. "Indeed, with so many from Class 10 backing you up, you can't just brush us off like that. How about treating the whole class to a meal?" added Fu Cheng. "Is it really such a grave offense to have treated you all to a meal?" Su Tingsheng felt a throbbing headache, knowing all too well that his hesitance stemmed not from a lack of desire to speak, but rather from the realization that discussing other subjects would only tarnish his reputation further. However, the atmosphere was already spiraling out of control, as the rambunctious students of Class 10 began chanting in unison, "Meal, meal, treat the whole class to a meal?" Su Tingsheng was reluctant to part with his money and certainly did not wish for the scene to resemble a celebration, as that would leave him mortified. Yet, today needed a conclusion. Someone in the audience shouted, "Why don't you sing a song for everyone? It's better to sing here than to climb to the rooftop at midnight, right?" Reminiscing about Su Tingsheng's glorious past, the crowd erupted in laughter, all in agreement. With no other option, Su Tingsheng took a deep breath and said, "Then I shall sing." After the applause, the room quieted, awaiting his words. What to sing? He rifled through his mind and recalled a fitting line for the current situation. "We are all good kids. Didn't you say that Class 10 cheats? Allow me to enlighten you. We are all good kids. The song I will sing is titled We Are All Good Kids. This is also a message I wish to convey on behalf of our esteemed leader, Old Joe, and the entirety of Class 10. We are all good kids, striving diligently." The entire Class 10 chorused their approval, finding the title of the song particularly satisfying. "Haven't you always claimed Class 10 is worthless? Isn't it true that even our progress is only attributed to cheating? In truth, we are all good kids." A song typically sung by women took on a unique flavor as Su Tingsheng delivered it, with his slightly hoarse voice. Pushing open the window to gaze at the white birds in the sky, I recall your minty sweet smile. Back then, you ran across the playground, shouting loudly, "I love you." Do you know? Without accompaniment, the atmosphere shifted as the opening lines emerged, transforming into a warm and tender ambience. This is about youthful romance, isn't it? Someone pondered. Recalling the imagery of your minty smile and running on the playground, these were indeed tales of school life. Goethe once said, "Which young man is not infatuated? Which young woman does not yearn? In the bloom of youth, who among us is devoid of tender feelings?" Many had succumbed to such emotions, and as a result, Tingsheng's not-so-outstanding singing voice became melodious to their ears. Wu Yuwei and Yao Jing perhaps sank even deeper into the sentiment, their faces flushed yet radiant with smiles. As if, at that moment, Tingsheng were singing solely for one person, sharing his heartfelt emotions. As Tingsheng sang, he awkwardly glanced at the two individuals several times, which only fueled one's imagination. In truth, Tingsheng himself realized that something was amiss. He had initially chosen this song merely for its title, but as the lyrics unfolded, he found himself bewildered, for it did not convey what he intended at all. Yet, there was no recourse but to continue singing with a forced resolve. Fortunately, a few lines resonated with his experience. At that time, we feared nothing, just like this. Never depart. We are all good children, whimsical children, believing that love can endure forever. We are all good children, the kindest of children. Reminiscing about those who once hurt us in our whimsical youth, can we remain together forever? Sooner or later, one would inevitably reminisce, even about those who once inflicted pain. The atmosphere of graduation was hastened by Tingsheng's song. Graduation signifies not only the separation of lovers, but also the bittersweet departure from cherished teachers and classmates. Even those who had once quarreled or harbored resentment began to feel the sting of tears, as someone in the audience started to tear up. Tingsheng did not proceed to the second verse. Instead, he hastily concluded the song and fled, leaving behind a hasty and disheveled silhouette. Chapter 23. Perhaps a secret drink returning to the age of 19 with the psyche of a 31-year-old, Tingsheng grappled with a profound discomfort rooted in his mind. Many actions that seemed entirely natural to 18 or 19-year-olds felt exceedingly awkward for him. Thus, apart from regaining a youthful and vibrant physique, Tingsheng underwent another transformation. His smile had changed. Now, each time he smiled, it often bore an undercurrent of embarrassment, imparting a bashful charm. To the girls, he appeared as a fierce yet shy boy, a delightful amalgamation of traits. Little did they know, his demeanor was a reflection of his age. A stranger approached him, saying, "Tingsheng, I bet my roommate that you would rank in the top 20 of our class, and now they owe me a meal. Would you like to join us?" Tingsheng scratched his head and replied, "Maybe next time. I have plans with friends today." The girl nodded. "All right then, remember to keep pushing forward." She waved her small fist, and Tingsheng awkwardly smiled and nodded. Then, a girl with a tough demeanor approached, asking, "Tingsheng, do you accept little sisters?" It seemed he had been mistaken for a delinquent. With a hint of exasperation, he replied, "I have a biological sister. That's not the same." A youthful girl shot him a flirtatious glance and playfully remarked, "A little sister is different. Surely you understand, right?" "Not really. I have to go eat now, goodbye." Tingsheng once again made a hasty exit. In his previous life, Tingsheng had his share of experiences in that realm. But now he found himself back in the state of a virgin. The combination of a youthful body and the tantalizing sensations of adolescence made him particularly prone to impulsiveness. He could easily resist the allure of the little delinquent girl, but what about other scenarios? That young girl was still so innocent. How many arduous and painful nights lay ahead of her? Tingsheng was genuinely concerned about whether he could withstand the weight of the situation. It posed a significant dilemma, to uphold his integrity or succumb to temptation. This was a matter that could potentially lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, Tingsheng could not escape the dinner invitation, though he was not obliged to treat an entire class. The attendees had increased considerably since noon. He rummaged through his pockets, recalling the 3,000 yuan he had received last time, and decided to reserve a private room with a round table accommodating over a dozen people. The guests were summoned by Huang Yaming, who, in addition to the 5 from earlier, brought along Xiang Ning and invited Song and I along with 2 or 3 other close classmates. To ensure Wu Yuwei did not feel isolated, Huang Yaming also invited another girl who had been with her at the time. Wu Yuwei sat next to her best friend, engaging in hushed whispers. exuding a blend of shyness and sweetness as she introduced her friend to her crush. Meanwhile, her classmate was keen to discern the extent of Su Tingsheng's allure. As Su Tingsheng placed an order by the window and was about to return to the private room, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Su Tingsheng. A voice greeted him, and it was teacher Fong Yunyao, standing behind him with a feigned expression of indignation. You are truly excessive. Su Tingsheng, puzzled, responded. What seems to be the problem, teacher Fong? After you concluded that lesson, how am I supposed to teach you all in the future? Fong Yunyao sighed. Although her anger was feigned, her words held a kernel of truth. Her sentiments were genuine. Su Tingsheng's class had left a profound impact on her, creating immense pressure. Despite Fong Yunyao being an exceptionally capable teacher herself, Su Tingsheng's innovative ideas were a decade ahead. Coupled with his status as a student and the fact that the lesson had been meticulously crafted and had won the provincial first prize, the impact was undeniably formidable. Initially, Su Tingsheng had not considered this aspect. Reflecting now, he realized it posed a bit of a quandary for Fong Yunyao. Retracting his previous statements was no longer an option. With a sheepish smile, he remarked, I believe the students still prefer your classes, including myself. By the way, are you dining alone, teacher Fong? Would you care to join us? I'm treating a few classmates, and it would be an opportunity to make amends. He ushered Fong Yunyao into the private room, which caused quite a stir among the group, including Huang Yaming, who was discreetly attempting to hold Tan Qingling's hand under the table, and Fu Cheng. Teacher, please have a seat there. Su Tingsheng indicated an empty chair beside Fu Cheng. What are you dawdling for? Quickly pull out the chair for teacher Fong. Show a bit of gentlemanly conduct, will you? Fu Cheng snapped out of his reverie and hurriedly arranged the seat for Fong Yunyao, his expression betraying his nervousness. Don't be anxious. Just treat me as a fellow classmate. Fong Yunyao chuckled, noticing Fu Cheng's flustered demeanor, mistakenly attributing it to her teacher's status. Not anxious, not anxious. Fu Cheng mumbled, burying his head. Su Tingsheng found the situation amusing but refrained from teasing him further. Instead, he turned to the group. The dishes have been ordered. What beverages would you like? Observing the somewhat subdued atmosphere due to her arrival, Fong Yunyao suggested, since we are here to celebrate, why not indulge in a little wine? After all, we are in a private room, and we want to be seen. Sounds good, came the enthusiastic agreement. At this moment, Fu Cheng was the first to suggest that without a drink, he truly did not know how to enjoy this meal. With his endorsement, others soon followed suit in agreement. Su Tingsheng, noticing that Wu Weiwei had also acquiesced, cast a concerned glance her way and inquired, You can drink, right? It's my first time. I'll give it a try, Wu Weiwei replied with a smile. Indeed, Su Tingsheng was suddenly reminded of a wedding from a past life, where Wu Weiwei trailed behind the groom and a throng of groomsmen toasting at each table. Being a girl, no one pressed her too hard, and she sipped on juice throughout. When it came to Su Tingsheng's table, the groom introduced her to the guests. This is my cousin. Su Tingsheng looked up, and Wu Weiwei paused, taken aback by this unexpected reunion after so many years. While Su Tingsheng had mentally prepared himself, Wu Weiwei had not anticipated his presence at her wedding in such a capacity. Gathering her thoughts, she softly greeted, Hello, senior. Su Tingsheng raised his glass, proclaiming, Wishing you a joyful marriage and a lifetime of happiness. Thank you. Wu Weiwei responded. Allow me to toast to you, senior. She lifted her small glass, and a groomsman nearby assisted in pouring juice. Wu Weiwei then shifted her glass towards another groomsman holding a bottle of liquor and said, Pour this instead. Her voice, though soft, captured the attention of the entire room. All eyes were drawn to the bride, who had previously claimed to have never drunk before. The disparity in treatment was stark. Ignoring the gazes, Wu Weiwei held her glass towards Su Tingsheng, saying, Thank you for attending my wedding. You should call him cousin now, the groom interjected. To my senior. I drink this in gratitude for your presence at my wedding. Wu Weiwei tilted her head back, downing the liquor in one swift motion, grimacing at its spiciness. Su Tingsheng followed suit, drinking his glass in one go as well, so the bride can hold her liquor well. We must raise another toast, someone called out, inciting a raucous cheer. Count me in, came another voice, and soon the number of those clamoring for a toast grew. The groom and groomsmen found themselves in a predicament as Wu Weiwei suddenly slumped, prompting the groom to catch her swiftly, realizing she had succumbed to the drink. Su Tingsheng, regaining his composure, gently said to Wu Weiwei, Just have a little sip. His tone was caring, and everyone present could discern the concern in his words. Wu Weiwei nodded, radiating happiness. As the table indulged in food and drink, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Alcohol has this peculiar ability to transform even the most reticent individuals into spirited participants. If someone beside you grows ever more silent with each drink, they may be harboring burdens too heavy to bear. Tingsheng drank quite a bit, with nearly everyone at the table offering him toasts, including teacher Fong and Yao Jing. Observing Yao Jing's somewhat melancholic expression and then glancing at Wu Yuewei, he felt a sense of helplessness and resolved to pour himself another drink. Yao Jing, have you considered joining our Liangshan study group? Tingsheng suggested, believing this to be the greatest compensation he could offer, stemming from a place of genuine sentiment. Yao Jing stubbornly shook her head. No. Tingsheng was acutely aware that she might genuinely be saddened, as his previous closeness and concern for Wu Yuewei bore an uncanny resemblance to a man doting on his young girlfriend. For Tingsheng, his past relationship with Yao Jing was nothing more than an ordinary affair, unsuitable and amicably concluded, with merely a hand-holding to show for a month's time, devoid of any affectionate embraces or kisses. Thus, he felt no profound sense of guilt towards Yao Jing. In contrast, Wu Yuewei represented a different narrative. What began as a youthful indiscretion had become a weighty regret due to that final drink. Tingsheng never imagined that she would hold on to this incident for so long, lingering in her thoughts even after many years, leading him to feel indebted to her. Fong Yunyao also sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the room. Unlike some other teachers and leaders, she was not particularly opposed to the tender feelings of her students at such a young age. Glancing between Tingsheng, Wu Yuewei, and Yao Jing, she poured a drink for Tingsheng, saying, "You fool, your study group is even named the Liangshan study group. And you still dare invite girls to join? Do you want Yao Jing to become a fierce warrior? Quickly, drink this as penance." Tingsheng promptly downed the drink, casting a grateful glance at teacher Fong. The atmosphere at the table finally began to revive, and the previously quiet Fu Cheng suddenly inquired about the origin of the song, "We Are All Good Kids." Is this song new? We've never heard it before. Others chimed in. Has the song not been released yet? Oh no. Tingsheng realized he had not paid attention to when the song debuted. Observing everyone's reaction, it seemed it had yet to be released. What to do? He could only respond vaguely. That's a secret. Fu Cheng, with a mouth half open, suddenly had a revelation. Could it be that the guitarist is the original creator? The mention of the guitarist brought Tingsheng back to that night on the rooftop when he had sung. He had nearly forgotten about it these past few days. What guitarist? Is he the one who composed this song? How impressive. Fong Yunyao asked Fu Cheng. With Fong Yunyao's inquiry, Fu Cheng, naturally, shared everything he knew, spilling the beans without reservation. Thus, the group turned their curious gazes towards Tingsheng, their eyes brimming with intrigue. Tingsheng found himself at a loss for words. Not only was he unaware of the details, but even if he did know, he could not divulge them. That's also a secret, Tingsheng declared. How boring. Everyone collectively expressed their dissatisfaction. Tingsheng, undeterred by their disdain, skillfully steered the conversation towards the college entrance examination and study methods, seizing the opportunity to articulate some of his philosophies. Among them, the one most captivated was Fong Yunyao, a teacher with a keen ability to discern the underlying philosophies in Tingsheng's words, which seemed to herald a prelude to educational reform. Next time we converse, I must bring a notebook, Fong Yunyao remarked. Tingsheng paused momentarily, contemplating before responding. Would you be interested in writing a paper to promote my methods? Teacher Fong? In Tingsheng's view, this was his initial attempt to alter Fong Yunyao's fate. He was uncertain whether the publication of such a paper would yield significant repercussions, should it spark a reform akin to that of a previous life. Fong Yunyao's destiny would undoubtedly shift. Under such circumstances, would she still marry that abuser? From Tingsheng's observations, it seemed that Fong Yunyao was still single, implying she had yet to encounter that individual, or at least had not formed a bond with him. Even if the paper did not create a substantial impact, it would still serve Fong Yunyao in her professional evaluations. Every flap of a butterfly's wings introduces a variable, while Tingsheng feared unpredictability. He hoped for more variables in Fong Yunyao's life. A paper? That embodies your philosophy. I cannot be accused of plagiarism, Fong Yunyao said. Do you truly believe I could promote it myself, Teacher Fong? At worst, I could add your name to it later. What do you think? Consider it. If you agree, I will organize my thoughts and provide several examples. We won't aim for grandiosity. Rather, we can frame it as suggestions for high school history revision. Su Tingsheng suggested earnestly. Fong Yunyao hesitated momentarily, though she was not driven by ambition at this point. She did not perceive that a paper would bring significant fame or fortune. Her passion for teaching made it difficult for her to refuse. She had attended Su Tingsheng's interactive class and meticulously studied his nearly flawless history exam responses. As a young teacher striving to refine her pedagogical approach and open to new ideas, she was genuinely inclined to analyze Su Tingsheng's methods and philosophies, even if it did not culminate in a formal paper. Shall I give it a try? Fong Yunyao proposed. Very well, I will prepare the materials for you. And you can determine how to articulate them, Su Tingsheng replied, intending to withhold a polished version. On one hand, he wished to avoid drawing suspicion. It was normal for a student to possess their own ideas and methods, but it would be unusual for him to produce a well-structured and coherent paper. On the other hand, he desired Fong Yunyao to feel more engaged in the process. The dinner continued until just before the evening study session commenced. Upon returning to the classroom, several individuals appeared slightly tipsy, though fortunately, none were truly intoxicated. As for Wu Yuwei, Su Tingsheng had meticulously regulated her alcohol intake, allowing her only half a cup of beer throughout the evening, so while her face was flushed, she did not succumb to drunkenness. The one who had genuinely overindulged was her friend, a charming young lady with decent tolerance. However, in the presence of several others who were eager to impress the attractive freshman, she ended up consuming more than she intended. Ultimately, she was supported by Wu Yuwei as she made her way back. Su Tingsheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and followed for a while. The young girl, slightly intoxicated, remarked, "Senior, I used to quite dislike you because I always thought you bullied my Yuwei. How detestable. But today, I find you rather agreeable and you treat Yuwei well. So I've decided not to harbor any animosity towards you. However, you must promise to treat her kindly. Do you understand? Do you know how long she has been ridiculed because of you? She feels so wronged when you do not treat her well. If you continue like this, I will not hesitate to confront you." The girl concluded her statement with a playful shake of her small fist. Su Tingsheng was both amused and at a loss. Casting a pleading glance towards Wu Yuwei, who returned his gaze with an expression of grievance. "Very well, I shall treat her as my own sister," Su Tingsheng finally conceded. "No, that won't suffice," the inebriated girl insisted. "Just being a sister is not enough. I want more." Uncertain of what she would say next, Wu Yuwei quickly covered her mouth and turned to Su Tingsheng, saying, "Do not pay her any mind." "All right," Su Tingsheng replied, feeling a sense of relief. "But I do not wish to be just a sister," Wu Yuwei stated. As evening study sessions progressed, more students began to pose questions to Su Tingsheng, who patiently answered each one. He was aware that while most inquiries were sincere, a small fraction were merely attempts to get closer to him, a scenario he had encountered in a previous life. There was a rather amusing rumor circulating during this phase that suggested students who stood together for their examination permits and profile photos before the college entrance examination would likely be assigned to the same examination room, or even adjacent seats. Some were evidently there for this very reason. Sure enough, during the second class break, the classmate Su Tingsheng vividly remembered from his past life approached him. This girl was quite attractive, particularly well-developed, and possessed measurements that were astonishing for her age, while still maintaining a slender figure. What set her apart from her peers was her adeptness at utilizing her assets at such a young age. In his previous life, when she leaned over his desk to ask a question, the loose collar of her shirt revealed a deep cleavage, and when she unashamedly sat beside him, her ample form brushed against his thigh, leaving him utterly flustered. He was too shy to even stand up during breaks to excuse himself to the restroom. Now, she had returned, and even at 31, Su Tingsheng found himself a bit rattled. Her name was Apple. In this era, although many had adopted awkward English names under the compulsion of their English teachers, no one really paid attention to them, nor used them genuinely. In contrast, she had transferred from a big city and was said to have already taken the examination for a year prior. Her ideologies, including her fashion sense, greatly differed from those of the local girls in Libei County. For instance, she was the only one brave enough to don thigh-high skirts and black stockings, completely unfazed by the whispers and stares of her classmates. When she first joined the class at the start of her senior year, she introduced herself, stating, "You may all call me Apple. Currently, I am single and do not have a boyfriend." The entire class was left in a state of bewilderment. After this, everyone began to habitually address her under her repeated corrections. Boys started to pursue her in droves, and someone even called out her name in the middle of the night in the dormitory. only to discreetly change their underwear. In essence, she was a captivating enchantress. However, despite many believing her to be quite open, no one had ever truly succeeded in winning her over. She seemed far from the type to demean herself. It should be noted that, aside from some differences in ideology and habits, she was also a diligent student and maintained excellent relationships with her classmates, including the girls. This left many perplexed. In her previous life, years later, she married a wealthy foreigner and immigrated to Australia. During a class reunion, her closest friend in the class clarified for everyone, saying, actually, she was quite open. By the time she transferred here, she had already had several boyfriends. So why did she become more reserved after arriving? It wasn't that she became more serious. Rather, she felt that no man here was worthy of her investment. She was a rational person who calculated whether something was worth her while. She had shared with me that if a man made her feel he was worth it, she wouldn't mind even if he didn't particularly like her. Was it simply about being worthy of her affection? That was one possibility, but it was relatively unimportant. What she desired was, for instance, if you were wealthy, she would find it worthwhile to secure your affection. Or if you could help her gain admission to a prestigious university, she wouldn't hesitate to leverage that. When her former classmate mentioned this, she cast a glance at Tingsheng, who was drinking with several boys, and continued, back in the day, during the college entrance examination, there was someone who could have succeeded. They were prepared and made their move, but unfortunately, that person was rather oblivious and missed the opportunity. Tingsheng now appeared somewhat wooden. He and she weren't very familiar, their interactions limited to polite exchanges typical of ordinary classmates. Yet, at this moment, she sat directly beside him and moved her chair closer. This time, it seemed even more intense than in her previous life, where she had first stood and asked a few questions before gradually approaching him. Although she hadn't explicitly stated her intentions, Tingsheng could only feign ignorance, slightly shifting his body away, patiently lowering his head to explain a few problems to her. He averted his gaze, intimidated by her bewitching eyes. She was a bewitching creature who had mastered the art of captivating glances. Additionally, he was apprehensive about turning to see her leaning forward, revealing her neckline. After finishing a few problems, Tingsheng assessed his own state, feeling quite well. Indeed, his endurance as an older student was commendably high. Just as he reveled in his self-control, something struck his arm. Help! Tingsheng hurriedly claimed he needed to use the restroom, bringing this initial tantalizing encounter to an end. In the 25th chapter, The Allure of a Brick, Tingsheng utilized the 3 periods of evening study to organize his thoughts on self-directed learning strategies and methods, creating several examples, including outlining techniques and guided questioning methods, each with its own template. He then enlisted Fu Chang to deliver them to teacher Fong. That night, in the dormitory, some students were reading by flashlight, while others engaged in quiet conversations. Tingsheng has gradually withdrawn from such late-night discussions. Each day, he reserves this fleeting moment for reminiscence and daydreaming. It has been a month since he last saw Xiang Ning. He wonders if she received the package, whether she is happy lately. This speculative sentiment, though hollow and tedious, brings him a peculiar joy. However, the power of imagination is ultimately limited. Beyond memories and the brief moments etched in his mind at the school gate, he yearns for more. Even if he cannot fully engage in Xiang Ning's life and growth, he hopes to silently guard her from the sidelines, merely observing her. The following morning, during the early study session, old Zhou entered the classroom with a frantic demeanor, announcing that a suspected SARS patient had escaped from the isolation ward. This time, neither the government nor the school opted for concealment, as panic was inevitable. The repercussions of rampant rumors could far exceed the reality of the situation. Moreover, they had to consider the grave implications if the suspected patient truly had SARS, leading to widespread transmission among the uninformed public, an accountability no one could bear. The entire school descended into chaos. Some students and teachers, unable to bear the anxiety, called in to refuse returning to school. To draw a rather inappropriate analogy, it resembled a zombie outbreak, with everyone fearing they might also succumb to the same fate. Only Tingsheng remained unaffected, for he alone knew that the individual in question was not indeed afflicted with SARS. The school gates were firmly shut, and the atmosphere was stifling. Students grew increasingly sensitive, with even mealtime sparking conflicts. It was amidst this tension that Bao Ming and his group approached the entrance of Class 10, Grade 3. They were suffocated by their own frustrations and could no longer endure the feeling of being at the mercy of others. Tingsheng, along with Fu Cheng and Huang Yaming. Met them at the door. If I told you EVE deleted everything, would you believe me? You can check our phones, Fu Cheng asserted. The group hesitated. One of them retorting, who knows how many copies you might have elsewhere? Exactly. This issue is insurmountable because no matter what we say, you won't believe us. Fu Cheng replied. If you merely wish to fight, that's one thing, but if you seek resolution, I see no way forward. Su Tingsheng observed the conflicted expressions on Bao Ming's group and stepped closer, placing a hand on Bao Ming's shoulder, pulling him aside. In a tone meant for whispers, albeit louder than intended, he said, at least I can tell you one thing. Not a single photo captured your face. Bao Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you serious? Su Tingsheng nodded. There is no need for deceit here. However, I must inform you that your companions were clearly photographed, meaning this revelation does not resolve the issue. I have no reason to mislead you for the sake of your friends. The expressions of Bao Ming and his group began to shift, revealing a myriad of emotions. As the class bell rang, Su Tingsheng, Fu Cheng, and Huang Yaming returned to the classroom. Huang Yaming inquired, why did you suddenly say that just now? Su Tingsheng cunningly remarked, let me put it this way. What I have just done can be summarized as a strategy to dismantle a gang. The group, led by Bao Ming, is essentially finished. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng whispered among themselves for a while before quickly grasping the situation. The matter at hand was, in fact, quite straightforward. Su Tingsheng's words subtly yet naturally reiterated that he possessed photographs, and he informed Bao Ming that none of the images clearly captured his face. Bao Ming, in a moment of indiscretion, displayed an expression of delight. Henceforth, if the topic of the photographs arose among the group, should Bao Ming advocate for action? The others would ponder, so you weren't captured on film and aren't afraid of imprisonment, disregarding our fates? Conversely, if Bao Ming chose to remain silent on the subject or outright refuse to act, others would similarly think, so you escaped the lens and need not worry. This matter can simply fade away. Thus, the gang was virtually doomed. As they grew estranged and time eroded their connections, it was likely that no one would remember this incident unless they contemplated harassing Wu Yuwei, which would trigger alarms, particularly for Bao Ming. Perhaps, if he drew closer to Wu Yuwei one day, it would stir intense emotions among his comrades. In the afternoon, Wu Yuwei visited Class 10, handing Su Tingsheng a notebook. He hurriedly accepted it, uttering a brief thank you before dashing off to alleviate his nicotine cravings with Huang Yaming and the others. Once on the rooftop, as he lit a cigarette and opened the notebook, a wave of guilt washed over him. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Huang Yaming took the notebook, flipped through it for a moment, then returned it to Su Tingsheng with a sigh, saying, "You've incurred quite a debt here, my friend. This is no ordinary class notebook. Each word has been meticulously organized. That junior likely didn't sleep a wink last night." Indeed, Wu Yuwei had gifted Su Tingsheng a pristine mathematics review notebook, meticulously structured according to the teaching method he had suggested, encompassing every concept, formula, transformation, example, and common pitfalls. She had not only sacrificed sleep, but perhaps even missed her class that day. Su Tingsheng closed his eyes and reflected. He recalled the bloodshot eyes Wu Yuwei had when she delivered the notebook. For the first time, he felt a twinge of conflict regarding this young girl. He had previously thought that once the college entrance examination was over, he could leave it all behind, but now he found himself at a loss. Leaning against the wall, he moved to the edge of the balcony, tilting his head back to exhale a plume of smoke. Most of the boys smoking on the rooftop tended to avoid the balcony's edge. Although there were iron railings to prevent accidents, it was still unwise, as passers-by below could easily spot someone smoking up there. Perhaps inspired by Su Tingsheng's lead, or maybe due to the looming exams, a few daring boys joined him. Stretching their legs over the railing, smoking, chatting, and even whistling at girls passing below. In this atmosphere, Su Tingsheng came to understand one crucial truth, as that butterfly. One must refrain from flapping one's wings recklessly. Regarding the suspected SARS patient who had escaped, Su Tingsheng knew little about him. He had never laid eyes on this individual, yet he was certain that the man had never had any association with Li Bei High School, nor had he heard any rumors of the man having ever set foot there. Perhaps he had come, perhaps he had not. As long as he remained inconspicuous, there would be no issue. When a nearby boy, in a fit of panic, spat out his cigarette and pointed towards the thicket behind the school's security room, exclaiming, "Look over there, that person in the hospital clothes," Su Tingsheng was taken aback. Before he could intervene, the boy leapt up, shouting, "Damn it, the SARS patient has entered." The SARS patient has come to our school. He was not the only one to raise such an alarm. Voices echoed from the rooftops. And even those who initially failed to grasp the situation would eventually understand after hearing it a second or third time. Screams erupted throughout the campus, and everyone began to flee in a frenzied manner, like headless flies, unaware of the precise location of the individual in question. To make matters worse, he had heard them. Initially hidden quietly in the thicket, bewildered and motionless, he now realized he had been discovered. Consequently, he emerged from behind the bushes and began to run, just like everyone else. Perhaps he was merely frightened of being captured again, or perhaps he was devoid of thought. He simply jumped out and started to flee. Despite his exhaustion and frailty, he did not run particularly fast, yet as he approached, several girls, weak in the knees, froze in place. He saw someone blocking his path, their face a mask of panic and fear, and some even began to cry. Thus, he halted and tried to reassure them. I don't have that disease. I want to die. I don't want to die. Please believe me. I really don't have that disease. I truly want to die. The remaining students had already retreated into the classrooms, timidly locking their doors, while bolder boys moved desks and chairs to barricade the stairway on the first floor before returning to the second-floor corridor to observe the unfolding situation. In the open space between the buildings, several girls either sat paralyzed, stood in shock, or wept, while not far from them. The middle-aged man in a hospital gown babbled hysterically, "Don't be afraid. I don't have that disease. I want to die." He even dared not utter the word SARS. Tingsheng pushed through the crowd to look down, and amidst those girls, he spotted one, Wu Yuewei. She had just finished delivering notebooks and was returning from the senior building to the junior one, her mind lost in thought. The panic-stricken crowd jolted her awake, and she, along with several other girls, found themselves trapped in the middle of the open space. Tingsheng rushed downstairs, while others were concerned about the girls contracting SARS. His worry lay in the potential harm that might come to Wu Yuewei. He was certain that this suspected SARS patient was in a state of mental disarray. Otherwise, no one would be foolish enough to flee from an adjacent hospital room. Any individual capable of rational thought, no matter how fearful or desperate, would understand that remaining in the hospital was the wisest choice, for escaping was utterly meaningless if he truly had SARS. He would escape, even to the extent of jumping from the building and injuring a caretaker, which illustrates that he had completely lost his sanity, rendering him akin to a terrifying mental patient. The vice principal stood on the upper floor, shouting at the individual below, insisting that he was merely a suspected case and had already passed the critical phase, urging him not to err further and not to harm the students. However, it was painfully evident that such words were futile. No amount of reasoning would penetrate his mind. If he were capable of heeding those words and engaging in rational thought, he would never have fled from the isolation ward. He began to tug at the arms of the girls nearby, seeking their affirmation, demanding they declare he was not ill, that he would not die. The vice principal cursed under his breath and turned to rush downstairs, but several teachers quickly restrained him, with one even suggesting he should not risk his life. At that moment, in the eyes of nearly everyone present, he appeared as a SARS patient. Fear had obliterated the notion of mere suspicion, and even those who recalled it were unwilling to gamble on such odds. SARS could transmit through the air. Who would dare approach? Who would risk their life? What about those students? The vice principal bellowed. The teachers beside him held firm, reassuring him to wait for the hospital staff and the police. In truth, there was one individual who was entirely unafraid, for he already knew the outcome. Tingsheng descended the building, rummaging through the pile of materials at the unfinished gymnasium for a brick. A sharp-eyed student nearly gasped in shock before quickly covering their mouth. Almost everyone mimicked this action, astonished and startled, yet aware they must remain silent. Otherwise, the brave figure would have sacrificed himself in vain. Indeed, in the eyes of all, Tingsheng resembled the heroic figures of Huang Jiguang, Xiao Xiaoyun, and Dong Tsuanrui, ready to charge forward at the cost of his life. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng were at a loss, while Yao Jing was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. In truth, everyone who knew Tingsheng, the vice principal, Old Zhou, Fong Yunyao, and other teachers, as well as the students of Class 10, Wu Yuewei's close friends, and many others, shared the same feelings of confusion and emotional turmoil. Some were moved by his bravery, others chastised him for his foolishness, while others were simply astonished. Tingsheng himself, however, remained remarkably composed. His decision to retrieve the brick was driven solely by a concern that the suspected patient might suddenly erupt into violence. Although he would have preferred to engage him in dialogue, in the current situation, Su Tingsheng believed it was more prudent to incapacitate the individual directly. With one hand gripping the brick and the other swaying casually, he did not hasten his pace nor crouch stealthily, but instead walked nonchalantly towards the middle-aged man, clad in a hospital gown, who was incessantly chattering at several girls. He approached from behind. Everyone held their breath. With a swift and decisive motion, the brick struck the man's skull. It shattered upon impact, and the middle-aged man collapsed. Su Tingsheng quickly steadied him. Newcomer, seeking login clicks. This is crucial. It costs nothing. Just log in to see, and I can climb the rankings. Favorites, flowers, publicity, rewards. Chapter 26. 14 Days and Nights. A middle-aged man collapsed on the ground. Su Tingsheng, who had rarely interacted with others, felt a twinge of anxiety as he checked the man's breathing. Fortunately, he was alive. Well done. Impressive. Amidst the chorus of praise, there were also anxious voices. Bao Ming murmured to a few others nearby, "See, I told you, this man is insane. He is capable of anything." The crowd in the teaching building erupted in deafening cheers, awakening a few girls who had been frozen in shock. They screamed and rushed towards the building. Meanwhile, a voice from the school leaders rang out, "Students, please remain where you are." Su Tingsheng pulled a few girls back who were eager to flee, offering a gentle smile. "We can't leave just yet, but I assure you, this person does not have SARS, and we won't contracted either. Trust me, if I weren't confident, would I have come here?" He was aware that he had already passed the critical period, merely scaring himself. "Let us sit tight for a while. The medical staff will arrive to check on us." After some time, Su Tingsheng managed to calm the girls down, and they began to trust him. His very presence was the best proof. As he himself stated, who would dare approach a suspected SARS patient without assurance? Yet, amidst the crowd, one person remained unconvinced by Su Tingsheng's reassurances. Wu Yuwei believed he lacked confidence. If so many were fearful, why should he feel assured? However, despite her apprehensions regarding the potential SARS infection, she still approached him, driven by her own resolve. Ignoring her shyness, the earlier words of Su Tingsheng, the school leaders, and her classmates, under the gaze of over 1,000 eyes, she plunged into Su Tingsheng's embrace. He had not anticipated this. To him, Wu Yuwei seemed merely frightened and in need of comfort and support. Thus, he did not push her away, one hand gently patting her back while the other hung limply, reminiscent of a one-armed warrior embracing his beloved. Whistles echoed between the buildings. Su Tingsheng spoke softly to Wu Yuwei, "Do not fear. It is truly all right. Trust me." Wu Yuwei nestled into him, nodding and choking back tears. "I'm not afraid." After approximately half an hour, fully equipped medical personnel and armed officers finally arrived at the scene. After a brief assessment of the situation, the middle-aged man suspected of SARS was lifted onto an ambulance, followed by Su Tingsheng and a few girls boarding another vehicle. In truth, he had told a lie. After the girls underwent some examinations at the hospital, they were immediately placed into isolation wards. As individuals who had come into contact with a suspected SARS patient, the hospital could not simply release them. The sound of crying girls filled the air once more, and this time, no amount of consolation from the deceitful Su Tingsheng could help. Su Tingsheng treaded carefully, maintaining a respectful distance from the nurse as he entered the ward and settled down. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Hello, please do not be alarmed. I merely wish for a pot of water. Is it possible to make a phone call from here? Additionally, could someone bring in our books?" The nurse, encased in layers of protective gear, responded with a muffled "please wait" before retreating. Upon her return, she carried a thermos of hot water and informed Su Tingsheng, "You may make calls at your leisure. I have inquired about the books, and they should arrive shortly." After expressing his gratitude, Su Tingsheng picked up the phone and called his parents, offering them patient reassurance. He then dialed Fu Cheng, requesting his assistance in gathering the books to be brought in, so they could be handed over to the hospital staff when they arrived. His parents wept on the line for an extended period, while Fu Cheng scolded Su Tingsheng a few times, followed by Huang Yaming, who seized the phone to berate him as well. It seemed they too were shedding tears. Amidst the conversation, Yao Jing's voice emerged, asking, "Are you all right?" Su Tingsheng replied, "I apologize. I wasn't thinking clearly at the time. What I meant to convey was that if you were down there, I would go as well." These words, however, only served to complicate matters further, as the situation had become beyond explanation. Unless Su Tingsheng disclosed his foreknowledge, he could not elucidate his actions to Wu Yuewei, Yao Jing, or anyone else. Yao Jing reassured him, "It's all right. I understand. Just don't be too anxious." Su Tingsheng chuckled on the phone, replying, "I am not anxious at all. Rather, you must ensure your studies are not affected. Your grades currently do not surpass mine." Yao Jing asserted, "I will strive to improve." Subsequently, several others took turns speaking on the phone, including Old Zhou, Song Yanai, and even the vice principal and the principal. After concluding the call, Su Tingsheng noticed the nurse still standing outside the door. He suggested, "You may rest. I am fine here." The figure beneath the protective suit appeared to smile as she responded, "It's a regulation, a new protocol established after that individual fled." Su Tingsheng reassured her, "Rest assured. I have no intention of running away." The nurse remarked, "I can see that. By the way, why are you not the least bit worried?" Su Tingsheng replied, "In truth, I am quite concerned. However, one must comfort others. You are here to care for me, yet I imagine your family is worried too?" The nurse agreed, "Indeed." The two conversed through the door until the phone in Su Tingsheng's room rang. "Hello, it's me. I inquired with the nurse about the phone number. She mentioned this is an internal line and you may call freely. Are you frightened?" Came the teasing response. "Not at all. I am merely in the room next to yours." "Really?" "Yes. If you are scared, you can call me. Shall we chat for a while?" "Of course. What shall we discuss? Do you still not practice eye exercises?" Su Tingsheng's first encounter with Wu Yuewei was during her inspection of the eye exercises in class. He had inadvertently opened his eyes once, catching a glimpse of her. From that moment forth, he found himself unable to focus on the exercises. His gaze fixed on Wu Yuewei. When she admonished him, "You will lose points if you do not concentrate," Su Tingsheng replied, "But I wish to see you." "Rascal. You will be penalized," she retorted. At that moment, Wu Yuewei asked over the phone, "Do you still not practice your eye exercises?" Su Tingsheng queried, "Will I still lose points?" Wu Yuewei replied, "Yes, you little rogue." Su Tingsheng remarked, "At that time, I truly lacked understanding." Wu Yuewei countered, "Can we refrain from such remarks during these days here?" In this moment, Wu Yuewei did not possess the same assurance as Su Tingsheng regarding a safe outcome. For her, this was a life-and-death trial, marking her first confrontation with mortality. Thus, she put forth her request, one that Su Tingsheng found impossible to decline. "Very well," he replied. "What shall we do next? Shall we engage in romance?" Wu Yuewei pondered, separated by a wall. Yet how could one pursue romance in such circumstances? She was uncertain. "When the books arrive, shall I assist you with mathematics? Please have them bring me that notebook you were given. I will explain the notes to you," she suggested. Indeed, Wu Yuewei mused. This is how a scholarly romance unfolds. Must we really tackle mathematics again? Su Tingsheng thought, unable to admit that he had abandoned the subject. After all, this was now the third group of tutors assisting him. If he were to conquer mathematics, would he aspire to be the top scholar? All right, he acquiesced. The following day, the books were delivered. Su Tingsheng made a daily phone call home, occasionally reaching out to Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, his calm demeanor and optimism gradually reassuring everyone. Beyond that, he listened as Wu Yuewei lectured over the phone. The remarkable aspect of a top student was that her meticulously organized notes seemed etched in her mind, flowing seamlessly without error. After solving problems, they would engage in light conversation, discussing trivial matters. Su Tingsheng would occasionally share clean jokes, eliciting peals of laughter from Wu Yuewei on the other end of the line. Gradually, the little girl appeared to forget her fears. This connection, sustained through a wall and tethered by a telephone line, perhaps held a depth far surpassing that of hand-holding or embraces in passionate love. Su Tingsheng, fully aware that such an outcome would make parting more arduous, found himself at a loss as to how to sever these ties. Perhaps it could be articulated this way. Su Tingsheng himself was becoming enamored with this gentle warmth and tacit understanding. For in a certain sense, he was the most solitary person in the world. At other times, Su Tingsheng would converse with the nurse outside his door, sharing a few innocuous jokes to pique her interest, only to suddenly interject with a risque anecdote, relishing her frustrated responses from the other side of the door. Yet, Su Tingsheng gradually discerned that despite her scolding, she was still intrigued. Each time she feigned ignorance of the risque nature of his tales, only to blush and curse after he finished. Eventually, the number of nurses gathering outside Su Tingsheng's isolation room to hear his anecdotes began to increase. It was quite amusing. Occasionally, Su Tingsheng's mischievous side would wonder how a pure-hearted girl like Wu Yuewei would react if he were to share a risque story with her. The thought alone was entertaining. At long last, One day, Su Tingsheng recounted over the phone. There was a woman who was unable to marry due to her small chest. She had gone on numerous unsuccessful blind dates. One winter, she wore a thick cotton coat to one such meeting. And she candidly asked the man, "Do you mind that my chest is small?" The man hesitated for a moment before asking, "Is it the size of a bun?" The woman replied affirmatively, and they ended up marrying. On their wedding night, the man, shedding tears, burst out of the bridal chamber, kneeling and gazing skyward, exclaiming, "A Wangzai bun is still a bun, isn't it?" The phone remained silent on the other end. Wu Weiwei neither smiled nor scolded. Su Tingsheng, filled with regret, hurriedly offered explanations, apologies, and admissions of fault. Finally, Wu Weiwei spoke, her voice a gentle murmur, slightly stammering. "Actually, I am not small." On the seventh day, the nurses joyfully brought good news. The suspected case had been confirmed not to be SARS. Laughter echoed throughout the corridor as nurses and little girls embraced, leaping and laughing, as if reborn. Wu Weiwei reassured Su Tingsheng, "It's truly fine." Su Tingsheng replied, "Yes, aren't you happy?" Wu Weiwei, somewhat disheartened, said, "But I haven't finished my lessons. Yet, I quite like it this way." Su Tingsheng remained silent. Wu Weiwei inquired, "Will you turn back into senior Su Tingsheng once we go outside?" Su Tingsheng said nothing. The little girls packed their belongings, preparing to return home. The nurse remarked, "But there are still 7 days. But that person is fine now, isn't? Indeed. But the regulation is a 14-day quarantine. Yet that person is all right. Yes, but the rules are quite stringent." In the ensuing 7 days, the young girls began visiting one another, while the nurses occasionally gathered in Su Tingsheng's room, munching on sunflower seeds and sharing jokes. Some stealthily brought playing cards, enticing Su Tingsheng to join in, and although the stakes were minimal, nearly every nurse ended up owing him several hundred. Wu Weiwei did not visit. The two remained separated by that wall, tethered to the telephone line. When the time finally arrived for departure, the nurses hid in the break room, reluctant to emerge. Su Tingsheng knocked on the door, calling out, "Ladies, don't worry, I'm not here to collect debts. I'm leaving now. Want you come out for a farewell hug?" That day, Su Tingsheng embraced one charming nurse after another. Wu Weiwei stood at the end of the corridor, saying, "How about a hug for me today as well?" Chapter 27. Life is indeed fragmented. From the departure of the isolation ward to the eve of the college entrance examination, the days passed in an ordinary manner. Routine and unremarkable. Su Tingsheng occasionally mused that rebirth was not as earth-shattering as one might expect. It felt somewhat monotonous. Yet, life is inherently fragmented. The SARS outbreak was gradually subsiding, and everything was improving. Su Tingsheng ranked 6th in his grade during the second mock exam, thanks to his improvement in mathematics, for which he was grateful to Wu Weiwei. His parents beamed with smiles daily, a matter of utmost importance. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng also continued to make progress, with Fu Cheng finally breaking into the top 50. Su Tingsheng and Wu Weiwei's relationship returned to its previous state, as did his rapport with Yao Jing. They occasionally shared meals and exchanged a few words. She still frequently came to him with questions, showcasing her charm, biting her lip and gazing at Su Tingsheng with eyes full of longing. Her voice, heavy with breathlessness, captivated him. For someone of her age in this era, she was indeed enchanting, the kind who would have been a source of calamity in ancient times. Huang Yaming remarked that it was utterly irresistible. Su Tingsheng, however, found his resistance growing stronger each day, treating it as an amusing game that added a touch of allure and color to his otherwise dull life, which he found quite delightful. Occasionally, he would suggest, "Why not pursue modeling or flight attendant work? The score requirements are low, and the job prospects are good. Are you complimenting my figure?" She teased. "You haven't seen the best of me yet." Su Tingsheng had already retreated. There were 2 tasks remaining before the college entrance examination: a physical examination and a photograph. It is said that the examination requires one to stand in a row, completely unclothed. However, one may retain a single piece of underwear. The circumstances on the day of the photograph were somewhat more intricate. In a previous life, on the day of the photograph, she had eagerly jumped onto the back seat of Su Tingsheng's bicycle. The journey to the photo shoot involved traversing a bumpy downhill path, where she clung to his waist, her body pressed against his back, the jolts of the ride stirring up tumultuous emotions within her. At that moment, Su Tingsheng appeared flustered and taken aback. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Are you coming over to my house tonight? My parents are away in Li Bei." That day, Su Tingsheng circled the alley where her home was located for 2 hours, ultimately gritting his teeth and heading home. His retreat fueled by an inexplicable sense of nervousness and fear. And what of this time? Su Tingsheng, along with Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, rode out of the school gate. Su Tingsheng, I've been waiting for quite some time, he said. As expected, it was still the same. She hopped onto the bike. And just before the downhill stretch, Su Tingsheng cautioned, be careful. This downhill section can be a bit bumpy. Tightening her grip around his waist, she leaned her head against him. Unlike her previous life, this time she spoke an additional line. Su Tingsheng, did you realize that I'm trying to flirt with you? Su Tingsheng paused momentarily, then smiled and replied, isn't it better when such matters remain unspoken? You can stand next to me for the photograph, but I must tell you, it's truly unnecessary for you to sacrifice like this. Ah, so you noticed, and you even know what I'm thinking. Is it really futile? Even the teachers say so. Su Tingsheng replied, it's genuinely ineffective. She exclaimed, whatever, I'm still going to continue flirting with you. At that moment, the bicycle was bouncing down the uneven path, and she leaned closer, asking, is it big? Su Tingsheng grimaced and said, stop fooling around. If you have any requests, just say them. None, except to flirt with you. Su Tingsheng responded, my family is quite poor. She replied, someone like you could never be poor. And I think I might actually like you a little. Thankfully, after navigating the bumpy downhill stretch, they soon arrived at their destination. Su Tingsheng and Huang Yaming, along with Fu Cheng, entered together, and as they approached the entrance, more and more eyes began to turn towards Su Tingsheng. Among those standing with the trio, some whispered derisively, while others looked on with disdain. Yet, she was indifferent to their opinions. Huang Yaming went over to Xiang Ning, while other classmates approached. Su Tingsheng welcomed them without hesitation. After the photo session, Su Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Cheng retreated to a corner to share a cigarette and chat for a while. By the time they emerged, most of the crowd had dispersed. The trio made their way to the bike shed, where they spotted Su Tingsheng waving animatedly, playfully saying, you just arrived? I've been waiting so long my legs are sore. Her long, straight, and fair legs, only partially covered, lifted and swayed before settling down again, leaving onlookers dizzy. In her previous life, Su Tingsheng recalled that after the photo was taken, she had left on her own. Once again, I found myself perched on the back seat of Su Tingsheng's bicycle, wrapping my arms around his waist, declaring, you must take me home today. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, rather ungraciously, did not wait for Su Tingsheng. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Tingsheng faced a significant trial. Upon reaching the entrance of my alley, he halted the bicycle and inquired, would you like to come to my house? My parents are away in Libei. I am all alone. With that, I bit my lip and gazed at him. Su Tingsheng hesitated, replying, my home is in the countryside. I must return for dinner. With a sly grin reminiscent of a fox, I teased, it seems you are not as naive as you appear. Afraid, are we? With that, I seized Su Tingsheng's hand, leading him into the dimly lit stairwell of a nearby building, where I leaned in close, breathlessly whispering, have you never? After a moment's contemplation, Su Tingsheng replied, I suppose so. I pressed further, do you find me unworthy? Or are you simply afraid? Or perhaps disdainful? I have experienced it. Su Tingsheng insisted, please. Let us stop this. The likelihood of you sitting beside me during the college entrance examination was surely less than 1%. What you are doing now holds no significance. I countered, very well. I promise that if you truly sit beside me, I shall allow you to see. Under safe circumstances, you need not do anything. I added, but I have already stated that I am teasing you because of my feelings for you. So what then? Su Tingsheng responded, I must return home. I remarked, yet it seems you are not in a position to leave. As I pressed my hand against him, Su Tingsheng stiffened, and I gradually crouched down. The entire motion executed slowly, my eyes fixed on him, a smile playing at my lips. What an enchanting creature he was. It was no wonder he would marry a foreigner in the future. I must return home, I declared, as Su Tingsheng fled in haste. At the last moment, he ran away, despite the difficulty of doing so. Behind him, I laughed so hard I could barely breathe, exclaiming, Su Tingsheng, you are utterly delightful. Unexpectedly, Fong Yunyao's paper was published swiftly. After Su Tingsheng's persistent urging, she was credited as the first author, with him listed as the second. The following day, Fong Yunyao suddenly sought out Su Tingsheng, inquiring after discovering he had no mobile phone, and requested Fu Cheng's number. That afternoon, a call came for Su Tingsheng. The caller was from a publishing house, showing no interest in concepts, but rather captivated by the organized examples of knowledge points. Su Tingsheng surmised that they had initially sought Fong Yunyao, who could have easily kept this information from him, yet she chose to grant him the opportunity, stepping aside. Su Tingsheng had previously engaged in educational publishing under several esteemed mentors, thus he understood the nuances. When he spoke, the other party was surprised to find that this seemingly youthful voice was, in fact, quite knowledgeable. With this realization, their intentions to deceive were quelled, leading to a more amicable discussion. The publishing house's initial offer was 50,000 yuan plus a 5 royalty, a reasonable sum for 2003. However, Su Tingsheng countered with a demand of 350,000 yuan, foregoing royalties. The other party muttered an indistinct curse before abruptly hanging up the phone. Su Tingsheng hung up the phone and told Fu Chang to remember to charge his phone well before heading home, so he wouldn't run out of battery tomorrow. Only those who have genuinely engaged with the realm of educational publishing can fathom the exorbitant profits therein. Particularly around the time of the nationwide Unified College Entrance Examination papers in 2003. A wildly popular supplementary educational resource could yield unimaginable profits each year, undoubtedly surpassing the bestsellers list, leaving nothing behind. If royalties were to be considered, Su Tingsheng might accumulate even greater wealth in the long run. However, in his current urgency for funds, he seized the unexpected opportunity to acquire his first pot of gold, reigniting hope for a large-scale self-service supermarket plan he had previously abandoned. The price of 350,000 was indeed steep, almost absurdly so, yet Su Tingsheng was acutely aware of the immense value of his materials, which were a decade ahead of the industry. Were it not for his pressing need for cash and the myriad profitable avenues that lay ahead, he would have hesitated to part with them. Once he had the means to operate independently, this collection of materials and the brand of supplementary resources built upon it would transform from merely a golden goose into a resplendent golden phoenix. Moreover, the urgency with which the publisher reached out due to an obscure paper indicated their serious intent. Do not underestimate the discerning eye of these seasoned professionals, for their judgment surpasses that of many so-called experts. Su Tingsheng was confident they had already made their decision and were resolute in their pursuit. The following day, Su Tingsheng received another call from the publisher. They countered with an offer of 300,000, stipulating that neither he nor Fong Yunyao would be credited, that the agreement would remain confidential, and that the payment would be made in 2 installments, half upon submission of the manuscript and its approval, and the remainder upon formal publication. Su Tingsheng accepted the 300,000 offer, as it was within the range he had anticipated for negotiation. Additionally, he made 2 requests. First, that Fong Yunyao be credited, either alongside several esteemed educators. Second, that the second payment be made immediately upon the complete submission of the manuscript. Beyond these stipulations, Su Tingsheng agreed to everything else. No credit and a confidentiality agreement were precisely what he desired. With the matter settled, Su Tingsheng began spending his evenings in an internet CAF, typing for several hours. The substantial content had long been formed in his mind, and due to his well-honed typing speed, he found that it did not require an excessive amount of time. As the college entrance examination approached, Su Tingsheng had both payments tucked away in his pocket. Of course, he also bore the burden of heavy dark circles under his eyes. While those unaware of the circumstances marveled, no wonder he has improved so remarkably. He truly works hard. When the seating arrangements for the college entrance examination were announced, it was evident that Su Tingsheng would not be in the same examination room as Fu Cheng, who was seated adjacent to him, while Huang Yaming occupied a different venue. Additionally, Su Tingsheng noticed that the math prodigy from his class still sat in front of him. Though Su Tingsheng's mathematics had improved, it remained merely at an upper-middle level, far from the caliber of Huang Yaming, Fu Cheng, and other proficient peers. On the eve of the college entrance examination, students returned home or to their dormitories. Su Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Cheng boldly sat in the classroom smoking. Suddenly, a girl walked in and said, "Su Tingsheng, I won't block you in math. You may look at my answers if you can." Su recalled her previous mistake during the exam, and he certainly could not copy her now. But should he not return the favor? After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Then you can look at some of my answers if you can see others." The girl quickly waved her hand, saying, "No, I didn't come to exchange, I want to look at yours." Su paused but did not press further, hesitantly adding, A friend of mine who is a graduate student mentioned that this year's math exam will be quite challenging, so prepare yourself mentally and stay focused. After the girl left, Su turned to Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, remarking, "This is the college entrance examination. Indeed, they might not be able to hang out together in the future. Therefore, they decided that whoever arrived first in the morning would wait at the entrance for a while. It was their final battle in high school, and they would face it together." Chapter 28. Once again, the college entrance examination. The year 2003 marked the first time the college entrance examination was moved from July to June. In a previous life, Su's mother had already taken her 2 children to the city to work hard for a living. Every night, she would prepare a bowl of late-night snacks for Su Tingsheng, who was burning the midnight oil, enduring her sorrow silently until the examination day arrived. This time, Su Tingsheng stayed on campus and called his parents at night, assuring them that they did not need to wait at the school gate like other parents or bring him meals. On June 7th, Su Tingsheng rose early, and by the time Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng arrived at the school gate, he had already been waiting there. When Su pulled out 3 popsicles, Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng were left speechless. Eating this so early in the morning, especially before the college entrance exam. "Su Tingsheng, you must be quite ill," they remarked. "Who asked you to eat this? Don't you remember we need to have our temperature checked later?" Su retorted. "So what?" They replied. "Didn't old Joe mention that if your temperature is slightly elevated, you would be assigned to a separate testing room with 2 teachers watching you? Do you think you could still perform well?" The 2 suddenly understood. They tucked the popsicles into their pockets, planning to check their temperatures first. If anyone's was too high, they would discreetly apply the popsicle to the thermometer. With so many candidates needing to be tested, the medical staff could not monitor each one individually. Dozens of thermometers would be distributed for testing, and they would check them one by one afterward. The 3 of them huddled together. "I'm normal. How about you?" Su Tingsheng inquired. "I'm normal too," Huang Yaming replied. They turned their gaze toward Fu Cheng, uncertain if he would also have an elevated temperature this time. The reason for preparing the popsicles was merely precautionary, being prepared for any eventuality. "It seems a bit high," Fu Cheng admitted. Huang Yaming and Su Tingsheng quickly stepped forward to shield Fu Cheng, who tucked the thermometer into the pocket with the popsicles. "How is it? Did any of the students register a fever?" the head nurse asked. "No, but one is a bit low. How should we handle that?" A young nurse responded. "Is it significantly low?" "Not particularly." "Then it's fine." The 3 individuals felt a profound sense of relief as they approached the examination hall. Huang Yaming and Su Tingsheng were engaged in a light-hearted critique of Fu Cheng's lack of acumen, jesting that had it not been for their timely intervention, he might have ended up with a score of 0. Fu Cheng countered, asserting that the thermometer's reading was not derived from ice, which would have been futile. Rather, he had discreetly adjusted it with his hand. Su Tingsheng paused, realizing the truth of the matter. Indeed, a liberal arts student proving utterly ineffectual. Huang Yaming's examination room was located on the 2nd floor, while Su Tingsheng and Fu Cheng were situated on the 3rd. They arrived at Huang Yaming's venue first. "I shall enter now," he announced. Su Tingsheng perceived that Huang still had more to express and waited patiently. After a moment of hesitation, Huang Yaming began. "This should ostensibly be your affair, yet I pondered over it several times yesterday and struggled to find the right words. Regardless, I shall voice my thoughts. How you proceed is entirely up to you." Both Su Tingsheng and Fu Cheng regarded Huang Yaming, who was unusually serious. Huang continued, "What I mean to convey is that since fate has so kindly arranged for you 2 to sit together, under safe circumstances, Tingsheng, please look after Fu Cheng. And Fu Cheng, do not feel shy. If you can glean even a little assistance, that would suffice. What do you think?" Huang Yaming awaited their reactions with a hint of trepidation, as he sensed that none had broached the topic directly, fearing the embarrassment of expressing it. Su Tingsheng and Fu Cheng exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. "Isn't that rather obvious?" they replied in unison. Huang Yaming, taken aback, suddenly understood. They had likely already reached an understanding, hesitant to disclose their plans for fear of leaving him, the unfortunate outsider, feeling dejected. "I see, perhaps I overthought this," Huang Yaming remarked. "I shall head in now. Good luck." Su Tingsheng pulled him back gently, saying, "I have something to share as well. Last night, I had a dream in which I mistakenly filled in the order of the multiple choice answers incorrectly. Therefore, I urge both of you to be exceedingly careful once you've filled them out and to double-check each answer, even if it takes a bit more time." Su Tingsheng refrained from mentioning that it was Huang Yaming who had made the error in his dream, as that would be too coincidental. Instead, he stated it was himself. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Huang Yaming. Especially you, who tends to be rather careless, Su Tingsheng admonished. Huang Yaming nodded earnestly. In any case, there are not many language multiple-choice questions. I will review each one carefully. Having addressed these matters, Su Tingsheng felt a sense of liberation. He had already experienced the Gaokao once and had served as an invigilator twice. In his view, the pressure of invigilating was far greater than that of taking the exam, as any discrepancies fell squarely on the teachers. 2 invigilators entered the examination room, one a non-senior teacher from their school and the other from an external institution. They announced the examination regulations, checked identification, distributed answer sheets and test papers, and verified the completion of the answer sheet, all proceeding in an orderly manner. Upon finishing the language examination that morning, most students emerged in good spirits. The nature of this subject often leads to an optimistic outlook, though achieving a high score remains a formidable challenge. Before the college entrance examination, teachers from each class had repeatedly emphasized that students must refrain from discussing answers with their peers after completing each subject, as such behavior could potentially lead to psychological distress. A few mistakes in one subject could trigger a collapse, hindering performance in subsequent subjects. Consequently, candidates gathered in small groups, striving to engage in discussions unrelated to the examination or opting for silence and solitude. Su Tingsheng was also aware that after the mathematics exam in the afternoon, the entire campus would be filled with tears, with some students even weeping while attempting to solve problems in the examination room. This year's mathematics exam was deemed the most challenging in a decade. Su Tingsheng was uncertain how to bring this up, especially since Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng held strong confidence and hope regarding mathematics. Su Tingsheng feared that if they faced difficulties in problem-solving, it would adversely affect their performance. As Su Tingsheng pondered this, Huang Yaming arrived. He rushed forward and embraced Su Tingsheng, exclaiming, "My savior, I owe you my life." Upon hearing these words, Su Tingsheng immediately understood what had transpired. Huang Yaming had once again filled in the answers to the language multiple-choice questions in the wrong order, but fortunately, he had a few minutes left after completing the paper to revisit Su Tingsheng's advice and cross-check the answers one by one. "What a stroke of luck! I almost stumbled," Huang Yaming exclaimed. Su Tingsheng feigned excitement in response, and the trio engaged in jovial banter for a while. Eventually, Su Tingsheng shifted the conversation to mathematics, saying to Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, "As for the language exam, it is what it is. I actually hope the mathematics exam is a bit more challenging. Why? If it is difficult to a certain extent, the overall scores will be lower, which means my mathematics score might not be as adversely affected. Moreover, if that happens, those who excel in mathematics, like you two, would likely find it even harder to cope. If you can't solve the first problem, how can you remain calm? You would probably be devastated, unable to secure the points you could have earned. If a number of top math students crumble, wouldn't that be to my advantage?" Su Tingsheng had already said more than he intended. If it weren't for the deep bond he shared with Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, he would never have risked expressing such sentiments. Having broached the subject to this extent, it was now up to them to interpret his words. Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng each grasped one of Su Tingsheng's arms as they walked towards the cafeteria, deriding him with, "You have a wicked heart." Su Tingsheng chuckled to himself, thinking, "This is as far as I can assist you." After lunch, Su Tingsheng returned to his dormitory for a brief nap. For him, the afternoon mathematics exam was devoid of pressure. It felt akin to beggars and landlords fleeing a famine, with the beggars being more adaptable to the circumstances. Once the mathematics exam concluded, the scene at Libei High School mirrored that of his previous life. In the corridors and gardens, candidates wept openly, while teachers and parents rushed to offer comfort. "You jinx." Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng playfully punched and kicked Su Tingsheng. "Hey, you two didn't break down, did you?" Su Tingsheng asked. "As long as we can score what we can, the rest is inconsequential." Chapter 29. Commemorative album and farewell dinner the following morning featured the comprehensive arts examination, followed by the English exam in the afternoon, with no unforeseen events transpiring. The Gaokao, a culmination of 11 years of diligence, through elementary, middle, and high school, has reached its conclusion. Regardless of the outcomes, whether favorable or unfavorable, with the final bell's toll, all anxieties are cast aside. Graduation signifies both the burden of parting and the joy it brings, at least in this moment. No one has the leisure to fret over the impending Gaokao results. In classroom 10 of the senior year, students and teachers congregate, refraining from discussing the exam. Instead, exchanging the same request, Please write in my graduation album. Su Tingsheng joins the camaraderie, soliciting entries for himself while contributing to others' albums. In a previous life, Fu Cheng inscribed a poignant line in Su Tingsheng's album, "Though I cannot keep you, your playful words shall linger in my memory." Many years later, upon revisiting this phrase, Su Tingsheng still feels the stirrings of tears. Fu Cheng likely knew by then that he had performed poorly to an irreparable extent. He understood that this farewell meant they could never again share the same space. And he longed to convey to Su Tingsheng his nostalgia for the carefree days they spent together. This time, however, his mindset has shifted. What would he write now? As Su Tingsheng ponders this, Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng are busy doodling in his graduation album. Upon receiving the album, Su Tingsheng notices a substantial passage that had been scribbled out, yet he can faintly discern words of gratitude, relief, and the phrase "if it were not for you." This is their expression of thanks. Thankfully, they crossed it out. Otherwise, Su Tingsheng might have felt disheartened. He gazes at the final uncrossed line. No need to express gratitude. It is simply reluctance. Ideally, one should wish for your success, yet I cannot help but feel discontent, pondering how much better it would be if you were not so formidable. After all, we shall certainly never share the same school again. Though I cannot keep you, your playful words will remain with us. Signed, Huang Yaming, Fu Cheng. Su Tingsheng feels a wave of emotion threatening to spill over. Students gradually depart in small groups, collecting their belongings to return home and don their finest attire for the evening's graduation banquet, often referred to as the farewell dinner. Su Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Cheng linger in the classroom, smoking, accompanied by one other individual, Old Zhou. The cigarettes are supplied by Old Zhou himself. He remarks, regardless of the final outcome, "Thank you for your efforts." The three rise in unison to bow to Old Zhou. "Thank you, Chief." Old Zhou laughs heartily, masking the tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. "Remember to come back and visit me." After Old Zhou departs, Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng leave in succession, both needing to return home first. Su Tingsheng, whose home is far away, cannot afford the time to return and then come back, so he decides to wander aimlessly for a while. Stepping out of the classroom, he encounters Wu Yuwei standing there. "Are you leaving?" Wu Yuwei inquires. "Indeed," Su Tingsheng replies. "I accompanied you when you graduated from junior high, only to lose you afterward." Wu Yuwei remarks, "You deceiver." Su Tingsheng offers an awkward smile, realizing that this time he might depart more definitively. "What about your graduation album?" Wu Yuwei extends her hand. Su Tingsheng passed the notebook to Wu Yuwei, who flipped to a blank page, took out a pen, and wrote for a while before returning it to him and turning to leave. Su Tingsheng opened the notebook to that page. This time, it will be a year. A year later, I will ask again, "Su Tingsheng, do you still remember me?" For some female classmates, this farewell dinner after high school might be their first experience with alcohol. Those who drink for the first time are often prone to overindulgence. Those who indulge too much tend to weep easily. It wasn't long before the farewell dinner saw a few individuals huddled together, crying profusely. Su Tingsheng, however, had not drunk excessively this time. He still recalled the antics of his previous self when he had drunkenly insisted that Yao Jing fulfill his wishes. If he drank too much again, that scene might not repeat itself, yet he was uncertain of what he might utter. He harbored too many and too significant secrets within him. Meanwhile, Yao Jing had indeed drunk too much, and a few raucous classmates, along with some close female friends, pushed her to sit beside Su Tingsheng, as they believed the two had long awaited this day. Yao Jing was unaware of Xiang Ning, but she knew Wu Yuwei. She gazed at Su Tingsheng in silence, and he too was at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, Su Tingsheng lifted his glass and poured a drink for himself and Yao Jing, asking, "Can you still drink?" Yao Jing nodded and raised her glass. Toasts were exchanged, and the onlookers always desired the drama to escalate. The only one who understood Su Tingsheng's thoughts, Huang Yaming, stepped forward and ushered everyone out of the private room, suggesting they grant the two a moment of privacy. "You decide how to handle this," Huang Yaming said to Su Tingsheng, giving his shoulder a gentle pat before exiting. In the now empty room, the two finished their drinks. Yao Jing had already grasped the situation. She remarked, "Had I known, I wouldn't have let you pursue me for so long." Su Tingsheng chuckled. "Actually, my efforts were quite worthwhile. When you grow old, you can tell your children how fiercely you were pursued back in the day." Yao Jing smiled briefly, then fell into silence, asking, "Do you prefer younger girls?" "I suppose I do act like one of the boys." Su Tingsheng hastily shook his head. "No, it's not that. There's someone in my heart, someone you do not know, whom I met for the first time during those 5 days I skipped class. Yao Jing replied, "Oh, so it's love at first sight? I wish you happiness. And I wish you happiness as well." The expression on Yao Jing's face as she exited startled the classmates waiting outside, though she still managed a strained smile. Fu Cheng entered and said, "Huang Yaming told me he can't focus on you right now. He's busy crying with Tan Qingling, who seems to have not fared well on her exams and is considering repeating a year." Tan Qingling is repeating? Su Tingsheng was taken aback. In his previous life, it was Huang Yaming who repeated a year, while Tan Qingling had quickly broken up with him after entering university. Would this time be different? How would things unfold? Would Huang Yaming's affections shift? After all, there are always too many temptations in college, and few high school sweethearts can withstand the trials of distance. Emotions are the most elusive and uncontrollable aspects of life. Su Tingsheng felt powerless and reluctant to intervene. He turned to Fu Cheng and inquired, "What about you? Are you not going to confess?" Fu Cheng laughed heartily. "Who am I supposed to confess to?" Su Tingsheng, though not yet intoxicated, had indulged enough to speak with a boldness characteristic of a half-drunken state. Thus, he said, "Teacher Fong, Fong Yunyao, you wouldn't wait until graduation, would you? By then, Teacher Fong will have already married." The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Fu Cheng did not refute this, replying, "How do you know?" Su Tingsheng recalled their recent dinner when Teacher Fong had sat beside him, and their joint visit to deliver materials to her. Fu Cheng nodded. "But it seems it wouldn't matter. Confessing doesn't seem to help." Indeed, Fu Cheng's reasoning held merit. Yet Su Tingsheng merely wished to assist him in finding closure, not wanting him to repeat the entanglements of a past life. "At least tell her," he urged. "Expressing it will surely diminish your regrets." Fu Cheng lowered his head, hesitating. Just then, a voice interrupted. "Su Tingsheng, they said you were here. Let us share a drink. I haven't yet thank you for your help with the thesis. Oh, and Fu Cheng is here too." Fong Yunyao appeared at the door. Most classmates had already gathered in the hall, chatting and singing. She sought to express her gratitude to Su Tingsheng for his assistance with her thesis and learned from a classmate that he was still in the private room. In a moment of recklessness, Fu Cheng downed a glass of liquor, lifted his head, and declared, "Teacher Fong, I like you." Chapter 30. The end and the beginning. Fu Cheng's declaration, though abrupt, lacked the promise of an enthralling continuation. While the moment held a certain excitement, Fong Yunyao's reaction was equally compelling, yet the situation was destined to reach a standstill. As a teacher, she maintained her decorum and, without a doubt, had never regarded Fu Cheng through the lens of romantic interest. To her, he was merely a student, a child. Meanwhile, Fu Cheng had expended all his courage in uttering those words. Fortunately, he still had music to carry him forward. Holding his guitar, Fu Cheng sang, "Can you let me walk alongside you, since you say you cannot be held back?" The singer cried, and so did the listeners. "Can you let me walk alongside you, since you say you cannot be held back?" The next song was sung by Su Tingsheng. "Actually, I do not wish to leave. I want to stay, to accompany you through every spring, summer, autumn, and winter." The atmosphere lightened, and classmates teased, "So you two are a pair." After the performance, Su Tingsheng seized an opportunity to lean close to Fu Cheng's ear and whispered, "Tonight is your last chance. Will you come with me later?" Su Tingsheng replied, "I wish you all the best. Your charm is truly remarkable, so take good care of yourself." With that, Su Tingsheng, neither a sage nor a paragon, harbored his own desires and struggles. It was the weight of his past with Xiang Ning that compelled him to endure. In this life, the regrets towards Xiang Ning transformed into a profound sense of responsibility and belonging. "I belong to that lively little girl." At times, Su Tingsheng found it somewhat amusing to reflect upon this matter, yet it was indeed an obsession, one that he experienced during the cycles of life and death, thus embodying his deepest and heaviest fixation. This separation persisted until the early hours of dawn, during which Huang Yaming and Tan Qingling vanished together. Su Tingsheng and Fu Cheng safely escorted one female classmate after another home, eventually strolling along the desolate streets. Fu Cheng declared, "I intend to continue pursuing Teacher Fong." Su Tingsheng replied, "You truly are quite audacious." The narrative veered once more, yet Fu Cheng's feelings for Teacher Fong remained unchanged. An ending also heralded a new beginning. The following day, upon returning home, Su Tingsheng found his parents, Su Dad and Su Mom, not engaged in work, but rather gazing eagerly at him, their expressions betraying a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. His younger sister, Su Qiui, however, was unencumbered by such reservations, cheerfully inquiring, "Brother, how did you fare on the exam?" "Remarkably well," Su Tingsheng replied, which rekindled the family's lively spirit. He unstrapped his backpack and announced, "Dad, I have something to show you." To maximize his father's motivation, Su Tingsheng had, quite deliberately, withdrawn a sum of 300,000 yuan early that morning. After all, a substantial amount of cash would always possess more persuasive power than a mere card. Before Su Dad could respond, Su Tingsheng dramatically poured 30 bundles of 100 yuan notes onto the table. "Here lies one bundle of 10,000. In total, 300,000. Dad, let us acquire that ground floor of the building," he urged. Su Mom swiftly dashed out to close the door, placing a finger to her lips and whispering, "Be quiet. Be quiet." Then, she became flustered and at a loss for words. Su Dad, striving to maintain his composure, reached out to touch the money on the table and asked Su Tingsheng, "Where did you acquire this substantial sum?" "I earned it by selling review materials to a publishing house," Su Tingsheng recounted, meticulously detailing the entire sequence of events, from the doubts cast upon his integrity to the establishment of exchange courses, culminating in Fong Yunyao's paper publication and the publisher's subsequent contact with him. "Your materials are worth that much?" Su Mom asked incredulously. Su Tingsheng nodded, explaining, "Mother, consider this. I advanced to the 11th position in my grade within a month using my own study methods. Would you not agree that my approach is quite effective and valuable?" "That seems excessive. You are but a single student. Furthermore, shouldn't you share a portion with Teacher Fong?" Su Mom queried. Teacher Fong's name is attached to the review materials. Once these materials gain traction, she stands to earn significantly more, reaping both fame and fortune. You need not worry about that. As for why my materials hold such value, do not measure it by our little Libei County. These materials are set for nationwide distribution. In larger cities, some parents spend tens of thousands annually on tutoring for their children. Just imagine how much the publisher could earn in the end. After Su Tingsheng finished explaining, Su Mom pondered for a moment before her expression shifted. "What a loss. Silly son, you should have negotiated for 50,000 and that 5%. Those funds would have been a continuous stream of income." It was evident that his mother possessed a keen business acumen, swiftly grasping the underlying logic, to the point where even Su Dad nodded in agreement with her perspective. Su Tingsheng pondered for a moment, deciding it was time to apply some pressure on his father. He remarked, "There is no loss in this. For I firmly believe that with this investment of 300,000 yuan, my father will earn even more." This statement left Su's father momentarily speechless, and after a brief silence, he replied, "I will give it a try." Su Tingsheng understood his father's character. Although he merely said, "I will give it a try," the determination within him was as solid as a rock. This was a man who, at the tender age of 18, had ventured into the manufacturing world, a man who had suppressed his ambitions for over a decade. Once spirited and generous, he had provided employment for half the village, toiling tirelessly in the fields, burying his dreams and aspirations solely for the stability of his family. Now, he had resolved to make a comeback. Once his father made his decision, he acted swiftly. That very afternoon, he traveled to Libei County to investigate shop rental prices, particularly the leasing situation of the Tingsheng building. Meanwhile, Su Tingsheng watched eagerly as his mother deposited the entirety of the 300,000 yuan, managing to beg for a few hundred yuan in return. In hindsight, he lamented not having secretly stashed away a little for himself, although 300,000 seemed far more impactful than 290,000. He too was in need of funds. He was impatient to travel to Yanzhou to see Xiang Ning. If the conclusion of the college entrance examination signified the dawn of a new life, then Xiang Ning was the most significant part of Su Tingsheng's new existence, even if he could not draw too close to her. Su Tingsheng harbored a peculiar sentiment. As if without Xiang Ning, he would lose a part of himself in this life. She was the thread that connected his past and present. To truly dissect this feeling, it was clear that Su Tingsheng could not genuinely fall for that 14-year-old girl. He was enamored with the Xiang Ning from his previous life, the love he had cherished to the point of death. Yet, Xiang Ning remained Xiang Ning, and thus Su Tingsheng must continue to be Su Tingsheng. Life may change, fate may alter, but that sentiment must remain unchanged. Should it waver, he would find himself lost, unsure of what else to pursue beyond his family. While his obsession with wealth existed, it was not paramount. What truly rendered his life meaningful in this incarnation were his family and Xiang Ning. That evening, Upon his father's return, Su Tingsheng regrettably had to postpone his journey to Yenzhou. The rentals for the Tingsheng building had commenced, albeit quietly due to the recent outbreak of SARS. The following day, Su Tingsheng accompanied his father to the county town. Su's father rode directly towards the Tingsheng building, but was halted by Su Tingsheng. Taking his father along, Su Tingsheng first visited a mobile phone market, where they each purchased a phone. Su selected the first model of Nokia's 3 series for his father, the newly released Nokia 6650, while he opted for the Nokia 1110, reminiscent of his first phone in his previous life. Su Tingsheng had no profound impressions of the Nokia 6650. He chose it for its novelty and expense. In contrast, his memories of the Nokia 1110 were vivid. It embodied all the virtues of Nokia, a device simple to operate, unpretentious in design, and, most importantly, renowned for its indestructibility. In a previous life, Su Tingsheng purchased his first mobile phone during his sophomore year of college. At that time, due to the family's circumstances, he became the last person in his university class to own a mobile device. The Nokia 1110 accompanied him throughout his college journey until graduation. Surprisingly, Su Tingsheng did not cherish that phone as one might expect. It had been thrown from the 3rd floor of the library during an argument with his girlfriend and even ejected from a speeding car. Yet each time it was retrieved and reassembled, it continued to function. The Nokia 1110 was, indeed, remarkably resilient. After securing a mobile plan, Su Tingsheng took his father to purchase a pair of leather shoes costing over 600 yuan and a shirt and trousers that totaled more than 1,000 yuan. Had it not been for the sweltering June heat, Su Tingsheng would have insisted on getting his father a suit as well. Subsequently, the father and son duo went for a haircut together. Su Tingsheng's father, already handsome, looked transformed after the grooming, his rough hands being the only remnants of his previous appearance. What surprised Su Tingsheng was that throughout this spending spree, his father displayed no signs of resistance. This was a man who had refrained from purchasing even new clothes for the new year over the years. Su's father took out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, offered one to Su Tingsheng, and said, "Smoke up. Your mother has already caught on. Just don't overdo it." As Su Tingsheng lit the cigarette, his hand trembled nervously. Despite his mature psychological age, he was just a child in front of his father. "Look at you," his father chuckled. "Are you curious why I'm so compliant today?" Su Tingsheng nodded. His father rolled up his sleeves and explained, "We actually have a set of expensive clothes at home, though they've been out of fashion for many years. I understand your intentions. Truth be told, this attire isn't strictly necessary today. Even if we were to dress like beggars, having the financial means to speak would suffice. The reason I acquiesced to your wishes and spent this money is that, even if these items seem unnecessary now, they will be useful down the line. Once we secure the shop lease, I will need to negotiate with suppliers, hire staff, and obtain various permits, and a respectable appearance will be essential." His father's explanation instilled additional confidence in Su Tingsheng. His father was correct. Negotiations with suppliers and attracting competent employees, particularly when dealing with government departments, heavily depended on his father's demeanor and the aura he projected. This was indeed an era that demanded a certain FAOD, a proprietor of a dubious company, clad in a suit and carrying a briefcase, could deceive numerous projects from underdeveloped counties. Chapter 31. We are here to raise the price. The ground floor of the Tingsheng building offered 2,000 square meters for rent. Su Tingsheng's father had inquired previously and learned that due to the SARS outbreak, the leasing process had been sluggish, with a preliminary rental agreement hovering around 110,000 yuan per year. Having experienced the skyrocketing prices of real estate, including commercial rents, this figure left Su Tingsheng momentarily speechless. In the heart of the county, the most eye-catching building, 2,000 square meters for merely 110,000 yuan per year? In a previous life, Su Tingsheng had scant knowledge of real estate prices and commercial property valuations around 2003. These were not matters that aligned with his family's circumstances or his mindset at the time. His only recollection was gleaned from subsequent analyses regarding property prices, where he learned that 2003 marked a pivotal year for commercial real estate, propelling it into an era of rapid growth. During this unique period, influenced by a multitude of factors, the rental rates for shops in the Tingsheng building lacked a definitive standard. Neither the landlords nor the tenants possessed clear benchmarks. Everything hinged on the psychological positioning of both parties. Before entering the office of the Tingsheng building's owner, Su Tingsheng firmly grasped his father's arm and stated, "Dad, I can accept a rental rate of up to 150,000, and the longer the lease, the better. Most importantly, we should negotiate the payment terms to retain some liquidity. Upon entering the office, a middle-aged man of ample stature, seated behind the desk, greeted them politely and prepared tea before inquiring, "What brings you two here?" Sue's father cut to the chase. "We wish to understand the rental situation for the first-floor shopping mall." The middle-aged man immediately perked up, asking curiously, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" "I am simply Su," came the reply. "Ah, Mr. Su." The owner of the Tingsheng building hesitated momentarily. "It is unfortunate, but you have arrived a step too late. The first-floor shopping area has undergone several bidding rounds, and we have nearly finalized an agreement with Mr. Zhao from the Nanxing Hotel." Su Tingsheng and his father exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a silent understanding. The owner's words were a blend of truth and embellishment. While it was true that the mall had attracted little interest, the fact that he had nearly reached an agreement with Mr. Zhao was not without merit. However, an agreement is merely a discussion until a contract is signed, and from a rental perspective, it was evident that the owner was dissatisfied. Su's father responded directly, "Is there room for negotiation?" The owner replied, "There is, though it's merely a formality. We are here to raise the price." This may have been the most delightful statement the Tingsheng owner had heard in quite some time. The Tingsheng building had faced significant challenges during its opening phase due to the SARS outbreak, and he had endured a string of frustrations, feeling as though he had been begging for favorable rental terms from Mr. Zhao. Now, unexpectedly, someone was declaring their intent to negotiate upwards. The owner, momentarily discarding any semblance of guile, asked, "Do you know the rental rate we have discussed?" Su's father had only a vague understanding of the market and recognized that once he inquired, it would be difficult to extract the truth from the other party. Thus, he opted for a strategic approach, responding with a smile, "We are prepared to increase by 5,000." At this declaration, Su Tingsheng regarded his father with newfound respect. The owner no longer hesitated. After exchanging pleasantries with Su's father, he promptly picked up the phone to contact Mr. Zhao. After hanging up, he informed Su's father, "Mr. Zhao is somewhat skeptical and intends to come over himself. What do you think?" Su's father took a sip of tea and replied, "That works perfectly. I hope to conclude our discussions today and expedite the signing of the contract. If Mr. Zhao intends to deliberate for a few days, we may not have the luxury of time." The owner assured him, "Rest assured, we will finalize the agreement today and sign promptly." "Very well. Let us await the arrival of Mr. Zhao." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Zhao, in his 50s, entered the room and remarked directly, "Mr. Yi, I trust you are not engaging a ringer to play games with me?" Mr. Su remained silent, deeming it unnecessary to interject at this juncture. Mr. Jinsheng's expression darkened slightly as he stated bluntly, "Mr. Su's offer stands at 105,000, which exceeds Mr. Zhao's by 5,000. What say you, Mr. Zhao?" 105,000. Mr. Su nodded affirmatively. "Then you may proceed to sign," Mr. Zhao said, feigning a movement toward the exit. Standing up promptly, Mr. Su extended his hand to Mr. Tingsheng, declaring, "To a fruitful collaboration." "To a fruitful collaboration," they echoed. Mr. Zhao, tilting his head in contemplation, pondered aloud, "Are we truly serious?" 110,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Mr. Su countered, 115,000. Mr. Zhao blinked, taken aback. "My friend, your arithmetic bears a striking resemblance to that of a ringer invited by Mr. Yi." Mr. Su merely smiled, remaining silent. Mr. Zhao tentatively inquired, "What if I were to raise it to 120,000? Just as Mr. Su was about to respond, Su Tingsheng tugged at his father's sleeve from behind, prompting Mr. Su to hesitate momentarily before stating, "Let us see if Mr. Zhao is truly willing to increase his offer." Observers in the Tingsheng building, including Mr. Yi and Mr. Zhao, each harbored their own speculations, yet they shared a common belief. Should Mr. Zhao raise his bid to 120,000, Mr. Su would inevitably waver. In truth, Su Tingsheng's maneuver was deliberately staged for their observation, and Mr. Su played along adeptly. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Su, please hold on. I must make a phone call." Mr. Zhao exited the room, engaging in a 3 to 5 minute conversation before returning to assert, 120,000 it is. "Today, this is my final offer. Whether you are conspiring to jest with me or this is genuine, I am firmly set at this price and will not budge." Mr. Yi of Tingsheng building found himself quite satisfied with this figure, and his gaze toward Mr. Su was imbued with gratitude, yet laced with anticipation. "Mr. Su, what do you think?" Su Tingsheng pondered for a moment, realizing that their sudden arrival and Mr. Tingsheng's phone call had occurred in the presence of both himself and his father, implying that collusion with Mr. Zhao was nearly impossible. Conversely, the suspicion of collusion with Mr. Yi to inflate the price loomed considerably larger. Thus, the question remained, should they raise the price further, and if so, by how much? While Su Tingsheng contemplated this, Mr. Su extended his hand toward Mr. Yi of Jincheng, stating, 125,000. I hope, Mr. You will not place me in a difficult position. This peculiar statement, uttered after raising the offer, was strange indeed. Yet, to Mr. Jincheng's ears, it signified a clear message. I have been forthright and candid. I hope you will not hesitate further or attempt to continue pressuring us for a higher bid. If you remain uncertain, I shall find myself in a quandary and may have no choice but to withdraw. From Mr. Jincheng's perspective, he naturally preferred to collaborate with the forthright Mr. Su, especially as this was the second time the latter had extended his hand. Further hesitation would be a disservice to the man before him. Su Tingsheng observed quietly to himself, stifling a chuckle at the formidable demeanor of his father, one of the pioneering agrarian entrepreneurs of the 1980s. The atmosphere was indeed charged. After a brief silence, Boss Zhao extended his hand towards Su's father, congratulating him and expressing hopes for future collaboration. Su's father graciously replied, thanking Boss Zhao for his generous offer and expressing a desire for future cooperation. Seemingly irked by being outmaneuvered by Boss Zhao, Boss Yi from Jincheng Building hastily approached to shake Su's father's hand, repeatedly wishing for a pleasant partnership. The two engaged in a discussion regarding various specifics such as the contract duration, rent increment rate, and payment methods. It soon became clear to Boss Yi that this seemingly straightforward Su was capable of being quite shrewd and meticulous. However, could he possibly bring Boss Zhao back to the table? Surely, Boss Zhao would not be any less formidable. Thus, Boss Yi chose to yield, riding leisurely on bicycles. Su Tingsheng inquired, Father, why did you add an extra 5,000? Wouldn't 1 or 2,000 have sufficed? His father explained, I considered that too, but I felt that if I only raised it by 1 or 2,000, the deal might not solidify. Boss Zhao would think there was room for negotiation. Although he claimed he would never increase his offer, such declarations are often empty. Moreover, Boss Yi likely harbored his own reservations, don't you think? Su Tingsheng chuckled foolishly. I don't really understand. I just think you were incredibly commanding at that moment, making both bosses feel overwhelmed. Stop flattering me, his father replied with a smile. Do you think I've spent these years merely tending to the fields? I've contemplated, inquired, and learned extensively, never anticipating such an opportunity would arise. As for your observation about Boss Yi and Boss Zhao feeling pressured, I believe it stems from 2 factors. Firstly, Boss Zhao was not particularly determined to secure this mall, especially since the SARS incident has made everyone exceedingly cautious. Secondly, it appears that Boss Yi is in dire need of funds. Otherwise, our modest capital pales in comparison to his stature as a building owner. Upon hearing his father's analysis, Su Tingsheng suddenly realized how little he understood his father's true capabilities and ambitions, which far exceeded his own expectations. Perhaps he could truly embrace his role as a privileged heir without concern. What are you smiling about? His father asked. Nothing. I just feel like I've never seen you display such presence before, nor even imagined it, Su replied. His father chuckled. Those of us who initiated factories back then were quite similar. We worked tirelessly, not considering ourselves as mere bosses, and we were quite audacious, often disregarding reason. The systems were imperfect, and numerous challenges arose. The survival of our factories depended heavily on the vigor and cunning of us, the proprietors. Now that we have capital, and you've provided me with a foundation of 150,000, it would be unusual if I lacked a commanding presence. Do you really have such faith in me, father? I know so little, Su Tingsheng responded. Maintaining a facade with your father, to be honest, if it were the former you, I would have found it hard to believe. However, over these past few months, you have undergone a remarkable transformation. Since that visit from Wang Fong and the words you spoke, I began to sense a shift within you. By the way, the price of pork has indeed started to rise. Furthermore, regarding the matters of banlangen and white vinegar, your academic performance, and the 30,000 you earned, including the tone of your phone calls to home during your days in the isolation ward, and that moment when you tugged at my sleeve, all imparted to me the impression that you seem to have suddenly matured. Not just in a typical sense, but rather, you have seemingly become astute overnight. I have discussed this with your mother on several occasions, struggling to comprehend it, but ultimately decided to let it be. The fact that you are my son remains unchanged. Su Tingsheng did not offer an explanation. He simply called out, Dad. Su's father, one hand steadying the bicycle, leaned it closer and gently ruffled Su Tingsheng's hair. Dad just hopes you don't feel too much pressure. Do what you can, and don't force yourself with what you can't. I am here for you. In my heart, nothing is more important than your happiness and health. Su Tingsheng nodded, his throat tight with emotion. Since his rebirth, he had borne an overwhelming burden. Family, friends, relationships, even teachers and classmates. He endeavored to account for every aspect, worrying about Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng's college entrance examinations, caring for Yao Jing and Wu Yuewei's feelings, supporting old Zhou, helping Zhang Xiuyun, advising the girl who struggled with her math exam, and even concerning himself with Fong Yun Yao's marital happiness. He felt exhausted. His father's words were the best comfort, reminding him that he would always have a towering presence behind him and that he did not bear the absolute responsibility to shoulder so much. Heaven has granted me a chance to live again. If I cannot even live freely, that would be a grave loss, Su Tingsheng thought. Dad, let's race and see who is faster. With that, he took off running, prompting his father to scold him playfully before hastily giving chase, as the two bicycles sped homeward. Chapter 32. A return to the world. 3 days later, the leasing contract for the Tingsheng building was officially signed. As the building still had some finishing work to be completed and Su's father had not yet prepared for renovations, Su Tingsheng, with permission, created a massive banner that enveloped the entire first-floor mall of the Tingsheng building, emblazoned with 2 words, "Wait for me." Before long, this became a hot topic of discussion throughout Libei County. A mall that had yet to commence renovations was boldly proclaiming to the entire county, "Wait for me." Why? One might ask, is it merely about opening a store? Even if it's larger, can it truly captivate? Yet, isn't it intriguing? People began to speculate about the individual behind the mall. Who was the owner? Who was the mastermind behind such antics? Soon, Su's father, the one who rented the shop, was unearthed. Wasn't he a farmer? How could he possibly possess such wealth? What a joke. He was the one who established the first brick and tile factory in Libei. Would someone like him lack money or capability? Indeed, despite having taken a few years off, his wealth and ambition remained undiminished. Such a large mall represented a significant undertaking. If you hail from a rural background, take a moment to reminisce about your initial experience stepping into a large self-service supermarket. At least for me, even the sight of a shopping cart designed for children was a novelty. In truth, the exorbitant rental prices on the first floor of the Tingsheng building can be attributed to another reason. Much like the majority of the populace yet to encounter such expansive supermarkets, people found themselves bewildered. What kind of business could possibly thrive in such a vast space? Selling clothes, perhaps? Selling fruits? Or perhaps establishing a billiard hall, which could easily be set up with just a couple of tables on the roadside. The space seemed too grand for any venture to fit comfortably. As more individuals began to frequent the area, they covertly inquired about Su Ba's capabilities and plans. Why not let me invest? Was the question posed by an old friend of Su Ba, who contributed 8,000 yuan, leading to an increasing number of people arriving at Su's home with cash in hand. Naturally, some harbored concerns about the risk of losing their investments. Yet, at such moments, there would always be someone to remind them that grand shopping mall has already been secured. Do you really think they need your few thousand yuan? It was clear, unless one was a familiar face or had an introduction, gaining entry into this venture was nearly impossible. This 2,000 square meter shopping mall was a grand banner under which more and more people gathered. This was precisely the effect that Su Tingsheng and Su Ba desired. Admittedly, their funds were insufficient. After paying a year's rent and deposits, they still had to consider renovation costs, inventory, and various other expenses. Their financial resources were woefully inadequate. Despite this, Su Ba resolutely declined numerous investment offers. Paradoxically, the more he did so, the more individuals sought to invest, often employing all manner of tactics to contribute their funds. Just a few days ago, as Su Ba grappled with financial woes, uncertain of where to borrow or secure a loan, Su Tingsheng proposed a novel idea, crowdfunding. In his previous life, had he not spent several years in business, he would have found this term quite daunting, even terrifying. His familial background and life experiences had rendered him an exceedingly cautious individual in financial matters. After laboriously earning a modest sum, his first thought was to repay debts, followed by diligently saving for a home. Alas, the snail-like growth of his savings was perpetually outpaced by soaring property prices. Capital accumulation itself is fraught with risks. Post-2014, many affluent entrepreneurs would falter in this endeavor. Yet, we must also acknowledge that countless local tycoons began their ascent from this very juncture. How many successful individuals in real life have not utilized others' capital to generate wealth? Su Tingsheng realized this too late in his past life, rendering him a failure, one who had to relinquish even the most precious love, powerless to hold on. Now, however, everything has reset. Opportunities abound once more. It is the year 2003, the onset of a frenzied wave of wealth accumulation. As long as one possesses capital, the world is replete with golden opportunities. Convincing Su Ba was initially a formidable task, yet the actual implementation proved straightforward, for he was already aboard the proverbial pirate ship, with no retreat possible. The true conflict between father and son lay in the amount of capital to raise. Su Ba believed that a sufficient sum to launch the supermarket would suffice, unwilling to take greater risks, while Su Tingsheng argued that the more capital, the better. Abundance was key. For Su Tingsheng, possessing wealth alleviates the anxiety of lacking business opportunities. One need not fear the inability to generate income. If all else fails, investing in real estate in major cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou is indeed the most prudent course of action. On this matter, neither father nor son could sway the other. Thus, when Su Tingsheng expressed his desire to embark on a brief excursion, his father readily acquiesced. As he was weary of witnessing his son incessantly making unilateral investment decisions, presenting him with stacks of money. Enough is enough, Su's father declared. There is no such thing as having too much money. Even after running the supermarket, we can still explore other avenues, Su Tingsheng retorted. By the way, a classmate's cousin's girlfriend's brother has pledged 20,000. I have already agreed to it. Furthermore, Fu Cheng has invested 10,000 and Huang Yaming 5,000. They have become addicted to making money with me. While en route to Yenzhou, Su Tingsheng received a call from Fu Cheng. Huang Yaming and Tan Xingling are off to a hotel again, so I had no choice but to seek you out. This matter concerning Huang Yaming and Tan Xingling was something Huang had disclosed a couple of days prior. In Su Tingsheng's recollection from a previous life, Huang Yaming had not even managed to engage in a kiss, yet in this life, he inadvertently achieved first base, culminating in their first encounter on the evening of their graduation. The young couple, having tasted the sweetness of romance, now reveled in their newfound intimacy. Would they ultimately find lasting love in this life? Su Tingsheng had no intention of concerning himself with such matters. Of course, the ambiguity in Fu Cheng's words was evident, prompting Su Tingsheng to respond. What are you doing contacting me while they are together? I'm not in Libei. You've run off again. Where to? Yenzhou. For what purpose? To see the world. Aren't you pursuing Teacher Fong? A little initiative wouldn't hurt. I finally had a chance yesterday. Teacher Fong needed to change the gas cylinder, and I intended to assist with carrying it, but a man beat me to it. A man? Teacher Fong's boyfriend? It seems he is courting her. What does he look like? Tall and slender, wearing glasses, rather refined in appearance, with a commendable demeanor. Su Tingsheng felt a tightening in his chest. It had to be that individual. Fu Cheng, sensing his unease, probed further. What's wrong? After a moment's contemplation, Su Tingsheng replied, listen to me. Follow him and document any unbecoming behavior, preferably capturing him in a fit of rage or in a quarrel. That would be ideal. Fu Cheng, taken aback, responded, surely it can't be that serious? I mean, honestly, as much as I hesitate to admit it, he does seem quite decent. Su Tingsheng clarified. Who doesn't showcase their best self when courting someone? He could very well be a charming rogue behind the scenes. Even if you fail to win over Teacher Fong, you wouldn't want her to marry a duplicitous scoundrel, would you? Trust me, consider it your duty to observe him and discern his true nature. We hope he is a good man, while simultaneously guarding against the possibility that he is not. After a brief silence, Fu Cheng conceded, all right, I'll follow your advice. If he truly is a good person and Teacher Fong is fond of him, I can only wish them well. After all, I am the one who has been tardy in this race. And if he is not? Su Tingsheng queried. Then I will ensure that Teacher Fong is not deceived. So, go forth, my young friend. The day following Su Tingsheng's departure from Libei, his father, accompanied by his uncle and father-in-law, also set off. Their destination being the provincial capital of Jianhai. Both uncle and aunt are craftsmen specializing in masonry. Su's father brought them along to learn about renovations. while he himself had a multitude of tasks to undertake, the specifics of which he did not disclose to Su Tingsheng. Chapter 33. Farewell to Xiang Ning. On the day Su Tingsheng arrived in Yenzhou, which was a Thursday, he found it was rather late. So he opted not to attend school and instead settled into a hotel. Nevertheless, even this simple act evoked a distinct sensation within him. For he was closer now, closer to her, and with that proximity, the anticipation nestled deep within Su Tingsheng's heart intensified. It was only at this moment that he realized how fitting his earlier words about wanting to see the world had been. For Xiang Ning was, in truth, Su Tingsheng's entire world. The nearer he drew to her, the more profound that feeling became. As he lay upon the bed, memories of their first encounter flooded back, and he couldn't help but smile in embarrassment as he recalled his own awkwardness and uncertainty. "Uncle, you are quite useless," Xiang Ning had once remarked. Su Tingsheng felt a twinge of inadequacy. But what about this time? Should he attempt to utter a word? Even a simple inquiry for directions would suffice. The first familiar face Su Tingsheng encountered was not Xiang Ning's, but that of teacher Lu Xueli, her homeroom teacher. They had met on the bus, and subsequently, Su Tingsheng had sent her some isatis root and white vinegar. To be precise, it was teacher Lu who first spotted Su Tingsheng as he was stealthily loitering near the entrance of Xinyan Middle School. Teacher Lu, remembering him, greeted him warmly, leaving Su Tingsheng no choice but to engage. "Are you here to see your cousin? Should I call Xiang Ning for you?" she asked enthusiastically while preparing to ride home. At this point, matters had grown rather complicated. Regardless of whether Su Tingsheng wished to meet her or not, teacher Lu would likely mention her cousin to Xiang Ning. He needed to concoct a lie, and quickly. "By the way, teacher Lu, did you receive the isatis root and white vinegar I sent you last time? I hope they were satisfactory," Su Tingsheng inquired. Teacher Lu promptly set her bicycle aside, expressing gratitude. "So it was you who sent them. Why didn't you sign your name? I was quite curious." "Thank you, they were all fine." Su Tingsheng feigned embarrassment, scratching his head. "Well, I actually sent them to both you and Xiang Ning, but due to certain extenuating circumstances, I didn't include my name." Lu Xueli, in her 40s and at an age ripe for gossip, grew intrigued and pressed. "Extenuating circumstances? What kind of circumstances?" Su Tingsheng wove a rather flimsy tale, explaining that due to familial discord from the previous generation, Xiang Ning's parents had severed ties with the Su family, leaving them with lingering guilt. Thus, he could not directly approach Xiang Ning to acknowledge her as his cousin, but he desired to do something for her. It was a rather clumsy fabrication, and whether teacher Lu believed it would depend on her penchant for melodramatic family dramas. Fortunately, she accepted it. "No wonder Xiang Ning's parents were puzzled about who sent those things," teacher Lu remarked. "So, I shouldn't tell Xiang Ning about this, right?" "Indeed," Su Tingsheng replied. Su Tingsheng nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude to teacher Lu, stating that he preferred to take things slowly, especially since the discord between their families had persisted for such a long time. "Indeed, so why are you here this time?" teacher Lu inquired. "I came out to have some fun with my classmates after the college entrance examination and happened to pass by," he responded. "Are you able to recognize Xiang Ning?" she asked. "Yes, I can. I have seen her photographs at other relatives' homes." The two continued their conversation, discussing the college entrance examination and Xiang Ning, until the dismissal bell rang. Teacher Lu mounted her bicycle and departed, reminding Su Tingsheng repeatedly to visit her home for dinner next time. Not wishing to linger at the school gate any longer, Su Tingsheng noticed the guard's gaze had become rather peculiar. On the way back from Xiang Ning's previous departure, he found a stone slab to sit on and patiently awaited her arrival, wondering if the spirited girl had perhaps been kept after class again. Before Xiang Ning appeared, he found himself imagining the Xiang Ning that teacher Lu had described. "Everything else is fine. She just doesn't apply herself," remarked teacher Lu. "Ah, I hope she isn't experiencing puppy love," Su Tingsheng fretted. "Not quite. She's just lazy and playful," came the assurance. "That is good to hear." Teacher Lu concluded with a sobering remark, given her current grades. "She has no hope of entering the first high school. She will likely end up in the second." This statement struck Su Tingsheng like a bolt of lightning. The second high school. What if Xiang Ning were to enter the first high school? The long-standing concern he harbored about Xiang Ning's early romantic entanglements during high school seemed to have found a most favorable resolution. There was no need for destruction or deliberate obstruction. Simply allowing her to attend a different school would suffice. Was there a better way to ensure they did not fall in love than to prevent their meeting altogether? The remaining dilemma was how to help Xiang Ning gain admission to the first high school. Su Tingsheng recognized that the girl was, in fact, quite intelligent, yet, as Teacher Lu had indicated, she lacked diligence. Given Su Tingsheng's current position, it appeared he had no means to urge her to apply herself. He had already sought Teacher Lu's assistance multiple times, but it was evident she would not be the variable in this equation. Only Su Tingsheng himself could serve as the most significant catalyst for change. Before he could devise a plan, the unmotivated Xiang Ning finally made her appearance. This time, her hair was no longer styled in pigtails, perhaps due to a change in hairstyle or the rapid growth of her hair after 2 months apart. It now cascaded to her shoulders, unadorned and freely resting there. You really need to work hard. Hurry up and grow it out into long, straight black hair, will you? He thought, envisioning her with a headband, her bangs neatly styled, for true beauty is unafraid of exposing one's forehead. These thoughts were a reflection of Su Tingsheng's nostalgia for the Xiang Ning he remembered. Xiang Ning strolled alone, her expression vacant, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the words Xianyin Middle School and baggy athletic pants, the quintessential uniform of Chinese schools. It's hard to tell if her legs are beautiful, Su Tingsheng lamented inwardly, recalling how his beloved Xiang Ning, with her long legs, now appeared to have merely slender ones. No, I mustn't think so wickedly, he chastised himself, straightening his thoughts. As they drew nearer, a mere dozen meters apart, Xiang Ning was about to pass right by Su Tingsheng. Should he speak? His throat felt parched, overwhelmed by nervousness. As Xiang Ning approached, she greeted him with a simple, "Classmate." Su Tingsheng remarked that the voice emerged from the depths of one's throat. Xiang Ning did not hear him. "Classmate." Su Tingsheng raised his voice. Xiang Ning turned to look at him. The sensation of being gazed upon by those eyes captivated Su Tingsheng. "How wonderful it is to be in your eyes." Is this the first sentence you've ever said to me in this lifetime? It seems a bit too brief. Do you have something to say? Xiang Ning inquired. Su Tingsheng suddenly snapped back to reality, only to lose himself again. He spoke once more, this time with a longer response, comprising 4 words. However, he thought, didn't your mother teach you not to converse with strangers? Especially not with men, especially not with one who seems so evidently ill-intentioned. You are a student of Xinyan High School, right? I would like to ask, how does one get to Xinyan High School? Su Tingsheng asked. Xiang Ning's gaze suddenly turned vigilant. She furrowed her brow and pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "But I saw you at the school gate last time. In the little shop, you were crying." Su Tingsheng was left dumbfounded, unsure whether to laugh or cry, whether to feel joy or sorrow. She remembered me. Just from that one glance, she retained the memory, Su Tingsheng mused. This is what they call fateful encounters. This is what they mean when they say it's simply because I looked at you amidst the crowd. Indeed, it's no wonder she would fall in love with me 8 years later. This thought exhilarated him. Yet, what was he to do now? He had just been exposed. Xiang Ning, why didn't you wait for me? Oh, I'm exhausted. As Su Tingsheng contemplated how to explain himself, the long-haired girl who had been with Xiang Ning in the little shop rushed over, linking her arm with Xiang Ning's and panting heavily. Xiang Ning pouted, a hint of grievance in her voice. Who told you to get a boyfriend? I thought you were going home with him. The long-haired girl shook her head. I am not someone who prioritizes romance over friendship. Who is this person? Finally noticing Su Tingsheng standing aside, Xiang Ning replied, just someone asking for directions, no? He is a fraud, the one who was crying in the little shop last time. The girl tilted her head, pondering for a moment, but failing to recall the crying figure Xiang Ning mentioned. She cast a few glances at Su Tingsheng before turning back to Xiang Ning. Isn't he one of those ruffians who stopped you on the road last time? We should leave quickly. The girl tugged at Xiang Ning, hastening their departure. As they left, Xiang Ning glanced back at Su Tingsheng, her eyes conveying a hint of apology. Su Tingsheng smiled and waved goodbye. In their second encounter, Su Tingsheng managed to speak with Xiang Ning. Although the situation was somewhat awkward and he was regarded as a deceiver, they had finally made an acquaintance. However, what truly concerned Su Tingsheng was another matter, something he had heard from the long-haired girl. Someone had attempted to accost Xiang Ning on the road. To be candid, such incidents were rather common in that era. Yet given that it had occurred to Xiang Ning, in Su Tingsheng's eyes, it constituted a grave and significant event. On his way back to the hotel, Su Tingsheng entered several shops, but found nothing particularly useful, ultimately purchasing a chain lock to keep in his bag. Moving forward, he resolved to remain vigilant at school, determined to confront the individuals the long-haired girl had mentioned. On the other side, Huang Yaming finally extricated himself from the embrace of comfort to find Fu Cheng. Among the trio, he was the first to sever ties with the organization. Turning his attention, he sought out Su Tingsheng, only to discover that both Su and Fu had become unexpectedly elusive. After several attempts, Huang managed to summon Fu, who appeared covered in mud and grime. Huang inquired, "Where have you been?" With nothing to conceal from Huang, Fu recounted the tasks Su had assigned him over the past few days: surveillance and clandestine photography. Huang's excitement surged upon hearing this, prompting him to eagerly ask, "Did you capture anything noteworthy?" "Nothing. Everything seemed quite ordinary," Fu replied. "What are your plans then?" "I'll continue for a few more days. After all, there's nothing else to occupy my time. I shall accompany you." "Are you free? I thought you were on a 7-day leave." Huang remarked, "Truth be told, I find that routine to be rather tiresome. By the way, where's Tingsheng?" Fu responded, "He's off exploring the world again." The two engaged in conversation about Su Tingsheng, discussing his relationship with Yao Jing and the academic prodigy Wu Yuewei. Huang found Su's behavior in matters of the heart rather peculiar. After 2 years of earnest pursuit, he had finally won Yao's affections, only to reject her subsequently. As for the stunning classmate, she had gone to great lengths, yet Su remained resolute in his indifference. "Perhaps he has someone else in mind," Fu suggested. Huang retorted, "If he truly had someone, he would surely confide in us. It couldn't be that he's been captivated by that enchantress, could it? Who could resist her allure?" Fu pondered, "Perhaps it's someone unknown to us. We shall ask him later." Huang contemplated this, but chose not to press further on the topic, instead urging Fu to continue their covert photography endeavors. Chapter 34. Conflicts in different realms. The economic landscape of Yenzhou was relatively more prosperous compared to Jiannan City, and even more so than Libei County. Consequently, Su Tingsheng spent his days wandering through Yenzhou, seeking inspiration. Occasionally, he ventured into several large chain supermarkets in the city to capture photographs and jot down notes. Despite its name suggesting a rocky terrain, Yenzhou's industrial development bore no relation to stone. It once gained fame for its citrus fruits, but now thrived on molds and plastic products. Remarkably, 90% of the plastic basins and garbage bins sold throughout Jianghai province and across the nation originated from Yenzhou. Such a place, of course, could hardly boast pristine air quality. However, in 2003, the natural environment still retained some redeemable qualities. The sky remained blue and the breeze fresh. After a tiring day of exploration, Su would often recline on the hillside behind Xinyan Middle School, gazing at the clouds and listening to the cheerful chatter of young girls on the nearby playground, indulging in a sense of leisurely contentment. With a second chance at life, he found himself wasting precious time instead of seizing opportunities to amass wealth, leading to feelings of self-contempt. Upon the conclusion of classes, Su would position himself along the route where Xiang Ning returned home, vigilantly observing every passerby who bore the semblance of a ruffian. Though he was aware that Xiang resided on campus, he could not dismiss the possibility of her returning home on a whim. Meanwhile, Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng found their daily escapades exhilarating, reminiscent of their childhood days spent burrowing through tunnels in search of bird nests, albeit with little reward thus far. Certainly, what I mean is that the true reward lies in capturing the unsavory actions of the bespectacled man. At times, Fu Cheng finds himself uncertain about the appropriate attitude to adopt towards this individual and the situation at hand. He harbors expectations of what he might witness, all while attempting to thwart teacher Fong from marrying a man whom Su Tingsheng suggests might be a concealed brute. After all, selfishness and jealousy are sentiments common to all. However, as he trails this man day by day, he discovers that the individual he has been covertly photographing is, in fact, refined, elegant, and quite charismatic, leading him to a state of inner conflict. Should teacher Fong choose to marry a virtuous man, he feels he would have little cause for complaint and certainly should not interfere. This internal struggle arises from Fu Cheng's self-awareness, with age being a significant factor. Had there been no disparity in age or status, he would have charged forth without hesitation to engage in fair competition. Yet, he perceives himself as lacking the right to do so at present. Following his abrupt confession, teacher Fong merely responded with a single statement, neither accepting nor rejecting him. "You should wait until you grow up to tell me." This seemingly innocuous remark carries profound weight, as it embodies a challenge Fu Cheng finds insurmountable. The two followed the gentleman to the entrance of his residence. "Let us go, starting tomorrow." "I won't follow him anymore," Fu Cheng declared. "Don't be foolish. I have a week off," Huang Yaming retorted. "Why don't we keep watch all night?" Most wrongdoings occur after dark. Perhaps he'll visit a salon in the dead of night. Just as Fu Cheng was about to respond, raised voices and cries emerged from within the house, one of which belonged to the gentleman, though his current frenzied demeanor was far from genteel. The other voice belonged to a woman of advanced age. Fu Cheng and Huang Yaming climbed to the washing platform by the window. A sharp slap echoed. The gentleman had struck the older woman. In tandem, Fu Cheng pressed the camera button. The two sounds coincided, allowing the gentleman to remain oblivious to the scene outside. They continued to observe for about half an hour, capturing dozens of photographs before knocking on the door and making a swift escape. The knock was prompted by their inability to bear the situation any longer. As they walked down the street, Fu Cheng inquired, "What shall we do now?" Huang Yaming responded, "We should go find Teacher Fong. Is there any other option? Are we really going?" Fu Cheng asked, to which Huang Yaming replied, "Of course." Recently, Fong Yunyao has been experiencing a fulfilling and joyful life. With the college entrance examination behind her, even though the semester has not yet concluded, the senior teachers, awaiting examination results and a final summary meeting, have effectively begun their vacation. The past year for the students has been fraught with tension and toil, and the teachers have also endured considerable pressure, making these leisurely days particularly delightful. With the weight of stress lifted, Fong Yunyao feels as though she has reverted to the carefree girl she once was in college. Well, is a 26-year-old girl not still a girl? Fong Yunyao hails from Hunan, and her arrival in Libei is considered a form of talent acquisition. Consequently, she currently resides in the faculty dormitory, lazily lounging in bed each morning, awaiting the sun to rouse her from slumber. She often lingers until it is time to venture out for lunch, followed by leisurely strolls through the streets and occasional hikes with colleagues and friends. Truly, one might liken her existence to that of a small landowner's wife. Another matter that piques her anticipation is the unexpected attention garnered by her recently published paper. Senior faculty members in her department have been whispering about the possibility of the city considering Fong Yunyao as a candidate for prestigious teaching recognition and inclusion in educational reform project teams. Having embarked on the path of teaching and nurturing minds, Fong Yunyao, despite her lack of ambition, wishes to cultivate her career. Thus, should such opportunities arise, she would certainly not wish to let them slip away. The final piece of news is that she has received a confession of affection. At 26, she is no longer in her youth, and her family has been urging her towards marriage. Fong Yunyao herself has been waiting, though waiting does not equate to impatience. She believes that the right person is destined for her, and true love will manifest when the time is right. Naturally, this individual is unlikely to be the young boy who confessed to her while intoxicated. Although she felt a sense of pride at his affection, she dismisses the notion that he could be the one, considering his youth. Then, another man enters the scene, Xiang Ning, a civil servant of similar age, who possesses a refined and handsome demeanor. He might very well be the one, she muses. During their second encounter, Xiang Ning offers a heartfelt declaration of love. While Fong Yunyao does not immediately accept, she feels a sweet elation within her. She simply thinks it is too soon and that they do not know each other well enough yet. She desires to prolong the delightful process of mutual attraction. However, Xiang Ning is quite eager. During their third meeting, he even brings his mother along. Unaware of this beforehand, Fong Yunyao is taken aback. Nevertheless, she finds the encounter with his mother to be quite pleasant. If she were to marry Xiang Ning, surely their relationship would not be as fraught as those depicted in television dramas, she muses shyly. At that moment, a knock sounds at the door, and Fong Yunyao assumes it is a colleague calling her to lunch. "One moment, please. I'll change my clothes," she calls out. After dressing, she opens the door only to find no one there, just an envelope lying on the ground. With a sense of curiosity, she picks up the envelope and returns to her room. Inside, she discovers dozens of photographs. That evening, Fong Yunyao calls Xiang Ning, delicately expressing her desire to halt the progression of their relationship. Xiang Ning pleads over the phone, even breaking into tears. Feeling at a loss, Fong Yunyao hangs up, but the phone rings again. She disconnects, and it rings once more. After about half an hour of persistent ringing, she reluctantly answers once more. "I'm downstairs. May we speak in person?" Xiang Ning's voice comes through the line. Fong Yunyao descended the stairs. Unable to articulate the reasons behind her turmoil, nor could she fathom the origins of those dreadful photographs. Yet, the terrifying imagery she had witnessed left her resolute. Xiang Ning pleaded repeatedly, even feigning a willingness to kneel before her. But as he grasped the irrevocability of the situation, he transformed. With a savage roar, he unleashed a torrent of venomous words, calling her a wretched, fickle woman, demanding to know why, questioning how she could betray him. Fong Yunyao was taken aback. It was astonishing how one individual could embody such starkly contrasting personas. The once refined and graceful Zhang Junming had morphed into a fearsome, snarling figure, instilling in her a deeper conviction of the photograph's authenticity. Without engaging in rebuttal or argument, she simply uttered an apology and turned to ascend the stairs. Zhang Junming seized her arm with such force that pain shot through her, yet she found herself unable to break free. As she stumbled around to face him, he raised his hand and struck her across the face with a resounding slap. He lifted his hand once more. Suddenly, a figure lunged forward, roaring like a feral beast, tackling Zhang Junming to the ground and pinning him down. Fong Yunyao recognized the assailant as Fu Cheng. Almost immediately, another figure joined the fray. One she also knew, Huang Yaming. The three engaged in a fierce scuffle, and after a brief struggle, Fu Cheng managed to rise, a swollen and bleeding cheekbone betraying his injuries. "Teacher Fong, are you all right?" he inquired. Zhang Junming, half sitting on the ground, glared menacingly at Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, gritting his teeth as he spat. "I am a civil servant, an official from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I will ruin both of you little bastards. And you wretched woman. Don't forget my father's name, Fu Qiji." Huang Yaming pointed at Fu Cheng and retorted, "Fu Qiji is Fu Cheng's father, the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in Libei County, and Zhang Junming's superior. Fong Yunyao was escorted back upstairs by the two boys. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, she offered nothing more than gratitude. Once in her room, she carefully locked the door and barricaded it with a chair and a suitcase. Despite her precautions, fear clung to her like a shadow. She curled up on her bed, clutching a pillow and weeping softly. In that moment, she realized she was still just a frightened little girl, isolated and helpless, far from her hometown, her parents, and with few friends, utterly alone. She shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired had Fu Cheng and Huang Yaming not been there that day. The more frightening contemplation was what might have occurred had she remained oblivious to Zhang Junming's true nature and married him. Sleep eluded her until the early hours. Around 2 o'clock, when a sound echoed at her door. "Who is it?" she called, met with silence. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she rose and retrieved scissors, resolutely deciding not to retreat. Upon opening the door, she found Fu Cheng sprawled on the floor, sound asleep. "Hey," she said. Startled, Fu Cheng jolted awake, stammering, I'm sorry, I was just afraid he would come back." "I know," Fong Yunyao replied. "Did you take the photographs?" Fu Cheng explained in a flustered manner. "It is not what you think. I harbor no ill intentions. I am merely concerned. Afraid he might be a bad person, just a fear of the unknown. I apologize, I truly mean no harm. If he turns out to be a good person, I will be happy for you. I am just worried." "I understand," Fong Yunyao interjected. "Thank you." Fu Cheng scratched his head and chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I have no pressing matters at the moment. You need not worry. If he returns, I will be here. Do not lose heart, Teacher Fong. There are plenty of good men out there. Next time, choose wisely." Fong Yunyao felt a sudden lightness and laughed. "Will you still be lurking around to take candid shots?" Fu Cheng felt a bit awkward for a moment and replied softly, "I'll take pictures when the break comes." Fong Yunyao genuinely found this amusing and said, "You've been here all along." Fu Cheng nodded and suggested, "Shall I wait by the stairwell?" In truth, the faculty building housed very few teachers, as the majority of the staff at Libei High School were locals who did not require accommodation. Consequently, on this floor, Fong Yunyao was the sole occupant of the 3 rooms. After pondering for a moment, she proposed, "How about you come inside?" She then stepped aside to clear the doorway. Fu Cheng hurriedly waved his hands. No, I shouldn't go in. What if someone sees? It would reflect poorly on you, Teacher Fong." The young boy was surprisingly considerate. Fong Yunyao remarked, "You're more visible standing out here." Fu Cheng stepped into Fong Yunyao's dormitory, feeling awkward, unsure whether to stand or sit. "I'm hungry. I'll boil some noodles. Would you like some?" Fong Yunyao asked. Fu Cheng quickly declined. "No need, really. Forget it. I'll eat." He fetched a stool and sat by the door, joining Fong Yunyao for a meal. They chatted extensively, discussing Fu Cheng, Huang Yaming, and Su Tingsheng, the intriguing trio, before shifting to Fong Yunyao's high school and university experiences. Their conversation wandered to the college entrance examination and graduation dinner. But it ultimately stalled at the latter, as both were reminded of a shared memory, Fu Cheng's confession. You sing beautifully and play the guitar well. I'm certain many girls will admire you in college. Fong Yunyao sidestepped the topic. Fu Cheng took a deep breath and declared, Teacher Fong, I want to pursue a relationship until after you marry. His boldness stifled their conversation, leaving an uncomfortable silence hanging between them. The following day, Fong Yunyao awoke to find it was nearly noon. She realized, to her surprise, that she had fallen asleep peacefully in front of this young boy, even forgetting her fears. Opening the door, she saw Fu Cheng waiting outside. Upon noticing her, he exclaimed, Teacher Fong, you're awake. It's time for lunch. I'm heading home. When Zhang Junming bullied Fong Yunyao, Fu Cheng charged at him like a fierce mastiff, even letting out a low growl reminiscent of the dog. Meanwhile, in another location, Tingsheng had just undergone a similar ordeal, though his situation was grimmer. While Fu Cheng faced 2 against 1, he found himself outnumbered 3-1. In truth, those 3 ruffians were merely of junior high school age, yet Tingsheng still received a few blows. Do not harass my sister again, do you understand? Tingsheng's expression was fierce as he brandished the bloodied chain in his hand. Xiang Ning stood a short distance away, weeping as she observed the man who claimed to be her brother engaged in a scuffle with 3 recent tormentors. He emerged victorious, yet blood streamed incessantly from the back of his head. Chapter 35. Understanding. Tingsheng called for Xiang Ning to return home, but she refused. I never intended to come back on leave, she asserted. Then why are you wandering about aimlessly? Tingsheng replied sternly, feeling a tinge of grievance. Xiang Ning pouted and explained, tomorrow is the sports meet, and many are taking leave, so I thought I might as well join them. I want to indulge in seafood noodles. Indeed, she was still but a child. Tingsheng, touching the back of his head now stained with blood, said, return to school first. I will bandage my wound and then buy you noodles. Come to the gate in half an hour to collect them. With that, he hurried away, while Xiang Ning followed a few steps before being glared at, compelling her to sulkily return to school. How fierce he is, even more so than the teachers. If it weren't for your injury, I wouldn't bother with you, you big liar, she thought. You said you'd buy me noodles. Yet you didn't even ask which place I prefer or what type of noodles I like. Fine, considering your injuries, I shall feign delight in whatever you bring. Half an hour later, Tingsheng appeared at the school gate, bandaged. Xiang Ning emerged from the guardhouse, receiving the noodles and discovering they were from her favorite old-fashioned noodle shop, featuring her most cherished seafood noodles. In the following days, Xiang Ning consistently enjoyed her beloved seafood noodles, with various flavors offered, yet the one she detested never made an appearance. It was rather astonishing. She felt as though this big liar truly understood her. However, he seemed resistant to engaging in conversation, always arriving in a hurry and departing just as swiftly, leaving her no opportunity to probe further. Is that handsome uncle pursuing you? Her best friend inquired. Xiang Ning's heart raced with a mix of nervousness and an inexplicable, curious emotion. Could it be true? Yet he seemed too old. Her friend continued, it would be better to find a classmate, like me, with whom you can attend classes and study together. 19-year-old Tingsheng was blissfully unaware of being deemed too old. Nor did he realize that the clever little girl was plotting to test him. After delivering the noodles that day, Xiang Ning asked, can you truly act as my brother? Tingsheng paused momentarily, then replied, I will not be your brother. Additionally, let me remind you that there are many bad people in society. It is unwise to accept gifts from strangers, let alone engage with them. Xiang Ning felt wronged. But you are not a bad person. Do bad people wear a label on their faces? She pondered, convinced she was being unjustly accused. Normally, she wouldn't engage with strangers, otherwise. How could she endure bullying from those petty thugs without divulging her number? Yet, she found herself inexplicably trusting this stranger before her. Understood, you big liar. Xiang Ning shoved the noodles back into Tingsheng's hands and stormed back to school, only shedding tears after passing through the gate, her eyes stinging. I refuse to cry in front of him, you big liar. Do not call me brother, I resolutely declared, merely testing your reaction. As anticipated, you turned out to be rather mischievous. One of Tingsheng's greatest vexations lay in the fact that the little girl possessed an insatiable curiosity, coupled with a striking lack of caution. While he found joy in her affectionate demeanor, he was equally burdened with trepidation. Another dilemma that plagued him was whether he had drawn too close. In the ensuing days, Tingsheng refrained from delivering noodles, and Xiang Ning failed to appear at the guard station. It seemed the little girl was genuinely upset, he mused. Similarly, Xiang Ning pondered that the great deceiver had truly vanished. For several days, Tingsheng lingered along Xiang Ning's route home, yet he did not encounter the group of ruffians. On June 19th, he placed a bowl of noodles at the guard station before boarding a bus back to Jinan City. Prior to returning to Libei County, Tingsheng spent a day wandering through Jinan City. He visited the school where he had taught for 4 years in his previous life and reunited with several familiar old teachers. He strolled through the alley where he had once operated a shop, now home to a children's clothing store that he knew would remain until 2014. He revisited the riverside where he and Xiang Ning had shared their first date, a place still devoid of a flood control dam. He intentionally sought out numerous locations. Yet one spot he stumbled upon was a fork in the road where he had met his demise in his past life. Perhaps there existed a portal here, a passage that could transport him back. Were these parallel worlds, or had the entire universe regressed alongside him by 12 years? He hoped for the latter, for the sorrow it would inflict upon his mother and sister would be unbearable. And what of Xiang Ning? Would she ever know? Trembling, summoning all his strength and courage, Tingsheng approached that fateful spot. He stood there for a few seconds, only to be jolted back to reality by the blaring horns of passing cars. A driver leaned out of the window, cursing, "Are you trying to get yourself killed, standing there in the middle of the road?" Apologetically, Tingsheng fled the scene. There was no door, no means to return. Thus, it was not two worlds but rather the entire world that had regressed with him, he reassured himself. Subsequently, he fled from that place, unwilling to contemplate further, for he could scarcely bear the thought of that other world's existence, should it indeed exist. On June 20th, Tingsheng returned to Libei. His uncle and aunt had returned, bringing with them several renovation workers from afar, officially commencing the renovations of the shopping mall. As these craftsmen possessed substantial experience in large supermarket renovations and had brought blueprints, Tingsheng merely offered a few suggestions based on his recollections, refraining from further interference. Among his most critical recommendations was the necessity of delineating a children's entertainment area. The craftsmen voiced their objections, arguing that 2,000 square meters was already quite limited for a large supermarket. Allocating space for a children's area would further diminish the efficiency of space utilization. However, Tingsheng remained steadfast, asserting that a slightly smaller supermarket would suffice for Libei County, and the presence of the children's entertainment area would serve as a symbolic gesture, akin to the shopping carts designed for children seen in television portrayals of grand supermarkets. After the dust settled on this matter, Tingsheng learned from his uncle and father-in-law about Ba's circumstances upon arriving there. After contacting a renovation worker, Ba first took a job at a large supermarket, working in warehousing, and after a few days, he switched to another supermarket, changing his role. Tingsheng suspected that his father must have declined many offers. Yet he would never give up. As for Ba's intentions behind these actions, Tingsheng understood well. One aspect was to grasp the operations of large supermarkets. And more importantly, Ba was searching for potential partners or franchisees. By now, his father must have already entered negotiations, right? After a brief return home, Tingsheng went back to Libei County, inviting Huang Yaming, Fu Cheng, and Song Ni to dinner. At the table, Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng finally received the answers they sought, as Tingsheng confessed to having fallen in love with someone outside. They then shared news about teacher Fong. Tingsheng let out a sigh of relief. "You spent an entire night in teacher Fong's room?" This was what surprised Tingsheng the most. "Don't jump to conclusions," Fu Cheng warned. "Do you think there's a chance now?" Tingsheng pressed on. Fu Cheng shook his head. The trio then turned their attention to Song Ni. "Has Chen Yuluan come to see you again?" Song Ni replied no. She then expressed her decision to forego university, believing that even if she managed to get into a vocational school, it wouldn't lead to a promising job, so she thought it better to start working instead. "Study accounting. If you can't find a job later, you can help me manage the supermarket and become a manager," Tingsheng said. Song Ni laughed, covering her mouth. "I'm serious," Tingsheng insisted. Chapter 36. The college entrance examination results arrive. Tingsheng spent 2 days mingling with Fu Cheng and Huang Yaming, occasionally joined by other friends and classmates, such as Song Ni. On one occasion, Tingsheng encountered Yao Jing, and fortunately, their interaction was as carefree as it had been after their breakup in a past life, allowing them to chat and laugh normally. In truth, Tingsheng had always been perplexed about whether Yao Jing was genuinely carefree or merely accustomed to concealing her true self. The girl possessed a delicate side that she seldom revealed. For instance, her perspective on Su Tingsheng's earlier ambition to rank among the top 20 in his grade was unique. When he bombed a math exam, she had proactively approached him to explain the problems. However, he knew that certain feelings were burdens that he should not provoke further. It was best to leave things as they were. More often than not, the three of them would find themselves on the flood control embankment along Jiangbin Road, sharing a few bottles of wine, conversing, and enjoying each other's company. The summer break after their senior year was long, yet the day of parting approached with each passing day. All awaited the release of the college entrance examination results. On the evening of June 23rd, 2 days later, Su Ba returned, and not only did he come back alone, but he also brought 5 others with him. These 5 were all from Libei, working in various roles at a large supermarket in the provincial capital, Shihu City. While Su Ba worked at different supermarkets, he also sought to gather talents. In truth, the notion of talent sometimes bears little relation to academic credentials. Familiarity with a particular industry is itself a skill, and as long as one is diligent and not merely coasting through, they can become a valuable asset in their field. Due to the continuous influx of outsiders, you are perceived as a talent among them. The recruitment efforts have not proceeded smoothly, as few are willing to relocate from the provincial capital to the underdeveloped Libei. Consequently, Father Su has set his sights on fellow Libei natives, particularly those who are slightly older. Libei itself is a charming little town with a population of less than 200,000, characterized by clear waters and lush greenery, free from calamities. In their youth, individuals often seek adventure. However, as they age, many develop a desire to return to their roots. Father Su has offered salaries on par with those in the provincial capital, along with the opportunity for a homecoming, which has attracted a few individuals weary from the fast-paced life in big cities, as well as those frightened by the SARS epidemic, to join him. From a financial perspective, earning the same salary in Libei is equivalent to more than doubling one's income. Admittedly, these individuals are somewhat older, and their abilities are not particularly outstanding. Nevertheless, among them are cashiers, warehouse workers, managers of shopping carts, and maintainers of children's play areas, sufficient expertise for the Su family, who are just entering the large supermarket industry. One woman in her 30s, whom Father Su remarked nearly became a manager, exemplifies this situation. Nearly means her qualifications were nearly adequate, but she was ultimately not selected during the promotion process. This particular woman accepted the offer without hesitation, as she had lost the desire to remain at that supermarket, and her child had been left behind in Libei, leading to a painful separation. She had initially intended to bring her child to the city for schooling, accepting the higher costs if she secured the managerial position. However, without that promotion, she felt unable to make such a decision, especially given the daunting difficulties and expenses associated with her child studying away from home in these times. On the day she received the disappointing news, Father Su approached her with the proposition of becoming a manager in his establishment, allowing her to care for her child. She was taken aback, thinking, "Are you actually a big boss?" After Father Su explained the circumstances of the supermarket, she agreed the following day and resigned on the 3rd day. Meanwhile, Father Su continued to work at the supermarket for 2 more days before recruiting another cashier. Su Tingsheng wholeheartedly endorsed his father's approach, recognizing it as the most straightforward and efficient method for entering a new industry. Accompanying his father, Su Tingsheng greeted the new hires, and the group shared laughter at the dining table, recalling how Father Su had initially aimed to support fellow villagers, only to be surprised when one of them suddenly proposed working together, leaving everyone bewildered. Thus, the villager became the boss. After their meal, both father and son, slightly intoxicated, made their way to the supermarket, which was undergoing extensive renovations. However, with family involvement, there was little cause for concern. Along the way, Father Su informed Su Tingsheng that he had finalized an agreement with a cooperative supermarket, revealing a rather prominent name. "Is it a franchise?" Su Tingsheng inquired. "No. It's a partnership," Father Su clarified. They would provide a portion of the inventory at cost price, allowing them to create their own brand, with the sole conditions being that payments must be made up front for stock, which would not be returnable, and they would bear the logistics costs themselves. Once again, Su's father has adeptly navigated into an entirely new industry through the most expedient means. Su Tingsheng was intrigued by the other party's willingness to accept such conditions. Upon hearing Su's father's explanation, he realized that this arrangement was somewhat akin to clearing excess inventory for the other party. Due due to the impact of the SARS epidemic. The stockpile at the large chain supermarket had reached a daunting level, and Sue's father's involvement was akin to a much-needed rain after a long drought, a fortuitous encounter with a god of wealth. The contract between both parties was set for just 1 year. Sue's father had already inquired and learned that as long as they established a certain level of renown, various manufacturers would naturally come knocking, ensuring not only a steady supply of goods, but also the opportunity to charge entry fees to these vendors. The remarkable accomplishments achieved by Sue's father in a mere few weeks left Su Tingsheng in a state of disbelief. His initial decision to open a supermarket had been somewhat impulsive. He had seen the prospects and opportunities, but had not fully contemplated the intricate details. Having never ventured into the supermarket industry in his previous life, he found himself lacking in knowledge about these specifics, and if it were to become a reality, he would be utterly at a loss. Fortunately, Sue's father once again demonstrated his formidable prowess, revealing brilliance that had long been obscured. Su Tingsheng felt that the supermarket's success, with or without his involvement, seemed less consequential. Perhaps it even required a name. Subsequently, the father and son visited the renovation site, followed by a late-night meal with his uncle, aunt, and a group of workers. The renovation crew, upon indulging in drinks, proved far more boisterous than the previous 5. By the end of the night, the father and son were both thoroughly intoxicated and had to be assisted to their accommodation. The next day, Su Tingsheng awoke to find it was already noon. Checking his phone, he was met with a long list of missed calls, some from Old Zhou, Huang Yaming, Fu Cheng, and other classmates and friends, along with several calls from numbers not saved in his contacts. Su Tingsheng roused his father, who, upon glancing at his own phone, found a similar string of missed calls. The two exchanged worried glances. Could something have happened? Su Tingsheng quickly dialed back Fu Cheng, who immediately shouted on the other end. Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you all night. Have you checked your college entrance exam results? How did you do? On the night of June 23rd, around 11:30 p.m., the results for the college entrance examination in Jianhai province had been made available. While Su Tingsheng and his father were thoroughly inebriated. You didn't fail and are avoiding my calls, did you? Fu Cheng said, noticing Su Tingsheng's silence. His tone laced with anxiety. Su Tingsheng hurriedly clarified, No, I haven't checked yet. I got drunk last night and hung up. I'll call you once I find out. After hanging up, his father, anxiously urging, said, Have the results been released? Hurry and check. All right, I will, Su Tingsheng replied, picking up his phone before pausing, but my admission ticket is still at home. Don't I need the ticket number to check? Let us go home, they both agreed. The father and son rushed downstairs to check out of their room and sped home on their bicycles. Chapter 37. The Art's Top Scorer, Part 1. Let us rewind to the night of June 23rd, around 11:30 p.m., during the latter half of Su Tingsheng's drunken slumber. Many harbor a misconception, believing that the examination results of the college entrance test are promptly dispatched by the educational authorities to schools and teachers, who then effortlessly interpret the statistics. This notion, however, is erroneous. In truth, unless one is as oblivious as Su Tingsheng, who dozed off on the night of score checking, the first to learn of the results will invariably be oneself or one's family. Subsequently, in a state of urgency, the homeroom teacher will frantically make calls to inquire about student scores, while classmates will share their results with one another. During such moments, if someone persistently declines to answer their phone, it likely indicates a dismal performance. Lao Zhou, Zhou Xuyin, harbored such thoughts after attempting to reach Su Tingsheng 4 times. A sense of foreboding began to settle in his heart, perhaps accompanied by a tinge of disappointment. He had pinned considerable hopes on Su Tingsheng, only to find that this ace in his hand had unexpectedly faltered. Consequently, even if other students performed admirably, Lao Zhou's elation was tinged with regret and concern. To what extent must one falter for a seemingly composed child to refuse to answer calls? Lao Zhou then reached out to Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, inquiring not only about their own scores, but also whether they had managed to contact Su Tingsheng and were aware of his situation. Huang Yaming surpassed the benchmark by 17 points, while Fu Cheng, unfortunately, fell short by 3 points. In truth, had he glanced towards Su Tingsheng a few more times during the examination, he surely would not have missed that crucial margin. However, during the first exam, Chinese, Su Tingsheng had been warned by the invigilator for placing his answer sheet too conspicuously and was unable to amend this behavior. Fu Cheng feared that by looking over at him, he might be accused of cheating. As a result, He resolutely avoided glancing that way in subsequent examinations. Yao Jing scored well enough to gain admission to a second-tier university, her results closely mirroring those of her previous life. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would attend the same institution as before. Song and I, as she had anticipated, only qualified for vocational college. Her scores should have been better. Although she did not voice it and managed to conceal her feelings adeptly, it was undeniable that the incident involving Chun Yuluan had profoundly affected her, leading her to contemplate abandoning the college entrance examination and forsaking higher education altogether. After concluding his calls with Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng, Lao Zhou attempted to reach Yao Jing, Song and I, and several other classmates familiar with Su Tingsheng, yet no one could establish contact. Disheartened, Lao Zhou returned to school the next morning to compile the results, his expression still clouded with gloom. Despite Class 10 of the third year achieving 2 top-tier admissions and numerous undergraduates, a miraculous feat for an ordinary liberal arts class. Considering that Li Bei High School typically sees only around 15 students from the liberal arts track gaining admission to top-tier universities each year, the final tally had yet to be released. In the teacher's office, the homeroom teacher and subject instructors engaged in discussions about the examination results, with many coming forth to congratulate Lao Zhou, though more were inquiring about Su Tingsheng's performance. With a sigh, Lao Zhou recounted the ongoing issue of being unable to reach Su Tingsheng. Thus, all the teachers comprehended why. Despite Class 10's remarkable achievements, Lao Zhou remained in a state of discontent. Some expressed sympathy, while others remained skeptical. Fong Yunyao belongs to the latter group. She is acutely aware of Su Tingsheng's capabilities and wonders how far he could truly fall. Perhaps he is not genuinely poor in performance, but merely holds excessively high expectations of himself. After offering a few words of consolation to old Zhou, Fong Yunyao picked up her phone and attempted to call Su Tingsheng, only to be met with silence. Hesitating for a moment, she then dialed Fu Cheng's number. She had learned of Fu Cheng's results from classmates the previous evening and confirmed them with old Zhou that morning. While it was somewhat disappointing, he had performed reasonably well. Occasionally, Fong Yunyao would be startled by her own unconscious concern and interest. When she realized she was genuinely eager to know Fu Cheng's results and anticipated his call to share them, she felt a bit flustered. Ultimately, Fu Cheng did not call her. During a conversation with Yao Jing, she casually inquired about his results and learned what she sought. While Fong Yunyao felt a tinge of regret for Fu Cheng, she was also pleased for him. Considering his previous performance had put him at risk of falling short of a diploma, since he had not reached out to inform her, she resolved not to call him either. This sentiment echoed the playful stubbornness often seen in young girls. Ever since that fateful night, Fu Cheng had not contacted her. Now, Fong Yunyao had conveniently found an excuse, no, a rationale, for her indifference. I already know your results, and I think they're commendable. What do you think? She said over the phone. I think they are quite good, and my family is satisfied as well, considering my previous struggles. I owe thanks to Su Tingsheng, old Zhou, and all the teachers, including you. Teacher Fong, Fu Cheng stammered. Although he had already included her among the teachers, he felt the need to explicitly acknowledge her once more. This left Fong Yunyao feeling slightly bewildered. She sensed an underlying message in his words. Was he implying that his efforts were for her? What a cunning little rascal. Regaining her composure, Fong Yunyao adjusted her demeanor and continued, I called to ask if you have managed to reach Su Tingsheng. How did he fare? Teacher Zhou mentioned that his phone was unreachable. At that moment, it was still morning, and Fu Cheng had yet to receive Su Tingsheng's return call, so he replied, I couldn't get through. Huang Yaming and I have made dozens of attempts, but no one answers. We're planning to visit his home this afternoon. Fong Yunyao hung up and returned to her chair, idly toying with the mouse. The high school teacher group chat had been quite lively these past few days, with notifications incessantly popping up. Curious, she opened the chat and saw the last message in bold from Teacher Huang. The statistics for the science stream are complete. The top scorer is Yi Jian. As for the arts stream, it seems the highest score so far is 592. There are only 2 high schools in Li Bei County, and their standards vary significantly. Undoubtedly, the top student from Li Bei Middle School would be recognized as the county's champion. The leaders and teachers were primarily concerned with their school's ranking in the city, which would only be revealed that evening, once the official statistics were received from higher authorities. Certainly, regardless of the final outcome of this ranking, the title of top scholar of Li Bei County remains a source of immense pride within this small town, garnering the keen attention of the teachers. Shortly thereafter, a teacher inquires, "Who?" The class leader responds, "Chen Yuluan." Immediately, a teacher from the office rises to congratulate Zhang Xiuyun, the homeroom teacher of Class 7. "Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. Your student Chen Yuluan is the top scholar in the arts." In truth, there is little to celebrate about this matter. For Libei High School, it is entirely expected that the top scholar in the arts would emerge from the sole key class in this discipline. If there were any suspense, it merely pertained to which student from Class 7 would claim the title. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiuyun experiences a sense of relief, thankful that it is indeed from Class 7. As she had been slightly anxious about Su Tingsheng, especially after his notable improvement in mathematics during the third mock exam. With the dust now settled, her apprehensions finally ease. And she politely remarks, "It is only to be expected. We are yet to see how things unfold at the city level." Following this, she picks up the office phone to call Chen Yuluan's family. Upon answering, it is indeed Chen Yuluan on the line. Zhang Xiuyun exclaims, "Yuluan, congratulations. You are this year's top scholar in the arts." Chapter 38, The Top Scholar in the Arts, Part 2, Zhang Xiuyun states, "Yuluan, congratulations. You are this year's top scholar in the arts." With a crash, the phone slips from Chen Yuluan's grasp, and his hands tremble with excitement as he hurriedly picks it up again. "I'm so sorry, Teacher Zhang. Can I ask, are you certain? I scored higher than Yingjing." In reality, throughout his entire senior year, Chen Yuluan had only once achieved the top score in his grade, and most of the time, that honor belonged to Yingjing. Both sides of the hand are flesh. Zhang Xiuyun does not express excessive joy, even feeling a tinge of regret as she replies, "She did not perform well in mathematics, falling short of you by 1 point. Yes, but I mean, thank you. Teacher Zhang, may I ask about Su Tingsheng from Class 10? I'm not quite sure. It seems he did poorly, possibly not even making it to the key classes." Teacher Zhou here is quite disheartened. Zhang Xiuyun's words resonate throughout the office. Fong Yunyao hears it, and old Zhou does as well, gritting his teeth, yet feeling helpless. On the other end, as soon as Chen Yuluan hangs up the phone, he bellows, "Dad, Mom, I am the top scholar in the arts." "What? The top scholar in the arts?" "A top scholar." After the initial thrill subsides, the Chen family eagerly begins to make calls. "Hello, Aunt Yuluan. I have wonderful news to share. Our Yuluan has become the top scholar in the arts. Yes, the boy has done us proud. We will certainly host a celebration. Oh, don't worry about red envelopes. Just coming is enough. Hello, Director. I would like to take a few days off. No, my health is fine. It's a joyous occasion. My son Yuluan has become the top scholar in the arts, and I feel compelled to host a few tables for a celebration." "Oh, you will come too? You are most welcome indeed. Just remember, no red envelopes. Your presence alone is a tremendous honor for me." Chen Yuluan's parents diligently call each relative and friend, and suddenly, Chen Yuluan's mother recalls a distant relative whose daughter happens to be in the same class as her son and has consistently outperformed him academically. Should this phone call be made? Chen Yuluan's mother felt a strong need to retaliate. In the past, whenever relatives and friends discussed their children, her daughter always received the most praise. This time, she was determined to make her point. She picked up the phone and said, "Hello, is that my sister-in-law? Is my brother home too? I just wanted to inquire about Yingjing's college entrance examination results. Her studies have always been exemplary. My Yuluan mentioned that she has ranked first in 9 out of 10 tests. Oh, what a pity. But still, it's commendable. Isn't it remarkable that she missed the top spot by just 1 point? Rarely does she not come first, and yet in this crucial exam. It seems my Yuluan's fortune smiled upon him, securing the top position. Nevertheless, Yingjing has done well. We shall celebrate. Make sure to come and bring Yingjing along." Chen Yuluan's father, overhearing the conversation, expressed his discontent, remarking, "Aren't you just looking for trouble?" Chen Yuluan's mother retorted defiantly, "What if I am?" Upon hearing his parents quarrel, Chen Yuluan inquired about the matter and nonchalantly remarked, "Let them fight. It's better than her prancing around like she's superior." In truth, Chen Yuluan had once pursued Yingjing, but to no avail. Now, the adolescent, fueled by a sense of vindication, felt a rush of satisfaction tinged with a hint of revenge. At the Yi household, Ye's mother expressed her displeasure to her husband regarding the phone call. Ye's father, a man of grace and intellect, offered her gentle consolation, for it was his character that had fostered a daughter like Yingjing. However, there were still regrets. Inheriting her father's broad-mindedness, Yingjing had ventured out early to hike with classmates and had just returned home after lunch. Her mother, feeling both angry and anxious, relayed the news of Ying missing the top spot by a mere point. Ying, in turn, comforted her mother, adding, "Actually, it might not be over yet. I just ran into Tingsheng from class 10, the one I mentioned as exceptionally talented. Guess what? He said he completely forgot about the exam results last night and ended up drinking heavily with his father, only waking up around noon today. When I saw him, he and his father were just getting ready to head home to check the results." Ye's mother glanced at her husband and daughter, saying, "Those two certainly have a carefree spirit, more so than you two." "Having a carefree spirit is beneficial. It brings peace of mind," Ye's father remarked. "My heart isn't that big. I sincerely hope this child achieves the highest score to vex the Chen family. Just look at how arrogant they are," Ye's mother said, clasping her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. The father and daughter shared a hearty laugh at the exchange. Pouting thoughtfully, Ying added, "In truth, I do hope he does well." Ye's parents exchanged glances, for their daughter rarely seemed to care about anyone, much less mentioned a male classmate. Yet, Tingsheng's progress and their interactions, including his amusing moments during presentations, had been topics she revisited more than once. Ye's mother, aware that her daughter was about to graduate, teasingly asked, "Oh, it's quite rare for a boy to have such charm, isn't it?" No. Ying hurriedly waved her hands, insisting, "It's purely admiration." Yi Ma, intrigued by her daughter's embarrassment, had mostly heard about Tingsheng's deeds at school from her daughter. However, the perspective of parents often diverges from that of their children. Yi Ma inquired, "By the way, do you know what Tingsheng's family does?" Ying flushed crimson at her mother's question. "I'm just asking, what does it matter?" Yi Ma replied. After a moment's thought, Ying whispered, "I heard that the shopping mall on the first floor of the Tingsheng building, the one with "Wait for me" written on it, is run by his family." "Oh, that's wonderful," Yi Ma exclaimed, jumping with excitement and repeatedly telling Yi Ba, "That's great, that's great." Yi Ba exchanged a knowing glance with their daughter and shook his head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Chen Yuluan was unaware of this new development. He was busy calling classmates one after another, inviting them to a gathering and casually mentioning his scores. He even invited a few friends from middle and elementary school. After making the final call, a sense of incompleteness lingered. He genuinely wanted to call Tingsheng, but he hesitated, unsure of Su's number. Or perhaps it was due to their unfamiliarity and fear of being rebuffed. Feeling a tinge of regret for not being able to contact Tingsheng, Chen Yuluan thought of another person. He picked up the phone and dialed Song and I. The one who answered was indeed Song and I. Although she felt disheartened by her unsatisfactory college entrance examination results, she had prepared herself mentally and was determined to follow Tingsheng's lead and pursue a vocational accounting program. Thus, she did not mind receiving calls from classmates and was willing to discuss her scores. Recently, she had been receiving numerous calls from classmates. And without glancing at the caller ID, she answered the phone. "Hello? Is this Song and I?" "Yes, it's me, Yuluan." "Oh, do you need something? How did you do on your exams?" "Vocational school." "Vocational school? What a pity. But in that case, you might as well consider working instead." "I apologize. I didn't mean it that way. I meant that a vocational school might not hold much significance. Why not consider finding a job in the provincial capital, Shihu City? I'll be attending university there." Song and I remained silent, reflecting on how naive she had been to have harbored feelings for someone like him for so long. Chen Yuluan, misinterpreting her silence as hesitation, believed that without Tingsheng and others interfering, he could still win her over. He had initially felt oppressed and needed an outlet, and Song and I was an ideal target for his frustrations. She was self-deprecating yet deeply infatuated with him, making her particularly compliant. Now, as the top scorer, Chen Yuluan was exhilarated and sought release, with Song and I still serving as his preferred outlet. Furthermore, he contemplated inviting her to work in the city where he would be attending university, allowing him to derive both economic and emotional benefits from her. As for the future, how could two individuals from such disparate worlds possibly envision a future together? Chen Yuluan thought it best to settle for the present and switch partners once he entered university. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuluan pressed on, "Song and I apologize for what happened in the past. Do you think there is still a possibility for us? The promises I made back then still hold true, you know? This time, I have achieved the top score in the humanities. I will enroll in Jinhai University. As for you, you can work in Shihu City while I pursue my studies. We will be together. And once I graduate, beep, beep, beep." Song and I abruptly ended the call. Chen Yuluan, frustrated, hung up the phone, muttering angrily, "That foolish woman. It's a blessing for her that I even consider her." The valedictorian, Chen Yuluan, quickly dismissed this minor annoyance, filled with ambition, for he was the top scorer, and his future shone brightly. How could a woman like Song and I possibly be worthy of him? Chen Yuluan. Furthermore, what could people like Su Tingsheng do besides flaunt their bravado? Sooner or later, I shall trample them beneath my feet. Chapter 39. The Humanities Top Scorer, Part 3. In a previous life, Su Tingsheng received his results in a small rented room, his mother and sister silent behind him. For that score was profoundly significant for their family. He dialed the number once, only to hang up immediately. On the second attempt, he discovered an unremarkable score, just above the second-tier line by a few points. There was neither joy nor sorrow, only a sense of muted disappointment. Su Tingsheng ultimately chose to attend a normal university to become a history teacher, driven by familial responsibility, seeking stability. This time, Su Tingsheng retrieved his examination admission ticket and confidently plopped down onto a chair, exclaiming, "Everyone come here, we're checking the results." His younger sister, Su Qiui, who had just completed her middle school exams, remarked, "Brother, you're so childish. I would never check my results like that. It's embarrassing." Regardless of his sister's teasing, the rest of the family was supportive. Su's father and mother, uncles and aunts, along with younger relatives, all gathered around Su Tingsheng, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. Su Tingsheng had believed he would remain calm, but at the moment he dialed the number, he found himself unexpectedly flustered. A monotone voice on the line announced, "Candidate name, Su Tingsheng, admission ticket number, Chinese 122 points, Mathematics 94 points, Comprehensive Humanities 278 points, English 133 points. Total score 627 points. To hear again, press 1. Su Tingsheng pressed 1, switched to speakerphone, and the voice repeated the announcement, this time for his family to hear. He awaited their cheers, but instead they asked, "How is it? What do you think of this score?" Su Tingsheng suddenly remembered that no one in his family had ever taken the college entrance examination before. They had no real understanding of it. Their concept of scores was likely still rooted in Su Tingsheng achieving perfect marks in elementary school and his sister scoring full marks in several subjects during middle school. They had little comprehension of scores in the hundreds. How can it be higher than full marks? Incredible, his uncle exclaimed. Su's father had a bit more understanding. He asked, "It should be quite good, right? Do you know what the cutoff score is?" Su's father recalled what Su Tingsheng had said earlier in the political education office. He didn't care about it, nor did he genuinely expect an apology from the two directors. He merely feared Su Tingsheng would feel disheartened. In truth, Su's father only knew slightly more than the rest of the family. Su Tingsheng felt a wave of disappointment as he reluctantly replied, "The cutoff is 541 points. And I exceeded it by over 80. Family members remarked, "That's quite commendable. You're on the right track." Su Tingsheng pledged to himself that he would no longer engage them in such discussions. Resolute, he decided to consult someone more knowledgeable. Thus, he picked up his phone to return old Zhou's call. After lunch, old Zhou remained in the office, as did most teachers, diligently composing their end-of-term summaries while awaiting data from the city. Upon seeing Su Tingsheng's call, old Zhou eagerly answered, "Hello, Tingsheng. You finally called me. I was quite worried. Listen, don't be overly concerned about your grades. With your intellect and perseverance." Su Tingsheng, bewildered by old Zhou's comforting words, interrupted, "Teacher Zhou, I'm calling to report my scores. Are you aware of them?" After a moment's thought, old Zhou felt that Su Tingsheng might have regained his composure. Regardless of the results, he decided to respond positively, though he prefaced his words, "All right, but let us agree on this. The process is paramount, the results secondary. Your recent efforts and progress are testament enough to your abilities." "Teacher Zhou, my score is a total of 627, Su Tingsheng relayed, detailing his scores across subjects. "Teacher Zhou, are you still there?" In the teacher's office, old Zhou abruptly stood, causing his chair to clatter to the ground, drawing the attention of all present teachers, who exchanged puzzled glances. Was something amiss? They had just overheard old Zhou comforting Su Tingsheng. Su Tingsheng, feeling compelled, repeated his scores. Old Zhou replied, "Hold on a moment. I may not have slept well yesterday and feel a bit dizzy. Please provide your examination number so I can verify." "Sure, my examination number is..." After Su Tingsheng recited his number, old Zhou abruptly hung up the phone, seemingly in a rush. Shaking slightly, he dialed the inquiry line, entered the examination number, and then switched to speakerphone. In the office, aside from the tense breaths, the only sound was the monotonous, mechanical voice stating, Candidate name: Su Tingsheng. Examination number: Chinese 122. Mathematics 94. Comprehensive Arts 278. English 133. Total score 627. To repeat, press 1. Old Joe pressed 1. The voice echoed again, and after a brief silence, asked, "Would you like to hear it again?" With an air of authority, Old Joe turned to the entire office of teachers and inquired solemnly. In the next moment, he could no longer contain himself and broke into a tuneless hum. I am standing on the city tower, admiring the mountain scenery, hearing the tumult outside the city. Flags waving and shadows dancing, only to discover it is the troops sent by Sima. The cheers and gasps from the entire office soon drowned out Old Joe's rendition of the empty city stratagem. Zhang Xiuyun's expression soured. She picked up the phone to call Chen Yuluan, but hesitated, unsure how to address such a colossal blunder. Fong Yunyao opened the provincial history teacher group to confirm, then called out to Old Joe, "Teacher Joe, Su Tingsheng's comprehensive arts score is 278, right?" Old Joe calmly nodded with a smile. "Provincial champion," Fong Yunyao exclaimed. "The highest score in the province for the liberal arts is 278, as someone in our group just shared, having inquired from the Provincial Examination Institute." Su Tingsheng. Suddenly, a teacher posed a question. Can this score secure admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? Everyone began to ponder this inquiry. If Libei High School produced a student admitted to these prestigious institutions, the honor and rewards, though varying in magnitude, would benefit all. Yet, there was no consensus. Some argued it was possible, while others speculated it might fall short, lamenting the mathematics score. The prevailing sentiment was that the decision hung by a thread. Daring to apply was paramount. Lao Zhou felt ill-equipped to contemplate this matter, his mind swirling, his heart fluttering. As for college applications, there was no rush. He called Su Tingsheng back, excitedly relaying the news of his status as the top scorer in the province for liberal arts, and cheerfully reminded him, "Remember to return tomorrow for the college application seminar. We must thoroughly discuss your choices." "Oh, all right," Su Tingsheng replied, puzzled. "Why aren't you more excited?" "I am excited. Just still processing it." "That makes sense." I felt a bit dazed too. "I'll hang up now. I need to see the principal." "Okay." In truth, Lao Zhou could have postponed his visit to the principal, as the statistical report would be available in a few hours. However, he considered that if he waited too long, there might not be enough time to prepare a banner, and he hoped they hadn't already begun without including the name of the student from Class 7, which would surely cause a significant blunder. Su Tingsheng hung up the phone and thought briefly. After all, securing the title of county champion was merely an achievement. Even with the top provincial score, he doubted it would lead to undue scrutiny. He glanced around at his family, still engrossed in discussions about his examination results, and felt a surge of pride. He could finally hold his head high, and this statement required no further explanation. Anyone, even those who are illiterate, would understand through popular media. Turning to his father, Su Tingsheng proclaimed, "Dad, I've become the liberal arts champion of Libei County and the top scorer in the province." What? "I've become the liberal arts champion of Libei County and the top scorer in the province." Before his family could fully process the news, the door swung open, and two voices exclaimed, "What the hell?" Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng entered alongside Song and I. The trio rushed to Su Tingsheng's side, repeating, "What the hell? What is going on?" Su Tingsheng inquired. "Chen Yuluan is boasting that he is the champion with a score of 592. What's yours?" 627, Su Tingsheng replied, swallowing hard. Chapter 40. He is a legend. The news spread rapidly, and Su Tingsheng's name became increasingly familiar. Occasionally, someone would struggle to recall it, only for others to remind them. "That's the one who made a self-criticism at the podium last time. Still can't remember?" The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. We are all good kids. A furious rage for the sake of love. A brick to topple the suspected SARS. In just 3 months. So many stories and twists unfolded, and not to mention, this final unprecedented comeback. He is a legend. In the classrooms of the first and second year students, teachers regale their pupils with tales of legends. When Wu Weiwei's homeroom teacher mentioned this topic, she unconsciously cast a glance in her direction, prompting Wu Weiwei to puff out her chest and smile proudly. Her deskmate tugged at the hem of her shirt beneath the table, offering her a teasing smile. "If only you were a year ahead, the top scholar in both arts and sciences, a true prodigy," Wu Weiwei mischievously retorted. "This year's top science scholar is also male. They wouldn't make a pair." Conversely, The teachers in the ordinary classes were more eager to elaborate on this matter, mentioning Su Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and even Fu Cheng, with some instructors reciting their exam scores one by one. See, what is wrong with the ordinary class? With effort, miracles can be created just the same. Come on, everyone, let us achieve a miracle. The teacher encouraged. Teacher, can we invite the seniors to come and chat with us? The students inquired. The teacher pondered for a moment and replied, that is feasible. I will ask. When the new homeroom teacher of the third-year ordinary arts class sought out old Zhou after class, she found his office empty. Old Zhou had just emerged from the principal's office and encountered the vice principal of the building along with several members of the political education department. The vice principal handed old Zhou a cigarette and inquired, Old Zhou, how did Su Tingsheng perform? Old Zhou, holding the cigarette between two fingers, shook his head and chuckled. He, the top scholar in arts, ranked first in the province in comprehensive subjects. The vice principal slapped his thigh, exclaiming, I always said that kid was extraordinary. I must mention my keen eye to the principal and see if I can oversee the teaching. After saying this, the vice principal produced a lighter to ignite old Zhou's cigarette, resting an arm on his shoulder as they shared a cloud of smoke. Old Zhou, you've really done it this time. A true benefactor, a great contributor. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing Principal Su Bo at the threshold. Do I need to tell you that? Old Zhou, I've already noted this down. I was just about to ask you about that child's disciplinary action. You've rescinded it, haven't you? We must ensure there are no blemishes on his record to avoid hindering his future. The vice principal quickly turned to the two directors behind him, urging, I instructed you early on. Have you taken care of it? The two directors fell silent. The answer was evident. You must expedite this. Not only should the disciplinary action be revoked, but also document the incident involving the suspected SARS patient and ideally provide some form of commendation, the vice principal insisted, exasperated. Principal Su nodded in agreement, adding, additionally, please inform the office to prepare a banner promptly. I just called to inquire about Su Tingsheng's city ranking. He is third in the arts in the city, which is remarkable for us at Li Bei. We should promote this well to deter parents from sending their children elsewhere. Indeed, this can serve as a focal point for the new first-year recruitment campaign. The vice principal concurred. Once the two principals finished delegating tasks, Principal Su invited Old Zhou, let us have dinner together tonight. Invite the subject teachers from your class. We, the principals, are hosting a thank you banquet specifically for your class. Let us enjoy a few drinks then. As Old Zhou made his way back to the office, he walked with purpose, though regrettably in his layered-soled cloth shoes, which made no resounding sound. Lao Zhou decided to return home shortly to change into a pair of gleaming leather shoes. Regarding the invitation for the new cohort of seniors, he called Su Tingsheng, who politely declined, stating that he had already garnered enough attention and that he would be busy with matters at the mall. Thus, he had no intention of delivering another report. At home, Su's father summoned the butcher to slaughter a pig. Su Tingsheng remarked, Father, is it really necessary to make such a grand affair? That pig is still young. Su's father replied, What are you thinking? I simply won't have the time to raise it later. However, we can celebrate this occasion. Invite your teachers and classmates. Throughout the day, Su Tingsheng received various phone calls. Shu, it's Teacher Fong, he said, glancing at Fu Cheng. Fu Cheng coughed in response, while Huang Yaming reacted with disdain. The conversations were filled with mundane pleasantries such as congratulations and thanks, but Su Tingsheng's final words were of significance. He said, If Teacher Fong does not mind that I live in the countryside, why not join us for dinner? Just the few of us. I will invite the other teachers separately. Yes, just like last time, with fewer people, Huang Yaming, Xiang Ning, Song and I, and Fu Cheng will be there. After uttering the last sentence, Su Tingsheng received a kick from Fu Cheng. Ouch! You rascal, daring to strike the top scholar. Huang Yaming exclaimed. Tingsheng is only thinking of your happiness. Fu Cheng responded as he and Huang Yaming began to tussle. Then, Su Tingsheng received a call from Yao Jing, as well as from Wu Yuewei from the dormitory. He thought it would be splendid to flaunt this to Xiang Ning, to show her that her uncle was the top scholar, thus dispelling her label of big liar. Often, men have a penchant for showing off in front of the women they admire, from flaunting new erasers and stickers in childhood to showcasing muscles and hairstyles in adolescence. And eventually, their displays may evolve into abilities and wealth. This is not without merit. Society venerates certain things for a reason. Su Tingsheng, despite his past hardships, never held any grievances about this. To his surprise, Su Tingsheng received a call from Ying Jing. Congratulations. And indeed, it is 246. She exclaimed over the phone. Thank you. I owe you my gratitude for helping me out back then, Tingsheng replied. Where are you planning to apply? She inquired. I'm considering 591. Wondering if I should apply to Jinhai University, Yingjing continued. Tingsheng held a favorable impression of her, perceiving her as a genuine and composed young woman. He contemplated and said, I haven't decided yet. If you apply to Jinhai University, don't forget to prioritize your major. Due to his previous experience guiding students in their applications, Tingsheng retained some knowledge of the admission scores of various colleges over the years. However, he had never researched the admission scores of Tsinghua or Peking University in Jinhai Province, as there had never been a necessity. As for Jinhai University's admission score in 2003, he only had a vague impression, estimating that Yingjing's score would fall on the threshold. Thus, he could only say that. All right, thank you, Yingjing responded. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, he echoed. The emergence of Yingjing is indeed somewhat abrupt, at least for Tingsheng. In her previous life, she belonged to the realm of academic excellence that Tingsheng could only admire from afar, having never exchanged a single word with her. In this lifetime, their only interaction was a moment of unspoken understanding during a class discussion, followed by the occasional nod and greeting. Everything else seemed fine, but the notion of seeing each other tomorrow felt rather peculiar. Tingsheng had already begun preparations for dinner, while Fucheng found himself at a loss. Teacher Fong had informed him that she was en route. At that moment, Tingsheng said, Fucheng, please go wait for Teacher Fong on the road. I fear she may have trouble finding her way. Fucheng was about to decline when Huang Yaming interjected, I need to pick up Tingling. Song and I is a girl, and Tingsheng is quite busy. Thus, Fucheng reluctantly took his leave, pushing the cart outside. Yingjing was also discussing dinner. Appearing somewhat apprehensive under her mother's watchful gaze, she playfully pleaded, Mom, please go prepare dinner. I'm hungry. Yi Ma, with a sly smile, replied, Well then, see you tomorrow. Yingjing puffed out her cheeks in protest. Mom. Yingjing possesses a straightforward nature, so even in expressing her affections, she remains candid, devoid of any pretentiousness or artifice. Others might ponder whether her actions could be misinterpreted given that she has achieved great success, but Yingjing does not entertain such thoughts. Her heart is unclouded and free of distractions, unaffected by external judgments. She has not even considered these implications. Her feelings blossomed gradually from that class discussion, and now, with graduation upon them, she reflects on her sentiments. Yima stood up and walked towards the kitchen, remarking, For the sake of this young man who helped me vent my frustrations, I find myself rather fond of him. Moreover, his overall qualities are commendable. It would be even better if you both attended the same university. Keep pushing forward, my daughter. Yi Ba, with a gentle smile, added, It may be a bit early, but there is no harm in getting to know him. Even if it doesn't lead anywhere, a friendship with someone like him could be beneficial. Like his daughter, Yi Ba is equally candid. Yingjing furrowed her brow, but it seems like many are vying for his attention. Chapter 41. After the wine, Fucheng arrived with Fong Yunxiao, while Huang Yaming brought Tingling along. A few other close classmates also joined, and fortunately, Yao Jing was absent as she had gone to her grandmother's house. The dinner at Nong's was not extravagant, yet it was hearty and lively. Fong Yunxiao, being the only teacher present, inevitably became the center of attention. Faced with the enthusiastic inquiries from uncles and aunts, she found herself at a loss and soon consumed several cups. Her cheeks flushed and her voice softened. Tingsheng exchanged a glance with Fucheng, who then stepped forward. Before long, Fucheng too succumbed to inebriation, affectionately draping his arm over Tingsheng's uncle and calling him brother. Tingsheng's uncle remarked, Huang Yaming already has a girlfriend. What about you? Fucheng glanced at Fong Yunxiao, emboldened by the effects of alcohol. Fong Yunxiao felt a tremor of anxiety and hastily raised her glass, saying, To Su Ba and Su Ma, I toast to you for having such an outstanding son. In the eyes of parents, the teacher's praise is always of utmost significance. Hearing teacher Fong's words, although Su Ba and Su Ma continued to feign modesty, their faces lit up with joy, and they quickly raised their glasses, consuming them in one gulp. Fucheng was taken aback by his own recent actions, the effects of the alcohol fading rapidly. He hastily changed the subject, saying, Uncle, you are mistaken. You should inquire about Tingsheng. Allow me to share the intricacies of his situation, which are quite complex. A drunken individual cannot be easily deterred, and no amount of intimidation would suffice. Fu Cheng candidly divulged all he knew about Su Tingsheng, including details about Yao Jing and Wu Yuewei, even revealing some personal insights about himself. Su Tingsheng found himself utterly helpless, for his mother's enthusiasm was palpable as she gazed at him with eager eyes, repeatedly querying, "Tingsheng, tell me, who do you favor most? Oh, why didn't you invite them over for me to meet?" "Invite whom?" "Everyone, of course. Let me choose," she insisted. Su Tingsheng felt defeated by his mother. His younger uncle chimed in, "I suspect it must be that one, Wu Yuewei, as Fu Cheng just mentioned that Tingsheng once fought for her." "I believe so as well," added his aunt. "But what about that Yao Jing? Wasn't he pursuing her for 2 years?" inquired his aunt. "Isn't it said that the one with the foreign name has the best figure? Is she really a foreigner?" His uncle pondered. "Perhaps we should steer clear of foreigners," he concluded. Thus, this lively discussion continued. Meanwhile, in another hotel suite, Principal Su inquired of Lao Zhou, "Where is Teacher Fong? Why hasn't she arrived?" Lao Zhou, looking apologetic, responded, "I just learned that Teacher Fong has been invited to Su Tingsheng's home." Vice Principal Lu interjected excitedly, "This isn't right. Why did he only invite Teacher Fong and not me? Even if I wasn't invited, he should have included you and the other teachers. He is being quite inconsiderate. Give me his number. I must call him and scold him." Lao Zhou quickly clarified, No. Teacher Fong explained earlier that the child was concerned about the inconvenience of inviting us to the rural area and intends to extend another invitation later. "What is the issue with the countryside? We all come from rural backgrounds," Vice Principal Lu remarked to Principal Su. "Shall we go over there?" The suggestion, while amusing, was met with enthusiasm from the other teachers. Principal Su, in good spirits, waved his hand. "Let us go, but I suspect there will be a large gathering over there. You all must hold your own when it comes time to drink. We cannot afford to suffer total defeat." With the principal's command, the directors and teachers responded in unison, setting the tone for an evening reminiscent of a battlefield. Lao Zhou disclosed Su Tingsheng's address. Although Su's family resided in the countryside, it was on the outskirts of the city, so everyone present was familiar with the village. Lao Zhou insisted, "I'll make a quick call first." However, Vice Principal Lu raised his hand to stop him. "No, let us execute a surprise visit instead." A group of them appeared at Su's doorstep. A few students were startled, jumping at the sight. What was this gathering? For principals, a slew of directors, and their own teachers, this was clearly not a mere congratulatory visit, but rather an intrusion. Where did they, as students, stand in this scenario? Vice Principal Lu entered the house, exclaiming, "Su Tingsheng, how can you invite us for a meal and not include us? This is quite inconsiderate. You leave us no choice but to come begging for food." Su Tingsheng, sweating profusely, hurriedly attempted to explain and apologize. Fortunately, Su's father managed the situation well, borrowing a large round table from a neighbor and adding more dishes and drinks. Given the rural conditions, "We must ask all esteemed leaders and teachers to make do," Su's father remarked. A group of individuals repeatedly asserted their refusal, with Vice Principal Lu being the most straightforward, declaring, "I too hail from the countryside. Su Tingsheng's father, today we shall set aside such matters and discuss alcohol." Witnessing this atmosphere, Su Tingsheng quickly instructed his uncle, "Uncle, it seems a battle is about to commence. You must summon the village's most formidable drinkers." His uncle hastily excused himself. The banquet extended from 6:30 in the evening until 9. Su Tingsheng's uncle was the first to succumb, taking down 2 subject teachers with him. The 2 political education directors, feeling awkward, ended up incapacitating themselves, and as they stood unsteadily for one final toast, they addressed Su's father. "Brother, we apologize for our earlier remarks." Su's father promptly replied, "Children speak thoughtlessly. Leaders should not take it to heart." Nonetheless, they drank heartily. One by one, the teachers fell under the influence. "The tide is turning," Vice Principal Lu remarked to Principal Su. "It appears we are destined to meet our demise here today." Principal Su nodded, suggesting, "Let us focus on incapacitating Su Tingsheng's father, and then we can consider our retreat." As the toasts flowed, it seemed Su's father could not refuse any cup. A teacher insisted, "I have taught your Su Tingsheng for 3 years. Surely you must drink to this?" What could Su's father say? He had no choice but to drain his glass. He had already begun to stagger when Su's mother made her entrance, stepping in to drink on behalf of her husband, leaving no room for objection. Everyone had underestimated Su's mother's capacity for alcohol. By the time she succumbed, only a few principals remained standing. Old Zhou found himself in a dire situation. having been taken down by Su Tingsheng's uncle and his entourage. Vice Principal Lu assessed the situation, relieved that it was still under control. At least it appeared Su's father had no means of retreat. Su Tingsheng and his sister, Su Qiui, then made their appearance. Su's father proudly stated, "Are the two children up for the task?" Vice Principal Lu replied, "Brother, you are being unreasonable. How can we proceed with them here?" Su's father chuckled, "Fear not. These children possess a drinking capacity no less than their mothers. They have been raised on it. When we were busy, their grandmother would care for them. And her method of soothing them was to pour homemade rice wine into a teapot and offer it to the crying children, lulling them to sleep inebriated." The principals were both amused and perplexed, who said that drinking at a young age would dull their wits. Principal Su gestured for Teacher Fong to approach, stating, "You are one of us. In my capacity as principal, I command you to take down one of these children." It soon became evident that Fong Yunyao's drinking capacity paled in comparison to that of the freshly graduated Su Qiui. Dazed and confused, Fong Yunyao leaned against Fu Cheng, suddenly exclaiming, "What a pity you are too young." Fu Cheng, equally dazed, forgot his fears and mumbled, "Wait for me to grow up. Will you wait for me?" Their gazes locked, hearts racing. Huang Yaming, ever astute, swiftly cleared the area. Su Tingsheng, wary of overindulging, began to feign intoxication after the first round. At the conclusion of the banquet, only Su Ba, Principal Su, and Vice Principal Lu remained at the table. The fervor of their earlier revelry had dissipated. Yielding to a serene exchange of drinks as they reminisced about Su Tingsheng, reflecting on their shared youth, the boys and girls of their era, and the songs that accompanied those days. Eventually, Su Ba succumbed to intoxication, followed suit by the two principals, with Vice Principal Lu slumped over the table, incoherently proclaiming that next time, he would bring along a few teachers from the sports department for another round of merriment. Aside from the two drivers, no one else at the school could maintain their composure. A few local imbibers had set up a separate table for their own revelry, while among the students. Aside from Fu Cheng, who had also succumbed, Tan Xingling found herself inebriated, despite her academic performance surpassing that of many second-tier institutions. The ambitious girl yearned for a prestigious university and was wrestling with the decision of whether to retake her exams, leading her to drink excessively in her confusion. Su Tingsheng managed to rise and, along with a few other sober students, assisted the inebriated teachers into their vehicles, advising the drivers to take extra care. Old Zhou grasped Su Tingsheng's hand and slurred, "Be joyful and proud, aim for Qingbei." Both Vice Principal Lu and Principal Su echoed this sentiment, "Aim for Qingbei." The allure of Qingbei is inexhaustible for a student. However, for Su Tingsheng, the prospect posed a significant dilemma. It felt exceedingly distant, particularly from Xiang Ning. Moreover, he was uncertain if his scores would suffice. "I may not have the required scores," Su Tingsheng admitted. The teachers pondered briefly. It would be a shame not to aim high, perhaps target a solid second choice. Su Tingsheng scratched his head, striving to recall, a vague number surfacing in his mind. He could not remember his exact score, but he recalled that, in the relatively underperforming Jinan city, there was only one opportunity for Qingbei that year. Su Tingsheng ranked third in the city. Therefore, he replied, "All right." Chapter 42. Cruelty on that night. Another soul had succumbed to inebriation, Chen Yuluan. Whether intentionally or not, no one had conveyed certain news to him. Perhaps some reveled in his misfortune, while others, fearing he could not bear the burden, chose to remain silent. Regardless, Chen Yuluan became intoxicated and dreamt a beautiful dream, envisioning the splendor of ancient times, victorious spring breezes, adorned in floral robes, parading through the streets on horseback. As dawn broke, Chen Yuluan awakened, his dreams shattered. Su Tingsheng's home had hosted numerous guests the previous night. With insufficient rooms, several boys resorted to sleeping on the floor, smoking and conversing, and in the depths of the night, they retrieved additional bottles of liquor to continue their revelry. Fong Yunyao shared a room with Su Tingsheng's sister, unaware that soon, as Su Qiui entered her first year of high school, Fong Yunyao would become one of her teachers. The image of a young female educator lecturing at the podium while a student, privy to her flirtation with a recently graduated male, sat beneath her was too beautiful for me to bear. Tan Xingling and Song Ni shared a room, with Huang Yaming urging Song Ni to persuade Tan Xingling to abandon her plans for a re-examination and pursue university instead. At 2 a.m, Huang Yaming rose to use the restroom, tiptoeing out, but the still awake Su Tingsheng seized him, saying, "You can't be serious. This is my home. Besides, Xiang Ning is sleeping next to Song and I. Are you certain you wish to commit such a scandalous act? Huang Yaming felt unjustly accused, replying, I merely wanted to use the restroom. Tingsheng remained unconvinced, holding on to him firmly. Huang Yaming clutched his abdomen and exclaimed, I truly cannot hold it any longer. The phrase cannot hold it is prone to ambiguity. Tingsheng remarked, is it possible to die from holding it for a day? What if Xiang Ning calls out? Huang Yaming's eyes glistened with tears as he clarified, I meant I cannot hold in my urine. In fact, Fu Cheng, who had been awake all along, interjected to Tingsheng, I need to go as well. I will keep an eye on him. Then I shall join too, Tingsheng replied. The three did not head to the restroom. Instead, they arrived at the small hill behind Tingsheng's house, where under the moonlight, they engaged in a rather trivial game comparing who could urinate the farthest, reminiscent of their younger days. They then settled on the hillside for a chat. Tingsheng inquired of Huang Yaming, what do you and Xiang Ning plan to do? Huang Yaming responded, I will encourage her to attend university. Ideally, we should be at the same institution. If that proves impossible, we should at least be in the same city, and eventually graduate and marry. In their previous life, Xiang Ning had discarded Huang Yaming without a second thought during his high school studies. This time, many things may have changed, including Huang Yaming himself. Yet, Xiang Ning's nature would remain constant. As Tingsheng had previously surmised, even a reborn seer cannot control one aspect, emotions. Tingsheng posited, if one day, and I mean if, you find yourself lacking in ability, just ordinary, and Xiang Ning is drawn to someone wealthier and more capable, how would you feel? Huang Yaming asserted. She would not. Tingsheng reluctantly shifted the topic to Fu Cheng, asking, what about you? Now that the conversation has reached this point, what do you plan to do when teacher Fong awakens tomorrow? Huang Yaming replied, I will simply embrace her. Fu Cheng said, I have been pondering this but could not arrive at a conclusion. However, I now believe this is quite satisfactory. I have expressed everything I needed to. She has heard it all. I have offered her my promise along with her freedom. As for the future, it will depend on time and fate. Fu Cheng implied that he would wait, allowing teacher Fong to take her course. Yet this very premise is inherently flawed. Teacher Fong's age dictates that she cannot afford to wait, while Fu Cheng has ample time at his disposal. Thus, what will commence? For teacher Fong, this is equally unjust, as the pressures and fears she must bear are beyond Fu Cheng's comprehension. This is a deadlock. Eventually, the conversation turned to Tingsheng, with Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng expressing curiosity about his sudden infatuation. Tingsheng simply stated one fact. Her name is Xiang Ning. Shall we meet? In a while? Oh no, in a few years. After the college entrance examination results are released, schools typically organize a seminar to guide students in filling out their applications. A group from Tingsheng's side, having finished breakfast, marched towards the school gate. A bright red banner hung down from the rooftop of the first-year building closest to the entrance, proclaiming, warm congratulations to Tingsheng for being awarded the top liberal arts student in Libei County, ranking 3rd overall in Jiannan City, achieving the highest comprehensive score in Jianhai Province, and receiving the Libei County Bravery Award. What is the Bravery Award about? Tingsheng was utterly bewildered. The vice principal, known for his exceptional alcohol tolerance, appeared completely unbothered by any hangover as he strode over, beaming with laughter regarding the SARS incident. We have arranged a commendation for you. How does that sound? Thank you, principal. Tingsheng had long believed that this matter was behind him, considering his own violent actions unworthy of commendation. A multitude of onlookers gazed up at the banner, not only the first and second-year students, but also the returning third-year graduates and their parents. Thousands of eyes fixated upon the billowing crimson banner, engaging in fervent discussions. To bring glory to the family. The phrase suddenly crossed Tingsheng's mind, evoking a pleasant sensation. Then, amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, the banner that belonged to Tingsheng abruptly tightened. Then with a rip, it fell from the rooftop. The wind was gentle, and the other banners remained intact. Thus it was evident that someone had deliberately torn it down. A figure stood below, gripping one end of the banner. The deputy principal exploded in anger, rushing towards him. It was Chen Yuluan. In truth, there was little that could be done about such matters, especially since Chen Yuluan was also a student who brought honor to Libei, making it impossible for the school to take action against him for this incident. Tingsheng whispered a few words into the deputy principal's ear before stepping over to Chen Yuluan's side. You have ruined me, Chen Yuluan declared. It was merely a misunderstanding. You still have your score of 592 and a chance at a good university, Su Tingsheng replied. Have you considered Song and I? She is the one you have truly destroyed. Chen Yuluan fell silent. Her yearning for a beautiful love, her college entrance examination, her future and destiny, her life, and her mental state, all have been ravaged by you. Therefore, I cannot feel sympathy for you. What do you want? There is nothing to desire, with so many watching. We have been conversing here for quite some time, have we not? I believe this will cast a shadow over your entire life. To psychologically obliterate a person, Su Tingsheng acted with cruelty. Yet as he recalled Song Ni's tragic fate from her previous life, a once obedient and quiet girl who chose to end everything by jumping from a building, departing in silence, possibly bearing lifelong disabilities from the burdens she endured, this was sufficient to harden Su Tingsheng's heart. This will be your lifelong shadow. This will be your lifelong shadow. Chen Yuluan stood before Su Tingsheng, who had fallen silent. Yet he seemed to hear countless voices, thousands of murmurs buzzing in his ears. That pretentious top student. What a small-minded individual. Tearing down banners, has he lost his mind? Su Tingsheng returned to the midst of Huang Yaming and others, where many were waving from a distance. Senior Su Tingsheng. The senior felt a tinge of shyness. In truth, this college application seminar held no significance for him, as he understood far more than the experts, even being able to assertively predict the outcomes of many schools. He had returned solely to collect his application form. Su Tingsheng and his group sat in old Zhou's office for half an hour, obtaining the application forms. After which Huang Yaming and the others attended the seminar, while Su Tingsheng chose to return to the classroom alone. Chapter 43. The top student's sister Su Tingsheng thought he had evaded the crowd, but in reality, he found himself amidst the most bustling scene. Before he could even put pen to paper, old Zhou burst in with a throng of teachers and administrators, surrounding Su Tingsheng, their eyes wide with astonishment. It was only when Su Tingsheng confidently inscribed Tsinghua University as his first choice that the air shifted. Their actions are indeed irregular, bordering on the absurd. To put it more starkly, it is almost a mockery of Su Tingsheng's future. Had Su Tingsheng applied to Jianhai University or several other prestigious institutions, his chances would have been significantly higher. By listing Qingbei as his first choice, it implies that should he fail to gain admission, he would simultaneously miss out on these esteemed universities. This explains the inexplicable urgency that drove numerous principals and teachers to Su Tingsheng's home last night. Transforming a convivial gathering into a battleground, they craved such an atmosphere, a hint of inebriation, as it emboldened them to voice their innermost plea to choose Qingbei. By the midpoint of the evening, Su Tingsheng had grasped this reality. His composure and serenity alleviated the teachers' sense of guilt. Their yearning for a Qingbei acceptance was palpable. Next, Jianhai University could no longer serve as a safety net, as they did not even admit students from the first choice. What should he select next? The teachers and leaders deliberated. Su Tingsheng interjected, "Esteemed leaders and teachers, I beseech you to grant me the freedom to choose my subsequent preferences." With a tinge of remorse, the educators departed. After completing his application, Su Tingsheng chose not to submit it immediately. He intended to delay until the final moment, for his choices were not meant for anyone else's scrutiny. Wu Weiwei appeared at the door. "I'm not sure. I simply wish to ascertain whether my aspirations should lie with Qingbei or Jianhai University." Wu Weiwei inquired, her ambitions hinging on Su Tingsheng's decisions. After a moment's contemplation, Su Tingsheng smiled and replied, "Qingbei." Wu Weiwei nodded resolutely. "Very well, I shall attend class now." With that, she departed. The misunderstanding lay in Su Tingsheng's desire to set a higher benchmark for Wu Weiwei. Previously, she had aimed for Jianhai University. Yet he hoped for her to aspire to greater heights. How splendid it would be if she could attend Qingbei. Perhaps Su Tingsheng harbored more hope for her success than anyone else apart from her parents, as his sense of guilt diminished the more Wu Weiwei flourished. To this end, even during their brief connection separated by a wall in the isolation ward, he had compelled her to write several semi-thematic essays, aiding her with revisions, one of which closely mirrored an essay from the 2004 college entrance examination. However, Wu Weiwei interpreted Su Tingsheng's intentions as a promise that he would await her at Qingbei. Fu Cheng, Song and I, and a multitude of classmates returned from the report meeting, engaging in discussions about their prospective universities. Fu Cheng drafted a list of schools, and upon reviewing it, Su Tingsheng noted that his first choice was Jianan Normal University. He pulled Fu Cheng aside and inquired, "Do you wish to pursue education? Moreover, attending Jinan Normal is a waste of too many points." Fu Cheng simply grinned in silence. Su Tingsheng surmised the rationale behind wanting to be closer to Li Bei, stating, "That holds no significance, do you understand? Proximity, whether near or far, is inconsequential. Pursuing education is even less meaningful. Why? Hypothetically, if one day Teacher Fong truly accepted you, do you envision the outcome as you returning to Li Bei to teach, leading to a shared life together?" It was incorrect to assume that if that day were to arrive, Teacher Fong would certainly leave Li Bei Middle School for another city and another institution. I can assure you that she would not desire for you to become her colleague. Have you comprehended the logic behind this? It is quite simple, and Fu Cheng quickly grasped it. Hence, it is often the case that individuals, when immersed in their emotions, act foolishly. What should I apply for? What should I study? Fu Cheng inquired. Choose a program that aligns best with your scores and pursue the field you most wish to study. You must understand that if you genuinely anticipate that day, you must be sufficiently strong. Your age dictates that you must mature and grow swiftly, for only then will you provide Teacher Fong with a sense of security. Came the response. Fu Cheng pondered for a moment. I understand. I wish to study finance. Fu Cheng's previous work was related to finance, and Su Tingsheng remarked, "Then go ahead and select a school." Fu Cheng had two options regarding his academic scores. One was to enroll directly in a second-tier institution, while the other was to attend a first-tier university, but in a second-tier or even third-tier program. If he chose the former, he could nearly select any second-tier school within Jinghai province. However, for the latter, certain popular majors such as finance and accounting carried inherent risks, with some programs' admission scores even exceeding the first-tier threshold. Fu Cheng selected a few schools, and Su Tingsheng paused upon seeing one of them, unable to suppress a laugh. "What's wrong? Is it not suitable?" Fu Cheng asked upon noticing his reaction. "No, it's quite good. Discuss it with your family, or perhaps consult Teacher Fong," Su Tingsheng suggested. "Come on, let me see yours," Fu Cheng insisted. "Mine is not for viewing. Besides, you can certainly show it to Teacher Fong. As an ordinary student seeking guidance from a teacher, what are you afraid of? If you can confess your feelings, why fear this?" Fu Cheng departed, leaving Su Tingsheng uncertain about whether he would dare enter the office. He sought out Xiang Ning, who currently had a straightforward ambition to pursue a vocational degree in economics with a focus on accounting, avoiding Westlake City. Her scores were considered high among vocational institutions, yet options were limited outside of Westlake City. Su Tingsheng mentioned a city name with a smile. "How about this one?" Fu Cheng agreed on a school there, stating, "We wouldn't feel secure unless one of us is nearby." This statement brought tears to Song Mi's eyes. "You have said before that you want to become a manager," she reminded. "All right, come for an internship when we open," Su Tingsheng replied, affectionately patting her head. "Will there be a salary?" she inquired. "Not yet. But when we go public, I'll give you shares." With tears glistening in her eyes, Song and I chuckled, for it seemed that Su Tingsheng was indeed sharing a jest. Fu Cheng bravely entered the office and conversed with old Zhou. Upon returning, he boasted to Su Tingsheng that he had discussed matters with Fong Yunyao for half an hour and had finally reached a decision. Just then, Fong Yunyao appeared at the classroom door, asking, "Is that so?" I was unaware. Thus, Fu Cheng genuinely engaged in conversation with her. When he returned, thoroughly satisfied, Huang Yaming had yet to show up. Together, Su Tingsheng, Fu Cheng, and Song and I waited another half hour until he stormed in, slamming the application form onto the table in a fit of anger. The insistence on retaking the examination was relentless, and no amount of persuasion seemed to sway him. Su Tingsheng and Fu Cheng, along with Song and I, understood he was referring to Tingsheng. "Very well, I shall accompany you in this endeavor." Huang Yaming prepared to tear up his application form, only to be met with a swift kick from Su Tingsheng that sent him sprawling to the ground. The process of persuading Huang Yaming was not particularly arduous. Su Tingsheng made a pivotal point. Given Tingsheng's temperament, for a lasting relationship, you must surpass her. Be significantly stronger than her, rather than merely existing alongside her in mediocrity. Huang Yaming, possessing a deeper understanding of Tingsheng than most, realized that their genuine relationship flourished only after he began to rise alongside Su Tingsheng. Tingsheng exhibited a dependent personality. Only a robust branch could attract the winding tendrils of parasitic plants. Once Huang Yaming regained his composure, he began to contemplate his school options. His academic performance was rather precarious. The selection of prestigious institutions was limited, and choosing a slightly better school meant confronting the least desirable majors. Conversely, settling for a less esteemed institution was not a palatable choice. He glanced at Fu Cheng's application and remarked, "If I opt for your institution, I might end up being redirected to the nursing program." Su Tingsheng responded, "That's not so bad. Male nurses are in scarce supply, making it easier to find employment with a good salary. Plus, you'd be surrounded by a host of young ladies during both studies and work." After sharing a laugh, Su Tingsheng added, "You can always switch majors, so don't fret too much about it." Huang Yaming continued to deliberate over his applications, while Fu Cheng and Song and I had more or less made their choices, and Su Tingsheng's remained confidential. As a wave of new students filled out their applications fervently, the results of the high school entrance examination were announced, and the administration began strategizing for the enrollment of the new first-year students. Recruitment had always posed a significant challenge for Libei High School. Each year, the top performers from Libei County were often poached by esteemed institutions from the city or beyond. The children of Libei were indeed intelligent and brimming with potential, yet the school struggled to retain the brightest talents, leading to persistent concerns regarding academic standings. This year's results, however, instilled considerable confidence in the school leadership, prompting Principal Su to prepare for an ambitious initiative. The vice principal in charge of academics spoke at the meeting, urging leaders and teachers to form groups and actively engage with prospective students, ensuring the majority of the top 20 from Libei County's entrance examination were retained. Lists of students along with their detailed information were disseminated. Vice Principal Lu perused the list, approached Principal Su, and pointed out a name, saying, "This individual among the top 20 rings a bell." Principal Su glanced at the list. "It does seem familiar. Has anyone heard of Su Qiui?" The vice principal responsible for academics called out, "That's the top scorer's sister, the young lady who was quite the drinker yesterday." Principal Su was momentarily taken aback. What was Su Tingsheng's rank upon entering the school? Lao Zhou replied, "Near the bottom. He barely made the cut." Principal Su and Vice Principal Lu exchanged a glance, amused. The potential of this family was certainly undeniable. If her brother's starting point was so low, and now hers was significantly elevated, what might the future hold? Fong Yunyao interjected, "That day, I shared a room with her, and she mentioned that during middle school, she would sleep through 3 classes every day." Many teachers cast surprised glances at Fong Yunyao. The kind-hearted teacher Fong had no need to malign a student yet to step foot in the school, especially one they were familiar with. However, those privy to the circumstances held a different perspective, recognizing the immense potential that lay beneath the surface. Principal Su decisively stated, "This student, Su Qiui, ranked 20th, must be a primary target for us. Vice Principal Lu, why don't you take old Zhou and teacher Fong along?" Old Zhou muttered, "It might be challenging. Their family is quite affluent. You may not know, Principal, but the shopping center on the first floor of Tingsheng building is being developed by them. Given their situation, sending their child to a prestigious school out of town should pose little financial strain." Principal Su furrowed his brow. "Aside from the 3 of us, I will join as well. Let us bring a few more who can hold their liquor. We shall pay another visit to the top scholar's family today. And regardless of the outcome, we must secure the scholar's sister. Do you all understand?" Vice Principal Lu began to compile a list of renowned drinkers. When Su Tingsheng returned home that day, he found a group of people lounging in the living room, waiting for dinner, their shameless demeanor evident. "You can't crash dinners every day," Su Tingsheng thought. After finishing his meal, he excused himself under the pretext of helping his father with the shopping center's renovations and slipped away, while his father engaged in a drunken brawl with local drinkers and intruders. In truth, Su Tingsheng couldn't bear to stay any longer. As the topic of conversation revolved solely around his sister, Su Qiui, and he was incessantly berated. Your sister. Of course, Su Qiui had already decided to remain at Libei, and as for the leader's offers of tuition waivers, scholarships, and promotional assistance for the shopping center, who would refuse such advantageous opportunities? Chapter 44. Life's Intersections. Su Tingsheng submitted his application form for university only an hour before the deadline, a procrastination not shared by many, one being Yingjing. Upon exiting with her application in hand, she spotted Su Tingsheng and greeted him while waiting at the entrance. On the day of the application meeting, they had planned to meet the following day, but fate had other designs. While Su Tingsheng confronted Chen Yuluan in front of thousands, she was conversing with her mother and teachers in an office. Even during the subsequent report meeting, she failed to catch sight of him. Yingjing was relatively fine, but her mother felt quite disheartened. When Su Tingsheng emerged after submitting his application, he noticed Yi Yingjing and her mother standing in the corridor. Su Tingsheng. Yi Yingjing called out, "I've been looking for you. Where did you apply?" "This is my mother," she added. "Hello, Auntie. I applied to Qingbei, hoping for a stroke of luck, and selected a few backup schools. It seems I will probably end up in one of them," Su Tingsheng replied with a smile. Yi Yingjing considered this and nodded. Who wouldn't he want to take a shot at Qingbei, even if it involved some risk? However, Yi Mama's reaction was far more pronounced. "Why didn't you apply to Zhanhai University?" "My Yingjing did. What a pity." "A pity?" Su Tingsheng was somewhat bewildered. Yi Yingjing shot her mother a glare and turned to Su Tingsheng. "It seems there will be no chance for us to be classmates. That is indeed quite unfortunate." Yiman nodded vigorously, utterly satisfied with the young man before her. Not only had her daughter recounted impressive tales about him, but he was also the top scholar who had avenged her by decisively besting Chen Yuluan by over 30 points. Upon hearing that Chen Yuluan had even gone so far as to tear down a banner, Yiman nearly leapt for joy, her desire to call Chen Yuluan's family for retribution bubbling over, though she was restrained by her daughter and the young man. Furthermore, he was handsome, exuding a gentle demeanor, and came from a family that owned a large shopping mall. Su Tingsheng, under Yi Ma's scrutinizing gaze, felt a twinge of nervousness. It was the look a mother-in-law gives to her prospective son-in-law, an expression he had never encountered before. Wiping his brow, Su Tingsheng remarked, "It truly is a pity." "Indeed. You could still change your mind, couldn't you?" Yi Ma inquired. "Change my major?" He confirmed. "Yes, if you did, you'd be at the same school as our Yingjing." Su Tingsheng was taken aback. To suggest he alter his major so boldly felt rather audacious, given Yi Yingjing's demeanor. It was difficult to conceive of her possessing such a formidable mother. Yi Yingjing hurriedly shielded her mother behind her, flustered. "Su Tingsheng, please ignore my mother. She's merely jesting." "Ah, I see," he replied. "Then can we be friends?" Yi Yingjing extended her hand, direct and generous. Of course, Su Tingsheng reciprocated. "Yes, let's keep in touch." Not being in the same school is no obstacle, Yima chimed in from the side. Some individuals, appearing at the right moment, may ignite a passionate romance or a profound connection, while at the wrong time, they might merely exchange a greeting before parting ways. For you, perhaps there was a moment in the past when a single word or a sudden turn might have led to that person proclaiming their love for you, yet you did not seize the opportunity. Such is life. That person may still be present, a friend, an acquaintance, or even someone with whom you have never exchanged words. Yet, perhaps there was a fleeting moment when ripples stirred between you. Had you reached out then, it might have unfolded into another story. Missing that moment means it must remain thus. From a character standpoint, Yi Yingjing is indeed a suitable woman, gracious and composed, a rarity among young women. She possesses a breadth of spirit that many lack, offering a sense of security that is even scarcer among women. Su Tingsheng, feeling isolated, is deprived of this security. The strength he gained from his rebirth does not erase the loneliness and fear he harbors. Being perceptive and foreseeing also brings its own pressures, rendering him in need of someone like her. To put it simply, had Su Tingsheng not arrived in this world burdened by his obsession with Xiang Ning, perhaps he and Yi Yingjing would have shared something significant, and it is likely they would have loved deeply and beautifully. The subtle understanding forged in their communication classes was akin to the serendipitous meeting of kindred spirits, igniting sparks of wisdom that invariably lifted one's spirits. From an appreciation standpoint, due to his psychological makeup and experiences, Su Tingsheng finds himself more drawn to Yi Yingjing than to Yao Jing or Wu Yuwei. Yao Jing embodies the curiosity of youth, while Wu Yuwei represents a blend of guilt and emotion, perhaps tinged with past infatuation. Yet, Yi Yingjing stands as both the one he admires most and the one most fitting for him. However, Xiang Ning remains his destiny. This is life. Yi Yingjing extended her hand, and Su Tingsheng did the same. Yet, this may have been the most intimate intersection between the two. A moment that perhaps will not be followed by further chapters, much like a fleeting infatuation experienced during youth in the alleys of the streets. A memory you may have already forgotten. Girls like Yi Yingjing are destined for happiness, while Su Tingsheng remains uncertain of his own path. "Have you filled in your major preference?" he asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "Yes, I have," replied Yi Yingjing. "What will you do during the break?" "Will you be busy?" "I suppose so, as my family is working on a shopping mall, and I need to lend a hand." "Wait, I've changed it." "Can you guess what it is now?" "Well, goodbye then." "Goodbye. By the way, we are both good kids." You sang that song, but I can't seem to find it. This final question from Yi Yingjing prompted Su Tingsheng to realize the necessity of the song "We Are All Good Kids" making an appearance. Otherwise, if it were to surface in the future on an original album by some artist, he might face speculation. This realization added another layer to Su Tingsheng's life. Besides merely passing time and assisting at the shopping mall, on one hand, he began learning guitar from Fu Cheng, and on the other, he sought ways to bring this song to life, even if it turned out to be somewhat rough around the edges. With Fu Cheng, Su Tingsheng acknowledged that the song was originally composed by someone who played guitar on the rooftop that night. As for the identity of this individual and why they had not released the song themselves, Su Tingsheng remained tight-lipped, attributing it to their own intentions. Fu Cheng had been playing guitar for several years and had met various people online, all of whom were merely a group of casual musicians. In the last 2 days of June, Su Tingsheng accompanied Fu Cheng to the nearby city of Wenshui, where they discovered friends of Fu Cheng's band in an old warehouse, to be precise, online acquaintances. The band focused on heavy metal and expressed disdain for the soft "We Are All Good Kids," yet they ultimately agreed to assist in the recording. After a few simple rehearsals, the band located a rudimentary recording studio, with Fu Cheng as the lead vocalist, and they hastily completed "We Are All Good Kids," alleviating one of Su Tingsheng's burdens. Determined not to engage in such endeavors again, Su Tingsheng resolved to abandon the pursuit of covering songs, as it proved neither profitable nor enjoyable. Soon, this rough-edged song, accompanied by noise, offbeat drums, and disjointed instrumentation, quietly made its way onto a few original music websites. Perhaps the only commendable aspect was Fu Cheng's pleasant voice and impressive guitar skills. The song circulated within a small circle, but Su Tingsheng did not witness any remarkable or astonishing reactions. The first half of this chapter indulges in somewhat pretentious reflections on life. There are phrases he contemplated deleting yet could not bring himself to do so. It is essential to note that while the text seemingly defines and concludes the fates of several girls, the narrative is intertwined with the present experiences of Su Tingsheng, his current self. The significance of this repetition cannot be overstated, for fate is elusive, and many things may not be definable at this moment. Indeed, many aspects may undergo transformation. Chapter 45. Some begin, some bid farewell, in early July. As the first and second-year students prepared for their summer vacation, the new experimental class of first-year students commenced their supplementary summer classes, aptly named the Bridging Curriculum Guidance by the school. On the day of his sister Su Qiuyi's enrollment, Su Tingsheng replicated an act from his previous life, leading a procession of 7 or 8 boys to escort his sister to school, first to her dormitory, then to her classroom, and finally to the dining hall. His singular directive to this entourage was that their expressions must remain grave, ideally resembling that of ruffians. On this day, Su Qiuyi resembled a princess, entering her dormitory without even a scrap of cloth in her hands, while a cadre of older brothers busied themselves with tidying up, making beds, and folding blankets. As she walked to class, she led the way, trailed by a retinue carrying various items, akin to a ceremonial guard. Upon reaching the dining hall, she merely took her seat, as others dutifully brought her meals. The intent behind Su Tingsheng's actions was clear. He aimed to instill a sense of intimidation. In this era, the presence of female delinquents was more pronounced than ever, and Su Tingsheng wanted it known that the brilliant young lady had a formidable group of brothers backing her, thereby discouraging any potential harassment or ill intentions. In his previous life, Su Qiuyi had expressed her grievances to Su Tingsheng regarding this very incident, claiming it rendered her dormitory mates silent and caused her classmates to keep their distance, ultimately hindering her ability to forge friendships for an extended period. In this life, Su Tingsheng had once again placed her in a challenging situation, believing that while friends could be made over time, it was paramount to avert malicious harassment and unwelcome advances. However, unlike in his past existence, the situation did not unfold the same way this time around, for nearly everyone at the school recognized her brothers, legendary figures like Su Tingsheng, Huang Yaming, and Fu Cheng. The intimidation factor seemed entirely unnecessary. After all, she was Su Tingsheng's sister. That alone sufficed. This brother was not just an academic prodigy. His prowess extended beyond mere studies, and who would dare provoke the sister of someone known for his formidable reputation? As a result, the opposite effect occurred, drawing an increasing number of onlookers eager to engage with Su Qiuyi. When Wu Weiwei entered the new first-year classroom, clutching a stack of notebooks, The atmosphere of curiosity reached its zenith. Wu Yuwei was also quite renowned, celebrated not only for her academic excellence, but also for her enigmatic connection with the illustrious Su Tingsheng. Her complete set of notes was sought after by anyone with even a modest interest in academics. Yet, Wu Yuwei specialized in the sciences. Su Tingsheng felt a pang of discontent. Was this an attempt to steer Su Qiuyi towards the sciences? Was his sister destined to pursue a scientific path in this lifetime as well? He was well-versed in a plethora of liberal arts examination questions. In his previous life, the brothers studied the humanities while the sister focused on the sciences. This time, however, Su Tingsheng genuinely hoped Su Qiuyi would choose the arts, as he could offer her substantial support in that domain. If she pursued the sciences, his assistance would be limited to guiding her through the college entrance essay. Su Tingsheng felt a moment of frustration, but realizing there was still a year until the final subject selection, he decided to let it be. If his younger sister truly maintained a strong interest in the sciences, he would simply go with the flow. Su Qiuyi took a thick stack of notes and mischievously remarked, "Senior Wu Yuwei? Sister-in-law?" Wu Yuwei paused midway through her nod, pondering the term senior, which was undoubtedly accurate. But what about sister-in-law? She certainly wouldn't mind being called that. Casting a glance at Su Tingsheng, she neither confirmed nor denied it, then disregarded him entirely, engaging Su Qiuyi in conversation. Naturally, the most delightful topic between academic prodigies was their studies. Su Tingsheng and a group of forlorn older brothers had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. "I'll go watch my brother play football later. It's the farewell match for high school," Su Tingsheng announced. I know. Hurry up and leave. Your presence is becoming quite bothersome," Su Qiuyi replied without looking back, waving her hand dismissively like she was shooing away a fly. At Libei High School. Only his younger sister Su Qiuyi could make Su Tingsheng feel so humbled. Yet, didn't he wish to spoil this sister of his, allowing her to remain blissfully unburdened? In his past life, she had learned to navigate social intricacies, mastered the art of cooking and laundry, and had grown strong and independent. Yet, he desired none of that for her. This girl, his sister, should be cherished and indulged. Why should she have to understand the weight of the world? Understanding was such a tiresome endeavor. The football match had been scheduled 2 days prior. Su Tingsheng received a call from the team captain, a fellow senior, inviting him to partake in a farewell match. Overjoyed by the invitation, he arrived at the field shortly after 3 in the afternoon, where most of the team had gathered. Without a changing room, the players exchanged their gear beneath the stands. Su Tingsheng had searched high and low for the team uniform, his mind muddled after so many years, convinced it must be buried deep within storage. After rummaging through his belongings, he discovered that the uniform had merely been hanging by his bed all along. This was the very attire from his youth, the time when he played football with unmatched passion. As the group chatted while changing, the new second and third-year students bid farewell to their seniors. While several graduated players reminisced about the 2 months they had refrained from playing in preparation for the college entrance examinations. 2 months? Su Tingsheng reflected. It feels like it has been 7 or 8 years for me. After graduating from university in his past life, he hardly played football again, as the school where he taught lacked even a decent field. 7 or 8 years without playing. Could he still manage? He approached the captain with a pained expression, saying, "Captain, let me be a substitute, please. What nonsense is this? All graduates are playing. How could you possibly be a substitute?" The captain tugged at Su Tingsheng's jersey. Number 10, the core number for midfielders. 2 forwards from the team approached with playful grins. One exclaimed, "Make sure to pass me the ball a lot. It's the last match of high school, and I want to score a goal to commemorate it." The other chimed in, stuttering, "I need to score too. I invited the girl I've liked for 3 years to come watch, and I want to confess." Su Tingsheng felt a wave of despair. He wasn't even sure if he could stop the ball. "Come on, everyone, hurry up and finish changing. Let's gather." The captain clapped his hands to call everyone over. It was the final match of their high school years. The captain declared that he would no longer concern himself with tactics or outcomes. What truly mattered was that everyone enjoyed the game to their heart's content. He encouraged the defenders to charge forward if they desired to score, and if a free kick arose, to pass it to the goalkeeper. Furthermore, he stated that anyone wishing to confess their feelings was free to leave the field at any moment. If they succeeded, they could return, but if they failed, they need not come back. The team erupted in laughter, for indeed, 2 members had intentions of confessing that day. Suddenly, the captain's eyes glistened with tears as he expressed his sentiment for the days spent playing together. The team responded in unison. proclaiming their dedication to those cherished moments on the field. This was the exuberance of youth, racing beneath the setting sun. Tingsheng wished to convey a sense of nostalgia. Yet the reality was that he had truly experienced a lifetime apart from those days. Lu Ming, come here for a moment, the captain called to a sophomore, gesturing to the captain's armband on his own arm. I will wear this in the first half, and you shall wear it in the second. Lu Ming, taken aback, a burly figure with tears streaming down his rugged face, exclaimed, Captain, do not get sentimental with me. I do not have the luxury of sentimentality to spare. I genuinely cannot bear to part with this team. It is entrusted to you now. The captain, clutching the armband, wept more than anyone else. Chapter 46. The final match. The adversary in the final match was the school team from another high school in Libei County, an old rival. In past encounters, the games had been marred by relentless fouls, often devolving into brawls. However, this time, there was a mutual respect. Prior to the match, they embraced one another, even chanting encouragements together in a circle. Yet, once the match commenced, the atmosphere was entirely different, marked by fierce clashes as if the players were under the influence of some stimulant. Both sides claimed indifference before the game, yet in truth, everyone yearned to conclude their high school years with a victorious farewell. Compounding the intensity of the match was the overwhelming crowd. Second-year students not attending classes, third-year students, graduates, first-year students, several teachers, and opposing supporters filled the stands to capacity. Even the aisles were brimming with spectators. All were youthful and vibrant. In such a scenario, who would not desire to shine? As Tingsheng scanned the crowd, he recognized many familiar faces. Old Zhou smoking in a corner, Vice Principal Lu seated beside him, as well as Fong Yunyao, Yao Jing, Yi Yingjing, and Tan Qingling from Huang Yaming's family, who had confirmed her enrollment in the new third-year program. But where was his sister? How could she be so inconsiderate? Su Qiui waved from a corner of the stands, accompanied by Wu Yuewei. The two were engrossed in conversation. Having arrived late, Tingsheng smiled and waved back. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, an opposing defender sent the ball soaring directly onto his head. Amidst the uproarious laughter from the stands, Tingsheng spun around in confusion. Where was the ball? The opposing forward had already breached the penalty area. Where were the defenders? They were in the opponent's penalty box, as the captain had instructed. If you wish to score, then run forward. The score stood at 0-1, and even the goalkeeper, a fellow graduate, felt a fierce desire to prevail. Tingsheng made several subsequent errors, and the score escalated to 0-2. Tingsheng, what is going on with you? The captain inquired, his expression concerned. Focus. I will take up the defense. With the first-choice defensive midfielder now guarding the back line, the defense of Libei High School finally showed signs of improvement. Tingsheng's sense of the game is gradually being restored. Having not played for 7 or 8 years, he had lost the feel for it, yet his awareness remained intact, and his physical condition had improved. Tingsheng harbored a profound love for football, prompting him to run, tackle, and pass, immersing himself entirely in the match. The captain launched a long pass from the backfield, and Tingsheng, holding off the defender behind him, feigned a chest stop. Suddenly, he turned, leaving the opposing defender bewildered, and charged forward with the ball, penetrating the penalty area. There, amidst the chaos, both forwards had positioned themselves perfectly, raising their hands for the ball. To whom should he pass? Tingsheng pondered. Perhaps a declaration of affection was more significant. He feigned a shot, eliciting gasps from the crowd, and just as his right foot connected with the ball, he deftly redirected it with a gentle touch, allowing the forward to nudge it into the net. 1-2. The scoring forward sprinted towards the stands, reaching into his shorts with a hand. With no pockets in his jersey, he had no choice but to conceal something there. Under the curious gazes of all, he produced a rose from his shorts. A rose. The audience gasped in astonishment. Was this appropriate? Moreover, roses have thorns. Wouldn't that be painful? Fortunately, he had only hidden a single bloom. Had it been a bouquet, the uproar would have been immense. Amid the commotion, the forward dashed onto the stands, kneeling before a girl, holding the rose aloft, stammering, "For 3 years, every single day. It has not changed. Will you be my girlfriend? Say yes, say yes." The entire playground united in fervor, under 1,000 eager gazes. The girl beamed like a flower, accepting the rose and leaning down to bestow a gentle kiss upon the forward's cheek. As the match resumed, the forward, having just declared his feelings, raced across the field like a wild stallion, seemingly forgetting the need to complete the game. Su Tingsheng's sensations continued to sharpen. He ran. Sweat poured, and embraces were exchanged. At that moment, he was no longer a 31-year-old man. He was a youthful player, exuberantly expressing his youth without fatigue. As the first half approached its final minute, the winger broke through but was met with a flying tackle that sent both him and the ball out of bounds. Gasps and shouts erupted from the stands, yet the two conflicting players had already embraced. A corner kick was awarded, and Su Tingsheng stepped up to take it. It felt as though every detail of memory had returned. He raised his hand, signaling 3 fingers, indicating where the ball would appear after the captain's 3-step run. Taking a deep breath, Su Tingsheng surged forward, his foot striking the bottom of the ball with precision. The ball soared in an arc toward the penalty area. The captain executed a feint, evading the entangled defender, then leapt high into the air. His powerful header crashed into the opponent's net. 2-2. The audience from Libe High School erupted in jubilation, the stands a sea of waving arms. The captain was knocked to the ground, and one by one, his teammates rushed to celebrate with him. After finally extricating himself from the throng, the captain rushed towards the stands, performing a gesture akin to blowing a kiss. 1,000 eyes followed the trajectory of that kiss, as if it were a tangible object. In a corner of the stands, a new senior girl delicately reached out and caught the kiss, pressing it to her heart. During halftime, the captain approached the sidelines, gradually removing the captain's armband from his own arm and personally placing it on the new captain's. In the second half, several substitutions were made on the Libe side, including Fu Cheng, who was not a member of the school team, receiving his chance to play. "What position should I play?" Fu Cheng nervously inquired, donning a slightly snug school jersey. "Just play aimlessly," replied the captain. Fu Cheng felt that he was merely here to play without purpose. However, during the match, Su Tingsheng frequently received the ball, continually urging Fu Cheng to charge forward and passing the ball to his feet. What was this rascal trying to do? Surely, he wouldn't try to throw me under the bus? Due to his frequent ball possession and somewhat lackluster skills, Fu Cheng was soon subjected to a series of tackles, leaving him in disarray. After being tackled a few times, he learned to adapt. Whenever an opponent lunged at him, he would leap dramatically into the air and feign a painful fall before contact was even made. Once again, Fu Cheng found himself on the ground. Beep. A penalty kick was awarded as the referee pointed to the spot. "I didn't even touch him," protested the opposing defender. "You did," Fu Cheng replied earnestly. "It really hurt." According to the pre-match agreement, the goalkeeper would take the penalty, as a goalkeeper understands another goalkeeper best. The penalty kick proceeded without incident, and the Libe school team's goalkeeper effortlessly scored. 3-2. After 3 years as a goalkeeper, this was his very first goal. He spread his arms wide and sprinted towards the stands, producing a rose from his shorts. The kiss he had caught had stirred the audience's enthusiasm to a fever pitch. In comparison to the match itself, these moments were evidently far more captivating. After all, many in attendance had little genuine interest in football, unable to discern the nuances of the game, and had come merely to enjoy the atmosphere or to support friends. What would he do next? Amidst the spectators' curious and expectant gazes, the goalkeeper found himself somewhat lost. Wasn't it customary for goal scorers to run towards the stands? So he ran too. However, he had no girlfriend and no one to confess his feelings to. Coming to a halt at the base of the stands, he stood in place for a few seconds, raised his hands high, and bowed, proclaiming, "I love all of you." Chapter 47. He likes you. Seizing the opportunity presented by the goalkeeper's public declaration of affection, Su Tingsheng took a moment to sip water on the sidelines. His sister, Su Qiui, called out, "Su Tingsheng, you're utterly useless. You haven't scored a single goal." Although Su Tingsheng had assisted in 2 goals and indirectly contributed to a 3rd penalty, his sister was unconcerned. All she saw were others scoring, confessing, and celebrating, rendering Su Tingsheng's contributions invisible in her eyes. Could one blame her? Could one explain it? She simply did not understand. Returning to the field, Su Tingsheng was determined to score. Yet, before he could find the net himself, Libe Middle School conceded a goal. Perhaps the goalkeeper had expended too much energy in his fervent display of affection. Within 10 minutes of returning to the field, he let in 2 goals, leaving Libe Middle School trailing once more. As the match progressed to the 30th minute of the second half, the Libe side launched a vigorous offensive. They executed a series of intricate passes, and the ball found its way to Fu Cheng's feet. Fu Cheng, ever quick with his reflexes, made no hesitation, deftly passing the ball at the first touch. The aggrieved defender on the opposing team was poised to tackle him aggressively. Yet Fu Cheng was determined not to grant him the opportunity. By mere chance, his pass veered towards Su Tingsheng. On the edge of the penalty area, a half-high ball awkwardly soared towards Su Tingsheng. With a gentle touch of his left foot, the ball bounced to the ground before springing back up. Without a moment's delay, Su Tingsheng executed a half-turn and launched a volley, striking the ball with precision. The sound of impact resonated as his foot connected with the ball, producing a dull thud. Su Tingsheng's shot was powerful, traveling in a straight line towards the bottom corner of the goal, devoid of any arc. It seemed destined to score. With the opposing goalkeeper resigned to defeat and the crowd already raising their hands in celebration. But alas, the ball struck the crossbar where it met the post with a resounding thud, eliciting a collective sigh from the spectators. Su Tingsheng could only shake his head in disappointment. The ball rebounded to the opposing defender, who, in an attempt to clear it, misplayed his kick, causing the ball to roll slowly towards Su Tingsheng. Once again, positioned on the right side of the penalty area, Su Tingsheng received the ball, deftly maneuvering to create an angle. With a gentle push of his right foot, he sent the ball skimming along the ground, curving its way into the lower left corner of the opponent's goal. This was Su Tingsheng's preferred method of scoring. Reminiscent of Arsenal's legendary Thierry Henry, effortless and graceful. Throughout his football career, he had often emulated Henry's style. In the same position, with that familiar arc, he had scored several such goals. The difference this time lay in his age. Previously, he had been a youthful exuberant, but now at 31. He bore the weight of life's adversities, struggles, failures, and despair had dulled his spirit. Yet, in that moment, Su Tingsheng realized that his heart, which he believed to be numb and lifeless, could still be stirred by the gentle push of his foot. That slight touch had truly rekindled the essence of his youth within him. As the score evened to 4-4, the crowd erupted in a thunderous roar, celebrating the legendary scholar's goal. Su Tingsheng stood momentarily in awe, confronted by a scene that felt like two identical photographs, one in black and white, representing the memories of his youth at 31, and the other in vibrant color, depicting the present moment of his youthful self. The two images gradually overlapped, merging into one. His teammates rushed in, enveloping him in exuberant celebration. Finally regaining his senses, Su Tingsheng extricated himself from their embrace, forming a heart shape with his thumbs and forefingers against his chest as he ran towards the stands. A sudden hush fell over the crowd. Su Tingsheng, is he about to confess? Speculations had long circulated regarding his feelings for Yao Jing, Wu Yuwei, and others, yet no conclusion had ever been reached. Was the mystery finally about to unfold? He made his way towards the corner of the stands, where the one he truly adored was said to be. But then, he hesitated and turned. Where was he headed now? Su Tingsheng originally intended to rush towards his sister, Su Qiui. However, midway through, he recalled that Wu Yuwei was standing beside her, prompting him to alter his course, heart in hand, as he sprinted across the entire stands. Having traversed the length of the bleachers, to whom then was his heart truly dedicated? Feel free to ascribe it to whomever you wish, it matters not. Su Tingsheng finally grasped the despair and helplessness that the goalkeeper must have felt at that moment. There exists a phenomenon whereby, if one gazes into a teacher's eyes, one easily feels as though they are being observed. Su Tingsheng, cradling his heart, dashed across the stands, and many spectators felt as though his gaze was directed at them. Upon returning to the pitch, the match resumed, with the score tied at 4-4, causing both teams to adopt a more cautious approach in the remaining minutes. A draw was tolerable, but a loss was unacceptable. The game became increasingly tense, with time slipping away swiftly as the match approached stoppage time. I want to win. I must win. The captain's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the arena. He charged forth from the defensive line, relentlessly pressuring every opponent in possession of the ball. Energized by his fervor, even the fatigued players of the Libe team summoned their last reserves of strength, engaging in a fervent pursuit. At last, the captain executed a successful tackle, staggering as he surged through the crowd with the ball, delivering an accurate through pass to Su Tingsheng. Receiving the ball, Su deftly maneuvered past a defender, finding himself one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Yet, the distance was too close. The goalkeeper adeptly blocked his angle. Su attempted to flick the ball with the outside of his left foot to evade the keeper. The goalkeeper lunged, arms outstretched, nearly grazing the ball. With only the goalkeeper's form and the goal line before him, Su realized he had lost his angle. At that moment, The goalkeeper noticed the ball had inexplicably vanished from beneath Su's feet. With a deft heel flick, Su sent the ball rolling to his side, uncertain if any teammate would be there to receive it. Perhaps the captain had followed up, but would he arrive in time? However, after the recent bout of pressing and breakthroughs, the captain, drained of energy, could not keep pace. Yet, someone was in pursuit, Fu Cheng, who had a habit of passing the ball as soon as he received it, and who had only entered the field in the second half, still possessed ample stamina. Fu Cheng, merely following Su Tingsheng a few steps forward out of boredom, was now astonished to see the ball rolling gently towards him, with a vast goal awaiting him. And no goalkeeper in sight. He simply extended his foot lightly, and the ball found its mark. 5-4. The referee immediately blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Libe High School emerged victorious, 5-4. A last-minute goal is always the most exhilarating moment. The crowd erupted in jubilation as teammates rushed towards Fu Cheng, lifting him high into the air. In that moment, he was regarded as the greatest hero by all. Despite having spent half of the second half lying on the ground and the other half kicking haphazardly. Yet, he had created a penalty and scored the decisive goal. Thus, Fu Cheng became an emblem of heroism. Teammates set Fu Cheng down, and he numbly raised his hands towards the stands. The only player from the Libe team today who did not intend to run towards the audience. He was uncertain about the purpose of such a gesture. However, Su Tingsheng dragged him towards the stands, heading straight for a corner where Fong Yunyao was seated. The spectators in that section were taken aback, while others turned their gazes towards this corner, eager to discern what Fu Cheng intended to convey and to whom. Fong Yunyao took a deep breath, maintaining her composure. Fu Cheng wished to flee. Su Tingsheng held him tightly, resting his left hand on Fu Cheng's shoulder while gesturing towards the stands with his right hand, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "He likes you, to an unimaginable degree. He likes you so much that if one day you find yourself in distress, he would forsake everything to traverse the ends of the earth just to be with you. He likes you, so consider it carefully. Don't wait until it's too late." In a past life, Fong Yunyao had divorced after 4 years of marriage due to domestic violence, taking her daughter far away. Fu Cheng, with a respectable job, relinquished everything to move to her city, feigning a chance encounter, silently caring for and protecting her. Fong Yunyao rejected him, her parents disapproved. Yet he remained there, clinging to her. This seemingly reckless and incredulous affection was more comprehensible to Su Tingsheng than to Fu Cheng himself, for he knew the tale that followed. Fu Cheng trembled against Su Tingsheng, never anticipating that such words would be shouted in this manner. "Do not fear. Aside from her and our close friends, no one else knows to whom we are referring." Suddenly, Fu Cheng awakened to the moment and shouted towards the stands, "I truly like you, very much, immensely. This is not a childish infatuation. I will take responsibility. I will strive to grow. I will provide you with security. I will be a real man. Wait for me, just wait for me." Fu Cheng wished to shout, "Just wait for me to grow up." But Su Tingsheng quickly covered his mouth. "Foolish. If you shout like that, others will guess." The entire audience was bewildered, pondering the situation, such fervent declarations. But who was the leading lady? Fong Yunyao inhaled deeply, maintaining her demeanor while only she understood the emotional turmoil within. This was a lingering enigma left by Fu Cheng at Libe High School. Perhaps one day the truth would be unveiled, leaving everyone astonished. Or perhaps that day would never come. Chapter 48. Carry me to the light. After the match concluded, a gathering ensued. Su Tingsheng became intoxicated. This was the second time since his rebirth that he had succumbed to inebriation. The first instance had occurred in the presence of Su's father, where he unknowingly forgot his fears and became muddled. Following that event, he had been quite anxious for several days, only finding solace upon realizing that his father exhibited no unusual behavior. This time, his drunkenness was unrelated to those around him, or rather, these individuals did not provide him with that sense of security, yet he still became inebriated, toasting to his own youth. This match had rekindled the spirit of his younger days within him. Previously, he had regained the body of his youth. However, Su Tingsheng continued to live with the mindset of a 31-year-old, burdened by fear. Even in his rebirth, he remained shackled by trepidation, embodying the mentality of a failure, indeed. A thoroughgoing one, a coward who could only watch helplessly as love slipped through his fingers. After his rebirth, he might manage to treat trivial matters with a light heart. Yet whenever he contemplated the road ahead, Su Tingsheng was consumed by profound insecurity, uncertain of his destination. A gentle push from his foot on the court allowed the spirited youth of his past to converge with the body of his rebirth, at least at certain moments. He yearned to embrace the essence of youth, to live vibrantly in his prime. In the tales of reincarnation he had perused in his previous life, individuals were often filled with apprehension, relentlessly striving, sometimes resorting to unscrupulous means, always seeking to seize everything that was theirs and even that which was not. Su Tingsheng desired far less: family, Xiang Ning, friends, and himself. He simply wished to live a life of unrestrained exuberance. This was his understanding of living life to the fullest. Fu Cheng, also intoxicated, staggered off alone, declaring his intent to find Fong Yunyao to complete his unspoken words. Su Tingsheng shook his head, expressing disbelief in Fu Cheng's audacity. Fu Cheng retorted, "Then I shall find a corner to call and shout." Shortly after Fu Cheng departed, Su Tingsheng too left, wandering the campus while humming a cheeky tune he had composed in his youth. "Girl, you are incredibly beautiful, making my heart race." The younger students greeted him enthusiastically, and he reciprocated their warmth until one young girl was startled enough to flee. Upon exiting the school gates, Su Tingsheng unexpectedly encountered someone. Reflecting inwardly, she was perhaps the girl among those he had met since his rebirth who had received the least respect. Su Tingsheng was cautious in tending to the emotions of many, yet he had overlooked her. To illustrate simply, she had been quick to share her phone number with him, whereas after acquiring his own, he had sent out a mass message to inform many, yet she remained excluded. However, she was not entirely in the wrong. She had also attended the game that day, and Su Tingsheng had spotted her. "Su Tingsheng, are you drunk?" she inquired. "Yes, a little. Why are you still here so late?" he replied, striving to sound coherent. "I was waiting for you. I wanted to tell you that I'm returning to Shanghai City tomorrow. My mother is there." "Your family is in Shanghai? That's a lovely place." "No, it's not that my family is there. It's just that my mother is. It's not nice at all. Her parents had divorced, and her mother worked in a municipality deemed one of the two most prosperous cities, as well as one of the two academic havens. She lived and studied there with her mother, but was ineligible to take the college entrance examination. She had spent nearly a decade there yet remained an outsider, perceived as a country bumpkin by her classmates and as an extraneous student by her teachers, who deemed her academic performance poor and her family lacking in wealth. She yearned for respect, and even the mere desire for companionship could only be attained through her own cunning and resourcefulness. Perhaps this is the essence of her character. She is compelled to engage in rational contemplation incessantly, meticulously weighing gains and losses, using this as a standard to measure everything and put it into action. Su Tingsheng had yet to utter a word when he continued, "Would you walk with me?" Today, she appeared different from her usual self. Absent were the alluring glances, the unusual gasps, and the subtle provocations. To Su Tingsheng, she resembled the most ordinary of girls. Thus, he replied, "Sure." The two strolled along the street, unwittingly arriving at Jiangbin Road, a place most suited for romantic encounters, where the sounds of water and wind mingled with the soft glow of street lamps and couples meandering in shadowy pairs. They found a stone bench by the river and sat down. The breeze tousled her long hair as she tidied the disarray of strands from her forehead. "I'm quite hungry," she admitted. "In truth, I haven't had dinner. I've been waiting for you all this while." She continued, "Su Tingsheng, although I know it may lead to nothing, and that you might look down upon me, I still wish to tell you that I seem to know I like you. Today, when you sprinted past me with a heart in your hands from beneath the stands, I convinced myself that it was meant for me. Do you understand? I excel at deceiving myself. I've been doing so since childhood." Su Tingsheng rose, saying, "Perhaps it is not love. Perhaps you merely yearn for protection. Perhaps you wish for someone who can alleviate the burden of facing and striving for everything alone, who allows you to let your guard down." He pondered aloud. "During the time you observed me, I may have appeared strong in certain matters, which led you to feel this way. But if the circumstances were different, confronting other challenges, I might be a coward, a complete failure. Do you believe that?" Having spoken, Su Tingsheng turned to walk back. "Are you leaving?" she inquired. He smiled. "I'm going to fetch you something to eat, as a token of gratitude and homage to your beauty." Upon his return with provisions, he watched as she voraciously devoured the food before him, a sight that was far from dignified. The bag he brought contained a few cans of beer. He opened one and handed it to her, then opened another for himself, raising it in a toast. "Cheers, thank you." As they drank and conversed, intoxication enveloped them, and she became more inebriated than the already tipsy Su Tingsheng. Leaning against his shoulder, she mused, "It seems quite worthwhile." "What do you mean?" he asked. "It's not in vain to have seduced you. Such treatment is unheard of for Yao Jing, and certainly not for the junior. Thus, it feels rather rewarding." Su Tingsheng suddenly grasped the implications of her words. Indeed, Yao Jing had not experienced such attentions, nor had Wu Yuewei. Why, then, this sudden inclination to offer concern, warmth, respect, and care to someone he once held in disdain? Perhaps it was because she, like his former self, lived in a state of struggle and fear. Su Tingsheng remarked, "There truly hasn't he been, but do you have any other requests? Speak quickly, you ought to head home. Tomorrow, you must travel to Shanghai City." Pursing her lips in contemplation, she stood up unsteadily on the stone bench, arms outstretched to the wind, declaring, "Carry me to a place where the lights shine brightly. Carry me to a place illuminated by light." Every individual has traversed through dark times, moments of solitude when there was no hand to grasp. In those instances, one yearns for a companion to bear them into the brightness. Su Tingsheng carried her back to the bustling street, and then set her down to walk on her own. She skipped and danced, reminiscent of a carefree girl, blissfully devoid of sorrow and fear. She meandered along the path, hoping it would stretch on indefinitely, for such tranquility and joy were rare for her. However, the two eventually arrived at the alley leading home. "I'm not going home," she said in a playful tone, turning to stride towards the street. Su Tingsheng grasped her arm, insisting, "I'll watch you go up." "Oh, you villain," she sighed, furrowing her brow. "I wish I could tempt you a bit more. There's truly no one at home, and I'm so scared. I really have to leave tomorrow." It seemed that by altering my reference to you to someone, the tone shifted entirely. Su Tingsheng managed a wry smile as she pulled out her phone, dialing a number with an air of composure. "Let us save this, and if we could be friends, do let me know if there's anything I can assist with." "Promise to keep your word," she reiterated. "Promise to keep your word," Su Tingsheng echoed while making her way home. Her phone buzzed, and upon checking, she saw a message. "I just thought of something. I really need your help." Su Tingsheng replied, "What is it? Could you help me with a personal issue? I'm all alone and just had a drink. It feels so lonely. I really want my address is 402. I'll be waiting for you. Please hurry. Don't make me suffer." Su Tingsheng felt a pang of anguish. The lure was undeniable, a temptation that was simply too formidable. The next morning, Su Tingsheng received her message. "Su Tingsheng, I'm leaving. We will meet again, won't we?" "Of course, safe travels," Su Tingsheng replied. I had a spring dream last night. Should I share it with you? Please, spare me. If you tease me again, I might explode." "How delightful. My shorts are so short today, and that lecherous uncle beside me keeps stealing glances." "Cover up," Su Tingsheng advised. "I've covered up, but I'll miss you." "All right," she replied. "Will you miss me?" "I will have spring dreams too," Su Tingsheng confessed. "How delightful." She departed, and it was said that no one came to see her off, yet she bore no sadness. Some have grown accustomed to solitude. As long as they receive a modicum of warmth from another, they cherish it, nurturing their own inner light. During the summer break, a few classmates would occasionally gather, and some would invariably inquire about Fu Chang's fervent shouts from the stands that day, asking who he was professing to. This question was destined to remain unanswered. Su Tingsheng privately inquired if Fu Chang had later called to finish what he had started shouting, to which Fu Chang replied that teacher Fong had not answered his calls that day. "I believe she was simply flustered," Su Tingsheng remarked. "That's far better than her rejecting you or patiently trying to educate you." As time flowed on, the results of the admissions would gradually be revealed. Su Tingsheng received an unexpected phone call from the principal, who spoke in a rather somber tone. "I am sorry." "Principal? What is the matter?" Su Tingsheng inquired, puzzled. "It was so close, just 2 points away." "I apologize," the principal replied. Upon hearing that it was merely 2 points, Su Tingsheng felt a wave of cold sweat wash over him. Thankfully, it was only a 2-point difference. Otherwise, what would have happened had he been admitted to Qingbei? While the institution was undoubtedly prestigious, it was far too distant from Xiang Ning, rendering it less desirable in his eyes. "It's all right. I was mentally prepared for this." "But has the result already been announced?" Su Tingsheng asked. The principal sighed. "I inquired discreetly, and it turned out to be a mere 2 points. I apologize. If circumstances had been different, I would have taken the risk myself." Su Tingsheng reassured him, "There is no need for you to feel guilty." In the following days, Su Tingsheng received numerous calls from various individuals, including Vice Principal Liu and Old Zhou, all expressing regret and guilt, to which Su Tingsheng offered repeated comfort. Indeed, old Zhou remarked during a phone call, but I cannot comprehend why you chose Yinzhou University as your safety school. Its ranking in the province is only around 9th or 10th. That seems quite a loss. Su Tingsheng could only respond, at that time. I feared I might not have a school to attend, so I played it a bit too safe. Whether his words were believed or not, the outcome could not be altered. As the highest scorer of the current year, he was admitted to Yinzhou University. And the excitement from the institution's side was palpable as they called him that very night to confirm, "You will indeed come, won't you?" "Certainly, please rest assured." "I can hardly wait," Su Tingsheng assured them. Why Yinzhou University? Su Tingsheng could not divulge the reason to anyone, for there was a little girl there who once said, "When I was bullied and crying in the corner, you never came to protect me." The image of the little girl huddled in the corner weeping pierced his heart. Thus, Su Tingsheng felt an overwhelming urge to go, to be by her side. His classmates and teachers expressed their sympathy for Su Tingsheng, and he even received consolation calls from Yao Jing and Yi Yingjing. Wu Yuwei remarked, "Yinzhou University is quite good, it's by the sea, and I really like it." Su Tingsheng replied, "You must get into Qingbei, we shall discuss the rest later." In his view, a year was ample time to alter many circumstances. Comparatively, Su's parents accepted the news with greater calmness. To them, it was quite satisfactory. Qingbei? They had never heard of anyone being admitted there in 8 lifetimes. Additionally, Fu Cheng, Huang Yaming, and Song and I exhibited a somewhat gloating attitude, as they had initially believed they would never again be in the same circle, yet here they were, unexpectedly close once more. Fu Cheng enrolled in Yinzhou University's second-tier program, while Huang Yaming and Song and I also settled in the same university town. When they were filling out their applications, they had remarked, "It's just the 3 of us relying on each other now. Some have soared to great heights and left." Now, Huang Yaming, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "Be honest, did you choose Yinzhou University because you saw our choices? Do you like me or Fu Cheng?" Su Tingsheng, having lived through an era where the term best friends was prevalent, possessed considerable resilience. He cast a coy glance at Fu Cheng, then at Huang Yaming, and bashfully lowered his head, saying, "I like both." Then Huang Yaming and Fu Cheng were utterly disheartened. Yi Yingjing was successfully admitted to Jianhai University, crediting her acceptance to Su Tingsheng's reminder to fill out the volunteer options obediently, as she had only exceeded the university's admission threshold by a single point. Huang Yaming enrolled at Jianhai Technology, gazing disdainfully at Yinzhou University across a river, while Fu Cheng pursued a degree in finance at Yinzhou University. Song and I attended the Yinzhou Economic and Vocational Technical College, majoring in accounting, located in the same university town. This seemed a perfect conclusion, at least in Su Tingsheng's perception. In his previous life, Huang Yaming was the one who attended the same school as Su Tingsheng, but due to a year of academic recovery, he became a junior, leading the senior Su Tingsheng astray. This time, it was Fu Cheng who would assume that role. Song Ni's predicament was that she had lost her freedom to date, not due to prohibition, but because she required approval. Yao Jing enrolled in a normal university in Shihu City, which surprised Su Tingsheng, as in his previous life, it was he who attended a normal university. And now it was Yao Jing. The fluttering of the butterfly's wings had, at last, altered a few things. Years later, he wondered if she would still appear as a tomboy when she stood on the podium. With great interest, Su Tingsheng recalled when she called to inform him that she had gone to a vocational school in Shanghai City, majoring in English. She expressed her desire to leave Shanghai, but her mother resided there, and she feared loneliness. Su Tingsheng was unaware of her previous school's location or her well-being. He only knew that she had eventually married a gentleman who was reputedly wealthy and an Englishman before moving to Australia. Australia, nominally part of Britain, was home to her husband, who held a title granted by the royal family. This time, he wondered if they would ever cross paths again. On the phone, Su Tingsheng remarked, "How wonderful, mastering a foreign language in a bustling metropolis. You could meet foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes." She replied, "But I prefer black hair and brown eyes." Su Tingsheng reassured her, "Do not worry, there are such people among foreigners too. Let me ask you, hypothetically, if one day you were to immigrate, which country would you favor?" After a moment's contemplation, she answered, "Australia." Su Tingsheng thought to himself, how splendid that would be. Most of their classmates had chosen different paths. Whether in triumph or disappointment, they were all embarking on a brand new journey. University, indeed, is one of life's most beautiful chapters. On the day Su Tingsheng received his admission notice, he suddenly recalled his university classmates from his past life, including a close friend with whom he had shared for years. This time, Su Tingsheng was headed elsewhere, and perhaps they would never meet again. Even if they did, he would recognize them, yet they would not know him anymore. He also reflected on 2 former girlfriends from university, pondering how he would feel if he were to revisit that school one day and encounter them. If he were to tell her, "I can predict, my dear, that you have a red mole on your lower back," would she revere him like a deity or respond with a beating? Chapter 50. The grand opening of the mall. From the end of June, the mall began its renovations, and by early August, it was on the verge of opening. Su Tingsheng had hardly been of much assistance. It was Su's father who took the reins, merely assigning his son the task of naming the supermarket. Tingsheng scoured the internet for memorable names of large supermarkets, only to discover that almost all renowned trademarks were already registered. Of course, illustrious brands are built gradually. At present, the Su family lacked the capacity to embark on a venture towards large-scale chains, so settling for a more conventional option. Su Tingsheng chose the most popular name, Huanghua Libei Shopping World. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. I am the brother of Lego. The modest Libei needed no extravagant marketing for the supermarket's opening. Simply spreading the word and waiting for it to circulate was sufficient. Have you heard? That supermarket is about to open. Oh, is it the one that sells phones? I think it might be clothing, for all ages and genders. Combining it might indeed fill such a vast space. Interestingly, they guessed something Su Tingsheng had not considered. Su's father stubbornly designated a section within the already cramped supermarket for a mobile phone counter, selling everything from Nokia to counterfeit devices. Li Xiao, the returning manager from Shihu City, had engaged in several debates with Su's father over this decision. In her view, it was rather incongruous. However, Su's father insisted on adapting to local conditions, asserting that while the supermarket might not match the modernization of Shihu City, it would suffice for the people of Libei. With mobile phones representing a rapidly growing profit avenue, Li Xiao ultimately acquiesced, but firmly retained her dissenting opinion. Both Su's father and Su Tingsheng shared an appreciation for her dedication. She truly regarded Huanghua as her own enterprise. On the day of the opening, there were no elaborate ribbon-cutting ceremonies, just the bustling crowd outside the store. Su's father and Su Tingsheng donned identical shirts and trousers, polished shoes, and stood simply at the entrance, accompanied by Su's mother and younger sister Su Qiui, along with classmates and relatives who had come to show their support. A larger contingent comprised the mall's minor shareholders. In their minds, even without a defined equity stake, their investment made them part of the business. The Su family had promised them interest and dividend expectations. Thus, this was their enterprise. They had been the most enthusiastic supporters during the promotional campaign, and on opening day, not only did they attend, but they also brought numerous relatives and friends to show their support. Su's father was considerate of their sense of ownership, placing them prominently in the center, each adorned with red flowers, brimming with pride. As the firecrackers sounded, the father and son pivoted, each grasping an end of the tightly wrapped banner around the mall's transparent glass exterior, and pulled with force. Boom. The curtain rose. Huanghua Libei Shopping World was officially unveiled before all. The family had designed an extensive transparent glass facade, showcasing the interior of the supermarket to the fullest extent. In the children's play area, dominated by an inflatable castle, several children from their relatives had already entered, joyfully bouncing on the castle. Upon witnessing this scene, parents among the gathered crowd, clutching their children tightly, felt an immediate surge of excitement, as the little ones could hardly contain their anticipation. Additionally, several large screens suspended overhead were broadcasting popular songs, with Stephanie Sun's encounter resonating through the air, without the need for numbered tickets. The first modern self-service supermarket in Libei County made its grand entrance to the local populace. As a demonstration, Huang Yaming graciously lifted a 5-year-old boy, who had been playing in the amusement area, into the seat of a shopping cart. Initially distressed by the unfamiliar embrace, the child erupted into laughter the moment the cart began to move. Subsequently, a contingent of supermarket employees, clad in coordinated uniforms and name tags, marched out under the leadership of Li Xiao, forming 2 lines flanking either side of the entrance. Together, they bowed and exclaimed in unison, "Welcome to Libei Shopping World." In the next moment, the employees gracefully dispersed to their respective stations, prompting the crowd to surge eagerly into the mall. The supermarket's extensive selection was a non-negotiable requirement. and Huanghua presented the first true one-stop shopping plaza for the residents of Libei. The shopping carts were the first items to be snatched up, leaving those who missed out to resort to carrying shopping baskets, of which there was an ample supply. With such splendid decor, one might assume the prices to be rather steep, a notion that seemed justifiable. Customers had mentally prepared themselves for higher costs. Yet they were soon taken aback to discover that Huanghua's prices were even lower than those at nearby small supermarkets and wholesale stores, embodying the concept of affordability and quality. In fact, back in 2003, before the rise of Taobao, price transparency was relatively low, and the pricing at small supermarkets and wholesale outlets was rather arbitrary. With significant profit margins, Huanghua, benefiting from bulk purchasing power and cost advantages, meticulously assessed the local market prices in Libei before establishing its pricing strategy, ensuring that nearly every item was priced below market value, surprisingly yielding a profit margin of around 38%. The atmosphere within the shopping mall was vibrant and bustling, with Su Ba's face radiating joy. For this day, he had patiently awaited in silence for far too long. Su Tingsheng, observing his father, felt a pang of emotion welling up within him, his eyes moistening with tears. Filial piety, allowing his father to rediscover himself, to reclaim the person he aspired to be, might well be Su Tingsheng's greatest act of devotion. A steady stream of well-wishers arrived to offer their congratulations. Boss Yi from Jincheng Building hurriedly descended from his vehicle, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm terribly sorry, Su Boss. My business trip kept me occupied, and I'm afraid I've arrived a bit late." Su Ba stepped forward to shake hands and engage in conversation with Boss Yi. Noticing Su Tingsheng standing nearby, Boss Yi remarked to Su Ba, "Isn't this our Libei's top scholar? The one on the grand banner?" Su Ba nodded proudly in affirmation. "Remarkable. Your Su family is truly exceptional, a father-son duo of brilliance. Su Boss, I must tell you, I recognized your son's extraordinary potential from our last meeting. No wonder you bring him along for business discussions." Before long, the number of congratulatory visitors swelled, many of whom were minor shareholders of the mall, accompanied by their supporters. However, at that moment, their cheering could only occur at the entrance, as the interior of the supermarket had become a veritable throng. In this scenario, customers wielding shopping baskets felt decidedly more astute than those pushing shopping carts. More challenging were the supermarket employees, who, while pushing their carts, found that the sales surpassed all expectations, resulting in the shelves being emptied time and again. They were compelled to navigate through the throngs of customers repeatedly to restock the merchandise. However, soon they would not have to exert themselves so much, as customers began to directly procure items from their carts. On the opening day of the supermarket in the same location in a past life, Su Tingsheng had also attended. And while the scene was bustling, it paled in comparison to the current spectacle. The reasons for this disparity were twofold. On one hand, the decor and modernity of Huanghua were markedly superior. On the other hand, the grand banners proclaiming Denghua and Yang had sufficiently whetted the appetites of the patrons. Additionally, the allure of the Su father-son duo played a significant role. The father was a renowned figure in Libei, having established a factory in the area. And after a decade of retreat, he made a grand return with significant endeavors, while the son was a legendary figure at Libei High School, freshly crowned as the liberal arts champion. Many were eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary pair. Huanghua was thriving. Su Tingsheng and his father stood at the entrance, welcoming a steady stream of guests, many of whom had come to support them, including Lao Zhou, Fong Yunyao, and even Yi Yingjing's family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Ma intended to engage in a deeper conversation, but was promptly whisked away by Yi Ba. "He's busy today. We will talk another time." Su Tingsheng could only respond with an apologetic smile, for even with Lao Zhou, he had little time to converse. As noon approached, the number of customers in the supermarket dwindled. Just as Su Ba and Su Tingsheng were preparing to arrange lunch for the employees and restock the shelves, Su Tingsheng encountered a few unexpected visitors. The four principals of Libei High School had arrived. They had long since assisted with the promised advertisements, holding sway over the largest student body in Libei, which extended to an even larger parent demographic. Undoubtedly, the impact of their advertising would be substantial. The principals arrived with a sense of guilt, and Principal Su expressed, "We felt a bit ashamed regarding Tingsheng's aspirations, while we cannot do much else. Today we come to show our support." What more could the principals offer? The support was about to escalate. No sooner had Principal Su's words left his lips than a throng of students began to swarm in from a distance, with someone calling out loudly, "Senior Su Tingsheng. We're here to support you." Clearly, there would be no time for lunch. They needed to expedite the restocking process. The principal's backing could not extend to the point of explicitly requesting or commanding the students to attend. They merely facilitated a change. That day, during lunch break, the closed management of Li Bei High School was lifted, allowing students the freedom to roam. Located just a few hundred meters from Huanggo, the school had not been on the radar of Su Ba and Su Tingsheng for this influx of student patrons. The school housed over 1,000 students engaged in summer remedial classes. With Principal Su's directive to temporarily lift the closed management, this scene unfolded. This was a significant gesture, indeed. Su Ba grasped Principal Su's hand earnestly, expressing gratitude. Chapter 51. That departure. Never to return, Su Tingsheng did not attend the university he had in a past life, signifying that the forthcoming life would commence anew, becoming particularly special, as many aspects transformed into the realm of the unpredictable once more. If he were to encounter those familiar classmates and roommates from his previous life, he would discern who could become close companions and brothers, and who should be kept at a respectful distance. However, henceforth, whether it be in understanding others or undertaking tasks, he would need to rely more upon his own experiences and capabilities. This time, Su Tingsheng was enrolled in the Chinese department, which bore a connection to his former studies in history, for literature and history are inextricably linked. In his previous life, Xiang Ning had studied in the same Chinese department, and during the early days of their acquaintance, Su Tingsheng even pretended to be a Chinese language teacher to discover more common topics between them. Should that day arise again, he would no longer need to weave such deceptions. In his past life, Su Tingsheng had spun too many lies, accumulated too many debts, and harbored too many disappointments. Thus, Xiang Ning possessed an identity she may never have anticipated. She was the greatest creditor of Su Tingsheng in this lifetime. She could demand much and err in many ways. Yet Su Tingsheng would embrace it all, for it was indeed what he owed her. The commencement date for Yenzhou University was September 12th, and Huang Yaming and Song Mi's start date was similarly close. However, Su Tingsheng did not wait for them. He embarked on his journey alone. This was because the school year for primary and secondary education began on September 1st. Everything at home was in order, with the flourishing business operating efficiently under Li Xiu's management. Now even Su's father was enjoying leisure time, let alone Su Tingsheng. In the preceding month, Su Tingsheng had specifically asked Li Xiu to assist in nurturing managerial talent during the supermarket's operations, which included Song Ni, who was then interning at the supermarket. From his words, Li Xiu sensed ambition, a sentiment she welcomed. As a founding member, who wouldn't wish for their employer to thrive, thereby elevating their own status? Li Xiu was quite pleased with Song Mi's performance. Although the girl lacked assertiveness, she possessed numerous admirable qualities, such as resilience, perseverance, and a steady demeanor. Li Xiu even remarked, if Song Ni doesn't attend university, spending a year here as a middle manager to familiarize herself with various aspects, she could directly manage the next branch once she gains confidence. Su Tingsheng replied, there will be many branches, requiring numerous managers. Don't always fixate on Song Ni. Once she graduates, if we perform well enough, she will eventually come under your supervision. Su Tingsheng's assurance provided Li Xiu with great comfort. She understood his implication, that he would not favor nepotism by allowing Song Ni to overshadow her, as Song Ni was at least a manager. And since the young boss had stated she would eventually be under Li Xiu's guidance, Li Xiu felt ambitious. Regarding this most reliable talent, Su Tingsheng offered ample respect and painted a grand vision. All matters were secure. On September 1st, Su Tingsheng set forth on his journey to Yenzhou City, shouldering 2 large bags prepared by his mother. From Li Bei to Jiannan, and then transferring buses, he felt the weight of his backpack immensely. Upon opening it, he discovered that his mother had even packed a clothes-drying rack and a brush for laundry. Indeed, a mother's love is a weighty burden, as she worries for her child traveling thousands of miles. Contemplating how to lighten his load, he pondered how one could ever relinquish a mother's love. Su Tingsheng had no choice but to traverse a long journey burdened by 2 heavy bags. By the time he reached a hotel near Xinyan Middle School, he felt utterly exhausted. It was a late hour, and fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Thus, he refrained from waiting at the school gate for Xiang Ning. There was, in fact, a more significant reason for his absence. Today marked the first day of school, and it was highly likely that Xiang Ning's parents would accompany her. Su Tingsheng thought to himself that if he wished to avoid a beating, it would be prudent not to appear. He was unaware whether Xiang Ning had mentioned the conman uncle to her parents during the summer break. Perhaps at this very moment, her father was wielding an iron rod, searching for him. "Little girl, I have arrived, ready to accompany you as you grow," he mused while leaning against the bed, gazing out the window at the distant playground and teaching buildings of Xinyan Middle School. Although he had visited twice before, it was only now that he truly felt he had arrived. From this day forth, even if he could only watch from afar, silently caring for her, he would be by her side, quietly safeguarding her as she matured day by day. On September 2nd, a torrential downpour ensued. Tingsheng rose before dawn, around 6. Without an umbrella, he hesitated for a moment at the hotel entrance, then plunged into the rain. After buying an umbrella and walking a considerable distance, he queued to purchase some renowned pan-fried dumplings from a long-established eatery in Yenzhou. This very dumpling shop was one Xiang Ning had taken him to in a previous life. They had visited only once, for it was a day Tingsheng had already known to be their last encounter, though Xiang Ning remained oblivious. During those days, they had shared immense joy. Tingsheng had lavished her with affection to the best of his ability, while Xiang Ning guided him through the bustling streets and alleys of Yenzhou, recounting all her childhood memories, be they amusing, mundane, tragic, or beautiful. She had brought him to this dumpling shop, declaring it the best in the world. It was here that they had shared their final breakfast together. Thus, this time, Tingsheng came to buy dumplings for her. In truth, when he had visited previously, his company had already collapsed, leaving him with nothing but debts. He had prepared himself to disappear from Xiang Ning's life, thinking that he would cherish one last moment with her, indulging her once more. Tingsheng contemplated revealing his dire circumstances, pondering whether to be honest with Xiang Ning. Yet, he feared that such revelations might bind the girl to him, possibly burdening her for a lifetime. Rather than allowing her to love him with reluctance, entangled in sorrow, it seemed wiser to let her despise him resolutely, enabling her to forget and live her own life. Thus, until the moment Xiang Ning accompanied him to the station, he remained silent about everything. He merely said, "My phone is about to die. If you cannot reach me later, do not worry. And take good care of yourself. Remember, no matter what, I will think of you every single day, wishing you happiness and joy." Xiang Ning replied, "Uncle, you are so cheesy." She planted a kiss on Tingsheng's cheek. He kissed her forehead, reminiscent of their first kiss, when Xiang Ning had exclaimed, "Oh, uncle, you truly have an eye for quality. This is the finest fushi bone." Tingsheng had teased, "Could we not be a bit more reserved, sister? You have completely ruined the atmosphere." This time, however, Xiang Ning did not disrupt the moment. She gently embraced Tingsheng and said, "I will miss you dearly." Tingsheng was rendered speechless as he left Xiang Ning's embrace, turning to sit in the car. His head bowed low against the window, silently weeping into his hands. Tears streamed through his fingers, while Xiang Ning smiled and waved at him from outside the window, a gesture he dared not acknowledge. Even a single glance would bind him further to her. In that moment, Xiang Ning was unaware that she would never again reach that number. That departure marked the end of Tingsheng's visits. Chapter 52. Did we know each other before? Pan-fried dumplings, once cooled, lose their charm. Tingsheng held the bag close to his chest, one hand shielding it while the other held an umbrella, as he dashed towards Xinyan Middle School. At the gate, he introduced himself as Xiang Ning's cousin. The elderly gatekeeper scrutinized him suspiciously until Tingsheng offered a pack of cigarettes, at which point the man begrudgingly went to summon Xiang Ning from the classroom. When she arrived, Tingsheng stood at the entrance, droplets cascading from his hair. "I brought you pan-fried dumplings from that shop by the stone bridge," he announced. Xiang Ning hesitated for a moment, then took the dumplings from his hands, flustered as she addressed him, "Uncle." This term of endearment perhaps stemmed from her childhood friend with long hair, who had always referred to him as such. Xiang Ning's timid utterance of uncle carried a hint of trepidation and nervousness. In a previous life, she had called him uncle countless times, while Tingsheng had persistently resisted, insisting he should be called brother. "I'm not that old," he would argue. Yet this time, despite being younger, he found no desire to contest it. Instead, he felt a surge of happiness. Tingsheng remained silent as Xiang Ning continued, her voice quavering, "Uncle, you aren't a bad person, right?" "No, of course not," he quickly reassured her, waving his hands. While she sheltered beneath the eaves, he stood in the rain, one hand holding the umbrella, the other extending beyond its cover, swaying it side to side, splashing water that landed on Xiang Ning's cheek. He instinctively reached out to wipe it away, but halted mid-motion. Xiang Ning instinctively stepped back, appearing visibly startled. She hadn't shown such a reaction during their last encounter, where her unguarded demeanor had even caused Su Tingsheng a moment of concern, prompting him to lecture her. What had changed this time? My classmate, my best friend, the one you met, is gone, she explained. She ran away with her boyfriend during the summer, and he took her to meet strangers. Then, she just disappeared. Sensing Su Tingsheng's confusion, she elaborated. In their previous life, he had never heard her mention this incident. Perhaps because it was too painful for her to recall. People often possess a subconscious tendency to shield themselves from their deepest fears and pains when faced with profound trauma. They are reluctant to revisit it, fearing the agony that accompanies each recollection, akin to reopening a wound with a sharp blade. Now, Su Tingsheng understood her fear. After a moment of contemplation, he mentioned Lu Xueli, saying, I know your teacher, Ms. Lu, your homeroom teacher. Don't be afraid. Xiang Ning's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Indeed, Su Tingsheng affirmed. Also, the package you and Ms. Lu received in April, containing banlan root and vinegar, that was sent by me. Don't be afraid. I am not a bad person. Xiang Ning gasped in surprise, her mouth half opened. So it was you who sent this. Thank you, but why? It seems we don't really know each other. The security guard just told me you are my cousin, but I've never seen you before. Xiang Ning inquired of Su Tingsheng why this was so, but how could he express himself? He yearned to convey that he had loved her through 2 lifetimes, that he wished to atone for the disappointments of a previous existence by compensating her tenfold in this life. He wished to articulate the pain of having lost her, a torment he could not bear to endure again. Thus he resolved to watch over her, fearing that she might inadvertently develop affections for someone else. He longed to accompany her as she grew. He simply wished to steal glances at her and engage in fleeting conversations. He wanted to share a story in which, 8 years hence, Xiang Ning would come to love Su Tingsheng. Yet, he found himself unable to utter a single word. Did we know each other before? Xiang Ning observed the bewildered expression on Su Tingsheng's face, furrowing her brow in silence, and gently tilted her head to ask, Perhaps I've forgotten. My teachers and my parents often say I am quite careless. The young girl assumed the fault lay with her and tried to alleviate the situation. We certainly know each other, and it goes beyond mere acquaintance. I have seen you on the Ferris wheel, along the seaside, on the long street carpeted with falling phoenix tree leaves, and at the entrance of the park where cotton candy is sold. I have witnessed your radiant smile and your tears. I have seen your gentle demeanor and your stubbornness. Su Tingsheng silently reflected. You've forgotten, haven't you? Of course. How could you remember? This past is mine alone, a sequence of events that for you was meant to unfold 8 years later. He still struggled to find the words. The bell rang, signaling the end of morning reading, and students poured out of the classroom, flocking towards the cafeteria. Another girl, perhaps another friend of Xiang Ning, stood at the bottom of the stairs waiting for her. Xiang Ning said, I'm going to have breakfast with my classmates. This, she shook the bag in her hand, is my favorite, but can I share it with my classmate? She loves it too. Of course, Su Tingsheng nodded vigorously. Then goodbye. Goodbye. Make sure to dry your hair. It's all wet. All right. In the days that followed, Su Tingsheng refrained from seeking out Xiang Ning, for such actions would cross the boundary from concern into intrusion. Just as he had before, he occasionally wandered through the city and would lie on the grassy slopes behind Xinyan Middle School for an entire afternoon. Fortunately, he once caught sight of Xiang Ning on the playground during physical education class. Her classmates were running, and she had inexplicably fallen behind. The young girl had tied her hair into a ponytail and stood alone under the basketball hoop, cradling a basketball in her arms, repeatedly tossing it upwards. Su Tingsheng could not tell how many she managed to make, but he saw that bouncing ponytail dancing in the sunlight. Just like that, it was perfect. I watch you, and you remain unaware. In that moment, Su Tingsheng contemplated withdrawing from Xiang Ning's life, becoming an observer. This was not a fleeting thought. He had long wrestled with the dilemma of whether to approach or to remain a bystander. At this moment, such thoughts may arise. Yet they do not signify that they can hinder Su Tingsheng from yearning, a mere few days or even hours later, for a word from her, or a smile directed his way. For at least the next few days, Su Tingsheng restrained himself. He refrained from seeking out Xiang Ning, nor did he venture to the grassy slope of the back mountain. Instead, he embarked on a preliminary exploration of his future institution, Yenzhou University, a university town comprised of 7 colleges, nestled in the southwestern outskirts of Yenzhou City. In recent years, spurred by the expansion of university enrollments, University towns have been fervently constructed across the nation. Su Tingsheng was uncertain of the multitude of talents these towns have nurtured, yet he understood that they have, at the very least, provided livelihoods for many. The university town, named Xishan, was still in the process of developing its supporting facilities. Thus, the adjacent town of the same name had transformed into a bustling commercial hub. Although freshmen had yet to report, many upperclassmen had already returned, and merchants were busily engaged in their activities. In his previous life, Su Tingsheng had never set foot in this university town. He wandered through Xishan town, inquiring until he located Yenzhou University, which lay at the heart of the campus. The sensation of walking once again upon the university grounds was delightful. There were serene, tree-lined paths, beautiful senior students clad in flowing dresses, cradling books as they passed by, individuals basking in the sun on the lawns, and a spirited group or couple with an elder professor energetically practicing Tai Chi, while clusters of young men dashed off with basketballs or soccer balls. To revisit university life, this might be a dream cherished by many in the over 30 demographic. Su Tingsheng recalled a time in his former life when he had been inebriated, awakening to his mother's words. "Do you know what you shouted last night while drunk? You said you still wished to pursue your studies." This time, Su Tingsheng could finally realize that aspiration. Chapter 53. Little Xiang Ning and Big Xiang Ning. On this day, Su Tingsheng spent the entire day exploring Xishan University town. In the evening, as he passed by the playground of Yenzhou University, he observed a group of boys engaged in a game of soccer. The sight of the genuine grass pitch stirred a longing within him. After watching for a while from the sidelines, he noticed the players exhibited commendable skill despite the lack of formality in the match. He waved and called out, "Seniors, may I join you?" The group looked at him with mild surprise, exchanging glances before one of them replied, "Oh well, the numbers are uneven anyway. Let him join." Filled with delight, Su Tingsheng took to the field, instinctively positioning himself as an attacking midfielder. The seniors exchanged silent looks of bemusement, yet no one objected, and the original attacking midfielder shifted to the forward line. This informal match lacked a timer and continued until the sun dipped below the horizon. Su Tingsheng did not score any goals, and as for assists, he could scarcely keep count, for it was not a competitive game, and both sides were less concerned with defense. As the match concluded, several of the seniors who had played alongside him approached Su Tingsheng to greet him. "Hey there, what year are you in?" one asked. "I'm a freshman, yet to officially enroll," Su Tingsheng replied. "Oh, I see. Which department?" "Chinese literature." "All right. We'll catch up later. You're enrolling soon, right?" "Yes, on the 12th. That's just the day after tomorrow. See you at the start of the semester." "Indeed. See you then." On the final day before the commencement of university, which fortuitously fell on a Friday, Su Tingsheng found himself unable to resist the temptation of lingering outside the gates of Xinyan Middle School, merely to catch a distant glimpse of her. He reassured himself as the day unfolded under the brilliant sun from morning until afternoon. However, as the evening approached, the sky suddenly darkened ominously, and a torrential thunderstorm ensued, transforming daylight into a night-like gloom, accompanied by the tumult of wind and rain, punctuated by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. Pedestrians were caught off guard by the deluge, scrambling for shelter, and Su Tingsheng too sought refuge beneath the awning of a small shop at the school entrance. This time, Xiang Ning appeared alone, her slightly oversized short sleeves flapping in the wind, clinging to her frame as she struggled to navigate through the tempest with her umbrella, her petite form swaying precariously. Su Tingsheng dared not call out, and Xiang Ning remained oblivious to his presence. He resolved to follow her from a distance, determined to watch over her until she returned home, spurred on by the relentless downpour. The summer dust on the road was saturated by the rain, and the air was laced with the earthy scent of wet soil. Suddenly, Su Tingsheng recalled a lyric from Jay Chou's Secret that cannot be told. The most beautiful moments are not found in rainy days, but in the eves where we once sheltered from the rain together. He stood under the eaves while Xiang Ning traversed through the rain. A powerful gust swept through, causing the pavement to bloom momentarily, and many umbrellas were upturned by the wind, including Xiang Ning's. In her moment of panic, her umbrella slipped from her grasp and was whisked away by the wind. Just as she contemplated retrieving it, a figure dashed into the curtain of rain, pursuing the umbrella that danced in the wind. When Xiang Ning finally discerned who it was, she found the umbrella in Su Tingsheng's hands, standing amidst the rain. He swiftly righted the umbrella and held it above her head, exclaiming, "Take cover. The thunderstorm won't last long. Just wait a moment. The rainwater poured into his mouth, and his words were scattered by the howling wind. Xiang Ning, slightly bewildered yet grateful, gazed at him with a hint of confusion. Shelter from the rain. Tingsheng called out loudly. Xiang Ning nodded in assent. The two moved beneath the awning, where Tingsheng positioned himself in front of her, shielding her from the gusts and the rain that blew in from the storm. He held the umbrella to block the opposite direction and asked, "Are you cold, Xiang Ning? Your clothes are wet. You should call home and have your father come pick you up." After speaking, he produced his phone and offered it to her. Soaked through. Xiang Ning's clothing clung to her body, causing her to shiver slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she accepted the phone and dialed her father. He said he is already on his way and will arrive shortly, she relayed. "All right," Tingsheng replied, "then I shall take my leave soon." "You just call me Xiang Ning?" she suddenly inquired. The term Xiang Ning had unexpectedly emerged from the depths of Tingsheng's subconscious, so subtly that he himself had not yet realized it. "Is there a big Xiang Ning then?" she continued. The way she questioned him felt like a needle pricking at the very core of his heart. Indeed, there is a big Xiang Ning, though in truth, she is just as petite. Xiang Ning seemed to suddenly become animated, or perhaps she interpreted Tingsheng's silence as a form of affirmation, prompting her to continue. "Is it true that you once had a girlfriend named Xiang Ning, and then you parted ways, or she disappeared? Now, since I share the same name and possibly bear a resemblance, is that why you seek me out and treat me kindly?" As she spoke, her expression was bright and spirited, akin to someone discussing a captivating Korean drama. Indeed, it was reminiscent of a K-drama. This little girl must have indulged in them frequently, as such imaginative flights are rare for someone her age. Yet, her words held a kernel of truth. The only discrepancy lay in her unawareness that she embodied both Xiang Ning and Xiang Ning. Under the eaves where they sheltered from the rain, Tingsheng harbored unspoken secrets. And in a moment of panic, he said, "Your father is coming soon, isn't he? I should take my leave. You hold the umbrella like that." After uttering these words, he turned to depart, but Xiang Ning called after him, "Will you come again? Last time, you suddenly vanished, and I thought you would never return." Tingsheng paused, a glimmer of hope in his voice as he asked, "Do you wish for me to appear again, or would you prefer I don't?" Xiang Ning pondered for a moment before looking up and replying, "I'm not sure, but I am quite afraid." Observing the instant despondency that washed over Tingsheng's face, she added, "I'm sorry." She was frightened, and he had inadvertently frightened her further. After a brief silence, Tingsheng asked, "Do you have paper and a pen?" Xiang Ning produced them, and Tingsheng inscribed his phone number upon the paper, handing it to her, saying, "This is my number, please don't lose it. If ever you require my assistance, for anything at all, just call, and I shall come." Tingsheng gazed at her as she accepted the paper and paused before reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. I promise I will not appear again unless you call." Xiang Ning remained silent. Tingsheng wished for her to assert that it was not so, yet she offered no words. The decision he could not make. She assumed on his behalf. Her fear dictated that Tingsheng had no alternative. In the time that followed, Tingsheng might only exist as a distant observer, watching from afar, a state that filled him with anxiety. He was uncertain of the implications of their encounter. Was it merely a transient estrangement and resistance? Or perhaps he contemplated a daunting possibility, that the course had shifted, and the meeting and romance that should unfold 8 years hence might never come to pass. Tingsheng felt profound regret. He wished he had never appeared before Xiang Ning. In such a scenario, even amidst twists and turns, she would ultimately evolve into the best version of herself, the one capable of loving Tingsheng. He could merely stand there and wait for her. Yet now, circumstances had transformed. Even if Tingsheng were to reappear at the same time and place 8 years later, in the same state, she might no longer feel that spark. For he had already sown seeds of doubt and fear within her heart. Tingsheng contemplated the possibility that Xiang Ning might never make that call. Then, what was he to do? The trials of his past life, coupled with his psychological maturity and experiences, bestowed upon him an unusual composure in the face of various circumstances. However, when matters concerning Xiang Ning arose, he transformed into a bewildered child, flustered and anxious, as if he had lost himself. In this state, Tingsheng received a phone call. It was her first day of school. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she perceptibly detected his unease. "Are you facing something insurmountable? You seem unhappy and distressed. I have never seen you like this," she remarked. Su Tingsheng offered no explanation, nor did he inquire further. She continued, if you are afraid, seek the light. If you cannot walk there alone, I will carry you. Having updated his thoughts while intoxicated the previous night, he had made some awkward revisions. Yet he still found a certain coolness in the phrase, from now on, I am no longer myself. Farewell, world, tread carefully. Whether this was something I encountered online or a figment of my inebriated imagination, I truly do not know. In Chapter 54, Warmth on the Ferris Wheel, Su Tingsheng was unaware of when he had drifted into slumber. The following morning, he was awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Assuming it was Fu Cheng or Huang Yaming calling, as they were accompanied by Song and I, and had stayed in Jinnan City, set to catch the early bus for registration. However, the voice on the other end belonged to her. Su Tingsheng, I'm in the city center of Yenzhou now. Where are you? Su Tingsheng sat up abruptly, astonished. How did you get here? Didn't you just start school? Delightedly, she replied, I came to escort you to school. The school has granted us 2 days for adjustment. Now, tell me, where are you? Surely you won't leave such a delicate and beautiful young lady to wander the streets alone? I'm wearing a little tank top and these short shorts. It's quite perilous. Half an hour later, Su Tingsheng had just finished his morning routine and was dressed neatly when she appeared at his door. She naturally ruffled his hair and said, You looked so frightened yesterday, like a child. How could a child go to school alone? I'm here to take you. Su Tingsheng offered her a stool and asked, So early, what time did you take the bus? 5 o'clock. It's not far from Shanghai. In the future, if you ever need anything, feel free to call me. Once you're done showering, I'll be there. Water from afar cannot quench immediate thirst. Thirsty? It's south quite close now, she teased, licking her lips. With no choice but to open the door, Su Tingsheng said, Let us go. I'll take you out for a stroll. Aren't we going to school? No need to rush. Let us wander this morning and return at noon to check out and gather our things for school. As Su Tingsheng led her through the streets of Yenzhou, she naturally linked her arm with his. He did not resist, and they walked joyfully, filled with interest in everything around them. To any observer, they appeared to be a sweet young couple. For instance, Xiang Ning caught sight of the older gentleman and his girlfriend through the bus window. It dawned on her that he had a girlfriend, and she was quite beautiful. As a naive young girl, she did not harbor any strong feelings or emotions about it. Yet throughout the day, she subconsciously felt a hint of melancholy, the reason for which remained elusive to her. She even took out the slip of paper with the phone number from her backpack, intending to toss it away. As if she were in a silent feud with Su Tingsheng. I certainly won't call you, you big liar. She thought as she placed the note back into her pencil case. Su Tingsheng was unaware that he had just brushed past Xiang Ning. He realized he had lost his way. Yet, this seemed rather amusing. They darted about like headless flies, trying on various outfits along the street, short skirts, spaghetti straps. Each one displayed for Su Tingsheng's approval, but none were purchased. In the fitting room, she changed clothes and peeked her head out from behind the fabric curtain, calling, Su Tingsheng, come here. He approached, bewildered, only to have her suddenly grasp his collar, pulling him into the fitting room and pressing him against the wall. At that moment, Su Tingsheng recalled a famous video he had seen in his past life. He quickly shut his eyes and then burst out laughing. When he opened his eyes, he found her impeccably dressed. Indeed, it was quite an enticing prank. Eventually, they emerged from the fitting room one after the other, under the feigned indifference of the staff. Su Tingsheng's face was flushed crimson, while she wore a triumphant smirk. Excuse me, miss, do you want this outfit? A staff member inquired. Just as he was about to decline, Su Tingsheng said, Yes, this one, and also the 3 I just tried on. There was no reluctance. She was the sort of girl who understood the moment. In this state, any hesitation would have been rather awkward. Su Tingsheng paid, and, carrying the clothes, walked to her side. Proudly, she linked her arm with his, and said, Thank you, darling. What is next? Su Tingsheng asked as they stepped out of the store. I want to ride the Ferris wheel. Following her pointed finger, he gazed into the distance, where a colossal Ferris wheel was slowly turning in the air. He had ridden that Ferris wheel before, or more accurately, he would ride it in the future, alongside Xiang Ning. However, Su Tingsheng did not refuse. Since she had shown up that morning, he had resolved to indulge her today. It was merely due to a phone call. Just because she sensed something unusual in his tone, that she took a 5 o'clock bus from Shanghai to Yenzhou. To catch that bus, she must have left around 3 or 4 in the morning, walking alone in the pitch-dark streets. Yenzhou did not boast a large amusement park. This Ferris wheel, rather conspicuously situated in a park, was one of the few entertainment options in the city. Moreover, The romantic allure attributed to the Ferris wheel by films and dramas made it quite popular. After purchasing tickets, they stood in line for nearly an hour before it was finally their turn. As the Ferris wheel slowly turned and the cabin gradually ascended, Tingsheng began to tremble, one hand gripping the cabin wall while the other unconsciously clutched her arm. His complexion grew pale, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Suddenly, feeling an unexpected pain in his arm, she turned to look at his expression and was taken aback. "Are you afraid of heights?" she asked. Tingsheng nodded with great difficulty. "Fool, why didn't you say so earlier?" The words echoed what Tingsheng had once heard. She wrapped her arms around him, burying his head in her shoulder. This action was reminiscent of an experience once shared by Tingsheng. "Do not merely observe. Be good." "I was wrong," she remarked, noting the similarity in their circumstances. Yet, on that occasion, it was Xiang Ning who spoke and acted in such a manner. And it was Xiang Ning who bestowed a gentle kiss upon his forehead. Warm tears slipped down her shoulder, signaling that Tingsheng was weeping. She understood that he was grappling with something beyond his control, but from the moment she encountered him in the morning, she knew he would remain silent. Thus, she refrained from inquiring and had no intention of doing so. She embraced him more tightly, freeing one hand to caress his hair, truly akin to comforting a child. Her lips softly pressed against his forehead. Upon descending from the Ferris wheel, she transformed back into her playful and mischievous self, teasing Tingsheng for his acrophobia. Her enchanting demeanor prompting her to question whether he had dared to peek while resting his head on her shoulder. She was acutely aware that the tenderness shared on the Ferris wheel did not rightfully belong to her, nor was it the appropriate manner of interaction between them. It was merely an unexpected, beautiful occurrence. On the bus, she insisted on assisting Tingsheng with a large bag, grumbling all the while. "Tingsheng, did you bring a sack of coins to pay your tuition?" In truth, their situation was relatively fortunate. The new students boarding the shuttle buses from various stations faced a far more dismal plight, crammed into the vehicle like sardines, with bags piled high and bodies stacked upon one another. To Tingsheng's astonishment, Fu Cheng managed to pull out his phone and call him amidst the chaos, exclaiming, "Tingsheng, the two freshmen beside me from your department keep pressing against me with their chests. You need to intervene." He had already warned them, "Come earlier." "But you didn't listen. Just push back if it bothers you." "I don't have a chest," he retorted. "You do," came the teasing call from nearby. "What was that?" Fu Cheng shouted into the phone. "I'll explain later." Tingsheng hung up, avoiding the myriad curious gazes within the packed bus, and whispered, "Shall we get off and wait for the next one?" "I want tea. They're about to be suffocated by your antics," she replied. Tingsheng scanned the bus, pointing to the large bag at his feet. "She means my bag. It's quite heavy and cumbersome." Chapter 55. The allure of mischief. The bus continued its journey into the university town, and as Tingsheng disembarked, he persisted in helping with the large bag. Instantly, numerous upperclassmen responsible for welcoming new students rushed to seize the bag from her shoulder. Tingsheng had once played the role of an upperclassman himself. For those in this position, the day of the new students' arrival was a momentous occasion, akin to how Zhao Zhongxiang would narrate during the animal world. In the African savannah, the mating season has arrived, and the male hippos eagerly await the fresh, new female students. The upperclassmen, dressed impeccably and sacrificing precious time that could have been spent in internet cafes, approached this day with tenderness, enthusiasm, and a willingness to help. In her previous life during her sophomore year, Tingsheng had also welcomed new students, directly meeting them at the bus station. A charming and adorable freshman was unable to board the shuttle bus, so Tingsheng took her on a city bus instead. What was originally a journey of just over an hour turned into a nearly 2.5-hour ordeal. "It might be a bit congested today," Tingsheng explained to the young freshman. As dusk descended, the bus halted at a dilapidated sign in a rural town. The driver announced, "It's time to disembark. We have reached the final destination." The younger student glanced at Tingsheng, suddenly unleashing a shrill scream followed by a torrent of tears, brandishing her phone as if to call for help. In truth, Tingsheng had merely taken the bus in the wrong direction. He was, after all, somewhat inept, afraid of heights, and hopelessly directionally challenged. Surrounding seniors welcomed the freshman warmly, inquiring if she had come alone, praising her courage, and offering to assist her with the registration process, assuring her of no need to queue. A rickshaw abruptly interjected, "Come ride with me, and after registration, I'll take you to the dormitory. We can explore the campus together. I'll help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings." Su Tingsheng, burdened with an additional heavy bag, stood outside the circle, feeling desolate and unnoticed, a solitary figure adrift in the breeze. One of the girls placed her belongings onto the rickshaw, then squeezed through the crowd to retrieve Su Tingsheng's bag, cheerfully cooing, "Darling, your schoolmates are truly kind. Let us hurry, I must get home to feed the baby." In that moment, Su Tingsheng transformed from the bewildered to the bemused. He followed the senior who had offered to guide him to the Chinese department's registration booth. After a weary-faced senior departed, Su Tingsheng navigated the registration process, obtained his meal card, and rejoined the waiting rickshaw driver, who escorted him to the dormitory. The senior, though aware of the fact that the freshman was actually a relative, remained enthusiastic, showing Su Tingsheng around key campus locations and sharing insights about the various dining options available, including their prices and flavors. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, the senior discreetly pulled Su Tingsheng aside, exclaiming, "Impressive, my friend. Does your sister have any siblings?" Su Tingsheng called over to her. After a brief exchange of glances between Su Tingsheng and the senior, he chuckled, "No siblings, but my mother is single. Don't be shy, please." The senior then pedaled the rickshaw away at a brisk pace. Su Tingsheng's dormitory was on the 6th floor. He instructed the onlooker to keep an eye on his bag while he planned to carry one load upstairs, then return for the second. After a strenuous ascent to the 6th floor, he found the door to room 602 wide open. He entered, his large bag in tow, discovering that the 6 beds were already made up, with 6 boys either seated or reclining, engaged in conversation. It appeared he was the penultimate arrival. Finding his designated spot marked with his name, he placed his bag down, prompting the others to notice the newcomer. One boy produced a cigarette box, offering two. "Hey, do you smoke?" he inquired. Noticing that 5 of the 6 occupants were already smoking, Su Tingsheng thought it unnecessary to feel guilty about contributing to the second-hand smoke. Seizing the opportunity to rest before descending for his other bag, he took the cigarette, sat on the bed, and listened to their banter. A stout, darker-skinned boy stood at the center, animatedly gesturing as he proclaimed, "What was I saying? Ah yes, I've observed and confirmed that our class comprises a total of 50 students, 14 of whom are boys, each sharing 3, with some surplus." Another chimed in, "How did you manage to get into college with that arithmetic? And besides, it also depends on quality." Focusing on quality, the animated individual in the middle continued, "Do you know why I arrived so late? My friend, I was not even 2 minutes earlier than you." He turned to Su Tingsheng and added, "In fact, I arrived quite some time ago. After completing the necessary procedures, I have been observing beside our Chinese department's booth. To be honest, our department has several attractive individuals. I just wonder if they are in our class. Among them, I must tell you, if she were in our class, we would be quite fortunate. Let us just hope we don't end up fighting among ourselves. She stands at least 168 centimeters tall, with a slender waist and long legs. Wearing a white tank top and ultra-short shorts. The stout boy exaggeratedly illustrated a half circle with his hands in front of his chest. Su Tingsheng, seated near the door, listened with keen interest, first observing the group of boys wide-eyed at the stout boy's description, each rubbing their hands in anticipation. Suddenly, he noticed them tossing their cigarettes, hurriedly stamping out the remaining ones or tossing them under the bed. They wiped their hands on their trousers. A few boys awkwardly stood up, striving to maintain composure while smiling at the dormitory entrance. Su Tingsheng followed their gaze and turned to see a girl standing at the door, a large bag resting at her feet, glistening with sweat and panting heavily. Upon a brief assessment, he realized that the stout boy's description was indeed accurate. She stood at least 168 centimeters tall, with a slender waist and long legs. Clad in a white tank top and ultra-short shorts. "That's exactly who I was referring to," the stout boy whispered conspiratorially to the others. "Excuse me, are you looking for someone? We are in the same department, 03 Chinese. My name is Tan Yao." A tall, handsome boy, whose accent suggested he hailed from Shandong and whose tone indicated he was quite experienced in flirting with girls, approached the door. He tossed his bag to the entrance, took a few steps towards Su Tingsheng, and collapsed beside him. "Darling, I'm nearly exhausted, and you're here smoking. Hello, everyone." He waved at the boys in the dormitory, then pointed to Su Tingsheng, saying, "This is Su Tingsheng, my husband. I'll be relying on you all to look after him while I stay home with the children." Amidst a wave of lamentations, the boy named Tan Yao looked at Su Tingsheng with a pained expression and said, "Brother, why must you inflict such emotional damage upon our first meeting? How will we navigate the next 4 years together?" The stout boy leaned in, and said, "Never mind. Let us consider it a reduction in competition for resources. Let us hope there are still a few gems left in our class. My friends, I am Xiang Ning. Let us make it clear. You are not to pursue anyone in our class. They are ours, all ours." Tingsheng chuckled softly. "You all carry on. I'll head downstairs to buy some items." With that, he went downstairs to purchase beverages and some daily necessities. By the time he returned, he had already tidied up the bed and concluded his story. In the narrative, Tingsheng and the girl were high school classmates, whose relationship took an unexpected turn during their final year, resulting in an unplanned pregnancy. They chose to forego college entrance examinations, and she gave birth to a child. The boys exchanged glances, their faces reflective, and as Tingsheng re-entered, they approached him one by one, patting his shoulders and saying, "Brother, do not let your wife down." Even a previously silent, diminutive boy approached Tingsheng with a hint of shyness, introducing himself as Xiang Ning from Jiangsu. He remarked, "I believe you should treat your sister-in-law and child with a bit more kindness." In truth, Tingsheng discerned that several boys in the dormitory didn't genuinely believe the story. They merely found the situation amusing and played along. However, Xiang Ning appeared to take it to heart. Tingsheng remembered that he was the only boy who hadn't smoked and had only smiled shyly while the others discussed girls. When he appeared, he was so nervous he couldn't even lift his head. He was a truly honest and well-behaved child. Xiang Ning reminded Tingsheng of a close roommate from a past life, prompting him to say, "All right, I shall heed your advice." He leaned in and added, "You clearly are a good kid. Henceforth, keep an eye on my dear one. Later, I'll have my sister-in-law introduce you to a girlfriend. What type do you fancy? Would someone like my sister-in-law suit you? I have a cousin." Xiang Ning, too bashful to meet his gaze, blushed deeply but did not refuse. In the vibrant campus life, who among the youth arrives without a hint of yearning or dreams, no matter how shy they may be? Chapter 56. To get closer, what was the situation when you enrolled at your school? Was it even more chaotic than today? Tingsheng inquired. A few seniors lent a hand, but our school is 90% girls. I specifically chose this school for you. Rest assured. From the day you carried me back to the street, I resolved to remain chaste for you, he replied. The two spent only a brief time in the dorm, tidying up various items before apologizing to their roommates and taking their leave. Typically, this day's dinner would be the first collective outing for the freshmen. But since Huang Yaming and Song and I hadn't yet started school and were staying at a hotel, Tingsheng and Fu Chang had to accompany them instead. After a brief explanation to their roommates, Tingsheng led the way out, saying, "Please help keep an eye on my husband." He bid them farewell. Tingsheng's intention was to let her enjoy herself today, and he had no plans to seek a girlfriend in college, so even if news of his relationship spread, it wouldn't be detrimental. Tingsheng called Fu Chang, discovering they were in the same dorm area but different buildings, and asked if he needed assistance with his belongings. Fu Chang replied that it would suffice if Tingsheng could bring a few items up. After a brief shopping excursion, Tingsheng voluntarily helped deliver them upstairs. After about 10 minutes, the two descended, and Fu Chang remarked that the boys in their dorm had already gone wild. On the way to Shishan town, Tingsheng engaged in light-hearted banter with Fu Chang, keenly aware that he was attempting to bridge the gap between them. Previously classmates, he hoped they could become friends in the future, as Fu Chang was one of Tingsheng's two closest friends. The three of them headed directly to the hotel, where Song and I had booked a double room and was already aware of their presence. Huang Yaming had a triple room and said to Tingsheng and Fu Chang, "Tonight, you two shall stay with me." Those words carried an unmistakable wicked undertone. 5 individuals simply prepared a few dishes and gathered for dinner, lamenting that they had also enrolled in Yin Prefecture. It is indeed rare for high school friends to remain so closely knit in university, akin to Tingsheng and his companions. Naturally, they would forge new friendships in the future, albeit not as tightly bound as in high school. Yet, the best of friends need not only reunite during holidays, and their readiness to lend a hand at any moment is a source of true happiness. Regarding the reason for their presence here, Huang Yaming and Fu Chang had yet to inquire, but she volunteered the information first. "I came to pursue Tingsheng," she stated. Later, Huang Yaming suggested ordering a few more bottles of wine. Song and I could manage a little, her tolerance being quite decent. However, in an effort to bond with Huang Yaming and Fu Chang, she indulged a bit too liberally. The meal extended until after 7, leaving them only slightly tipsy. Tingsheng requested Song and I to assist him in escorting her back to the room to rest. He and Fu Cheng had already evaded the collective dinner. Yet they felt obliged to return to the dormitory for a brief visit. Huang Yaming remarked, "You must remember to come back and keep me company." Ultimately, the 602 dormitory did not await the arrival of the 8th individual. Perhaps the remaining one had abandoned the idea of enrolling in the preparatory program. Su Tingsheng decided to move to the upper bunk, freeing the lower bunk for others to place their belongings. While shifting the bed, an item fell from the quilt. Su Tingsheng picked it up to examine it, a small vest he had previously exchanged at a clothing store. The fabric was soft, and it bore her scent, which was quite enchanting. The roommates erupted in a chorus of suggestive laughter as Su Tingsheng stowed the vest in the wardrobe. The 7 did not establish a hierarchy, as none wished to be identified as the second in command. Each of them conducted a brief self-introduction, although the other 6 had already become acquainted during dinner. This repetition primarily served to inform Su Tingsheng. The tall and handsome Tan Yao hailed from Shandong and candidly acknowledged his extensive romantic history during his introduction, revealing himself to be quite adept in such matters. "Brothers, should any of you take a liking to someone, do let me know beforehand to avoid friendly fire," he declared, indicating that his university life would indeed be vibrant. The stout and shortly Xiang Ning was a local, with aspirations to resolve his virginity issue during university. The only one in the dormitory with a computer was affectionately dubbed Old Crooked, a moniker stemming from the complexity of his name, Zhen AI. His father bore the surname Zhen and his mother, AI. His father had seized the opportunity to express his affection through his son's name, leading him to prefer the simpler title Old Crooked since middle school. As Old Crooked spoke, he continued to type furiously on his keyboard without once glancing at the screen. Initially, Su Tingsheng mistakenly assumed he was gaming, but upon closer inspection, he realized Old Crooked was programming. At that time, computers were not widely accessible, and few could navigate them with such proficiency. Even among first-year students, those with programming skills were rare. "I was placed in the Chinese department when I applied for the computer science program," Old Crooked lamented dramatically. "I refused to become a pretentious scholar." "You bunch of pretentious scholars." All in all, he declared that he would not attend classes, insisting he would study within the computer science department. Old Crooked embodied the quintessential male appearance. The petite and earnest boy named Xiang Ning is known to Su Tingsheng, who observes that he usually remains inconspicuous. However, when it comes time to assist in roll call or during final examinations, he becomes the most pivotal figure in the dormitory. The other 5 have affectionately dubbed him Ning Xiaoga. The remaining 2, one named Lu Su and the other Huang Kexing, add to the conversation. Lu Su mentions his verbal quirk, often saying, "How can you still laugh?" He confesses, "Today I've been holding back my words, fearing you might misconstrue my silence. If I happen to say it later, please don't take offense, it's merely a habit." Su Tingsheng suspects that this fellow might unexpectedly get into a scuffle one day. Huang Kexing, somewhat haughty and evidently from a comfortable background, shares a bit more about himself. "I am Huang Kexing, from Shihu City, with a score of 588 in the college entrance examination. I fell just short of securing a spot at Shanghai University. Initially, I didn't intend to come here, but since both my parents work in government, they assured me that I only need a diploma, and they would arrange everything else for my future. Upon reflection, I thought that made sense, so here I am." After he finishes, a few chuckles ripple through the room. Some offer supportive remarks, exclaiming, "What an impressive score." While Huang Kexing may have intended to boast a little, Su Tingsheng perceives no malice in it. In fact, it showcases his lack of guile, which is quite refreshing. In the early days of university, discussing exam scores is perfectly normal, yet Su feels hesitant to join in due to his own results. "If I hadn't underperformed in my exams, I would have surely been admitted to Shanghai University. My girlfriend, who usually scores lower than I do, managed to get in," Huang Kexing states. He is the second in the dormitory to openly acknowledge having a girlfriend, with Su Tingsheng being the first, if one considers him. Eventually, Su Tingsheng offers a brief introduction. "I am Su Tingsheng, from Linan City, Libei County. I have a stunning girlfriend, and I certainly seek another in university. I compete for attention with my dorm mates." Li Xingmin chimes in, adding, "He is not going to fight for food with us." "Su Tingsheng? You are indeed Su Tingsheng." Xiang Ning, rarely vocal, expresses his excitement. "What is the matter? Is there some scandal?" Tan Yao quickly inquires. "When I registered today, I overheard them discussing that the top score in our cohort is 627, belonging to someone named Su Tingsheng." The dormitory falls silent for a moment before Lao Wai suddenly slaps his computer. Are you kidding me? With such a high score. Why aren't you studying computer science, but rather Chinese? Indeed, computer science has become an exceedingly popular major in recent years. However, Lao Wai seems to have missed the point. Li Xingmin interjects. What do you mean, studying computer science? With that score, you were just 2 points shy of Tsinghua or Peking University. You could have chosen any other university without worry. What on earth are you doing at Yanda? Su Tingsheng chuckles softly. I applied to Tsinghua and Peking but didn't get in, and at the time I didn't understand the process. Everyone told me to play it safe, and being timid, I chose Yanda as my second option. How can you still smile? Do you not realize how shameful it is to waste such potential? Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation of having struck gold enveloped me. It was astonishing to discover that someone who scored significantly higher than I had ended up in the same school and department as me. Exhilarating. Yet I remained skeptical of your words. Honestly, what is the reason behind it all? The moment I heard the phrase, how can you still smile? I recognized it as Lu Su's voice. Su Tingsheng pondered for a moment, recalling Xiang Ning. Throughout the day, he had checked his phone countless times. Yet no call from her ever came. Perhaps this was indeed the reality. Perhaps he would merely observe her from a distance until she matured enough to approach her. Su Tingsheng spoke with a hint of bitterness, just to be a little closer to the one in my heart. What a sacrifice, a true romantic, I assent it. Which school is she attending in Yenzhou? That can't be right. You could fill out applications for other cities. Is her family located here? His roommates mistakenly believed Su Tingsheng was referring to matters even Lian Fuqing and Huang Yaming were unaware of. Naturally, Su Tingsheng refrained from clarifying, simply responding, in Shanghai. Although Shanghai is relatively close to Yenzhou, it certainly does not elucidate Su Tingsheng's statement about wanting to be nearer to the one he cares for. Despite their confusion, it was their first day together, and the roommates were hesitant to pry further, merely contemplating in silence the enigma of who this individual could possibly be, if not Xiang Ning. Su Tingsheng sensed their curiosity but chose to remain silent. Thinking to himself, who would have thought she was merely a 14-year-old girl? Yet it seemed she no longer wanted me, and thus, the matter was left unresolved. Chapter 57. He brought family along. The conversation soon shifted back to the female students of the class. A few were mentioned from the registration period, each described with great anticipation. The discussion eventually broadened to encompass all the female students at the university. The notion of winning over senior sisters was indeed captivating. Yenzhou University was teeming with senior sisters. Tan Yao mentioned that he had already gathered information from his seniors after arriving in the morning. As Tan Yao aptly noted, Yenzhou University is a comprehensive institution primarily focused on liberal arts, and while the male-to-female ratio may not be as exaggerated as at other schools, it still hovers around 70-30. Li Xingmin clasped his hands in gratitude to the heavens. There is hope. There is hope. Just as he spoke, a male student from the neighboring dormitory knocked on the door, lowering his voice as he urgently announced, "Leaders are here for a visit. There are 2 more groups of senior sisters coming. Quick, tidy up." A flurry of activity ensued as everyone hurried to clear away cigarette butts and miscellaneous items. Spraying a hint of air freshener in the room, Lao Wai quickly concealed his computer. One by one, they began to attend to their hairstyles and attire. It was crucial not to make a poor impression when the leaders arrived, regardless of one's looks, especially with 2 groups of alluring senior sisters yet to come. Amidst a chorus of discontent, Tan Yao donned a fitted tank top, preparing to showcase his muscles. Su Tingsheng, having spent the day without a shower, felt grimy and disheveled. But he was the least concerned. His roommates reasoned that someone with such a girlfriend would hardly care about senior sisters. The first to arrive were the leaders from the school and department, delivering a few formal remarks, essentially welcoming the students and inquiring about their adaptation to the new environment. Jinhai Province is inherently an economically prosperous region, with the economic level of Yenzhou City ranking prominently within the province. Moreover, as a newly established university town, the infrastructure leaves little to be desired, prompting sincere commendations from all in attendance, which pleased the leaders immensely. Su Tingsheng remained silent, sitting modestly, but upon hearing his name, the leaders eagerly approached him, offering warm handshakes and expressing their gratitude for his choice of Yanda University, as well as extending a heartfelt welcome. Su Tingsheng could only respond casually, remarking that it was indeed an honor to attend Yanda. "Your scholarship will be disbursed shortly," one of them announced. "Monetary assistance?" Su Tingsheng's interest peaked at the mention of money, and upon learning it would amount to 10,000 yuan, his enthusiasm surged. With a beaming smile, He thanked the leaders individually, astonished that attending university could also yield financial gain. As the leaders exited, his friends Tan Yao and Lu Su erupted with excitement. Old Su. 10,000 yuan. You must treat us. We'll choose the venue and the dishes. All right, let me know once you've decided, Su replied. 10,000. We can't rush this. We must carefully consider what to eat. This meal must be extravagant. Just then, a bright voice rang out from the entrance. What's this about 10,000? Is someone treating us? A group of over a dozen sophomore female students flooded into the dormitory, prompting Su's roommates to hurriedly move chairs and tidy up the sheets to accommodate the guests. Many universities embrace this tradition, where upperclassmen visit their newly enrolled juniors on the first day, and given the all-female presence among the seniors, it was likely that the male students had been similarly greeted. At Yenzhou University, especially within the Chinese department, the competition among senior female students for attention is rather intense, not due to any lack of quality, but rather an overwhelming supply. In truth, these seniors are also anxious. Having entered university without experiencing romance, they harbor no desire to remain in such a predicament. Thus, while the upperclassmen eagerly anticipate the arrival of the freshmen, the senior girls may also have ulterior motives. This visit serves a dual purpose: to inquire about the juniors' lives while subtly showcasing their allure, tantalizing the younger students. The senior girls, in small groups, expressed concern for the well-being of the freshmen, and Su Tingsheng engaged in polite conversation. One fellow Xiang Ning native among the seniors even left him her phone number. Currently, Su was using his old number, which he had reserved for Xiang Ning, and thus he would never part with it. Given this, he would need to acquire a new phone and a new SIM card. I haven't set up my card yet, but I'll send you my number once I do, he apologetically explained. Meanwhile, another senior was still fixated on the earlier mention of the 10,000 yuan treat. When queried by the senior, Li Xingmin, without hesitation, divulged Su Tingsheng's college entrance examination scores and the scholarship news. In an instant, the attention of the senior girls towards Su Tingsheng shifted to a more curious and scrutinizing gaze. The monetary sum of 10,000 yuan is of little consequence. However, the formidable results of the college entrance examination cannot be fabricated. A senior, initially unnoticed, astutely observed the dormitory and discovered that, aside from the flamboyant Tan Yao, there resided a gentleman named Su Tingsheng, calm and composed, with a gentle smile that exuded stability. Although he may not have appeared as dazzling as Tan Yao at first glance, the seniors noted that Su Tingsheng did not exhibit particular favoritism towards anyone, which piqued their interest. As soon as they felt a flutter of attraction, their steps instinctively followed suit. Li Xingmin, witnessing this unfolding scenario, immediately regretted his earlier actions, realizing he was only inviting trouble upon himself. With this thought, he quickly interjected. However, any money he received will likely be given to his wife. Su Tingsheng came with family. The seniors, who had just approached Su Tingsheng, paused momentarily. One senior, who had previously fixated on Su, asked somewhat dejectedly, "Is your roommate joking?" "No, it's true. His wife accompanied him this afternoon." Came an unexpected response from the usually shy Xiang Ning, who felt compelled to fulfill a promise by keeping an eye on Su Tingsheng. Unfortunately, he made a misstep by mentioning that she studies at Shanghai. Long-distance relationships, one might say, present opportunities. The minds of some seniors began to stir with renewed enthusiasm. Su Tingsheng felt utterly helpless. Having just managed to navigate the attentions of second-year seniors, he now faced a new wave of third-year seniors. Exhausted, he seized the moment to inform his roommates, "I'm going out to sleep tonight." His roommates, having seen him during the day, naturally assumed they understood his intent. Amidst a chorus of raucous laughter, Su Tingsheng refrained from explaining further and exited the dormitory. After waiting downstairs for a while, he joined Fu Cheng, and together they returned to their hotel. Su Tingsheng knocked on the door to check on her, found her awake and recovering from her inebriation, and reminded her to rest well before heading to Huang Yaming's room. Once gathered, Su Tingsheng recounted the visit from the seniors, much to Huang Yaming's excitement, who could hardly contain his eagerness for the semester to commence. "However, it seems your school has a significantly higher male population," Su Tingsheng remarked with a teasing jab. Fu Cheng also shared insights from his own experiences. At that moment, a knock was heard. "Su Tingsheng, would you accompany me for a walk?" he was asked. They ventured out into the university town, where they witnessed a couple arguing by the roadside. The girl, in a fit of anger, stormed off in tears, while the boy, visibly agitated, stood his ground without pursuing her. Suddenly, something stirred within Su Tingsheng. Classmate, he approached the boy. The boy looked at him, puzzled. I just came from over there. Su Tingsheng indicated toward the direction where the girl had departed. A few drunken ruffians are loitering by the roadside, blocking her path. Don't just stand there. Hurry after her. Ah, okay. The boy took off in a sprint toward the girl, and a distant thank you echoed back. Of course, there were no drunken ruffians. Su Tingsheng mused that they would likely reconcile soon. How wonderful life could be if only they cherished it. He recalled the moment when Xiang Ning had departed in tears in a previous life, and he had not pursued her then. One should never allow a girl to walk away alone, tears streaming down her face. Observing this scene, Su Tingsheng inquired, You must have someone you cherish deeply, right? Indeed. Su Tingsheng nodded. How deeply do you cherish her? I wish to ascertain whether I should strive further. She managed a forced smile, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance. Yet perhaps the events of the day had captivated her too profoundly, for she had inadvertently begun to yearn for this exquisite connection. It was as if she were the lover of my past life. In that previous existence, I had held affection for her. Su Tingsheng spoke a truth, though to others, it merely sounded like a sentimental declaration. After a moment of silence, he asked, Does she care for you? Yesterday, were you in such a state because she had hurt you? Su Tingsheng was taken aback. This was a question he had always been too afraid to contemplate. In this lifetime, would Xiang Ning harbor feelings for him? He was uncertain of the answer. Regarding yesterday's events, Xiang Ning had expressed her fear, which was entirely reasonable, considering her youth and the fact that Su Tingsheng was merely a stranger. Even if there was hurt, it was unintentional. She was still young and naive. Su Tingsheng believed that if anyone had caused hurt, it was himself. His impatience and recklessness had frightened her. He remained silent, yet felt he had already gleaned the answer. She bit her lip and said, Then allow me to take on the responsibility of loving you. If she does not love you, or if her immaturity has caused you pain, I will love you and protect you. You need not respond, as long as today remains as it is. I am already content. The following noon, Su Tingsheng bid farewell to the girl who insisted on protecting him at the station. They both understood that the protection she spoke of implied. Su Tingsheng, should you be wounded in the future, come to me. Here, you can recuperate. And you may choose to stay or depart. This originally rational and calculating girl had, this time, blindly forgotten to weigh gains and losses. Chapter 58. Matters of military training. Lu Su held up his military training camouflage uniform, asking his roommate, should I wear the belt outside or inside? No one informed him that he could actually wear one of his own on the inside. The military training at Yenzhou University was serious. On the very first day, the instructors introduced a set of military exercises, typically reserved for the review ceremony at the conclusion of training. Initially, the freshmen felt excitement, only to later realize this was merely a show of authority. The new vice president, who oversaw military training, had served in the army during his youth. When this elderly gentleman, nearing 60, stood straight and executed a perfect forward roll, crashing to the ground like a wooden post. The grim fate of this cohort of freshmen was already sealed. Today's youth are too coddled. If they are not tested, how can we, the old guard, entrust the nation to you? The old principal remarked. In the sweltering heat of 40 degrees, soldiers stood in formation, collapsing one by one, while the medical tent was hastily erected on the training grounds. Despite the relentless downpour, the dining hall promised to prepare nourishing ginger soup for those who braved the elements. Among them, delicate young women wept, and an additional 30 minutes of punishment was meted out. As the first day concluded, the entire dormitory lay in lamentation upon their beds. It was then that Su Tingsheng realized, since his rebirth, he had overlooked a singularly vital aspect, the importance of physical fitness. Li Xingmin lamented, Did you see? 6 female soldiers from the opposing line fainted today, and the instructors rushed to assist them. I too wished to help, but I was outmatched. After all, they are trained. His thoughts remained fixated on the young women throughout the day. Lao Wai remarked that, clad in oversized camouflage uniforms and hats, it was impossible to discern their beauty. Tan Yao interjected, Who cares about their faces? The real issue is that we cannot gauge their figures. Su Tingsheng kindly suggested, You are mistaken. This is indeed the perfect opportunity to observe the girls. A young woman who can stand out even in plain military attire is truly remarkable. And how do we assess their figures? Another queried. By watching them during the march, of course, from different angles, they appear like the peaks and ridges of a mountain. with the waves of Dongting Lake undulating in rhythm. His roommates wholeheartedly agreed with Su Tingsheng's perspective. The following morning, while standing in formation, they faced the girls' line, unabashedly gazing at them. Li Xingmin fixated on one in particular, mouthing the words, "Hey girl, look over here." Tan Yao, imitating a K-pop star, flexed his chest muscles. The girls, distracted by the attention, faltered in their movements, and several faced reprimands. It was customary for the girls to report grievances, and they soon informed the chief instructor that the boys had been behaving inappropriately, disrupting their training. The chief instructor approached the officer supervising Su Tingsheng's line and exchanged a few words. The officer then called out, "Everyone, step forward and show your faces. The female soldiers are coming over to identify the culprits." Su Tingsheng, unsure of how to reveal himself, along with others, raised their heads. The chief instructor added, "Bring the girls over. Which ones are they? I shall help you point them out." The girls, shyly glancing at one another, appeared as though the chief instructor were asking them to choose husbands. The chief instructor reassured them, "Stop dawdling. This is not a matter of selecting husbands." Li Xingmin, Tan Yao, Lao Wai, along with several from neighboring dormitories and various majors, were summoned to step forward. A classmate approached Su Tingsheng, walking back and forth before standing in front of him. Reporting to the instructor, "This one here is Su Tingsheng." "Me?" Su Tingsheng was taken aback, having not cast a single glance at the opposite line. "Yes, it is you," the girl replied, lifting her chin defiantly before turning away. "Step forward," the instructor bellowed. Su Tingsheng was the last to be identified, and the instructor circled in front of the assembled group. "Very well, you exhibit a good spirit. Skip lunch and maintain your stance until training resumes this afternoon." "I am innocent," Su Tingsheng protested. "What nonsense is this?" The lead instructor replied with a heavy accent. Su Tingsheng pointed to the person in front of him, towering over him at more than 1.9 meters and weighing over 200 pounds. "I couldn't even see." The instructor glanced over, contemplated for a moment, and then turned to the girl who had just pointed out Su Tingsheng, asking, "Are you certain?" The girl nodded resolutely, "Absolutely." Half of dormitory 602 had skipped breakfast, while the other half secretly brought a few buns. After training concluded that day, Lao Wai lay on his bed, utterly exhausted, declaring, "I shall not change my major. I have fallen in love with the Chinese department. With my intellect, I can self-study and surpass those in the computer science department." Everyone was astute enough to understand that Lao Wai had developed feelings for a girl in the Chinese department. Upon inquiry, the girl's name was Li Linlin. She was not particularly outstanding, but possessed a simple charm and an appealing demeanor. It was she who had identified Lao Wai, and judging by the circumstances, his affections were not misplaced. In the subsequent days, Lao Wai persistently gazed at Li Linlin, who reciprocated by confronting him several times. On the 12th day of military training, a significant incident occurred. A boy concealed a stone in his sleeve and launched a surprise attack on the deputy chief instructor, injuring him and receiving a punch in return. The institution could not suppress the incident, and the truth quickly spread. The boy, from the School of Management, had started dating a girl from his class shortly after the semester began. However, during training, the girl fainted, and it was the deputy chief instructor who carried her away. Subsequently, she began a relationship with the instructor, intending to break up with the boy. In a fit of rage, the boy reacted with extreme measures. In the following days, the deputy chief instructor and the boy were absent from training, leaving only the girl in attendance. It was likely that she would soon find a new boyfriend and experience happiness. Meanwhile, the boy would bear the consequences of youthful folly in love, a reflection of the foolishness often associated with adolescence. That evening, Su Tingsheng visited a local grocery store to make a phone call, as the incident reminded him of a significant event from his previous life during military training, when a roommate had vandalized a military vehicle. The repercussions of that event only became apparent years later when he graduated and passed the civil service exam, only to be ultimately thwarted during the political review process. Su Tingsheng remembered the phone number well, as it was quite distinctive, one that could be auctioned in the future. He hoped he would still be using that number in this lifetime. When the call connected, the voice on the other end responded, "Hello?" Su Tingsheng, unable to discern the voice, replied gravely, "You are Xiang Ning, correct?" "Yes, and you are?" "There is no need for me to report to you. Are you planning to vandalize a military vehicle?" "How do you know?" Xiang Ning indeed contemplated such an act, driven by matters of the heart. However, he was puzzled as to how the caller had this knowledge, as he had only mentioned it while speaking to two high school friends. "You underestimate the nation's security forces." We are warning you out of goodwill, as your usual behavior exhibits no suspicion. I hope you do not make a mistake that leads to further missteps. I will take care of myself. Hello? Hello? The line went dead. Su Tingsheng believed Xiang Ning would refrain from carrying out the act. He was not truly reckless, merely momentarily impulsive. He was correct. Xiang Ning not only abandoned this reckless plan, but also transformed his understanding of the world. He would earnestly inform his roommates that the 007 movies were indeed real, and that the KGB was far more formidable than one could imagine. Fortunately, our nation is even more impressive. One wonders how he will feel when he later learns about the Snowden incident. Chapter 59. Both have arrived. The fervor and yearning of young men for firearms is scarcely less than their desire for women. Naturally, upon encountering women, they often surrender their arms. Initially, there was no announcement regarding shooting practice during military training, so when the instructor revealed this news at the day's end, the entire training ground erupted with excitement. This was a fervent era. Few boys were indifferent or uninterested, and after spending countless hours battling on keyboards, their anticipation was palpable. Instructor, do we have the 47? I want the sniper rifle, please. After the excitement came a wave of anxiety. That evening, Huang Kexing called home, where his grandfather, who had wielded a rifle decades ago, cautioned him that if his stance was incorrect, the recoil from the rifle could dislocate his shoulder or at the very least, bruise it. Pensive, Huang Kexing spent a considerable time furrowing his brow, dismantling his pillow to retrieve a large wad of cotton, which he planned to use for padding under his shoulder the next day. Old Y, you're quite clever. Share some with me, he said. Su Tingsheng yawned, observing Huang Kexing's newfound lack of a pillow. Upon arriving at the shooting range the next day, Huang Kexing discovered that many others had made similar preparations, employing an array of ingenious props. Li Xingmin returned from a brief excursion, proclaiming that he had discovered a method far more practical than dismantling a pillow. Concerned for his pillow, Huang Kexing inquired about this method. With an air of mystery, Li Xingmin revealed that he had seen several girls applying sanitary pads to their shoulders, layering them for added protection. Lu Su pondered, this method is brilliant. If one gets a bruise, it can also staunch the bleeding. Tan Yao sighed and shook his head, saying, I can hardly bear to inform you Navi souls. Those things are meant to absorb blood. Each participant was allotted 5 bullets, and many, still brimming with excitement, finished their rounds with the rapidity of Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit, scarcely able to savor the experience. Su Tingsheng, having shot only once in a previous life with rather dismal results, took his time, focusing intently with each shot until everyone else had surrendered their firearms and stood at attention for a considerable duration. He then leisurely rose from the ground. Shooting slowly served another purpose. Su Tingsheng was waiting for the bullet casings to cool so he could discreetly pocket 2 of them. A few instructors emerged from the trenches to assess the targets, announcing results one by one. Su Tingsheng felt confident about his performance, yet was startled when the results were revealed. Lu Su 0 rings. Su Tingsheng 47 rings, but there are 8 bullet holes above. Zhen AI 0 rings. During the shooting, Lu Su had been lying beside Su Tingsheng, as had old Y. Damn, I was aiming at the wrong target, Lu Su exclaimed. Me too. Old Y added. This meant that among the 3 of them, with a total of 15 bullets, only 8 had hit the target, leaving the question of who had performed best rather ambiguous. On the journey back to school, Su Tingsheng pulled out the bullet casings, eliciting a mix of envy and regret from the group. With determined resolve, Su Tingsheng refused to yield to the persistent pleas and demands of others. Following the conclusion of military training and the lively military parade, the vice principal announced the list of exemplary trainees from the podium. To his surprise, Su Tingsheng heard his name called. As he marched up to receive his certificate, each exemplary trainee adhered to the precise drill, stepping in perfect time. Su hesitated for a moment at the foot of the stage, knowing that if he dared to decline the award, the old principal would likely subject him to a vigorous display of military exercises. With his legs taut and arms poised, Su marched forward with resolute steps, eyes fixed ahead. Behind the podium, a group of intrigued middle school students watched attentively, perhaps on a field trip to the university town, fortuitously coinciding with the event. In recent years, due to various incidents involving capsized vessels, most schools had abandoned spring and autumn excursions. Even when students insisted on going, schools hesitated to venture into the wilderness. Consequently, the university town emerged as an appealing destination, allowing students to glimpse university life, thereby igniting their academic enthusiasm. With powerful kicks and precise arm movements, Tingsheng was determined not to disgrace himself, exerting great effort to maintain impeccable form. It was then that he caught sight of a young girl by the podium. Her red backpack slung over her shoulder, a bottle of orange juice in hand, gazing at him. Xiang Ning wore a sky-blue tracksuit adorned with white stripes and matching white sneakers, her hair tied in a ponytail secured with a bow, exuding a refreshing charm. This was the first time Tingsheng had seen her not in school uniform. Having not seen Xiang Ning for nearly 20 days, the time apart felt exceedingly prolonged, filled with worry and yearning. Upon encountering her again, Tingsheng was overwhelmed with emotion. Such a serendipitous meeting felt like a profound connection spanning lifetimes. Moreover, his little Xiang Ning was truly beautiful and delightful. In a moment of distraction, the exemplary Tingsheng miscalculated his footing and stumbled on the steps, causing a ripple of gasps throughout the stadium. Xiang Ning looked on in astonishment, her mouth agape. Ultimately, despite his efforts to steady himself, tumbled into the greenery beneath the podium. Gasps and whistles erupted, igniting a lively atmosphere within the training ground. Regardless of the embarrassment, felt an unexpected joy. When he emerged from the thicket, he found Xiang Ning approaching cautiously, her voice laced with concern. "Uncle, are you all right?" I'm fine. Are you here for a field trip?" Tingsheng lay on the ground, exhilarated, realizing she still acknowledged him. "Yes, I am. We just started school, and we're undergoing military training." "Oh, well, the teacher has called us to gather, so I must take my leave." "All right, wait, take this." Tingsheng extended his hand, revealing a golden bullet casing within his palm. Xiang Ning hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take the casing, whispering, "Thank you, uncle." Tingsheng rose to his feet, returning to the stage to receive his certificate. The old principal playfully kicked him and chided him for being embarrassing. In good spirits, Tingsheng saluted the principal with a cheerful grin. Throughout the entire day, he wore a silly smile, occasionally pumping his fist and howling with excitement. His roommates were bewildered. How could this fellow be so thrilled over merely being a model student? Had he taken a tumble and lost his senses? The school had postponed the welcome party until after military training, both to greet the newcomers and to bid farewell to the instructors. A few days prior, when the counselor requested performances for the event, the class leader had informed everyone, but Tingsheng had declined without a second thought, believing he was not cut out for such things. His voice was too low and hoarse, and he had only learned to play guitar inadequately during the summer with Cheng. Furthermore, he felt it beneath him to go on stage at his age. Cheng, who should have participated, also refrained. He was lovesick, wanting to call Fong Yunyao, but lacking the courage, spending his days in turmoil and unable to focus on anything. Nevertheless, they all attended the event. Even Huang Yaming showed up, curious to see what women were like. Huang Yaming remarked, after a few days of school, he had already lost hope in his institution. What they did not anticipate was the arrival of Song and I, who came just as a group of senior sisters on stage were performing a synchronized dance in tight-fitting outfits, effortlessly showcasing their high kicks, while the three men observed intently, analyzing the spectacle. Upon finding the trio, Song and I slapped Cheng on the back of his head. He turned around, saw her, and then noticed the person following her. He froze in place. Accompanying Song and I was Fong Yunyao. Fong Yunyao had been training at Yenzhou for several days. Perhaps to avoid suspicion or out of guilt, she had not informed Tingsheng and the others. After her training concluded today, she found herself wandering alone on a bus, somehow arriving at Xishan University town, after which she contacted Song and I. Song and I, citing the welcome party at Yin University, brought her along. She did not object. Cheng offered his seat, standing awkwardly to the side. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Cheng was caught off guard. Tingsheng lowered his voice to question Song and I. "I just sent you a message. Fong Laosher is right next to me. I couldn't exactly call, could I?" Song and I replied irritably. Tingsheng now owned 2 mobile phones, yet he constantly held on to his old device with his previous number, especially on this day, checking it every few moments. Song and I had sent the message to his new number. Tingsheng found an excuse and dragged Cheng out of the auditorium. "You need to go on stage and sing," Tingsheng stated bluntly. "No way." Cheng hesitated. "Let me put it this way. During the summer, you finally managed to create a crack in Fong Laosher's heart. But now that you haven't seen her in ages, if you don't devise a plan, that crack will likely close up. Today presents a splendid opportunity. So rare. But I didn't sign up. How can I go on?" Just force it. What? I mean to go on stage, just force it. Oh, Fu Cheng clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and finally, with a determined grit of his teeth, declared, I'll go. The evening gala was set to continue for at least another hour. Tingsheng, in pursuit of Fu Cheng, dashed back to the dormitory to retrieve his guitar while engaging in discussions about the songs they might perform. Despite their deliberations, they found themselves at an impasse. A thought suddenly struck Tingsheng. Would it not be more fitting if there were a song that was uniquely special, one crafted solely for her? What song could that possibly be? I have one. As the welcome and farewell gala for new students at Yenzhou University approached its concluding acts, 2 microphone stands were erected on stage. The elegantly dressed female host, with a sweet smile, raised her hand in a refined manner and announced, Next, please enjoy the following performance, a comedic dialogue. Just as she spoke, 2 individuals leaped onto the stage, guitars in hand. Clad in oversized coats that enveloped their entire bodies and donning Zorro-like masks that obscured most of their faces. Pardon me. I'd like to borrow this occasion to express my feelings, one of them declared straightforwardly into the microphone. At Yenzhou University's welcome gala, the sudden appearance of someone with a guitar proclaiming his desire to seize the moment for a confession was undeniably thrilling, was it not? At least, that was how the eager first-year students present felt, filled with enthusiasm and a sense of novelty. The audience fell silent for a few seconds, the host quickly realizing the need to intervene, yet her voice was swiftly drowned out by cheers and applause. Since the commencement of the new semester at Yenzhou University, several confessions had occurred, mainly beneath the military training grounds or the girls' dormitory, often involving candlelit gestures and flower presentations. However, none had exhibited the audacity and romance displayed by the individual on stage. This song is called Fairy Tale, and it is dedicated to you, Fu Cheng continued. Maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor, Fong Yunxiao began to fidget, recognizing Fu Cheng's voice. Tingsheng approached the microphone, ready to speak. But perhaps influenced by the bold declaration made by the previous speaker, the atmosphere grew hushed as the audience awaited his words. In an unexpected twist, Tingsheng quipped, Look at him. He's the one confessing. It has nothing to do with me. Fu Cheng kicked Tingsheng lightly. The two had spent nearly an hour earlier in the dormitory rehearsing their roles and encouraging one another. Yet, upon taking the stage, Tingsheng had inadvertently sold him out. Laughter erupted in the audience, and the leaders and spectators began to perceive this as the comedic performance the host had mentioned, finding it rather amusing. However, the laughter soon faded. The gentle strumming of the acoustic guitar filled the air, accompanied by Fu Cheng's tender and nuanced voice. While Tingsheng's voice resonated with a raspy depth, it felt as though an eternity had passed since I last heard you recount your past stories. This rendition of Fairy Tale, for which Tingsheng had altered the lyrics, though slightly off-key due to the hurried preparations, conveyed a new sentiment, akin to a desperate plea. Please believe. Believe in fairy tales, believe in me, believe in a resolution. In this lifetime, the tale of Fu Cheng and Fong Yunxiao was set on a trajectory, propelled by Tingsheng, with the chasm before them defined by the boundaries of teacher-student dynamics and the disparities in their ages. However, Tingsheng believes that this is a challenge that can be surmounted. If we consider that Fu Cheng's confession during the graduation farewell dinner was merely an amusing episode in Fong Yunxiao's life, then everything that transpired thereafter was Fu Cheng persistently knocking on the door of her heart. At the very least, this sentiment has become increasingly genuine and credible. Fong Yunxiao perceives that this is not mere youthful impulse or fleeting admiration, but an authentic romance. The incident involving Xiang Ning served as the first stepping stone. The image of Fu Cheng rushing towards Xiang Ning and his slumbering form outside her door will remain etched in Fong Yunxiao's memory. The moment he entered her room, perhaps he began to penetrate her heart as well. That day, they engaged in extensive conversation, with Fong Yunxiao sharing her past, her growth, and her memories with Fu Cheng. What reassured and moved her was the realization that when she awoke the next day, Fu Cheng was not in the room. After she had fallen asleep, he had left, yet remained vigilantly stationed outside her door until she awakened the following morning. This allowed Fong Yunxiao to believe that his affection was not born of adolescent desire or greed. The subsequent evening at Tingsheng's home, when both were intoxicated, Fong Yunxiao finally uttered the words, "It's a pity you're too young," to which Fu Cheng replied, "Wait for me. I will grow up. Can you wait for me?" At the very least, Fong Yunxiao provided a positive signal, she had begun to contemplate the matter. Lastly, there was that day at the football field of Libei High School, amidst the frenzied cheers and fervent declarations from the stands. What were her feelings in that moment? Perhaps one would not comprehend. If you say you love me, my sky, the stars will shine. Whether Fu Cheng's steadfastness in his previous life would ultimately persuade Fong Yunyao to change her heart remains uncertain. However, following Fu Cheng's rejection, Fong Yunyao has neither remarried nor completely distanced herself from him. Su Tingsheng is convinced that she is not entirely unfeeling at that juncture. Her greatest concern may not have been their teacher-student relationship, but rather her status as a divorced woman with a child, as she did not wish to hinder Fu Cheng's prospects. Were it not for this, she might have loved him. Thus, Su Tingsheng believes his involvement is not unwarranted. What they require is a fairy tale, a narrative in which Fong Yunyao can believe, one that promises a joyful and happy conclusion akin to those found in fairy tales. Please believe that our story, like those in fairy tales, will culminate in happiness and joy as we co-author our ending. Su Tingsheng, having sung a few lines, had long since closed his mouth, quietly strumming his guitar at the side. Fu Cheng sang alone, his voice gradually choking with emotion, repeatedly mumbling, "Please believe that our story will resemble a fairy tale, with a happy and joyful ending." Su Tingsheng altered the beloved story in the lyrics to reflect a past narrative. One evening, Fong Yunyao had recounted her history to Fu Cheng, intending to evoke memories of that night. However, the most significant alteration by Su Tingsheng was a minor detail. He transformed "you must believe" in the original lyrics to "please believe." Thus, the tone of the song shifted from persuasion to a heartfelt plea. This unequal love, once it manifests, demands an immense sacrifice and unparalleled courage from Fong Yunyao. Fu Cheng, having no justification to compel her, can only beseech her, time and again, to believe. Fu Cheng is inherently an attractive man. Despite donning a Zorro mask at this moment, the audience can still discern his eyes, clear and full of affection, particularly now, glistening with unshed tears. A handsome man passionately serenades his beloved, his emotions spilling over as he sings until tears cascade down his cheeks. The song he performs is unfamiliar to the crowd, leading some to speculate that it is a romantic composition crafted solely for her, a heartfelt declaration of love. This piece, which once dominated the music charts and awards ceremonies in 2005 and 2006, Fairy Tale, emerges anew before the audience with a more poignant and earnest tone. Below the stage, some young women begin to weep, sobbing quietly. "Promise him, promise him." The cries resonate throughout the auditorium, even though no one knows the identity of the heroine. Fong Yunyao, youthful in appearance, blends seamlessly among the students, discreetly wiping away her tears, though many around her mirror her actions. Aside from the timid presence of Song Ni and Huang Yiming, no one realizes that she is the focal point of this unfolding drama. Fu Cheng, overwhelmed, can no longer continue singing. He rises to bow. Su Tingsheng similarly stands to bow, leaning into the microphone to say, "As someone who has been involved in this matter, I cannot urge you to accept him, for I understand the difficulty it poses. But perhaps consider it seriously? Or might you wait a moment?" Su Tingsheng's words leave the auditorium in a state of bewilderment, yet the calls for her affirmation grow louder. They perceive the immense obstacles this love faces. The more arduous the love, the more it stirs emotions and compels blessings from others. Fong Yunyao remains seated. She neither rises nor flees. As a teacher, her life oscillates between academia and academia. She has never truly undergone the trials of society and, internally, remains akin to a university student. She is capable of being playful, of throwing tantrums. She yearns for romance, dreams of love, and is easily moved. Had the individual on stage not been her former student, she would surely have stood up, embracing this love with the joy of a genuine university girl. Yet, at this moment, she finds herself at a loss. To depart, she cannot muster the strength to move. To accept, she cannot rise. As the confession concludes, Su Tingsheng attempts to whisk Fu Cheng away, but the female host reappears on stage, halting their exit. "Gentlemen, please stay," she smiles. "No," Su Tingsheng replies bluntly, leaving the audience in stunned silence. "I have just a few simple questions. Are you both students from Yin University?" "Yes." "Freshmen?" "Yes." "Your attire suggests you wish to keep your identities concealed. Therefore, I shall refrain from inquiring about your majors or names. May I ask, are you a duo?" "Sort of. And regarding the song you just performed, which we discussed backstage. No one has heard it before. Is it an original composition? Sort of. Speculation was confirmed as gasps erupted from the audience. If they had previously been awed by heartfelt emotion, they were now astonished by the talents of two individuals. May I inquire about the name of your band? The question hung in the air. Tingsheng had never intended to form a band, let alone consider a name for it. He pondered the shared regrets between himself, Xiang Ning, Fu Cheng, and Fong Yunyao, and how they were now given a second chance. Is that something we cannot express? The female host pressed on. Reincarnation, Tingsheng replied to the final inquiry, before hastily pulling Fu Cheng through the backstage to escape. The female host turned to the audience and proclaimed, "Let us extend our gratitude with applause for the splendid performance of the Reincarnation Band. Next, we shall enjoy a comedic act." Chapter 61. Fu Cheng contracted an illness. Tingsheng and Fu Cheng engaged in a bout of performance art on campus, startling several upperclassmen along the way. Rather than returning directly to their dormitory, the duo fled outside the school grounds, only to circle back and scale the wall to re-enter. Fortunately, most freshmen had gone to the evening gala, leaving the dormitory relatively unoccupied, and they managed to return to Fu Cheng's room without incident. Once settled, they chose not to return to the auditorium and instead called Huang Yaming, waiting for him at the entrance of the university town. Beneath the streetlights, a throng of people passed by. Couples, having spent the day in the city, were just returning, while others were setting out in pairs. Tingsheng had revisited his university campus twice after graduation. The experience at 30, or even older, was peculiar, a streetlight, which had gone unnoticed during 4 years of university. A nondescript path from the dormitory to the lecture hall, the clock atop the library, the bridge over the sewage river, all took on a special significance. As one walks through, fleeting glimpses of past selves and acquaintances emerge, ethereal shadows traversing the paths to the dining hall, the library, and the lecture halls. The youthful self, radiant and carefree, brushes past, holding the hand of the girl he still longs for, and in that moment, one realizes how remarkable and beautiful she once was. Alas, the past cannot be reclaimed. Tingsheng stood at the intersection, momentarily lost in thought, while Fu Cheng remained silent. "Classmates, have you seen two individuals in overcoats? They wore blindfolds and were carrying a guitar," someone inquired of Tingsheng and Fu Cheng. Could it be the fearless music Zorro? The studentess description was rather odd. "Regrettably, we did not see them, but had we would certainly have asked for their autographs," Tingsheng replied, chuckling at the absurdity of his own appearance as recounted by others. Fu Cheng joined in the laughter. "To be honest, I am still drenched in sweat," he admitted. Tingsheng turned to him and asked, "How do you feel now?" Fu Cheng pondered for a moment and remarked, "It's difficult to articulate, a rather peculiar sensation. If I were to express it, you might struggle to comprehend. At this moment, my thoughts are filled with images of pebbles, a mind brimming with them, accompanied by water gently flowing over the stones at a languid pace. This is an intensely personal feeling, perhaps merely indicative of a state of confusion, one that Tingsheng could not fathom." Huang Yaming, Song Ni, and Fong Yunyao approached the intersection. The first to speak was Fong Yunyao, who lamented, "Had I known, I wouldn't have come. What now?" Upon uttering this, she burst into laughter, which was, in fact, a positive sign. However, Fu Cheng, with utmost seriousness, stepped before her, bowed, and apologized, inadvertently killing the mood once again. Song and I queried, "Fu Cheng, have you contracted some sort of affliction?" "What do you mean?" "A condition known as the one where speaking inevitably leads to an awkward silence." Tingsheng and Huang Yaming raised their thumbs in agreement with Song Ni's astute observation, while Fong Yunyao nodded in silent concurrence, a smile gracing her lips. Realizing his faux pas, Fu Cheng resolved to make an effort. "Teacher Fong, do you like that song?" he asked, displaying a commendable bravery. Yet, Tingsheng felt compelled to advise him. First, that such a question was best not posed in our presence. Second, if he insisted on asking it, he should not have addressed her as Teacher Fong beforehand. Fong Yunyao found herself at a loss for words. Huang Yaming, donning an expression of resignation, suggested, "Let us go grab some late-night snacks and ignore this fool." "Agreed," Fong Yunyao replied, huffily following along. At that moment, she resembled a playful companion, a university student. After all, she was merely 26. Tingsheng recognized that there was hope for Fu Cheng. This ill-timed confession had unexpectedly stirred Fong Yunyao's youthful heart. The youthful spirit is impervious to romance and deep affection, and it is the most prone to reckless bravery. The four of them walked ahead for a while, finding a roadside stall where they settled to enjoy wontons. Fu Cheng, looking pitiful, trailed behind, hesitating at the periphery, unsure if he could join them. Su Tingsheng now understood his metaphor of a mind full of pebbles. It was indeed a case of a dense mind. Yet, there was a silver lining. He appeared sufficiently pitiable. The tender heart of youth is soft, and with compassion stirring within her, Fong Yunyao instinctively shifted over, pulling a chair closer and encouraging Fu Cheng. "You should sit." "Thank you, Teacher Fong," he replied gratefully. Huang Yaming and Su Tingsheng exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of exasperation. "Really, we should just ignore him," Huang Yaming declared. After a brief conversation between the two, Fu Cheng attempted to interject, but they paid him no heed. Soon enough, Huang Yaming's attention shifted to the stall owner. Su Tingsheng observed that the proprietress bore a resemblance to an actress he recognized, Song Jia. Her hair was casually tied back, with a few strands escaping, dampened by perspiration, framing her forehead and temples. Occasionally, she would lift her forearm to wipe away the sweat, exuding a certain charm that overwhelmed Huang Yaming. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die," he exclaimed, resting his head against Su Tingsheng's back and wailing. "Hey, don't be like that. She's my wife," a young man from the neighboring stall interjected. Su Tingsheng glanced at him, estimating he was around 24 or 25, while the woman appeared to be perhaps 35 or 36. The young man, selling clothes, was not doing particularly well when the boss lady got busy. He would lend a hand by cleaning tables and serving dishes. After finishing his tasks, he chose to sit at Su Tingsheng's table and engaged in conversation with the two. As they chatted amiably, Huang Yaming decided to buy a few cans of beer, and the group spent time drinking and conversing. As time elapsed, the foot traffic in the town dwindled and the stalls became less busy. The young man, feeling somewhat inebriated, began to recount a story. A few years prior, in his early 20s and freshly discharged from the military, he struggled to find work and set up a stall in the university town near his home. It was there that he met the boss lady, who was at a neighboring stall. He discovered he had developed feelings for her, yet she was married at the time to a man who was an ne'er-do-well gambler, who would take money from her and resort to violence when she refused. Eventually, that man sold their house and disappeared. During her most challenging times, the young man stood by her side, and their bond grew deeper. Things seemed to be progressing positively, despite her numerous reservations. However, the man returned after exhausting his funds and learned of the woman's connection with the young man. One day, he confronted her at the stall and struck her. Unable to bear it, the young man retaliated with a metal rod from the stall, delivering a heavy blow. This act led to a 4-year prison sentence for him, and the woman vanished. He recounted, "You know what? I was able to have my sentence reduced by a year and set out to find her. It wasn't until half a month ago that he finally located her, right here, at this stall. Upon seeing him, she asked, 'I'm 35, have many gray hairs. My hands are rough from toil, and I've caused you to serve time. I feel too ashamed to meet you again. Why do you still seek me?' He replied, 'Of course I would.' She then questioned, 'Do you still want me?' He responded, 'I thought you no longer wanted me.' Huang Yaming pressed for more details. 'And then what happened?' The young man continued. Then she cried, sobbing and squatting on the ground. Just as he reached the climax of his tale, the boss lady came by, overheard, and playfully tugged at his ear, admonishing, 'If you keep rambling like that.' The young man, half-heartedly pleading for mercy, smiled foolishly. In the end, he lifted his shirt to reveal a multitude of scars on his body, saying, 'See these? They're from being beaten in prison. I was the most bullied person in the entire cell. You wouldn't believe I could take on 5 of them alone, but I was too scared to fight back. I wanted to reduce my sentence, to get out quickly, because I missed her terribly.' He began to weep, while the woman awkwardly smiled at Su Tingsheng and the others, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and gently stroking his hair. Su Tingsheng understood that was enough. With this story, the day had reached its conclusion, and even fate seemed to be favoring Fu Cheng. He settled the bill and said to Fu Cheng, 'You should take Teacher Fong back to the city.' Chapter 62. The Mysterious Cycle. After more than an hour, Fu Cheng returned. Huang Yaming and Su Tingsheng had previously escorted Song Ni back home and were now sitting by the roadside, smoking as they awaited his arrival. 'How did it go?' Huang Yaming inquired of Fu Cheng. Initially, Teacher Fong remarked that the song was quite good, but while I could use it to charm a little girl, I couldn't truly win her over. And then, what else could I do? I simply apologized and sent her back. Huang Yaming stood up, pulling Su Tingsheng along, declaring, "Let us go. We can no longer associate with this fool. I fear his affliction may be contagious." Fu Cheng hurried after them, saying, "Wait. If it were you, what would you have done?" Huang Yaming cleared his throat and replied, "I would have told her, 'You are my little girl, and I shall charm you for a lifetime.'" Clearly, Fu Cheng was not on the same level as Huang Yaming in matters of romance. While Huang Yaming relied on his skills, Fu Cheng could only depend on his foolishness. Trailing behind, he suddenly exclaimed, "But she did say to me, 'Come back to me after you graduate in your 4th year.'" What does that mean? Huang Yaming and Su Tingsheng abruptly halted, each delivering a swift kick to Fu Cheng, exclaiming, "Damn, doesn't that mean you're halfway there?" "Halfway there? She said she would wait for you, you fool." Fu Cheng paused, his mind, akin to a collection of pebbles, gradually grasping the implication of Fong Yunyao's words. Indeed, she would wait for him. Su Tingsheng hurried back to the dormitory before lights out. His roommates chastised him for once again abandoning the collective, then proceeded to describe the mesmerizing group dance performed by the senior girls, and of course, the bold confession by the reincarnation band. Someone, relying on memory, hummed a few lines of fairy tale. Su Tingsheng listened, discovering it surprisingly reminiscent. Fairy tale truly deserved its past acclaim, being memorable and easy to sing along to, facilitating its widespread popularity. In Su Tingsheng's recollection, this song had once echoed through every street and alley, captivating people of all ages, dominating the Chinese music charts and award ceremonies in 2005 and 2006. While he did not particularly enjoy fairy tale, as it had become overly ubiquitous in his past life, he recognized that, in the minds of many, a song that gained such extraordinary fame often became a cliché, tedious with overexposure. Moreover, the song's inherent tone was rather soft and gentle, despite its ability to touch many hearts. Though not pretentious enough to indulge in classical or heavy metal music, he preferred songs that were profound or exuberantly free-spirited. The reason he chose this particular song was that it resonated with the circumstances he found himself in, repeatedly imploring the other party to believe in something. With the metaphor of a fairy tale being particularly apparent, if the story between Fong Yunyao and Fu Cheng were to be deemed unrealistic, it would necessitate mutual belief in the fairy tale, especially on Fong Yunyao's part. Su Tingsheng's willingness to assist Fu Cheng stemmed not solely from their deep friendship. Had he not been privy to the story's outcome, he would never have lent his support. His assistance was predicated on the knowledge that Fu Cheng was genuinely in love and resolute, and that Fong Yunyao would thus escape her previous fate and find happiness. The final tone of this song has taken on an air of earnestness and melancholy, shaped by Su Cheng's emotions at the time. While this may influence its popularity, Su Tingsheng never harbored hopes for it to become widely popular. After listening to his roommates converse for a while, Su Tingsheng began to gather his belongings. As the 101 holiday was just around the corner, coincidentally, Fong Yunao would also conclude her training at the same time. During a late-night snack, they decided to return home together, first taking the green train to Jinan City before transferring to another train to Libei. Then Su Tingsheng discovered something that made him feel a bit nauseated. The little tank top left in the wardrobe was missing. He pondered for a moment, deciding not to inquire about it or investigate, for any findings would only deepen his discomfort. He had a rough idea of which of his roommates might engage in such behavior. At that moment, the conversation among the roommates had shifted to Lao Wai. It turned out that Lao Wai had also deviated from the collective activity that night. He had gone on a date with Li Linlin. This revelation was somewhat unexpected. Just a few days prior, Li Linlin had been vehemently complaining about Lao Wai, urging the instructor to take him out for military posture training. In truth, it wasn't a date in the conventional sense. It was merely that he had reserved a seat for her, and they watched a performance together. Lao Wai chuckled as he recounted the story. During the group dance by the senior girls, he had paid particular attention, and she had pinched him on the thigh, leaving a bruise. Lao Wai lifted a leg, revealing a patch of hair, and no one seemed interested in that. They were more eager to understand how the two had come to this turn of events. Lao Wai briefly explained that just yesterday, the day before military training concluded, he had once again been reported by Li Linlin and was pulled out for military posture training. After lunch, Li Linlin returned to the training ground with 2 pieces of dry bread, saying, "I'm sorry for not letting you eat lunch these past few days." Lao Wai wolfed down the bun and mumbled, "It's fine. I'm not afraid of that. I'm just worried that once military training ends, I won't have a reason to provoke you anymore." "Provoke me?" Li Linlin countered. I'm not one to be trifled with. Coming from a poor background, I'm quite stubborn. Once you provoke me, there's no escape. I have strength to spare, and someone like you, who's used to idleness, if you provoke me, I could make you bleed. Today, it seemed she spoke the truth. Yet, Lao Wai was pleased. Among the students of the Chinese department of 2003, excluding those who arrived with girlfriends, Lao Wai had secured the first position for the 602 dormitory, bringing them honor. His roommates clamored for him to treat them. But Lao Wai seriously declined, stating, Li Linlin's family comes from a particularly impoverished county. They are facing significant challenges. She needs to work part-time to earn her living expenses and part of her tuition. I plan to save up a bit to help her out where I can, at least to solve her meal issues. From now on, I want to be dining with everyone. I'll be eating with Li Linlin. Furthermore, he added, I intend to quit smoking. Su Tingsheng regarded Lao Wai with newfound respect, hoping that his resolve would not falter. After a moment of contemplation, he volunteered. Let me treat this meal as well. I was planning to treat everyone anyway. Have you decided on a place? We've already picked one. How about tomorrow? Tanya replied. Sounds good. Su Tingsheng said. Lao Wai, could you invite Li Linlin to join us? After all, she is the first girlfriend of our dormitory. If she feels shy, she can bring along a few female classmates. Lao Wai remarked, you need not worry about that. Do you believe there are not enough people they can call upon? At least 2 tables full of senior sisters and classmates. As classes commenced the following day, with the imminent arrival of the 101 holiday, the instructors did not elaborate much. The primary focus was to familiarize themselves with the students through casual conversation. The dialogues among the students predominantly revolved around the previous night's welcoming soiree, particularly the enigmatic reincarnation band. Already, a few girls in the class could nearly sing fairy tale perfectly. Speculations swirled regarding the identities of the 2 performers, and the question lingered, to whom was the lead singer confessing? Su Tingsheng was uncertain whether someone shared his sentiments or if his words from the previous night had been disseminated. In addition to being known as the Reincarnation Band, they had acquired a new moniker, the Zorro of music, unfazed by heat. One Zorro, attentive in class, simultaneously pondered his future path, having reincarnated into this moment. Su Tingsheng felt somewhat lost. After the college entrance examination, his father had established his own career, while concerning Xiang Ning, there seemed to be no immediate solutions. What lay ahead? Should he simply focus on his studies? Was this truly the appropriate course of action for someone who had been reborn? Should he seek venture capital to develop WeChat, create 360 security guard, invest in Tencent or Baidu, or acquire the rights to publish World of Warcraft? Su Tingsheng contemplated a plethora of potential endeavors, yet regrettably, none were within his reach. During the break, the other Zorro, Fu Cheng, approached Su Tingsheng and said, It seems we have gained some popularity. Will the band continue to play? Play for what? We're not making any money, Su Tingsheng replied. If it can generate income. I received a call a few days ago from a company specializing in ringtones. They expressed interest in producing a ringtone for our song We Are All Good Children, offering a revenue share. I had forgotten to mention it to you, Fu Cheng explained. The prospect of earning money transformed Su Tingsheng's perspective on the idea of covering songs. Ringtones, how had he not thought of that? The previous song, when released online, had not created a significant stir, nor had any record labels approached him for rights acquisition. With no intention of pursuing a singing career himself, he had deemed the endeavor rather futile. However, now a new opportunity had emerged. It was 2003, an era marked by the rapid proliferation of mobile phones. Though Su Tingsheng felt he could not keep pace with the mobile revolution, he had finally discovered a means to ride the wave. He understood that during this period, the ringtone industry was extremely lucrative, with a single hit song potentially yielding annual revenues exceeding 1 million. Moreover, this venture could maintain his anonymity. He need only record the songs behind the scenes and upload them. Since it can be profitable, let's proceed. Does the other party have any additional requirements? Su Tingsheng inquired of Fu Cheng. They simply want us to re-record the song, to improve its quality, and then sign an agreement, Fu Cheng replied. Very well, later. You can find a more professional studio to re-record the song and also capture fairy tale. Let me know how much it will cost. Wait, are you not taking responsibility for this? I am responsible for providing you with songs. I will share 2 more with you later. Do you have any in hand? Yes, a few. Were they all written by that guitarist? Su Tingsheng hesitated for a moment and added, I am also learning to write. She has taught me. Fu Cheng reiterated his strong desire to meet the guitarist, but Su Tingsheng promptly declined, expressing his own wish to meet him as well, wondering where he could find him. As for Fu Cheng's complaint about working alone being unfair, Su Tingsheng swiftly addressed it with a single question. Do you want to earn money? A lot of money. Fu Cheng replied without hesitation. Yes, I didn't think much about it before, but now I particularly want to. I wish to be able to take care of teacher Fong. Su Tingsheng chuckled. That's the spirit. A man should possess such awareness and sense of responsibility. Therefore, stop the idle chatter and focus on working diligently to earn money. The dinner that evening was attended by a myriad of individuals. Aside from his few roommates, Su Tingsheng recognized several familiar faces from his class. Recalling that some were senior students who had come to offer their support during a previous occasion, including those from the second and third years. In addition to the senior girls, there were also senior boys, yet Su Tingsheng had no recollection of them whatsoever. Presumably, these individuals were invited by a few of his roommates, and Su Tingsheng felt it inappropriate to voice any objections, so he prepared to pay dutifully. With so many strangers present, Su Tingsheng decided against drinking that night and quietly sat in a corner with Xiang Ning. Aside from initially toasting Li Linlin and Lao Wai to express his well wishes, he remained silent thereafter. In fact, many who were merely there for a free meal were unaware that he was the one who would be footing the bill. Tan Yao managed the entire affair with grace, engaging in laughter and drinking with ease. Before long, someone knocked at the door. Tan Yao stepped out to take a look, but did not immediately usher the person in. Instead, he clapped his hands to signal for silence, and then called out loudly, "Let us give a warm welcome to our senior from the 4th year. The super goddess of Yin University, the stunning Fong Cheng." Su Tingsheng had never heard of Fong Cheng, so he inquired with Xiang Ning, who also hadn't heard of her. However, it appeared that many in attendance were familiar with her, their excitement palpable. Following the applause, a stunning beauty, approximately 1.7 meters tall, entered with a radiant smile. Su Tingsheng took a moment to observe. Not only was she beautiful, but she also exuded a formidable presence, suggesting she was quite adept in social situations. Fong Cheng gracefully greeted everyone and playfully scolded Tan Yao. "Just say beautiful. No need to mention 4th year, do you know? It breaks my heart to hear that." The room erupted in warm laughter, and Su Tingsheng found himself impressed. This girl managed the situation with ease, showing neither pretentiousness nor shyness, and her playful jest garnered the goodwill of many present. Tan Yao added, "Since we cannot outdo our magnificent host, I want to elaborate further. You all should be familiar with her. Senior Fong Cheng was the host of our welcome party yesterday and is our university's top beauty host." Upon hearing this, Su Tingsheng recalled that she was indeed the beautiful host who had been involved in a commotion with him and Fu Cheng the previous day. Without her formal attire and heavy makeup, her aura seemed to have transformed, appearing even more fresh and graceful. No wonder he and T recognized her at first glance. Shortly after Fong Cheng took her seat, 2 or 3 individuals entered the private room. Whether they were initially drawn to her or not, they all gravitated towards her, showering her with various forms of attentiveness and enthusiasm. Su Tingsheng, unfamiliar with them, refrained from inquiring further, feeling a pang of concern for his wallet. Since he was feeling the pinch, he decided to indulge in the food, pulling Xiang Ning into a hearty meal, occasionally teasing Lao Wai and Li Linlin. Through their conversations, Su Tingsheng learned about Li Linlin's family background, which bore a striking resemblance to his own past life. Her family was struggling, and she not only needed to manage her tuition and living expenses, but also assist her family financially. She was currently seeking tutoring work. Having been a tutor himself in his previous life, Su Tingsheng offered her some simple advice and cautioned her to prioritize safety, recommending that she choose students whose mothers were often at home. Li Linlin held a favorable view of Su Tingsheng and privately urged Lao Wai to spend more time with him rather than mingling with the likes of Tan Yao. Unbeknownst to Tan Yao, who was still flirting with a few senior girls nearby, he was already caught in the crossfire. "Who's treating today?" A voice pulled Su Tingsheng's attention away from his plate, and he simply raised his hand in acknowledgement. It appears that Fong Cheng isn't particularly fond of these dishes, so I'd like to add a few more without imposing on you. I'll cover today's bill. By the way, I'm Chao Qing, a junior. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Chao Qing's comments subtly belittled Su Tingsheng, the implication of disdain clear, and the air thick with a sense of bravado. Everyone awaited Su Tingsheng's reaction, with Tan Yao casting several furtive glances, concerned he might not contain his irritation. However, Su Tingsheng felt a sense of relief. He had just estimated that this meal, including drinks, would cost over 3,000, and here was a savior, arriving just in time. "Thank you, senior," Su Tingsheng replied with calm sincerity. This response left the others somewhat bewildered. They hadn't anticipated such a reaction. Was he truly accepting it so readily? While it might appear that Su Tingsheng lacked fortitude, his composed handling of the situation seemed the most effective means of diffusing the tension. His demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, yet accepting it so readily. Did he not feel a twinge of annoyance? Fong, curious about the situation, stood up and raised her glass, saying, "I'm enjoying my meal quite well. Thank you, Su Tingsheng, for treating us." Su Tingsheng felt an intense frustration surge within him. With her comment, he was once again obliged to settle the bill. "Not at all. I appreciate your presence, senior," he replied, exasperated, adding, "However, I don't drink. I apologize." Upon hearing Su Tingsheng's words, Fong continued to hold her glass aloft, her brow furrowed, as if she were deep in thought. Most bystanders assumed her awkwardness stemmed from having lost face, and several chivalrous figures, including Chao Qing, who had just offered to pay, cast unfriendly glances at Su Tingsheng. Tan Yao quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "It's like this. Old Su has to catch a bus home tomorrow. How about we, the few of us from 101 who aren't going back, drink a bit more with everyone? Old Su, you'll have to carry us back later." As soon as Tan Yao finished, Lao Wai, Lu Su, and Li Xingmin stood up. Even Xiang Ning, who had been abstaining from alcohol, poured himself a glass and joined them. Su Tingsheng thought to himself how these youngsters were surprisingly loyal. At this moment, Fong finally relaxed her furrowed brow and quickly smiled to explain, No, this is just how I look when I'm deep in thought. I tend to frown. I was momentarily distracted. Please don't take offense. Su, if you don't drink, would you mind if I sat beside you for a chat? Consider it my apology." Chapter 64. Immune to beauty, immune to mockery. Fong Cheng's words caught many by surprise, including Su Tingsheng, who was equally perplexed. He certainly did not possess the delusion of being so extraordinarily handsome that a celebrated beauty from school would willingly approach him. Nor did he perceive this as a fortunate turn of events. The gazes of Chao Qing and several others began to sharpen, as if they were sharpening their knives. With a faint fragrance surrounding her, Fong graciously thanked Xiang Ning for yielding his seat and settled next to Su Tingsheng, while the dinner continued as usual. The unusual circumstances suggested something was amiss. Due to his unease, Su Tingsheng did not extend a warm welcome to the arrival of the stunning Fong. While Su Tingsheng was cautious and reserved, Fong appeared calm and composed. Their conversation was a series of exchanges, mostly initiated by Fong Cheng's inquiries and Su Tingsheng's responses, discussing matters related to Yin University, such as which professors were prone to calling names and which departments were the most demanding. At one point, Su Tingsheng asked, "As a senior, you should be preparing for an internship soon, right?" Fong replied with a mischievous smile, "Actually, I'm staying at the school. Who knows? I might end up overseeing you in the future." This made Su Tingsheng feel even more inclined to keep his words to a minimum, as the person before him could easily influence his academic fate. "You seem rather unwelcoming towards me," Fong suddenly inquired with a smile. To her surprise, Su Tingsheng straightforwardly admitted it, his expression filled with distress. "If it weren't for your earlier comment, I would have had someone else pay for this meal." This was perhaps the first time Fong encountered such candor, a Yin University male openly expressing his reluctance to welcome her, the renowned beauty. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Were all men not inclined to put on a brave face? How many had splurged extravagantly to impress her, while others nibbled on instant noodles for months to maintain an illusion of grandeur? This unabashedly frugal individual sitting before her was truly exasperating. After collecting her thoughts, Fong remarked, "Desperately seeking money?" Su Tingsheng calmly replied, "I've grown weary of poverty." His words rang true. During his most financially strained days in his previous life, he would only take rice at the cafeteria, pairing it with 2 bowls of free seaweed soup, one as a dish and the other to pour over his rice, surviving like this for months. "It said that you received a scholarship of 10,000 upon enrollment?" she asked. "Indeed, but I prefer to save. It would be wonderful to buy gifts for my family. I happen to be returning home soon." "All right, I'll take care of this," Fong declared as she picked up her chopsticks, feigning an attempt to grab a dish, then raised her voice slightly. "Oh dear, this dish is gone." Before long, the waiter brought out another serving of that dish, along with several others. Chao Qing followed the waiter into the room, clapped his hands, and announced, "I have ordered a few more dishes for everyone. I've already settled the bill. Please enjoy yourselves, and let me know if you need anything." "Thank you, Senior." Tingsheng was the first to express his gratitude, followed by a chorus of thanks and compliments from the rest of the room. Fong extended her hand beneath the table, prompting Tingsheng to return the gesture with a high five, casually remarking, "Are we celebrating a successful scheme here? Be cautious. Senior sister, with such a knack for ensnaring suitors, you might find yourself unmarried in the future." Fong shot him a venomous glare, contemplating her next move. She resolved not to let this charming young man, immune to both mockery and disdain, continue to entangle her in this manner. It was now her turn to take control. "Now, it's your moment to assist me with a dilemma," she said, blinking her eyes mischievously, exuding an air of confidence. Upon her prompting, Tingsheng recalled the earlier exchange between them, which had seemed rather ordinary, save for Fong's intense focus and rapt attention when he spoke. As if she were holding her breath just to listen, it dawned on him that Fong had approached him to confirm something, specifically, the sound of his voice. The two had conversed on stage the previous night, and her furrowed brow upon hearing his first words indicated that she had begun to recollect their dialogue, leading her to sit beside him, listening with such earnestness to validate her memory. With this realization, Tingsheng replied firmly, "I refuse." Fong paused, bewildered. "But I just helped you. Shouldn't there be some reciprocation? It's not like I asked you for assistance." Clenching her teeth, she imagined tearing him to shreds, followed by burning, drowning, and burying him. Perhaps this was the most vexing day for the beautiful Fong during her 4 years at Yen University. Regaining her composure, she asserted with a hint of menace, "This matter doesn't seem to be solely up to you. I merely wish to remind you of something. After so many years as a host, I've developed a keen sensitivity to sound. Senior sister, you truly are impressive." Tingsheng feigned ignorance. "Oh, and that mole behind your ear? I happened to catch a glimpse of it." Realizing he could no longer maintain his facade, Tingsheng fell silent in acquiescence. "That song was indeed written by you?" Fong inquired softly. He nodded. "Why the reluctance to go public?" "To avoid the hassle. But I believe that if you did, you would gain fame. Fame is what we fear. So, that means you should be wary of me now. Afraid I might expose you. Senior sister, you lack evidence." "Evidence is unnecessary. At Yen University, my word alone would suffice, and it would spread like wildfire." Tingsheng recognized the truth in her assertion and felt like fish on a chopping block. "What conditions do you have?" Fong tilted her head, contemplating, then declared triumphantly, "I haven't decided yet. I'll come to you once I do." "Ah, I finally vented my frustrations. This feels delightful. You must remember, I hold leverage over you." "I hold leverage over you?" Tingsheng puffed out his cheeks, suppressing laughter, and teased, "Senior sister, you're quite the rogue." Fong pondered for a moment before reaching under the table to pinch his thigh, gritting her teeth. "You scoundrel." Tingsheng winced in pain, his features contorting. Yet he dared not make a sound, enduring the discomfort. To an outside observer, the two appeared to be engaged in playful banter, their expressions and actions hinting at flirtation. Tan Yao discreetly exchanged glances with a few roommates, acknowledging, "Old Su is truly remarkable." His roommates nodded in agreement. Certainly, this scenario appeared somewhat unpalatable to others. Chao Qing extricated himself from a throng of classmates and juniors, approaching Tingsheng and inquired, "I just asked Kusheng. Your junior is from Libei County in Jiannan City, right?" "Yes," Tingsheng calmly replied, seizing the opportunity to free himself from Fong's clutches. "I have heard it said that Jiannan City is the poorest in Jianhai Province, and within Jiannan, Libei County is the most impoverished. Is that true?" Tingsheng pondered for a moment. "It seems so." "What does your family do?" "Farming and running a small shop." "Well then, you must study diligently. If you earn a scholarship, remember to be filial to your parents and not squander it." "Thank you, senior." Chao Qing was taken aback by Tingsheng's humility. Finding the conversation rather dull, he turned to others, declaring, "After dinner, I'll treat everyone to karaoke." Amidst a chorus of cheers, he gallantly asked Fong, "Would you care to join? It has been ages since I heard you sing." He did not extend a direct invitation to Tingsheng, yet before Fong replied, she turned towards Tingsheng, silently asking, "Do you dare to go?" Knock, 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 a sound of knocking echoed. "Is someone else coming?" Tingsheng wondered. Xiang Ning approached him, holding up his phone, saying, "It's your sister-in-law." Tingsheng glanced at the message history, Xiang Ning had just sent the box number. Scrolling further up, he found a page filled with chat records detailing his every move, down to the minutiae. Brother, so you are a spy? When did you get this number? On the first day, I promised to keep an eye on you for your sister-in-law. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed. Before the inebriated Tan Yao could make it to the door, it creaked open. Standing at the entrance was a girl clad in a floral blouse and a short skirt. Her feet adorned with white canvas shoes, exuding a vivacious charm. This outfit, unlike her usual attire, showcased her long legs but lacked the allure, instead radiating brightness. Stripped of Fong Cheng's aura as a prominent figure, her beauty could rival Fong Cheng's. Hubby, she called out with a lively voice. Before Tingsheng could respond, the group from room 602 had already risen collectively, greeting her in unison, sister-in-law, hello. Chapter 65. This fool is my brother despite enduring a night of mockery. Tingsheng now appeared unconcerned about retaliation. If Fong Cheng's earlier affection had left some in disbelief or doubt, her entrance was sufficient to completely alter the atmosphere. She was so radiant that one could not help but think that this young man before them might indeed possess extraordinary qualities and charm. Moreover, the behavior of Tingsheng's roommates further attested to his popularity and standing among them. Initially, nearly the entire dormitory had risen to shield him from drinking, and now they collectively stood to welcome his sister-in-law. This was enough to demonstrate Tingsheng's rapport and esteemed position in their eyes. Interestingly, during her first appearance, a few roommates had referred to her as younger sister, yet this time, without exception, they all addressed her as sister-in-law. This matter transcends mere age. Certain elements are subtly ingrained over time. Through their interactions, Tingsheng has unconsciously crafted his own persona. He assumes a brotherly role towards Xiang Ning, offering ample care. While with others, he embodies a camaraderie that is both decisive and responsible, even in the presence of the widely social Tan Yao. Perhaps even they remain unaware of this dynamic, having never contemplated it consciously. So, is Tingsheng truly still that impoverished youth from a remote locale? As Chao Qing describes him, who ought to diligently prioritize his studies? This is a question lingering in the minds of many, especially since he just shamelessly evaded paying the bill. Now, seated between Fong Chung on his left and right, one must ponder the situation with Fong Chung herself. With the main character present, do you still intend to downplay your significance? This marks the first occasion dining with the 602 group, where several individuals took turns toasting. And Tingsheng graciously accepted each one, exuding a demeanor reminiscent of an elder brother. Knowing that Fong Chung had just arrived after a long journey and had yet to dine, he consistently reminded her to eat something before indulging in alcohol, simultaneously intimidating any roommates who dared approach for a second round of toasts. To the onlookers, this scene bore a hint of affectionate display, accentuating Fong Cheng's incongruity in the moment. Yet, she seemed oblivious to this perception and, unexpectedly, engaged in cheerful conversation, even raising her glass for a toast. Tingsheng attempted to intervene, but a mere glance from her silenced his protest. The sensation of being held accountable by others is indeed uncomfortable. As the meal drew to a close, it was revealed that Chao Qing had settled the bill for Tingsheng, subsequently taking the time to toast him. Regardless of his personal sentiments towards Tingsheng, Chao Qing remained a gentleman in the presence of beauty, politely accepting the drink and inviting Tingsheng to join as they departed. Initially, Tingsheng hesitated to partake. As Fong Cheng noted, he felt apprehensive about singing. While his speaking voice may not have revealed much, the fear of someone recognizing his hoarse voice from last night's rendition of Fairy Tale loomed large. However, urged by Fong Cheng, he reluctantly followed her lead. Upon entering the private room, Tingsheng nestled into a corner, occasionally shaking a handbell to keep rhythm, but mostly concentrating on the fruits and snacks laid out before him. When the microphone was offered to him several times, he resolutely declined, despite Fong Cheng's encouraging gaze. Conversely, he noted her commendable singing ability, realizing she could easily engage in a duet with Fu Cheng. During the course of the evening, a few senior students, believing themselves far more charismatic than this impoverished boy, attempted to flirt with her, only to be swiftly returned to Tingsheng's side, where she affectionately clung to his arm, unabashedly displaying her affection. After most had sung their fill, someone played a dance track, and the atmosphere transformed into a chaotic revelry. Though initially resistant to being dragged onto the dance floor, Tingsheng found himself half-drunkenly joining Fong Cheng. It was evident that both possessed a foundation in ballroom dance. making them well-matched partners in this spirited encounter. Unlike the chaotic movements of others, he moved in perfect harmony with Fong Cheng, executing the male dance steps with grace and finesse. As he embraced Fong Cheng and lifted her effortlessly, he embodied the essence of a charming and carefree gentleman, leaving everyone around him utterly spellbound. After a piece concluded, Fong Cheng leaned close to Su Tingsheng and whispered, "I've considered my terms. Why not concede to me?" Su Tingsheng felt a shiver run through him. "Are you fond of this style?" he asked, bewildered. Fong Cheng, slightly inebriated, flashed a mischievous smile and replied, "I'm open to it all. I wouldn't mind having both of you. Together, we could lead a blissful life." Su Tingsheng shuddered at the thought, yet remained blissfully ignorant as he playfully wrapped his arms around Su Tingsheng's neck, exclaiming, "Darling, was I not dashing just now? Wasn't it spectacular?" Su Tingsheng thought to himself that he had nearly outshone the university's most beautiful host, but instead replied, "You've had too much to drink. No more for you." At that moment, several individuals entered the private room, all friends of Chao Qing from their third year. One of them, upon surveying the space, approached Su Tingsheng with an expression of delight. "Do you remember me, buddy? And you too, sister-in-law." Su Tingsheng shook his head in confusion. "I'm the one who tricked you last time. I was arguing with my girlfriend, and she ran off in tears. You came to tell me there were drunken thugs bothering girls, and I sprinted after her. Do you remember now?" Recognition dawned on Su Tingsheng. He recalled that night when he had indeed intervened. Seeing Su Tingsheng nod, another girl emerged from behind the boy, beaming as she said, "Thank you. He usually appears indifferent, which makes me disheartened. But when he rushed over that day, I realized he truly cares for me. We're back together now." The boy chimed in later. "After thinking it over, I found there were no drunken thugs. She insisted I was simply too embarrassed to admit I cared for her and was looking for an excuse to save face. Nevertheless, I owe you my gratitude. I'm Fong Yuqing, a third-year student. Henceforth, we're friends. Just call on me if you need anything." The girl added, "I'm Yuqing. Yuqing and Qing. You two are quite the match. Being in your third year, cherish this time. Otherwise, years down the line, you may find yourself reminiscing alone, shedding quiet tears." Su Tingsheng advised with an air of wisdom. He genuinely wished for them to appreciate their time together, for he had witnessed too many similar tales in his past life. In his previous existence, after graduating from university, he attended reunions twice where brothers would suddenly be found sobbing in a corner of the campus, reminiscing about their first hand-holding or the places they parted ways. Su Tingsheng recalled one had even penned a rather clumsy poem, "Even if I forget you, that bridge still stands. Even if I cannot forget, that bridge will age. My hand leaves deep marks upon the cracks of the railing." How many marks? Ah, I see. 3 years ago, I met you. 7 years ago, I met you. 10 years ago, I met you. Afterward, Yuqing and I engaged in whispers, while Su Tingsheng exchanged numbers with Fong Yuqing and sat together, indulging in casual conversation. Su Tingsheng found himself in harmonious discourse with Fong Yuqing, simultaneously perceiving the latter's esteemed position among the junior male cohort, which included Chao Qing. From the moment Fong Yuqing settled beside Su Tingsheng, no other young man dared to approach with flattery. Even during several brief exchanges of glances between Su and Chao Qing, the latter's smile bore a hint of apologetic undertones. As the gathering concluded, Fong Yuqing pulled Su Tingsheng to his feet and announced loudly, "This is my buddy Su Tingsheng, a freshman. Let's all take care of him." Su Tingsheng managed a wry smile, refraining from speaking, thinking to himself, "Am I not your uncle? You little brat." Meanwhile, on the other side, Fong Cheng, half drunken and half awake, was roused by Fong Yuqing's voice. She turned over, clambered up, and stumbled a few steps to his side, gripping his ear and scolding, "You little rascal. You've been here for so long and haven't even seen your sister? Besides, with me around, why are you putting on airs?" Fong Yuqing twisted away, clutching his ear, yet did not muster the courage to struggle against her grip, softly pleading, "Sis, with so many people here, have a little mercy on me. What kind of face do you need, you little brat?" After finishing her retort, she turned to Su Tingsheng and added, "This fool is my brother. If you hang out together in the future, please keep him in check." Su Tingsheng smiled and nodded, having just been treated as a younger brother. He finally felt the familiar role of an uncle returning. Chapter 66. Green Train. Youthful dreams. As they exited, Su Tingsheng steadied himself while walking with a staggered gait. It was then he found the opportunity to inquire, "We're heading home tomorrow. How did you come to be here?" The inebriated seemed to find excitement in everything. Bouncing along as she replied, I came to return to Libei with you all. Just recently, Grandma called and said she missed me. So Mom asked me to go back and keep her company. She continued, I was raised by Grandma, and she's getting old. Her eyesight isn't what it used to be. As she spoke the latter part, her mood dimmed. Su Tingsheng, in an attempt to comfort her, wrapped an arm around her shoulder and said, Don't be sad. When we return, I'll accompany you to visit Grandma. Leaning closer to Su Tingsheng, as if seeking refuge from the wind, she nodded gently. Suddenly, Su Tingsheng recalled something, and he urgently exclaimed, I just remembered. The 5 of us booked tickets this morning. How are you returning with us? Right, Song and I booked it. Mine was included as well, she replied. Her tone imbued with pride. I'm currently best friends with Song and I. Upon hearing this, Su Tingsheng understood the extent of her efforts. She was striving to forge connections with Fu Cheng, Huang Yaming, and Song and I. To an outsider, her intentions might seem overly ambitious, even utilitarian and insincere, yet Su Tingsheng, immersed in the situation, felt a deep sense of gratitude. What more could one ask for than to have someone willing to make such efforts for you? As they were headed to Song Ni's dormitory, fatigue set in, and walking became a challenge. Su Tingsheng stepped in front of her, patted his back, and offered, hop on. With childlike exuberance, she leaped onto Su Tingsheng's back, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. In the past, when I was little, my father used to carry me like this. But it has been 10 years since I last saw him. I can scarcely recall his features, only that his beard was quite prickly, and he loved to tease me with it. Su Tingsheng, do you have a beard? She reached out to touch his chin, shaking her head in frustration, just a little. Alas, my grandmother always said, a man without facial hair is unreliable, but I believe you ought to be like my father, a true adult. Su Tingsheng thought to himself, what does this even mean? Yet, inebriated individuals often possess little coherence in their speech. She continued, Su Tingsheng, aside from the one you cherish in your heart, you must not stray, all right? I am a boy. Oh, then, Su Tingsheng, aside from her, you must not flirt with anyone else, okay? Just allow me to wait for you, please. If she forsakes you or mistreats you, I will still be here, always. Su Tingsheng found himself momentarily at a loss. He had always been too afraid to confront the underlying question. What if Xiang Ning did not want him? Was everything he was doing truly fair to her? She persisted with her drunken ramblings. Su Tingsheng, confess honestly, did Fong attempt to seduce you today? That old hag. She is clearly a temptress. Keep your distance from her. Her tone was fierce, unclear whether to intimidate Su Tingsheng or out of resentment towards Fong Cheng. Su Tingsheng mused, oh dear. She is trying to seduce you. You should be the one to steer clear. However, having shifted her line of thought, she declared, Su Tingsheng, rest assured. I know that the one you hold dear is not at this school. That is why I can be so affectionate before so many people. If she were here, I would quietly stand aside. Just trust me. How do you know that? Hey, I want to reveal that I have an informant by your side. Your every move is within my grasp. She wiggled her small hand before him, playfully grasping at the air. Is it Xiang Ning? Su Tingsheng inquired deliberately. Absolutely not. Don't wrongfully accuse him, she protested, summoning her fading consciousness to deny it. Is it true that you really have a cousin you want to introduce to him? Indeed. But my cousin is only 8. Inebriated individuals certainly have a way with words, although Su Tingsheng was well aware of the truth. He pondered whether to share this unfortunate revelation about her cousin's age with Xiang Ning. As she slid downwards, Su Tingsheng supported her, feeling a surge of tumult behind him. It's like before, she said, when I asked you if you were big, you never answered. I am, Su Tingsheng replied. How delightful, she exclaimed. She surely can't be bigger than me, humph. Su Tingsheng recalled that even the elder Xiang Ning was not particularly large, and the younger Xiang Ning's words were far too mischievous. After handing her over to Song and I, Su Tingsheng returned to the dormitory. Upon his arrival, the residents of room 602 greeted him with a hint of remorse, each claiming responsibility for summoning him, offering apologies. Su Tingsheng could only say he had escaped a predicament and was quite happy to have encountered a stunning beauty, soothing his roommates and alleviating their worries. Simultaneously, he expressed his gratitude for their gallant actions at that moment. In truth, it was Huang Kuxing who should have felt the most embarrassed in that moment. It was he who had summoned Chao Qing, and it was he who had shared some information about Su Tingsheng with Chao Qing. They were fellow townsmen. Their parents worked at the same institution, and Chao Qing's father was even Huang Kuxing's father's direct superior. Yet, Huang Kexing remained silent, lying in bed feigning intoxication, leaving Su Tingsheng with no opportunity to speak. There was, in fact, another matter concerning Huang Kexing. His roommates had never witnessed the phone calls from his girlfriend, who was said to have been admitted to Jianhai University. Whenever Lu Su and Li Xingmin jokingly inquired about her, he would lose his temper, and naturally, the topic was never broached again. The following morning, Su Tingsheng and his companions, totaling 5, converged with Fong Yunyao in the city center. They initially strolled about, purchasing gifts for their families before heading to the train station. Su Tingsheng bought his father a suit, while his sister and mother received skirts and shoes, amounting to a considerable expenditure of over 10,000 yuan, all of which he had selected with care. Additionally, he prepared a gift for his grandmother, insisting it be taken back, stating that she ought to deliver it herself. Among the most amusing incidents during this time was the complete lack of understanding regarding the relationship between Fu Cheng and teacher Fong. Their incessant meddling would often result in both parties blushing profusely, while remaining utterly oblivious to the cause. For instance, she would ask, Fu Cheng, "Do you think this outfit looks good on teacher Fong? Please share your thoughts." In truth, she simply believed Fu Cheng had a better fashion sense than Huang Yaming and Su Tingsheng, hence her inquiry. However, the atmosphere would swiftly turn awkward, as Fu Cheng, with his head bowed, would mumble an affirmative, while Fong Yunyao, unsure whether to proceed with her purchase, would stand there indecisively. Ultimately, it was Song and I who discreetly confided this secret to her, earnestly warning her to keep it to herself. The sharing of this secret seemed to signify her full integration into this remarkable little group. She felt a mix of excitement and curiosity, often stealing glances at Fu Cheng and Fong Yunyao, her heart racing with anticipation whenever they drew closer, pulling Su Tingsheng along to witness the unfolding scene. Completely entranced by the two, oblivious to their path. Having had an early lunch, the group made their way to the station, standing on the platform awaiting their train. At that moment, the train from Yenzhou to Jiannan City was still one of those green-skinned slow trains, a once dominant force in China's railway transport that had endured for a considerable period. The green train, often criticized for its sluggishness, had nevertheless accompanied countless individuals through tearful farewells and had carried away many cherished memories. Though it moved slowly, it had witnessed innumerable departures that could never be caught up with again, and countless souls who would never return. With this slowness came the bittersweet realization. Some had transitioned from youthful exuberance to the maturity of adulthood, while others, amidst the rush of high-speed trains, could no longer reclaim their former sentiments. Slow was preferable. It allowed one to clearly see her waving from the window. Conversely, how could one bear to watch him running alongside the train, forever out of reach? Su Tingsheng recalled watching a video in a past life where Chun Sheng sang a song entitled Pure Youth Dream to Lu Ruing on a program. The opening lyrics resonated. "I will see you to the train station, turning back as I bid you farewell." Master Chun Sheng sang, and his disciple, Nai Cha, was moved to tears. He had written Crazy for Love and Kite for Lu Ruing and introduced her to film, guiding her from a mere assistant to a position of stardom. He then remarked, "You have grown up, do not seek me out again." When the host inquired if Chun Sheng had affection for Lu Ruiying, the audience collectively held their breath, assuming the married Chun Sheng would evade the question. To their surprise, he candidly replied, "Of course I like her. Otherwise, why would I do so much for her?" Excitedly waiting on the platform for the train, this time, they would journey together. But what lay ahead? Su Tingsheng pondered whether he harbored feelings for her, yet found no answer. Nonetheless, he was willing to do much for her. And if one could infer from this, then perhaps he did like her. Yet, such deductions were not possible. Standing before the green train, Su Tingsheng was transported back to youthful dreams. Chapter 67. Dowry. The green train traversed mostly desolate routes, flanked by mountains and fields. Occasionally, wild grass brushed against the windows, and the interior was cramped, noisy, and bore an unpleasant odor as the conductor struggled to navigate the aisles. Someone in the carriage was hawking a dishwashing gadget, but if one did not require that, he had other miraculous items to offer. Huang Yaming, Fu Cheng, Song and Fong Yunyao were engaged in a card game aboard the train. Due to the mountainous terrain of Zhenghai province, the train frequently passed through tunnels of varying lengths, and each time darkness enveloped them, Huang Yaming would slyly toss cards onto the table or sneak a card, ensuring his victory. Fong Yunyao, growing anxious from her losses, received several calls on her phone but neglected to answer, merely glancing at the screen before disconnecting. ultimately deciding to power it off. Su Tingsheng sat beside her, playing Ludo while engaging in conversation. A little boy in the neighboring seat nibbled on a banana, and after amusing him for a while, Su chatted with his parents, who, surprisingly, entrusted their child to him, both parents falling into a deep sleep, resting their heads on each other's arms. They had been on this train for 4 days and nights, having traveled from a remote city for work. Su tenderly cradled the small boy, who bore an unpleasant odor and dirt, without any hesitation, diligently entertaining him with various snacks. Su Tingsheng smiled as he watched. "Help him," he suggested. He seems to need to urinate," came the reply. "If you don't help, how will he learn to be a mother?" Then he took the child through the crowd to the restroom, returning several minutes later with a proud expression, as though he had accomplished something monumental. Among the 4 playing cards, Fong Yunyao began to win, consistently succeeding. After she finished her turn, Huang Yaming peered at the cards held by Fu Cheng, expressing his frustration. "These cards are impossible to play. It's too unfair. Someone is holding on to a trump card and won't release it, allowing a minor card to take precedence." Fu Cheng explained. "I had no idea she could play all 5 cards in one go." Huang Yaming retorted, "Get lost." Just at the start of the last game, I held a massive hand, and the moment I played a single card, you bombed me. Then when I played another, you bombed me again, leaving me questioning my existence." Laughter erupted among them, and the little boy joined in with delightful giggles. Huang Yaming addressed Su Tingsheng, saying, "Change players, you take over. Otherwise, this game is unplayable." It's not a card game. It's merely a declaration of affection. As Su Tingsheng settled into Fu Cheng's seat, he noticed only 2 pieces of white rabbit milk candy remained before him, while Fong Yunyao and Huang Yaming were surrounded by a generous heap. "Don't worry. Watch me help you win it back," Su Tingsheng asserted. As the train passed through a tunnel, a hand stealthily reached for the cards on the table. After a fierce clash between Su Tingsheng and Huang Yaming, they finally reached a tacit understanding, and soon enough, the 2 girls were left with no candy to show for it. The train journey lasted over 7 hours, and as fatigue set in, they all leaned back and succumbed to slumber. Su Tingsheng took the little boy from his hands, saying, "Let me soothe him. You should rest for a while." With a sly smile, he addressed the boy, "Be good, darling. Play with daddy for a bit while mommy sleeps." Su Tingsheng countered, "Let us get the baby fed before he sleeps. Come here, little one. It's time for milk." A foot kicked him from under the table, and then the boy ignored Su Tingsheng and continued to sleep. Unfortunately, the little boy persistently called out, "Grandma, Grandma," while his hands tugged at Su Tingsheng's chest. Additionally, he needed to urinate. Su Tingsheng glanced at the sleeping parents and, with great reluctance, undertook the daunting task of assisting the boy for the first time. As the train approached Jinan, Su Tingsheng began to rouse everyone. The boy's parents awakened as well, engaging in a brief conversation before gratefully handing him a package of sweet potato chips from their hometown. That evening, Su Tingsheng treated everyone to dinner. He had not invited Huang Yaming and the others during his previous meal with his roommates, intending to host them separately, as the nature of the 2 meals differed significantly. After dining, he took them for a stroll around Jinan City. In this familiar place, surrounded by familiar faces, Su Tingsheng could not divulge to Huang Yaming or Fu Cheng that he had once rented a room in the small building ahead. Each time they came to take civil service exams, they relied on him to arrange everything, often lingering for days. Had they forgotten? Huang Yaming had even found the previous tenant's old underwear hidden in the bathroom wall. He wondered if she had moved in yet. He was curious to see what she looked like, especially since Huang Yaming had harbored many extravagant fantasies about her due to the large size of the underwear. What if she turned out to be a giant dinosaur? The next morning, the 6 of them returned to Libei. Fong Yunyao returned to her hometown in Hunan that very afternoon, planning to spend the entire 101 holiday with her parents, leaving Fu Cheng to follow Su Tingsheng and Song and I around the supermarket, assisting them. Huang Yaming had invited Tan Qingling out numerous times, managing to meet her only once for a brief conversation before she departed. He understood that she was under considerable pressure in her studies, especially in her senior year. However, Su Tingsheng began to sense a shift in the atmosphere. Tan Qingling did not reciprocate Huang Yaming's affection, as he was no longer by her side to offer tender care. And as the glow of his final high school year faded, everything began to change. During this time, they attended several class reunions together. At one gathering, Su Tingsheng unexpectedly encountered Yi Yingjing, and he spotted Wu Yuwei in the supermarket. Having spent time at his grandmother's home, Su Tingsheng visited her as promised. The elderly woman's eyesight had nearly faded entirely. She resided alone in a low, dimly lit dwelling. At mealtimes, his aunts would take turns bringing a bowl of rice to her. Su Tingsheng assisted her in walking, supporting her on either side to bask in the sunlight. The old woman, affectionately referred to as Xiao and I, grasped Su Tingsheng's hand and implored, "Good child, treat Xiao and I well, treat Xiao and I kindly." In a hushed tone, she confided, "Grandmother has forgotten my age. She might even think I am married. Do not take offense. And please, do not let her touch your chin, otherwise she will say, 'A boy without facial hair cannot be trusted.' Grandfather, a man with a grand beard, passed away a few years ago." Thus, when the old woman reached out to touch Su Tingsheng's face, he skillfully evaded her hand, holding hers instead and assuring her, "Grandmother, rest assured, I will care for Xiao and I." He prepared a meal for them both, showcasing the culinary skills he had honed over 7 years of solitary living. The excitement was palpable, as even the old woman consumed a little more than half a bowl of rice. As Su Tingsheng departed from that quaint mountain village, he expressed, "Grandmother's life is quite difficult, and mother struggles as well. I aspire to ensure that after my graduation, she no longer has to toil in such a manner. I wish to bring grandmother out of this place. I wonder if she can endure until then." Thus, he had long harbored a desire to be of use, though he understood that being useful often equated to being wealthy, did it not? In his earlier years, he had been determined to gain admission to a prestigious university, yet he recognized his academic shortcomings. He came to realize that apart from his looks, he possessed little else. Consequently, he resolved that with his beauty, he would marry a wealthy man and lead a comfortable life. How misguided he must have seemed then. Su Tingsheng shook his head earnestly. His understanding mirrored his spoken words. He could not arrogantly dismiss the significance of wealth in society. Recalling the arduous life he shared with his mother and sister in a past life, his decision to leave Xiang Ning stemmed from a desire for her to live better, rather than be burdened by his struggles. It was a painfully pragmatic truth. If he had possessed wealth, perhaps his fate would have been altered, and that love would not have been forged into tragedy by his own hands. Perhaps there would have been no need for this second chance at life. "You promised your grandmother, and you must not go back on your word," she said. You must treat Xiao and I well. Of course, when the day comes that Xiao and I marries a man whom she loves and who loves her in return, I shall prepare a grand dowry, so magnificent you cannot even imagine." The underlying meaning of those words was indeed hurtful, yet during these days, Su Tingsheng recognized that he had inadvertently allowed his relationship with her to reach a critical juncture, where any further step would render retreat impossible. It would lead to self-deception and the deception of others. Thus, he knew he must cut through the confusion decisively. He anticipated feeling sorrow and had steeled himself to confront her heartache, even the tears that might follow. However, one might say, "You think a dowry could simply dismiss me? How naive. You ought to earn well, for all that belongs to you shall eventually become mine. Alas, for the sake of a brighter future, I shall allow your arrogance to flourish for now. One day, when you find yourself in love with me, I shall repay you 100-fold, and you shall rue the day." Chapter 68. A youthful infatuation. With a few days left in the holiday, Su Tingsheng, Fu Cheng, and Huang Yaming made their way to old Zhou's home, bringing along a few packs of cigarettes for him and a little something for his wife. This marked their third visit to old Zhou's residence. They had previously come twice during the summer after graduating from high school. Old Zhou had a pleasant temperament, and his wife was equally amiable. Their affectionate rapport left a profound impression on the trio, even evoking a hint of envy. However, upon entering this time, Su Tingsheng immediately sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat off. It appeared that old Zhou and his wife were embroiled in a disagreement, or rather, old Zhou seemed to be on the receiving end of a lecture. Observing the three of them standing awkwardly, the slightly flustered Mrs. Zhou managed to muster a smile, saying, "It's nothing, you needn't concern yourselves. I'm quite happy you're here. Stay for dinner." With a stern glance at old Zhou, she added, "Hurry up and set the table. I'll go prepare the meal." Once Mrs. Zhou headed to the kitchen, old Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief and shared a knowing glance with the three students. Hesitant to broach the main topic, he engaged in light banter about university life before, with a meaningful look, mentioning that Yao Jing had just visited. As they spoke, Mrs. Zhou finished preparing the meal and, having eaten herself, retreated to her room, leaving old Zhou to enjoy a drink and converse with the three students. It was then that old Zhou appeared more spirited. The tension lifted alongside the wine's influence. I heard you had a brief romance with Yao Jing during your school days? Old Zhou inquired of Su Tingsheng. Su Tingsheng nodded, a touch of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Huang Yaming and Fu Chang, brimming with excitement, chimed in, recounting the details of their relationship, many of which Su Tingsheng had long since forgotten. Listening to their retelling, he found it amusing yet somewhat awkward. In his youth, he had indeed committed many foolish acts. Old Zhou, savoring the tale, chuckled slyly. Actually, that girl Yao Jing calls your mother Annie. Our families are related, and she often visits us. Just the other day, she mentioned your affairs and revealed that a boy from her school, also from Libei, is pursuing her. He graduated from Libei High School a year ahead of you. Upon hearing this, Old Zhou, Fu Chang, and Huang Yaming all turned their gaze towards Su Tingsheng, eager to discern any hint of jealousy or reluctance in his expression. Yet, there was none. In a past life, Su Tingsheng had dated Yao Jing for a month. Their eventual amicable separation left them on good terms. Years later, Yao Jing led a simple yet beautiful life, brimming with happiness. That was what mattered most. Su Tingsheng felt fortunate for her joy and grateful that they had parted ways rationally, with neither party feeling compelled to remain. In this lifetime, perhaps Su Tingsheng, having been reborn, has altered certain aspects. Yao Jing's feelings for him may have deepened compared to her past life, and their eventual separation may be more painful. However, one immutable truth remains. They are ill-suited for one another and do not share profound love. Given this reality, would it not be the most prudent choice to allow her to experience the same happiness that she enjoyed in her previous life? Is it not shameless to grasp everything one ought to possess, and even what one should not, in a bid to satisfy a singular desire, simply because one has acquired greater abilities in the wake of rebirth? Su Tingsheng smiled calmly at Old Zhou and said, a fleeting infatuation in youth. Now I merely wish for her well. The three of them sensed his composure, and Old Zhou raised a glass, proclaiming, well said. To the youthful infatuation, let us drink. After downing another small glass of potent liquor, Old Zhou's face flushed, and he spoke mysteriously. Do you know why I have been scolded by your teacher for 2 days? It is, in truth, well-deserved. 2 days ago, I attended a high school reunion, and by sheer coincidence, the belle of my class, whom I hadn't seen in over 20 years since she emigrated to America, also attended. You cannot fathom it. She was the embodiment of my dreams throughout high school. From the moment I laid eyes on her, or rather, from the moment I heard she would be there, my aging heart raced uncontrollably, pounding throughout the night. At the end of the gathering, she stood at the entrance, embracing old classmates and bidding farewell, saying perhaps they would meet again only after an eternity. Given such circumstances, with an opportunity presented to me, should I not have embraced her? Su Tingsheng and Huang Yaming, along with Fu Chang, nodded in agreement. Embrace her, you must. Thus, I did embrace her, recalling how her skin once seemed so delicate it could bleed if pinched. Coincidentally, she wore a dress that revealed much of her back that day, prompting me to hold her a bit tighter and linger a bit longer. Alas, I was seen by the teacher, was I not? Huang Yaming asked with a mischievous glint. Old Zhou nodded gravely. The remainder of the story was lost in the liquor, regardless of age, men discussing their high school sweethearts, first loves, or unrequited feelings always share a singular sentiment and an inexhaustible tale. From Old Zhou's fragmented words, Su Tingsheng deduced a perspective. Women in this world often harbor a collective misconception. They believe and demand absolute fidelity and devotion. Yet, no man in existence is capable of such unwavering loyalty. Even those who appear to have been devoted for a lifetime have, at some point, experienced fleeting heart flutters for other women, perhaps once, several times, or even countless occasions. Sometimes it is merely a sigh, a fleeting thought. At other times, it lingers in one's soul for an eternity. So, where lies the distinction between good and bad men? It resides in whether, after experiencing that heart flutter, he forgets the singular one, neglects his responsibilities, or loses himself. Thus, some become enraptured by worldly pleasures and cannot awaken. Others stray from their paths, leading to separation, while some remain true to their original intentions, steadfast for a lifetime. Therefore, do not blame him for feeling a flutter, for such feelings are inevitable. If one must bear grudges, let it be over whether, after each heart flutter, you remain his one. Perhaps you should derive even greater happiness from this. For he may have witnessed the world's myriad blossoms, yet it is you who he cherishes at the core of his being. As the conversation drew to a close, Huang Yaming turned to Old Zhou and remarked, Boss, your words hold much wisdom. Why not convey this to the teacher's wife and elucidate your thoughts? Old Joe chuckled. Women are not creatures of reason. Even if they refuse to speak, they manage to linger in a state of half-life. And living in hope that she will eventually forget is all one can do. Upon leaving Old Joe's home, the three of them, slightly inebriated, strolled down the street. Suddenly, Huang Yaming mused. Isn't it true that women are not so different? What do you mean? Fu Qing inquired. Is it not possible that women, too, cannot remain forever devoted? They, too, may experience countless instances of heart-fluttering moments? That seems plausible, Su Tingsheng replied. As Su Tingsheng walked along the path, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. This evening's candid dialogue had allowed Old Joe to unlock a knot in his heart. Undeniably, due to feelings of tenderness and beauty, Su Tingsheng found himself reflecting on past infatuations with a sense of reluctance. He had wrestled with these emotions and had even tried to sever them decisively. Yet now, Old Joe had imparted to him that, regardless of how many heart-stirring moments one has experienced, as long as one does not forget that singular, significant connection, it suffices. In truth, I may be one of the closest writers to my readers, for I hold each one who is willing to engage with my humble words in high regard. I am genuinely grateful for the compliments and support I receive. At times, in response to a reader's opinion, I find myself crafting a few dedicated lines at the end of a chapter just for them. However, I did not anticipate that this would lead to numerous challenges. An overwhelming array of opinions has compelled me to continually adjust my outlines and pacing. What once allowed me to write thousands of words in a day now yields only about 4,000, even after sleepless nights, and the pressure is immense. For instance, many have asked whether the male protagonist is truly devoted. From a spiritual standpoint, I must tell you that there are no men in this world who are 100% faithful. Who among us has not felt a spark for another woman? And what of women? Perhaps they are similarly inclined. These sentiments have already been expressed through Old Joe's voice. Moreover, consider Xiang Ning. If you were a 14-year-old girl, would you not feel apprehensive if a man in his 20s pursued you? Would you readily accept and fall in love at once? Such a scenario is unrealistic. Some readers even demand that I portray something unlawful, which is a travesty. I still cherish you all, but I can no longer heed every opinion. I possess my own vision, and Su Tingsheng has his own rhythm. Xiang Ning will soon grow close to Su Tingsheng, revealing her proud and playful nature. But this must unfold naturally. Thus, to those who choose not to continue, I thank you for the encouragement you have provided in the past. To those who remain, I will always treasure Su Tingsheng. Chapter 69. The Su family ship set sail on the penultimate day of his holiday. Su Tingsheng's father returned from a business trip, hastily joining him for dinner before heading to the supermarket to catch up on recent developments. In truth, Su Tingsheng longed for a chance to sit down and converse with his father. Since he began university, his father had scarcely mentioned business matters during their phone calls. This time, however, Su Tingsheng noticed something perplexing. There seemed to be an overwhelming number of management personnel at the supermarket. His father arrived home at 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Tingsheng, who had yet to sleep, was waiting. I knew you would be waiting for me, his father said. We'll talk later. Come with me for now. Su's father set aside his belongings and took Su Tingsheng outside, pointing towards a distant expanse of land and the mountain range that obstructed it, saying, Our village is no more than a 20-minute journey from the county town. Yet it remains impoverished. Why is that? Before Su Tingsheng could respond, his father continued, It is that mountain that blocks not only the road but also our vision. Su Tingsheng sensed that his father had a deeper meaning and refrained from interrupting, waiting for him to elaborate. Your father, have been the very mountain standing in your way. The circumstances of your family background have made your path forward exceedingly arduous. Even the mere act of gazing into the distance has been a challenge. Su's father pressed on, Fortunately, you gave me a nudge. From the moment we stood together at the supermarket entrance, I vowed to myself, I, Su Jianliang, at the age of 45, still have time to remove the mountain and pave the way for you. I shall prepare the path for you to venture out into the world. If you succeed, I will take pride in you, and if not, you can return to me. Su Tingsheng felt a sense of disorientation. This was not the father he remembered. In his childhood memories, even at his most spirited, his father lacked the current vigor and perspective. During his days toiling in the fields, the most profound advice his father had imparted was merely to leave the mountains behind. Yet now, Su Tingsheng perceived an entirely different significance in his father's words. In just a month, the transformation within his father had been monumental. Su's father's gaze had transcended the mountains, reaching far beyond. The one constant remained. All he did and aspired to do was for Su Tingsheng, for his son. Come, let us enjoy a drink together. It has been ages since you have savored your father's culinary skills, hasn't he it? Su's father busily prepared rice wine and sought Ed 2 small dishes. While Su Tingsheng set the table. Once seated, Su's father filled 2 cups with wine, raising his glass and declaring, "Son, for the first toast, I thank you. I have long wished to express my gratitude for the push you gave me." Su Tingsheng downed his drink with a smile, replying, "What is there to thank? It is you, father, who has spent a lifetime forging paths through mountains and building bridges over waters." His father also finished his drink and jested. "A scholar knows how to speak. It seems you've surpassed your father not only in eloquence, but also in your tolerance for alcohol. Shall we test that? Such arrogance deserves a challenge." The father and son drank heartily, soon becoming half intoxicated. In his tipsy state, Su's father began to unravel the answers to some of Su Tingsheng's lingering questions. First, he explained, "Why have I not mentioned business matters since you began school? Because I wanted to see if I could manage on my own. I entered discussions for agency representation with foreign brands, pushing open the doors of a vast corporate entity. I have a remarkable son, yet I cannot always rely on you. I am not old yet, and you are still young. The burdens of this family should not fall prematurely upon your shoulders." Secondly, he clarified, "Why are there so many management personnel in the supermarket? They are not intended for this store. They will soon be assigned elsewhere. I have already secured store locations in 4 of the 8 counties under Jiangnan City. An expansion will commence shortly." The determination and decisiveness of Su Ba far exceeded Su Tingsheng's expectations. When Su Ba initially contemplated establishing a large supermarket, he had already envisioned expanding into the surrounding areas. However, he never anticipated such rapid and vigorous progress. In Su Tingsheng's plan, he intended to propose the idea of expansion to his father approximately a year later. Yet now, merely 2 months after the inauguration of the first supermarket, without any indication from Su Tingsheng, Su Ba had already commenced the expansion process. Given the current economic climate and developmental trends, Su Tingsheng was aware that supermarkets modeled after Huanggo were virtually guaranteed to avoid losses. In fact, it could be asserted that nearly every Huanggo outlet would undoubtedly serve as a cornerstone for the Su family's rise. His concerns were confined to 2 matters. First, the scale of the fundraising. Su Ba's current funds had already surpassed 7 million. Even with the bustling business of the Libei Huanggo, it was impossible for it to provide ample financial resources. Hence, Su Tingsheng understood that during this period, his father had not only refrained from halting fundraising, but had significantly accelerated his efforts. Second, Su Ba's ambitions and elevated status might adversely influence the warmth of their family. Su Tingsheng held unwavering confidence in his father's character. His sole worry was that the relentless pursuit and ascension might deplete the familial affection and intimacy. "Is there something on your mind that you find difficult to express?" Su Ba inquired, observing Su Tingsheng's contemplative hesitation with a smile. After a moment's reflection, Su Tingsheng, somewhat hesitant, replied, "Dad, do you remember when I was young? Back then, our relationship was not as close as it is now. I was quite afraid of you. You were always busy at the factory, returning home very late. I often told Mom I would wait for you at the intersection because I rarely got to see you and longed to do so. I did go, but whenever you appeared at the end of the road on your bike, I would hide away because you always looked weary and impatient after a long day. There were several instances when I joyfully ran up to greet you, only to be scolded for being out so late. Eventually, I began to fear you, truly fear you. And soon after, I lost the inclination to engage with you, even growing accustomed to sulking in silence." At this juncture, Su Tingsheng noticed a slight shift in Su Ba's expression and paused, refraining from continuing. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense until Su Ba's stern visage suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Taking a sip of his drink, he playfully remarked, "You truly are my brilliant son, adept at speaking in circles and hinting at matters." Although aware that his father was jesting, Su Tingsheng felt a tinge of embarrassment. "In the future, if you have thoughts to share, please speak directly to me." "Understood. Your father is aware of your concerns. This matter has already been discussed and voted upon by your mother, sister, and me in your absence. The decision reached is that unless a new store opens, I shall only be away from home for dinner once a week at most, and I will also be responsible for preparing at least 1 meal each week. Furthermore, I will take charge of growing the vegetables we need at home. Do you have anything else to add?" Su Tingsheng chuckled foolishly, and his heart, once heavy with worry, was suddenly lightened. In that moment, he understood that his father cared for the warmth and beauty of their home more than anyone else, vigilantly guarding against any potential threats that could disrupt their family harmony. The concerns that weighed on Su Tingsheng's mind had already been contemplated by his father. From now on, every time I return, you must cook me a couple of dishes and share a few drinks with me, Su Tingsheng said with a smile. All right, his father replied readily. Regarding the matter of fundraising, Su Tingsheng refrained from mentioning it, as he did not perceive any significant issues, and even if there were, he was confident in his ability to rectify any shortcomings. Nevertheless, he did express his apprehensions about the rapid pace of expansion. His father reassured him. It is not our eagerness, it is others who are in a hurry, and I must act more swiftly than them. The success of Huagong in Libei generated tremendous repercussions. Not only did neighboring counties stir with ambition for a slice of the modern supermarket pie, but even within Libei County itself, aspirations began to take shape. Equipped with capital, channels, talent, and a progressively refined operational model, Su's father seized the initiative without hesitation. He not only secured storefronts in 4 neighboring counties, but also acquired the former department store in Libei County. In Su Tingsheng's memory, this location was the only remaining viable site for a large self-service supermarket, and indeed, in his previous life, it was here that the second large self-service supermarket in Libei emerged. Now, Su's father had it firmly in his grasp. What is the next step? I mean, once the surrounding counties are covered, what are your plans? Su Tingsheng inquired. Surprisingly, his father had a provincial administrative map of Jianhai tucked in his bag. He unfolded it before Su Tingsheng, smiling faintly. Look, there are other surrounding cities, each with numerous counties beneath them. One day, I might replace this with a national map. Just imagine how many counties and cities that would encompass. And what about your future map? Aren't we heading towards the big cities? Not for now. I've realized something from the animal kingdom. Before the Su family becomes lions, we won't venture onto the vast grasslands. We will encircle the cities from the countryside. Exactly. At this juncture, Su Tingsheng felt there was little left to advise his father on, for in the practical execution of their plans, his father proved far more effective. He could now rest assured and pursue his own path. The father and son finished their last drink together. The great vessel of the Su family was ready to set sail.